first one I've been to in probably 10 years.
Oh, with the Vulcan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great place,
It
isn't
was
it?
rad.
Yeah, it's a fun little spot.
Yeah. Everybody was cool. It's weird that it's on 6th Street, but...
Yeah. Yeah, my place is too. We up? Yeah, it's 6th Street is a unique spot.
Yeah.
It's they're doing some stuff to try to, clean it up a little bit, and they got rid of that homeless situation. There was like a crazy homeless encampment that was really close to that.
Yeah.
They got rid of that. So Austin's a unique place. There's a lot of wild shit in this town.
Yeah, amazing stuff and really weird stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great combination though, and it's a great size. You were one of the people that early on got me thinking about Austin because you were always ranting about it, about how great it is.
I should have kept my mouth closed.
Should have kept your mouth shut.
Because then when you came here, everybody, they're like, where's Joe at? Oh, just moved to Austin. I was like, you shut your mouth. We're on a flight last night coming back, and the Southwest person who obviously lives in Austin, they stopped in Austin, then flew to San Diego. And he's like, and everybody that is going home to visit in San Diego, please stay. Like he said that over the intercom on a Southwest flight. And I was like, I like this guy.
Well, it's like the secret's out, but the barrier to entry is high. It's hard to move to a new city.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And then on top of that, it's hard to find a fucking house here.
Yeah.
Everybody I know that finds a house here, they get outbid. Like, you got to bid more than the house costs. It's like they're making this little sneaky move where, like, say if it's listed for $500,000, you got to offer $600,000.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, someone is going to do that, and then you're not going to make it.
I've been trying to buy land, and I'm coming in high, well over, and then
Still losing out.
the realtor's like, yeah, somebody from California just paid cash and came 30% over.
Fuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild out here. And they're building out here like crazy too. Like when you get out towards like Round Rock and out in that area, there's just constant construction.
Yeah, I'm in Cedar Park. That's where our headquarters is, and that used to. If you're in Austin, Cedar Park was like the absolute hillbill north, and now it's just North Austin.
Yeah,
just everything is just slowly.
It's still so small.
Yeah.
In comparison to LA, every time I go back to LA, I'm like, fuck this. How did I live here?
Yeah.
I'm so much more relaxed here.
I concur.
Unfortunately, we're talking about it again. We're fucking it up.
Dang it. You're looking good.
Thank you.
Healthy?
Working out? Yeah.
Training?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Grappling?
No, I'm trying to heal a knee. I have a knee issue right now. That's I was working out and doing some Muay Thai, and I just, even though it hurts, I still kick with it.
Yeah.
And then it was starting to swell, and so now I've been going to Brigham at Ways to Well and getting it shot up.
Dude, he's great.
He's great. Ways to Well is awesome.
Yeah.
Right now it's good. It doesn't hurt at all. So I'm going to give it a couple of months and really do all the knees over toes stuff and try to rehabilitate it without getting an MRI because I don't want to know what's going on in there.
I just did 6 months of that program.
Yeah?
Yeah. And it makes a big difference.
Oh, my God, yeah. Yeah.
It's not fun, though.
What part's not fun?
It's obviously mobility, and you're focusing on circulation into the knee.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not good for the ego. It's not fun for the ego because the weight that you're doing for the squats in that style of squatting to have your knees over your toes is way less than if I was going to be a meathead and go and squat. Doing the lunges, it's trying to get that deep forward lunge to get the knee all the way over the toe, and then all the sled pulls and all the sled pushes, and it's just like, golly, can I just do some athlete things? I know it's healing, so I'm going to be a better athlete, but it's still not fun.
It does change. It remaps your knee. It really does.
Yeah.
It changes the structure. Like, it doesn't feel as loose anymore. Everything feels like more rigid and strong and secure. I'm avoiding. I have I've had meniscus taken out of this knee, and I'm worried about cartilage damage, and that's what I'm worried that this injury is, because it's strangely like sharp.
Yeah.
And not getting better. And so I'm hoping that stem cells and
that'll
peptides
do it.
and
that's the combo.
Well, what I'm really I'm hoping that'll do it. But I just have to not be a meathead. This is what I do. I get the stem cells. I feel pretty good after 4 weeks. Start crushing the bag again, and then I kind of aggravate it one more time.
Yep. I have the mats that I'm on right now. A level of killer that I've never imagined existing in names that I didn't even know. And
the Danaher Death Squad.
Oh yeah. With everybody that came here, and
everybody's training at Roca right now. Mostly,
that's right
too, right?
Yeah.
Which is cool. Shout out to Roca.
Yeah, they Rob's been really rad. 3 workouts a day on those mats.
That's amazing.
And
so cool.
Yeah, so, you know, you have, oh, this guy's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist. What's up? You know, hey, Satoshi. And as he mauls me, like we're in the cage right here on it, and Satoshi is just beating me up, and then Roy McDonald getting ready for this fight, beating me up. You know, GSP's traveling in, and then obviously like Gordon, and you have the Sanjay Ribeiro team at Six Blades, not but 3 miles away. You have the B team with Craig Jones. So like 1 through 20. The best grapplers on the planet are in Austin, and the
Checkmat guys are here. It's Gracie
Brazilian
Baja.
Fight Factory,
it's
the
fucking crazy.
Tackett kids, and
it's amazing how many good grapplers are here in this town.
All
it's
of them.
Amazing. A lot of them. Yeah. It's amazing. Eddie Bravo's thinking about coming here too. He just doesn't want to like overcrowd it because there's already 10th Planet right here.
Yeah.
But every time he comes, he's like, "Fuck, I want to come here."
Yeah. There's room.
I think so too. Yeah. There's fucking 2 million people. That's plenty of room.
Yeah. I mean, give or take 10 miles, you can open a new gym.
Yeah, I think so too. And there's a lot of spots, you know, especially if you want to head towards Dripping and, you know, that area.
Yeah, Dripping's open. I just opened my gym in Cedar Park. So, you know, there was 10 miles. Sanjay Ribeiro is the closest, you know, kind of big gym, and the Six Blades, and that was on 183. So he was, you know, it's a 20-minute, 15-minute drive to him. Nobody's going to...
Right.
Somebody over there is going to pick that gym. Somebody over here is going to pick this gym.
There's enough for everybody out here. There's enough for everybody. Tell me what you're doing with Sheepdog. Like, what is your Sheepdog response courses? What are those?
In light of everything that's been happening, I mean, I've been screaming from every building I can get on that, you know, we need to prepare America for what is happening now. And so Sheepdog Response, like the company mission statement, is to train and equip people to preserve and protect human life. With that in mind, we do everything from fighting, shooting, and medical to try and make sure everybody that comes to those courses, teachers, law enforcement, all of them get the basic fundamentals of really the things about saving life. And we have been, I mean, Sheepdog Response, we have, I think, 180 or 210 courses this year. And if you go to the website right now, it's like sold out. So like I'm not going to lower the quality of training because everybody needs to know the right things as we look at Uvalde and the lack of training and the response and the broken systems and all the things that went wrong in there. You know, I'm like, God, why? You know, like I literally teach every single day what the answer is to all of this. And, you know, you can only train so many people in a year.
Well, I think it's you definitely can only train so many people in a year, and it's also taking a long time for people to come to grips with the only solution is like you have to be able to protect yourself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the responsive reactive side of it.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy, and with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1.
Which is really important. You know, we have to make our schools hard targets. We have to get individuals to be responsible and be able to protect themselves. Like our basic entry course for teachers and for everyone is called Protector. It's Protector 1 course. And we fight how to keep blood in the body, you know, like tourniquets, packing wounds, and then the biggest part is situational awareness. And that's all preventative actions where I see something that could be going wrong. But I'd prefer to go upstream to like the root cause of what is causing some of this violence, you know, mental health and these broken young men. and try to fix the individual. So we have to do all these things with our schools. You know, I've been writing nonstop since these last shootings have been happening, you know, and like the 4Ds about how to make a school a hard target.
What are the 4Ds?
You have detection, denial entry, you have deterrence, and then you actually have defend. So of those things, identifying what a problem is and you know, trying to deter from the outside, limited entry, you know, how our headquarters are set up, it's difficult to get in here. It doesn't look like a place I want to try and get in. The bushes are, the landscaping's in a way where I'm not going to have access to the windows. You know, like there's, in my building, when you come to the front door and you get let in, you're in a kill box. You know, you get let into a lobby, and in that lobby, you can't get past the lobby. And in the lobby, there's somebody that will let you into the next room, and you're stuck there, and unless somebody lets you in. You know, the defend is obviously the last course of action where teachers or law enforcement are going to be protecting their kids. There's lots of different solutions to that. They have cameras that can have pepper balls in them, you know, lasers that can blind people, but ultimately it's the individual that has to be trained to be able to protect those children. And in that like preventative model of going upstream to fix the problem, we can do two things at once, right? Like we can make our school harder targets, and we can train teachers, and we can get law enforcement to respond correctly while we start talking really about what is causing these young men to be broken.
So what do you think we can do about that? Because without that, you know, people think guns are the problem, and this is the narrative that we keep hearing. We need gun control, but there's more guns than there are people. So it's not necessarily a gun problem, because the vast majority of people, the vast, vast, vast majority would never fucking do anything like this. It's a very, 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 very small amount of people that are deranged and broken and would do something like this.
Yeah.
So how do we address that? That is the issue. It's a mental health issue.
Yeah, but it's a bunch of things that nobody wants to talk about. You know,
Like
we're going
what?
to be throwing stones. Hollywood, video games, social media. You know, it's more divisive than ever on social media. You know, you get in this echo chamber with your own ideas, and those echo chambers, and they're crazy ideas sometimes when you are able to curate and editorialize the feed that you get back. So they're only people, like if I'm struggling and I'm just following angry hate rhetoric, and that is just building. And so my thoughts are then magnified and compounded by other people reaffirming my own belief system. And in that in the algorithms, then they put in something that then enrages me. So it's like bias confirmation, bias confirmation, bias confirmation. Oh, and then here's something for me to interact with because they want us to interact. So, you know, the more emotionally driven we are in social media, the more we participate in it and the longer that we're on it. So those algorithms are really just dangerous. That's one. Hollywood, where, you know, I love Matthew McConaughey, and I love his position, and I love him as an actor, and I love what he had to say, and I love that he wants to protect schools and children, you know, but like, how many movies has he been in where he had people on their knees and he executed them in the face? There, you know, you can't be on this moral high ground and then be a hypocrite. So if Hollywood is perpetuating, you know, I've never let my children practice putting somebody on their knees and shooting them or watching a movie.
Has he really done that in a movie?
Yeah.
What movie has he done that in?
It was that Guy Ritchie movie. Like,
oh, yeah. The
I mean, that
drug
was just
dealer movie.
Yeah, one of many
Yeah.
examples.
Yeah.
You know, he's an action star, and he's a great actor, and I really love what he had to say and how we all do have to come together and find solutions. You know, but if like Liam Neeson is out there being, you know, hey, we should get rid of guns, but I'm going to take the next $10 million contract for Netflix to be in the next action film, and my kill count's going to be 110. Oh man, I don't know if you can be in that position of moral authority to talk to me about what you should be doing with firearms.
Yeah, you don't hear Keanu Reeves talking about what we should do about firearms.
No, he's a great example of somebody that, you know, morally and ethically really walks the line of truth and integrity.
And he's John Wick.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to shut the fuck up. He kills so many people.
Yeah, with a pencil, he's like, hey, bah! That was amazing.
I mean, he's killed people with everything.
Yeah.
In those movies. I mean,
You know, music,
yeah.
video games, all of those things.
But the video games one is an interesting one, because there's arguments that video games actually squash the feelings that people have of violence, because they allow people to have like a cathartic release through doing these things.
Yeah.
And then there's arguments that they desensitize people. And I don't know which ones are correct.
I mean, I used to play video games a lot when I was fighting. You know, it was as you know, I'm not somebody that cannot do things, so I'm not good at just
sitting still.
Yeah, sitting still. So recovery for me in between workouts, you know, Greg Jackson would lock me out of a gym. Like, you know, you can't train 5 times today, Tim. Like, get out. So I would have to do something, and you know, he'd be like, "No, don't walk the Sandia Mountains. You know, like don't go up the trail. Can you just do something?"
So he was trying to just get you to recover from the training routine.
Yeah,
yeah.
So like video games was a way that I could just sit there, throw on, you know, the pressure cuffs on my legs or ice something while I would sit there and relax.
And what kind of games would you play?
I loved first-person shooters, you know, Call of Duties.
Yeah.
And but being a shooter and having, you know, obviously been in combat a bunch of times, it was artificial. It didn't. I still wanted to go out and shoot, you know, shooting definitely, and training and dry firing and practicing is that cathartic process, like really scratches that itch of wanting to drill and train. What I experienced was afterwards, I actually had more like pent up energy, you know, because I'm doing like all these intense things, but it's this artificial experience that, I mean, like jerking off compared to going with your partner and having an amazing intimate experience. 2 totally different things. You know,
I hate
like,
the term partner.
Yeah, thank you.
We've talked about this.
Yeah,
it's not a partner.
I was done.
Yeah, tell the story.
Oh man. So I'm in New York last week on the book tour. I walk into a coffee shop and we're like right off Times Square. And I walk in and I ask the barista for an oat milk cappuccino, which is my favorite beverage. And my wife, I ask if she can have a cafe au lait with oat milk. And the barista, and I say it just like that, I'll have a oat milk cappuccino, please. And my wife would like a cafe au lait. And my wife is really shy and doesn't even like to talk to people she doesn't know, to include, you know, people at a restaurant. So she oftentimes was like, "Hey, will you order for me?" So I wasn't man answering for her. I get it. As a feminist. She
requests it.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
And the lady corrected me, calling her my wife, and said, "You mean partner?" No, this is my wife. This is my wife. Oh. And she would like a cafe au lait, please. Just bonkers.
Imagine how crazy you have to be to talk to a grown man and tell him to not call your wife. That there is a correct way to announce her. This partner.
I didn't know what to do.
I think it's partner. So you should do that too, Tim.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's young people today. They're out of their fucking mind. That's what I'm worried about. These poor fucks that are stuck in the fog of woke, that are just trapped in these universities, and then they get out and they exist in these weird bubbles, like LA or New York in particular.
They're dangerous.
They're just nuts. They think that that's how you're supposed to be. Imagine correcting someone if they said, "my partner." Like, imagine if you say, "I'll have a cappuccino and my partner would like a tall black coffee." Oh, you mean your wife?
Yeah.
Now that's my fucking. I said partner.
Yeah,
that's the word I like. I like partner. I'm going to use that one.
Yeah.
Imagine correcting someone there. You'd be just as gross.
I couldn't imagine.
It's just so dumb. Like, what do you give a fuck what he's calling? You know what it is? It says he's married to that lady. He said wife. That's how you say it. That's how people have said it forever.
So I'll literally do whatever she wants, and that's how she'd like to be referred. So
Jesus Christ, people are nuts. But it's just the idea that somehow or another it's better to say partner than wife. Why would it be better?
Gender neutral.
What the fuck? It's a woman.
Yeah.
You're married to a woman. Women are still okay. It's still okay to be a woman.
Especially this one.
She, her, still all right. You can still have that in your pronouns in your Twitter bio. Fucking A, man.
I'm learning how all of it works still.
I don't get it. I don't think anybody knows. It'll change. It'll change with the tide. It'll turn and it'll go down a new road soon, and you know we're all going to be identified as animals. We're all going to be fox kin.
Yeah. I'm not ready for it.
I'm not ready for any of this. I don't understand why anybody would think that it's okay to correct you. That doesn't make any sense. I completely understand. I don't like it when men say, "This is my partner." I mean, like, it's your fucking wife, man. It's okay to be married. It's okay to say wife.
It has been a nonstop attack on, you know, like the vernacular and verbiage that we use.
Yeah.
You know, and it's in every forum, in every opportunity. You know, like in Twitter, like on Instagram, it's telling you, it'll like populate sometimes, ask you like, "Would you like to add your pronoun?" Or it's like, I don't care. Sure. Yeah, I don't. Whatever. Yeah. You just have to tell me how it works.
I just don't know why it's so important all of a sudden. And I
think it's
get
'cause
transgender representation. I get that. And it's a very small percentage of the people, and those people deserve love and respect.
for sure, and I'll fight for them everywhere I can.
I get all that. But don't put that on me.
Yeah.
I've never needed to say my fucking pronouns. Look at my beard. I'm a man. Let's move on.
Shaved head.
Yeah, look at this.
I'm a 220-pound
Yeah.
ape. There's no question what I am.
Let's move on. Let's move on. You could be whatever you want, but leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. I've spent most of my adult life kind of protecting groups of people that can't protect themselves.
Yes.
So I totally sympathize and am empathetic to trying to protect everybody and their beliefs.
Yes.
But it also stops at where you are. Like, you don't get to project that belief onto my beliefs because I have my own beliefs. You don't need to protect my beliefs. I can protect my own beliefs. But let's just stay over here.
I think it's a small amount of people that are doing it, but the problem is it's like it undermines all the goodwill that people have towards like these group of progressive-minded folks. It's the small amount of people that want to force compliance. They want to force people to behave and think a very certain way.
Yeah, I mean, back to mental health, I think with shooters, you see a reoccurring theme. You see broken nuclear families. These young broken men are missing serious masculine elements of who they are. When you look at them, and I'm profiling, I am generalizing here. You see a very similar young man every single time. He's weak, he's frail, and he's broken. And there's nothing more dangerous than a broken, not healthy masculine figure. Testosterone's a beautiful thing, and one of the great things about the military is they enhance and they build all of this kind of ability to do very efficient violence. But they also show you how to control it and how to manage it and the vertical of the chain of command and when is it appropriate. Here's your rules of engagement. So it's very controlled, and by this process, this arduous refiner's fire of shaping a human into a weapon, that you have a healthier thing. You have this healthy, beautiful, masculine thing that is very, very different. If you look at me and all of my friends in the special operations community, like, these are healthy, great men that love their wives and they love their children and they love America and like the warrior society and the warrior culture is like this nice balance of they're fit, they get great night's sleep, they are very good at violence. I mean, Jordan Peterson himself said like a good man isn't a useless man. A good man is one that is capable and strong and powerful, but knows how to control it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't agree more. And when you look at these young broken men, you see the same trend over and over again. And they are missing these important moments that shape them as men. And then they have testosterone and they have strength and they have violence and they've never known how to channel it. You had martial arts. I had martial arts. I had the military. We had really healthy ways to burn that kind of growth and learn, getting our asses beat on the mats.
And learn discipline.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the incel of the world and the
Is that
people,
just black coffee?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The incels and the people that just never have these experiences where they learn how to channel their aggression and learn how to harness their discipline and learn how to be a fucking man. It's an issue. It's a real issue. And this whole, I think, there's like, it's become a disparaged term, like to be a man.
Yeah.
But that's a really important thing to learn how to be. Like, when you see someone who holds their shit together and stays calm under pressure, and you like, wow, you admire that person. Yep. That's to be admired.
Yeah.
It is a thing. It's an important thing. It's just we are so goddamn comfortable in this country. And we're so accustomed to it, and it's been accentuated by the comfort that people experience from being able to talk shit on social media. So you have this very distorted perception of what's acceptable in terms of how to communicate with other humans.
It's weird. I was in Ukraine a week ago, and the men there have been hammered for resistance. Being on the border of Russia, obviously they've known what was coming for a generation, and they have been training relentlessly for the past 20 years. And the young men that you can walk down the streets of Kyiv and Mariupol, Dnipro, and there is not a fat human in sight. There is not a just a complacent human anywhere to be seen. Every single person there has been hardened, not just in body, but also in mind. And then, I flew from there to Amsterdam, direct back to LA, or back to Austin, which is cool that we have a direct to Amsterdam now. And I land, the moment the plane lands, I get off, I take 5 steps out of the gate, and I'm like, I'm back in America. And there's just like weak, soft
sloppy
people everywhere.
God,
So
there's
sad.
so many sloppy people here. And if you bring that up, you're fat shaming.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
It's like shame. It only listen. There's things that you have no control over, like literal no control over. Like to shame someone for a disability is a horrendous act. It's a horrendous thing to do. But to shame someone for slovenly behavior,
For things that they have a choice about.
yeah, that's actually probably good for them.
Especially when they're it's a
feeling.
bad choice,
Yeah.
that will negatively affect us. Like my insurance rates are very, very high because my insurance has to pay for a lot of unhealthy people. Obviously COVID just like went rampant through the community of unhealthy people.
Yeah.
Like I changed nothing about my life. I still worked out every single day. I still went to the gym every single day. I still flew in the helicopters
I
every
remember you
single day.
texted me when you got it. You're like, I finally got it. It was
and I was
almost 2 years in.
and it took, I'm not gonna tell you how I got it, but it was really hard for me to get it, and it was.
Hey, Canada. Have you ever gotten undressed only to realize you were in front of an open window? How did that make you feel? Exposed? Vulnerable? Well, going online without using ExpressVPN is like being naked in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. That's because your internet provider can see and record everything you do online. Your internet provider like AT&T or Verizon can see every website you visit. And in some countries, governments can force them to turn your browsing activity into them without a warrant. But it's not just internet providers. If you're using Wi-Fi at work, at a hotel, Airbnb, or even at home, the owners of that Wi-Fi can also see everything you're up to. Imagine all those people getting a list of everything you've ever clicked on. Kind of worse than being naked in front of a window, isn't it? That's why when I go online, I like ExpressVPN running in the background. Guys, I've been saying this for years. I've talked about ExpressVPN on my show and even on my buddy Tim Dillon's show. If you use the internet in any shape or form, you need to start using ExpressVPN. The app is so easy to use. You just tap on one button and all of my traffic gets sent through a secure encrypted server. ExpressVPN is like tinted windows on my internet connection. I can see out, but no one can see in. So make sure you secure your online activity today with the VPN that I trust to keep me private. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan today. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. And you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Was when I was really excited. And
You're
then,
not going to tell me how you got it?
No, because I'll get somebody in trouble.
But it was, by the time you got it, though, it was already Omicron.
Yeah.
Which I got, and I literally had for 1 day. I was positive for a day.
Worst.
I'd had the real one, the Delta.
Yeah.
And, that was only 3 days. I was positive for 5 days.
I felt sick for like 4 hours. I hadn't slept in 2 days. I was working on the border.
That's how it always is, right?
Yeah. And I was working, and then I came back. And I was like, is it because the border has like this moon dust all along the Del Rio River? And so I was like, is this just because I was outside, running and chasing people? So I'm like, is this just moon dust in my sinuses, or do I feel like crap? And I kind of had like a headache, and I never lost my taste of smell. And I was like, I'm gonna take a test, and I got a positive. I was like, oh my god, I got it. And then I put on a sweatsuit, and I got on my assault bike, and I burnt 1,000 calories in an hour, which was pretty rad. And then I came in, and the worst part of the whole experience was like, I went to my wife, and I was like, well, I don't have to go to work for a couple of days. What are you doing? And she's like, are you insane?
You literally have COVID.
Yeah, you literally have COVID. I was like, but is it? And anyways, then she got mad at me.
Well, that's how it goes.
Didn't work out.
So since we've talked last on the podcast, you have been, let's go all the way back to Afghanistan because you were there.
Yep.
Oh God, indeed, you were there during the worst of it when the pullout was happening.
Yep. So, yeah, with 20-something deployments overseas, I've never seen anything like Afghanistan during the fall of Afghanistan. I don't know who was at a strategic level not anticipating that the Taliban, every time that we moved an inch on the ground, that the Taliban would not move an inch on the ground. So myself and all of my peers, all my colleagues, fully forecasted what was going to happen. So as soon as we started collapsing that ground, there was no doubt in any of our minds that every inch of ground that we gave up was ground that the Taliban was going to take. So when we gave up, Kandahar and Bagram, the two strategic military bases, that means that we just gave up the rest of the country. And we, having been at war there for 20 years and, multiple trips over there, we have lots of friends that deployed with us there. The Afghans have a special operations unit called the Commandos. We worked alongside them. Our interpreters are obviously from Afghanistan, so they live in Afghanistan, but they work for us. These people have security clearances. They love the idea of democracy and freedom. They love the idea of a free, independent Afghanistan. They want their daughters to be educated, and those ideals, that philosophy, does not align with the Taliban. So as Taliban start taking over Afghanistan, my phone just starts exploding from all of my friends and asking me to go, contracting companies saying, hey, I'll pay you 10 grand a day to go grab this guy. But none of it was altruistic, none of it was the right call to action. It was lots of people. Yes, it was going to go and save life, but it was for money. And I was just waiting for, I don't know what I was waiting for. I wasted 2 days trying to figure out what is the right thing to do here. Until my phone rang. I was in the middle of writing that book, and I was with Nick Palmisciano, who's my co-author on this book. He's sitting next to me. We're working. My phone rings. Chad Robichaux calls me, and he was a Marine special operations guy that had multiple deployments there, and he had a translator named Aziz, and Aziz worked specific to special missions units, like the tip of the spear type units. And Aziz had already been told that they're coming to find him, and Aziz was on the run with his family, and they were very, very explicit about what they're going to do to his wife and his children in front of him before they kill him. And then like Aziz's friends start being murdered. And so Chad calls me and says, hey man, I'm going to go get Aziz. Can you help me? And I said, yes, I'm on my way. At the same moment, next to me, Nick is talking to a young woman named Sarah Verardo. Sarah is this like powerhouse. She runs the Independence Fund, which is a military veteran nonprofit that takes care of severely wounded veterans and give them chairs, like automatic track chairs. Her husband is one of the worst. This is a weird title to hold, but he is one of the worst wounded veterans from the Afghan war. That's her husband, and she's the provider and care and sole care provider. I don't know what the right word is. She takes care of him. And he was wounded in Afghanistan, so her heart is like but she has lots of friends in the government. So in this moment, we have the right kind of two people. I have a good mission. I know what I'm going to do. It's morally right, and somebody has to do it, or Aziz and my friend's friend is going to be murdered. And I have a method. Sarah can get us routes and approval from the government. So the four of us started this NGO called Save Our Allies. And that phone call was the beginning of what is now, what was the most successful NGO movement.
What's an NGO?
A non-government organization, a nonprofit. So Save Our Allies, like that call initiated it. Nick and I were on a plane into the Middle East the next day. We flew into the UAE. The Crown Prince was like the most generous host that you could imagine. One of our friends used to ride motorcycles with the Crown Prince, and he said, I will give you a C-17 plane if you can land it, fill it up with a perfect manifest of people and get it out, I'll give you another plane. And that was the initial promise. And 10 days later, we moved 12,000 people out of Afghanistan. 11% of everybody that left the country during the evacuation, me and 3 of my friends on the ground, and 12 of us total in the Middle East moved. And everybody remembers, people hanging onto the landing gear of aircraft and falling to their death. Like that was peak Afghanistan withdrawal. And that is when we got there.
So when you say that it was like nothing you had seen in 20 years of being deployed,
yeah,
in what way?
I mean, Taliban's going to Taliban, so they are definitely doing their thing. But it was the desperation of the people trying to find a way to live. So at each of these gates, a NEO operation, it's a non-combatant evacuation operation. It's a military operation if a NEO takes place. They keep calling it a NEO, but that's if the military ran it. And if the military ran it, you would see, a special forces unit with a big, like the Ranger Regiment or 82nd Airborne, that'd come in, they'd build this huge exterior perimeter, they'd control the ground strategically. Then it would be like the clockwork of a military operation as planes are coming in and planes are coming out, and we're building manifests, we're confirming that everybody that goes on the plane are the right people. This was not a NEO. This was run by the State Department. So instead of think a big strategic military operation, think the airport became an embassy. And like in the movies, you're running the embassy, and if you get in, you're safe, and then they'll get you out. That's how they started treating HKIA, the airport in Kabul, as an embassy. So the military just secured the perimeter of the embassy, the airport, and anybody that got on the airport was able to get out. Except the military wasn't allowed to go outside of the airport, so all the people in the city of Kabul were stuck. That's where we had to come in. So we had to go out into Kabul and grab the people and then smuggle them past the Taliban to get them onto planes. And to answer your question, that perimeter of the base where the gates, there's tens of thousands of people that were lining up here, and they maybe walked a few days. So by the time they get there, they're dehydrated. They have nothing there. There's no food. There's no water. The Taliban, if there's too many people, they'll just take a magazine and just dump it into the crowd to move them back, or to like crowd control them. They'll just dump a magazine into a crowd of people. The women, they would float babies like you're at a baseball game with a beach ball. They would float the baby towards the gate, and then hope in the hopes that a Marine or a soldier would reach down and grab the baby and bring it into safety. And when that didn't work, the moms would take the babies and they'd try to throw them over the walls. Well, guess what's on either side of the wall? Concertina wire. There's fucking concertina wire on both sides of this wall.
Christ.
So these babies would land in the wire, and we're in the middle of moving, hundreds of people at a time, like smuggling them past the Taliban, and I'm stepping over a baby in water, or there's like a small body that's on fire that was burnt alive by the Taliban. One of the teams, as they went out into Kabul, and they just missed it by seconds. They're going to go pick up this woman that was a journalist for the Afghan one of the Afghan news organizations, but the Taliban got to her first. They pull up, the Taliban see these guys in the car, they drop her on the hood of the car, and they execute her on the car as they just look at the dudes in the car. There's nothing that they can do. Just execute her. This was every day. So when I said a level of desperation I've never seen before, this is like no American can imagine that type of desperation. And that was everywhere you looked.
And how long were you there for while this was happening?
Our ground team, there's myself and 3 other like personnel recovery experts. We were there total for 10 days.
And did it dissipate somewhat? No,
it just got more desperate. So everybody that was watching on television they saw curated, controlled information, is way worse on the ground. So what looked like a semblance of an assembly line of planes taking off and planes coming in, well, that is inside a controlled environment. That was on the base. Outside, if you go 1,000 meters outside of the wire, it is just chaos, anarchy, apocalyptic level madness. Like really, really, really total Taliban experience out there.
Man. And so when you're leaving 10 days later, how are you feeling?
One of the guys with us is codenamed Sea Spray. He didn't eat in those 10 days. He lost 20 something pounds in the 10 days that he was there. And, he could like nibble on a cracker and drink water just because he didn't have any enzymes left in his stomach to break anything down. When you're running out the wire to grab a family and come back in, you don't really have time to think about what you're stepping over, but you still see it. And that's the thing that tortures my mind is I still saw it all, but I didn't have the time to address it emotionally, think about this dead body I'm stepping over, because I'm really busy trying to get to this family. And then when I get to this family and I confirm, we had to be really judicious in how we confirmed who the people were. If I brought back one person that wasn't the right person to bring back, I would consider myself a failure in the whole entire mission. If I bring back one radical terrorist that's not escaping but trying to get to the United States, and everything would be for naught. So we had a really deliberate Department of State, Department of Defense approved manifest that would go officially through the government. They would submit all of their paperwork. They would have, digital versions of it. So I would then give them a location on the ground where they would have to meet me. And then once I met up with them, they would have a far recognition signal that would be, not to like give up the tradecraft, but they'd have a way to let me know that that is the right person, and that then would come face to face, and then they'd have another thing like a secret word that they had to sneak into a sentence, and that's a near recognition signal. And then they have to give me their documents, and the documents have to be real, and it has to be the right person and the same ones that were submitted. So cool, I got the right person. So come on, I got your family. Why are these other 40 people with you? They're like, oh, it's my cousin and and her family, and it's my brother and his family, and it's like they gotta stay. Like, you're coming with me, and they're staying. Sorry, you can get in the car. You can't. You have 5 seconds. Then by that time, usually the Taliban have spotted us, and it's a foot race to make it back into the wire before they catch us.
And what happens to the people that get left behind?
They're murdered or used. There's pilots and they're doctors and they're engineers, and they run the sewage system. They run the electrical plant. So they're trying to get out, but the Taliban want them to stay because all the infrastructure that's built there are operated by people that were friendly to the Americans. So they want, if they want their power plant to work, they have to have all of the engineers that ran it. So they don't want them to leave. They don't want the pilots to leave because their airport won't work. They don't have anybody to run their air traffic control. They don't have anybody to, make sure the water purification system works properly. So they're trying to keep all of those people there, but all of those people know that they'll then be slaves to the Taliban. So they're trying to get out. And that's the tough catch-22 position that we were in.
I can only imagine the frustration that so many people like yourself who've been over there must have to how this was all handled. That they should have known what was going to happen if you just decided to pull out the way they did.
But yes, I mean, the level of frustration, I've never seen anything like it in my lifetime in the military where there was that many men and women from the military so active and unified in we have to do something. I'm never going to forget my countrymen's response to Afghanistan and Ukraine, the generosity of just America. It's a different thing from being, that nationalist compared to being a patriot. These patriots were throwing money to pay for gas on planes. They were, helping us buy buses to position out in Kabul. Like, we literally bought buses that we would put in intersections to have people meet there, and they would bring that bus onto the air base. And none of this would have been possible, without the UAE and the Crown Prince and the Sheikh, without their generosity, and then without the American people just stepping up, and veterans especially. They just, I just never seen it. So as angry as I am as to the way that we strategically did that withdrawal, I have never been more proud of the American people. It was amazing.
It's great that you could have that perspective while also encountering such a horrific scene. Because I got to imagine that the horrific aspects of it would be overwhelming for most people.
Yeah. You kind of focus at the work. I love Mr. Rogers. I do. He said this thing, parents were asking, what do we do in light of like all these terrible things that are happening? And he says, look to the helpers. You will always see people doing good work and helping. And I really take this, I don't know how that works really in the brain, but I didn't focus on, I saw all the soldiers from the 82nd being so brave, and I saw all the Marines on the walls, protecting all of these people trying to come in and trying to find the right people. I mean, they're children, they're 18, 19, 20-year-old young men and women that volunteered to serve, and then here they are thrust into this apocalypse-like scenario, and they're just they're so incredible. I look at them, I look at my team. Sean G was our ground force commander, Sea Spray, and Dave. I look at them. I see their eyes just sunken in from not sleeping for 6-7 days in a row, and but they're still going. Like, I look at that. I look at that 82nd guy as I'm like, hey man, can you pick up this concertina wire so I can slip underneath here with this little kid? He's like, yeah, bro. Picks up that's rad. But when the bomb goes off at the end of August, that was what we knew going to be the end of us being able to be effective in going outside the wire and grab people and bring them back in. The base just was going to get locked down, and that was starting to hurt. That's when I realized. So our list kept growing, right? I said we moved 12,000 people in 10 days. Like, think about 12,000. You've been to arenas with 12,000 people. In 10 days, we confirmed who they were, which is a miracle in itself. Thank you, Sarah Verardo. So Save Our Allies found these people, confirmed who they were, got them approved from the government, and then put them on a plane and flew them out in 10 days. But after the bomb happens and we are limited in our ability to be effective, and this list is growing and growing and growing, that is when like my soul just starts dropping out the bottom, because the list grows and we're not bringing anybody else in. So Sean G, our ground force commander, listening to him tell Sarah, she's like, well, what's the point of us still making this list? He's like, so we know who we left behind. And I was just like, man, this is dumb. Like, this is really bad.
How many people got left behind?
40,000 on our list, I think.
Do we have any idea what happened to them?
We left back Americans. Like, they are in the control of the Taliban if they're alive. So we're still actively working. Like, we have been. So we have now moved 17,000 people total out of Afghanistan. So we've moved another 5,000 people since Afghanistan became fully under control of the Taliban. And
how do you get them out while it's in control of the Taliban?
We're very sneaky.
So it's 5,000 people covertly.
Yeah. and we have so we like lily pad. Once you get them out, you take them to a place, Qatar, UAE, Pakistan, and you stage them there as you work through the Department of State immigration process. And immigration right now is a pretty tough thing to work through. Gordon Ryan, is a great example. His amazing, wonderful wife, he's trying to get her processed through legally. My best friend, Nick Palmisciano, who wrote that book with me, his wife, it took her 2.5 years, and she did everything perfect. 2.5 years with a green card to become an American citizen. So we have 5,000 people that are stuck in this process. A little shout out to some of the senators that are pushing to extend the SIV application. So that's the special immigration visa. It's a special visa for people coming from war-torn countries. It was going to end where that SIV visa wouldn't be applicable, and Mike Waltz and Senator Tillis and the guys like that are stepping up, being like, no, like we have a bunch of allies still that are stuck. Let's figure out what to do with them first.
How was that not taken into consideration before we pulled out? I just don't understand how anyone in good conscience could have handled it the way they did. And why did they handle it the way they did? Was there a reason?
There was a date that was set on the campaign trail that we would be pulling out after 20 years. And so on September 11th, 2021, when I say we, America, said that we were going to be leaving Afghanistan and to stay true to those campaign promises. And, I'm not like against leaving Afghanistan. I didn't want to fight in Afghanistan anymore. I don't think anybody else did. And having been there for 20 years, like whether it was a good war, a feudal war, that's for strategic level people to argue about. But the way that we left, that was really problematic, obviously. I don't know.
Have we ever done anything like this before?
Yeah. I mean, it happened in Saigon at the end of the Vietnam War. We have, you go all the way back to Sun Tzu. He tells you how to retreat. If you can see other instances where we did it poorly, like Dunkirk, like had the Englishmen not stood up and hopped on private-owned boats and crossed the channel, there's a good chance that all of Great Britain would have fallen to the Nazis. That was a bad plan. So yeah, it's happened multiple times, but I don't know why we just don't seem to learn from history, and then we just bury history intentionally. It's bonkers.
Yeah, it is bonkers. It's got to be a strange feeling to be you, to have experienced so many of the things you've experienced, and then to come back here and see all these people that are just blissfully ignorant of what's going on in the world while they're stuffing their face with Krispy Kreme donuts.
Yeah, it's kind of insulting a little bit. Memorial Day just happened, and I think about all of the amazing men and women that have fought so bravely for this country, and I'm like, so what are we doing to make sure their sacrifice was worth it, right? Are we really moving forward the ideals that it is to be an American? And I think being an American is a beautiful thing, and the ideals that this country were founded on are beautiful, powerful things. And but then it's not appreciated and totally taken for granted.
Yeah, completely. And I don't think there's any way to really educate people on what's happening unless you physically expose them to it, or unless they make a concerted effort to educate themselves. So many people they don't know. Like, we pulled out of Afghanistan, there was some noise in the media for like a few weeks.
It was like 45 days.
Yeah, and then gone. Yeah. And then it drifted off. And I was well aware that there were still people left behind there. And I'm like, well, what happens to those people? And it's just the discussion just ended. And then, they're mad at somebody for doing something on TV or somebody did something here.
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are getting a divorce.
There's something. There's always some distraction. Will Smith slaps Chris Rock, and that's it. We stop talking about it. And meanwhile, it's one of the biggest clusterfucks in the history of this country. In terms of...
That was the largest evacuation in American history, like ever. And it was... There's no way. I would love to be able to put numbers, but there's no way for us to assume or guess the type of atrocities and the number of them that happened outside. The ones I saw firsthand, I would take pages of this notebook, and there's thousands of soldiers that saw that every single moment, and that was just within eyes distance. Who knew what happened 3 blocks in where the actual Taliban checkpoints were? So every route into the base was controlled by the Taliban, and every military expert on the planet, whoever controls the outside perimeter actually controls that ground. So the Taliban controlled the outside perimeter, so they controlled the airport. Everybody that got into that base was either able to circumvent, get past one of the Taliban checkpoints, or had to go through it. It's like, oh, thank you for this passport. What is your job? Your occupation is you are a plumber. You can't leave. Oh, you worked for the Americans. I have you on this list. You cannot leave. And then you're just with the Taliban.
And if I'm not hearing it from you, I'm not hearing it. This is the problem. It's like it's a crazy scenario, and it's not being discussed publicly.
No, because it's not comfortable to talk about, like mental health. It seems like all these things that we should be talking about, we don't want to talk about because they're kind of bummer topics, but they have to be. We have people left in Afghanistan, and we have some of the people that we got out of Afghanistan that are trapped in these lily pad countries that can't make it back. I'm not even saying they have to come to the United States, but we have to do something with them, right? I personally escorted a couple hundred into Albania. Amazing. George Soros's son, got to meet him, and he paid. These were all, I think they were employees, or they're on an internship program in Afghanistan, but a lot of them were Afghan, Albanian dual citizens. And George Soros Jr. paid for these guys to be brought back to Albania. So I took a plane full of a couple hundred people and flew them into Albania. And this is one of the wildest things. I get on a C-17. Bomb has gone off. 13 Americans die. The base is shut down. I mean, it is a fortress now. Nobody's coming on. Nobody's going off. The plumbing is going out. There's no more clean water. They're taking tractors and driving over night vision and rifles so we don't leave them behind. I'm watching a boot Marine take a pickaxe and go into a helicopter and just start destroying the helicopter. And
wow.
Like a Black Hawk or
Jesus
a Little
Christ.
Bird. And as an aspiring helicopter pilot that would love to buy a helicopter, I'm watching them destroy a Sikorsky. I'm like, oh my God, it was to destroy me. And this is happening all around us as bombs going off, and you hear gunfire and things are burning. We're starting to destroy all of our sensitive documents, and we're just collapsing down this base. We pack a C-17 full of people. A C-17 wrap closes. I have to get on a military C-17 because my plane out, which was a private jet that we had set up as our emergency evacuation, it crash lands in Pakistan. As it's flying into Afghanistan, it has an engine go out, so it has to do an emergency crash landing into Pakistan. And now I'm sitting here in Afghanistan, I don't know how I'm getting out.
Oh, God.
I have no idea. And so fortunately, the military's amazing, and they took care of us. And so they flew the 4 of us volunteers. I'm not there in any military capacity. I'm fully there as a civilian working for an NGO, an approved government nonprofit. So with authorities all the way up and down. And I get on this military C-17 and the ramp closes, And as that like last little bit of Afghanistan light finally leaves my vision, I turn around and I see these 400 people sitting on the floor of a C-17. They've never been in an aircraft before. They've never left Afghanistan before. That vast majority of them. And, and I'm thinking about all the people that we left behind. And the way that you leave a combat zone is way different than the way that we take off from like an airport. Like this nice gradual slope. The way military planes take off or land, it is like full power, straight up, and they start doing like these maneuvers to make sure that they don't get shot out of the sky. So all of these people on this plane are freaking out. And the old women who are exhausted and dehydrated, they start passing out. And just so people get an understanding of who these people are that we're bringing out, I'm like, hey, I need a doctor. Is there a doctor in here? Like 17 people stand up. All some Americans, some Afghan doctors. There was like an orthopedic surgeon. There's a vascular surgeon. And so like they all just come in, and that's who's on these planes. These aren't just, I know it's really easy to like, oh, there are these brown people from the Middle East. That is so racist and wrong. Like these are amazing humans that are educated and they speak English. And
they just happen to be trapped in Afghanistan.
They just have to be born and then trapped in Afghanistan. And then the plane lands, and we're figuring out what to do with all these people. And like, hey, we already have a place to move this next group. So I got a couple hours of sleep. I got a little bite of food. And then I hopped on another plane to bring these people into Albania. And I take them to Albania, and there's this beautiful resort on the water that Mr. Soros Jr. had financed. And when I get there, these kids are out in the grass, and they're playing, and they're drawing, and they're giggling, and they're laughing. And it was just, my brain couldn't compute. Like these people were I just brought these people out of Afghanistan. It was just really, really cool. The resilience, like how beautiful of a species we are. They had mental health teachers there that were already present for these children to start working through this experience they just had. Pretty rad.
Fuck.
Heavy.
What was when they decided to pull out? What was the strategy in terms of like getting people out? Did they have any?
No.
So it was just like, figure it out on your own. We're going to leave. And all the people that worked as translators, all the people that worked as our allies, they just left them.
Yeah, but buena suerte. Good luck.
Now, how would they ever expect anyone to cooperate with us?
Ever again?
Yeah.
I don't know. Or what kind of message that sends our current allies.
Yeah.
If you're...
And just to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
What are we?
I think Afghanistan was a contributor to Putin's enthusiasm to go into Ukraine. He's like, what are they going to do? They're not going to do anything. In one of the military bases, the two kind of big ones were Kandahar and Bagram. I think it was Bagram. The Afghan general that ran Bagram base, American forces in the dead of night loaded all of their people and the stuff that they could carry into the planes that they had, left the base. He woke up to an empty base with Taliban just driving onto the most strategic piece of land in the whole entire country. And the Taliban just like walk into the arms room, open the door, and start grabbing ARs off the racks that the military just left there. Fuck. Night vision, PVS 31s. Taliban's like,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Infuriating.
Yeah, like what was the price tag on the amount of stuff that was left behind? It's some preposterous number.
It's like 40, 70 billion. I don't know. That is a really Googleable number. Is that a verb now?
Googleable?
Yeah,
Should
Googleable.
Be. Should be.
I think it is.
Yeah. If you Google, that's a verb, right?
Yeah.
I Googled it. Yeah.
Tens of billions of dollars. I don't remember the exact number, but it's wild.
And is anyone accountable for this? Does anybody apologize? Like, how does this work? Does anybody say we fucked up? We could have done this better?
I mean, that's all on the public relations department of the government to do. on the voter side, like the only way that you affect change is by voting. So the consequence to bad policy is the people choosing people that enact different policies.
The problem is we're so tribalized, we're so polarized in this country that there's people that will vote Democrat no matter what.
That's wild to me. So I am a radical centrist. You know, like I look at these two fringe sides and I like, bro, you're crazy. On the far right, right? They're like looking on the far left. I'm like, ooh, bro, you're crazy. And I'm just like in the middle being like, oh, who here thinks that Afghanistan was a wreck? A bunch of people raise their hands. Okay, cool. Who thinks that we should enact legislation to protect schools and spend money to be able to harden our schools and address mental health? And like everybody raises their hand. Not a single hand has stayed down, right? And then you're like, who thinks that it's a great plan for Russia to be able to take land that leads up to NATO countries? You know, loving NATO or like Ukraine, don't like Ukraine, think they're corrupt, any of it. Like everybody is gonna be like, yeah, I don't want communism at my door. And then you go, well, who thinks there's a problem with immigration right now? And I mean, obviously in Texas, every Texan is going to be like, bro, there's a crazy problem. But like everybody generally is like, yeah, I think the immigration system's broken. Let's figure out how to fix it. Even if you're like, no, build the wall, or no, let them all in, everybody still agrees that there's a problem with immigration. We have to fix it. So in the middle here are just a bunch of people with a lot of issues that we all agree need to be fixed. And then I guess we can't have a conversation because we are so divided about what the best solution is.
I think there's a giant percentage of us that are in the middle, but there's enough people that are so crazy on either side that you choose to say, that crazy I just can't tolerate, so I'm going to join in with this crazy.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm gonna side with Antifa because I think the Proud Boys are gross.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that kind of a thing. Like that's what people tend to do. They tend to decide to side with one of the tribes, even though they probably have a conglomerate or conglomeration of ideas that they've adopted from sort of both. Maybe economically they're more conservative, but socially they're more liberal. It's like most people are kind of in the middle. Yep. And this is, I think, one of the things that happened during COVID is that people were sort of alarmed by the way some of the governments handled things, particularly the way Canada handled things, the way some of the states handled things. And it made people lean towards whatever side was going to impose less restrictions on them and respect freedom more. Florida grew. Texas grew. Yeah, Arizona grew. Places, Nevada grew. People got the fuck out of California because they're like, I don't like where this is going.
Yeah.
And I need to be someplace where I feel like I'm not going to be restricted in my actions by a government that really doesn't have a good idea on how to protect me anyway. And they want to infantilize me in some sort of a way.
Yeah. I just released this documentary called No Help Us Coming. And, you know, it addresses that specifically. You know, they're like, it's all up to you. You know, as Trudeau and Gavin Newsom just landed in California and had a thing last week, and there's like pictures of them together, and you're looking at like the draconian level legislation that is happening in Canada and California similarly, and then the number of people that are just running for their lives to get away from those type of things. You look at Australia and you're like, that is Australia? They had concentration camps in Australia? You know, like, is this real? Is this 2022? I guess it is. And
well, they were quarantine camps.
And
they concentrated people there.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't concentration camps.
But they were just
quarantine camps. And even if you've had COVID and gotten over it, and even if you only have it mildly, you have to be in a camp.
Yeah.
Even though it's a respiratory disease, and there's no history ever of being able to control a respiratory disease. Anything that spreads the way COVID spread, particularly that one, which is one of the most contagious diseases we've ever experienced.
Yeah.
Especially Omicron, so fucking contagious. Like, good, you're not containing that.
No. I just really like freedom.
I think it's super important, and I've always thought it was important, but I realize how important it is once I moved to Texas, because it's not just that Texas gave you more freedom. It changed the way people behaved during the pandemic, as opposed to California, where people are still afraid. They're still terrified. I mean,
people are traumatized.
Yeah.
They're not healthy.
No. There was a level of anxiety that existed already there. I mean, there's so many people in California that are on antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication, and they're freaking out already, and they're not doing jack shit with their body.
Yeah.
There's sedentary lifestyle, and they're seeking to mitigate some of the problems that come with that with pharmaceutical drugs. And then a pandemic hits. So they've got psychological issues, they've got cultural issues, they've got an issue with the way they view government and the way they view the government, particularly in California, that they almost want them to take care of everything. They want them to hold their hand. And then you come here and there's none of that.
No.
And that's what I loved. I'm like, we're in.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I mean, dude, I came out here 2 fucking years ago now. It's been 2 years.
You came at the right moment, man.
I did.
You dodged a bullet.
Well, I saw it coming, man. I'm one of those. I smell smoke. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm that guy because I have a lot of faith in some people. You know, I have almost no faith in most people. And I saw it was falling apart there, and I saw the paranoia and the anxiety was ramping up. And I had known so many people that had already had COVID by that point and gotten over it. And I resented this idea that I'm supposed to think about it the same way that someone who's 90 and obese is supposed to think about it. Like it's a death sentence. I'm like, I'm not thinking about it that way. I'm thinking about it. I don't want to get it, but this is not going to kill me. Like I'm 99% sure I could fucking skate through this in a healthy way if I, use the right medication and take care of myself. And why am I being locked out of the restaurants? Why can't...
Why am I being locked out of the gym?
Can't go to the gym. Yeah, you can... I mean...
The one thing that will save your life.
Even gyms outside, you were supposed to wear a mask. Like, I need to see some fucking mask data. Because these guys have bandanas on. I mean, I smell farts. I don't think this is working.
Yeah. Data is a weird... Especially around mental health right now.
Yeah.
Trying to learn about... suicide and depression and anxiety and the type of prescriptions that are being prescribed post and during COVID. Like the things that I'm seeing in the world right now are very, very scary because people are not both physically and emotionally healthy. Like we're in a really dangerous moment where we either turn a corner and start making good decisions about being individually responsible about our health and mental and physical health, or I think we're going to have some really serious repercussions. We're seeing it already, like the insane rise of suicide and substance abuse, and it's frightening. I mean, the veteran community right now, they're not even reporting the data of veteran suicides and active duty suicides because they are so high and they don't want people to know about them. You know about this?
How high is it?
So 18 to 35-year-olds are the most vulnerable population that are just coming back from a deployment for suicide. And they have seen an 80% increase, I think it was like 86% increase in suicides in that group of people coming back from combat.
And what do they attribute that to?
Every coping mechanism that should exist for a healthy human, right? Like, I get good sleep, I exercise, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I have sex with my wife, I have great friends, I have an amazing family. These are all healthy coping mechanisms that are in place for like a healthy, well-adjusted person. They're coming back, they haven't seen their wife, they've seen a whole bunch of stuff, they can't go outside and exercise, 2 years of containment where gyms are closed. They can't even go on the gym on base for like the past year and a half. And crazy. Well, I mean, not only is it crazy, but then you're breeding crazy by creating an environment that breeds crazy.
Yeah.
And then we know what the byproduct is. Like this is unprecedented mental health problems within the veteran community. So if on Instagram, like I'm posting hey, here's the suicide hotline number. Like here are ways to seek help. Find a friend. I just 2 days ago in Washington, D.C., we did a ruck around the mall in Washington, D.C. I did a post. I said, hey, come out for mental health. We had 100 people just show up to go for a walk with, 40 pounds on their backs. And I tried to kill them all. In a good, healthy way. So they couldn't kill themselves,
Right.
And all of those things like community and sweat and friendship and laughing, like those are all really great things for humans to experience. And none of that has happened for the past couple of years.
Yeah.
And heaven forbid we talk about it.
Yeah, it's the unthought of consequences of the way they enacted measures to supposedly protect us. And that thing that you just said that's very important is the amount of overdose deaths and the amount of suicides, how much it ramped up. And in many places, per age group, it far surpassed the people that were dying from COVID.
Yeah. And,
especially with young people that aren't as susceptible to COVID, but were just as susceptible to suicide.
More susceptible.
Yeah.
Young people.
Yeah.
You know, the startling statistic, by 2030, 23 times more people will die of veterans and soldiers will die of suicide than died in the whole entire combat time of the past 20 years.
Oh my God.
23
oh my
times.
God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, that's so crazy.
Yeah. So I'm just preaching the gospel. Go outside and exercise.
Yeah.
Go find a friend. You know.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with calling. And then the legislation, people are like, oh, well, maybe we enact some red flag gun laws to protect these people. I'm like, no, what you're going to do is you're going to prevent them from going and seeking help because they're going to be scared that there's not going to be any due process to get them off this list once you get them on this list.
Right.
And then you'll take their stuff. They'll never get it back. Now they're not going to do it. So whatever thought they might have had about going and getting some help, now they're not going to do it. So great. Like, you just made the problem worse.
Well, there's also the real issue, the very real issue that someone could turn you in when it's not justified.
I got a bunch of haters.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, I think I'm a pretty healthy person, but there's no doubt that they'd be like, just to piss him off, like 1-800 be a snitch.
I've looked into your Instagram comments before.
Oh, they're wild.
I don't read
Why would
my
you
own,
do
but
that?
I don't read my own, but I'll occasionally read my friends.
Yeah.
And if it's you, I mean, like if you post something controversial, I'm like let's see what the crazy. Jesus fucking Christ. I'll read into it. I'm like, what the fuck, man? And I'll click on the links, and a lot of times it's not even a real person. It's like no posts, blocked account. You can't look at their photos. There's probably no photos.
Yeah, a bunch of so Matt Best, Evan Hafer, Jared Taylor, Mike Glover, Coleon, like all of those guys. If you click on some of the people that are, and there's about 500 or 600 of these pages, and there's somebody that has built this big, huge infrastructure to target us. Mm-hmm. And they are troll comments. There's somebody writing in perfect English, whether that's a Russian bot, a China bot, or an actual just crazy troll. And they have dedicated meme pages. And, saying outlandish, wild things, that Matt Best is anti-2A or that, Tim Kennedy hates freedom.
Yeah, they were saying that Evan was anti-2A. I had to have him in here. I was like, he's like, what do I do about this? I'm like, please, come on.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. This is so fucking insane. Your company's called Black Rifle Coffee. And they're trying to say you're anti-Second Amendment. Like, what the fuck is going on?
In that confirmation bias where you have this kind of preconceived notion and then you go out and look for anything that supports your wild ideas. If I think the number 17 is my magical number, I can go out and I can find the number 17 on a freeway sign. Man, I knew it. I knew that's my magic number, right? And then I'm driving down the road, I turn left into a residential area and I look down at my speedometer. Oh, I'm at 17. And so like you start getting this belief, and it is the most dangerous thing in confirmation bias, especially when it has crazy ideas, like anti-freedom ideas or like hating a specific person, and you're looking for reasons not to like them. It is dangerous for investigators on the law enforcement side. Like we have specific measures for detectives to prevent them from using confirmation bias. Where I think you're guilty, so I'm going to start looking for evidence that supports my belief that you are guilty.
Did you ever see the Amanda Knox trial on Netflix?
No.
There's a documentary on Amanda Knox and what happened to her in Italy. It's exactly that.
Yeah.
I had her on the podcast. She's an amazing person. She's so articulate and so smart and so resilient. And what's fascinating is one of the subjects we got into was, I said, do you think you would, I would never wish this on anyone, because it happened to her when she was 20 years old. She was falsely accused of murder. There's plenty of evidence that there was this guy from Africa. They know who he is. His DNA's all over the house. His blood's in the house. Like he came into the house and he said he was in the house and said he got there when the guy was killing her and he ran away. Like the fucking story is so bad. It's so bad, and they still tried to pin it on her because that's who they initially supposed was doing it. That it killed. There's zero evidence.
Yeah.
But they tried her twice for this. But it's that kind of shitty detective work that you're talking about avoiding, because people are human and humans have egos, and egos lead you to make decisions that aren't rational or justifiable, but they support your initial assertion, which if you say, turns out I was wrong, now all of a sudden people go, well, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And nobody wants to do that.
Yeah. Heaven forbid somebody have enough inner development or interpersonal skills to acknowledge that they're wrong.
Right.
Like that doesn't happen anymore.
Well, it's like the checks and balances just weren't in place for him to accuse her in the first place. The prosecutor that accused her in the first place, he was well off. He was off. It was all wrong. But this is what we're talking about that try to avoid.
I love throwing darts at social media in that same confirmation vein. You know, when you curate your own feed and you're following a bunch of pages that it reaffirms those beliefs, and that's dangerous, where you're not getting any outs. You know, I follow people that I like way disagree with, so I can hear their ideas.
Yeah.
So that make sure that my ideas, like, man, that's a great point that she just made. Maybe I want to look into this, and then I take a little peek. Or I could be a psychopath and I could block all of those people that disagree with me, and then only follow all the people that agree with me. And I'm getting weird articles, but I'm like, oh, but that's an article that supports this crazy idea that I have.
Yeah.
And that's not healthy.
Yeah, and most people aren't very good at managing that stuff. They only just subscribe to or click on links that they're interested in, like that support their initial assertions.
Yeah.
That support their confirmation bias. And that's a giant problem with people because they don't get taught that. They don't get taught. People think of ideas as if it's a part of them. And when you have an idea about something, you want that idea to be confirmed. You want that idea to turn out to be true. So you're like, ha, I won. I'm correct. But you can't attach yourself to ideas. You can't. And you got to be willing to abandon them. You have to be.
That inquisitive mind, where I'm going to always assume that I don't understand this thing and I want to know more about it regardless. We'll use jiu-jitsu. Like I've been doing jiu-jitsu for forever. And I feel right now like I'm relearning all of jiu-jitsu because jiu-jitsu has evolved so fast in the past few years. And, I'm going up to like the Giancarlos and the Gordon Ryans and what is this thing that you just did?
Right.
So I've been doing jiu-jitsu for 30 years. What is this? This is neat.
Isn't that wild?
It's so cool. And
there's so many variables.
Or I could go back to my own gym and be in the big fish in my super tiny little pond and never adapt or never grow or never learn anything new. And when you do that intellectually, where this is what I think and this is what I know, but I'm never going to subject myself to anything different. Like, how dangerous is that?
It is very dangerous, but it's more common than not. It's more common for people to do that than it is for people to seek out new ways to learn and humble themselves with new information. And jiu-jitsu, it forces you to do that. It is really, really fascinating the changes that have taken place in jiu-jitsu. Essentially, jiu-jitsu has always evolved, right? There's like the 10th planet system that used flexibility and the closed guard and rubber guard in this really weird and interesting way. And then there's a lot of people that did that. And they would try these moves out on people and they would have no idea what the fuck they're doing. And they'd be tapping before they knew it was too late.
Yeah.
They didn't understand. And then the leg lock system came into place. And when the leg lock system came into place, it's like, oh my God, like, I stopped training really hard somewhere around the time that the leg lock systems got put into place. So I'm a baby when it comes to that. I might be a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but like when I train with Gabe Tuttle and he explains to me that all the ashigarami positions and all the different ways to counter, I'm like, holy shit, this is like starting from scratch almost. It's like I understand how to do a heel hook. I get it, but just the subtle variations on how to defend and when you're safe and when you're not safe and how to set up 2-3 moves in advance because you're knowing that this person is going to try to get out of it by going this way, so you're stopping this and then you're implementing that. It's like
crazy.
There's so much to learn.
Yeah, and then John Danaher, he's sitting there, and he's like the wildest on the spectrum, brilliant nerd, and he's like going through these steps. And I'm on the mat, and I know I'm about to drill it, but I want to run off the mat and go grab a video camera and record it so that I can, and then write it down so I'd have any chance of remembering all of the details that he put into it.
Right.
You know, and then Paulo Brandao, who is like, I'm a Hoyler Gracie black belt, and he's like the Gracie Humaida is here. I have Gracie Humaida Cedar Park. He owns Gracie Humaida South. And like, I'll go back to him and like, we'll be trying to drill these things together. And be, I'm actually useless, man. I don't even remember how to do this.
Why don't you get like a little tripod and put your iPhone on it and just like film?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
It's not a bad idea.
It's not.
I think when my knee heals up, that's my move. I think I need to, because I like all the stuff that I worked with Gabe. I'm like, God damn it! I don't know if I could demonstrate half of it.
Yeah, Gordon and John both have like online tutorials that are really amazing.
Yeah, BJJ Fanatics.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of hours of stuff.
Yeah, and they're like so easy to consume.
Yeah.
And it's formatted well, it's filmed well, the audio's good.
Yeah, it's very clear too. They're very clear in the steps of progression. Yeah. And you know what the reasons for doing each individual step are. Yeah.
They're great instructors.
Well, John is a cheat code, as Gordon Ryan puts it. He's like, where do you find one of those? Where do you find a guy who is a professor of philosophy at Columbia University, a legit super genius, who then falls in love with jiu-jitsu to the point where he's sleeping on the mats and teaching classes all day long? And coincidentally, he's injured. So because he's injured, he can't compete himself. So he pours all of his brilliance into other people because he's got an artificial hip and he needs an artificial knee, and he's really fucked from playing rugby when he was younger.
Yeah, it's he and I are going to be cornering Rory McDonald, and in
the PFL.
Yep, on the PFL.
Where's that?
It's in Atlanta on July 1st, and so getting Rory ready for this fight. First of all, that guy's a monster.
Rory's awesome.
Rory is not just a great human. I love him to death, and his wife is beautiful and such a great woman. But he has evolved as an. I've never. I mean, he's always. Do you remember the Robbie Lawler, Roy McDonald?
Oh my
one
God!
of the best
How
fights.
do you forget that fight?
Anybody who's never seen it, go and watch it.
Jesus Christ,
the Glover
that was a crazy fight
that just happened. Like
incredible.
Those two fights for me are like number one and number one. On any given day.
They're right there.
But Rory right now physically is a freak. So I'll go in right here and get beat up by him in at the 10th Planet Gym. And then I'll step out and somebody else will go in with him, and then John and I will be coaching him. And getting the opportunity to coach a fighter with John also gives me a new layer, kind of peeling back the way that his mind works. And he is truly brilliant. You know, he's a great human, he's a great coach in jiu-jitsu, but he's also a great fighter. Like, he understands how all of it works, and putting it together bespoke for a single person is pretty neat.
Yeah, he knows. He also coaches people in striking, which is wild. Yeah. Like Gary Tonin, I was like, well, who's Gary's striking coach? Like, John's Gary's striking coach too. I'm like, what? What? Yeah. But if you told me anybody else was doing it, I'm like, my God, man, go to a real striking coach. Yeah. But with Danaher, I'm like, okay, all right. I bet he can do it.
Yeah.
I bet the fucking guy has no life outside of the gym. This is what's crazy. He'll teach all day long, and then he doesn't have a girlfriend. He goes and watches fucking wrestling videos. He's watching guys from Bulgaria wrestle. He's watching, people from Japan do Kyokushin. He's just like constantly absorbing technique. It's really wild.
Yeah. My least favorite thing to hear from him is when I'm training with a person, and that person that I'm training with does a great thing. John is like, hey, great job, Gordon. You know, like, Gordon Ryan, great sweep. I'm like, oh yeah, I I'm about to get smashed. I hate hearing it on the
Hearing
side
his
of the
voice.
I just hate his voice.
Gordon Ryan put pressure on the left shoulder.
Yep. And
Gordon
very rarely
Ryan.
does he go, great job, Tim Kennedy.
Right.
That doesn't come out very often. He just laughs at me.
You have to earn that, I guess. Yeah. I've heard he's got a lot of really interesting killers that people haven't seen yet.
I've invited you a couple of times
I'm
just
gonna
to
go as soon
sit
as
there
this
and
fucking knee. I can't. I'll want to train. As soon as this knee is gotten to the point where I'm comfortable that I can push it, I'm gonna get back on the mat.
I do my conditioning in their morning class time, and we set up like our bikes and our rowers and our skiers so we can just by osmosis watch technique as they're doing it. So I'm like on the skier, just like this creep, just staring right at him, just like I'm staring into your eyes as I'm just going. My heart rate's up in the yellow, and they just laugh. It's like me and Shane and Sean Apperson. I'm that old school approach where I do my boxing separate, I do my Muay Thai separate, I do my wrestling separate, and I do my jiu-jitsu separate, and then I do MMA where I try to put them all together. But I try to develop each of those pieces as like a kind of a traditionalist.
Have you tried it other ways?
Yeah.
But you like this way? You like to like really concentrate?
Well, because I really love like the sweet science of boxing, and the footwork is different than when I do Muay Thai. And there's parts. But then I get to go and paint my MMA picture and put it all together in my style. But for me getting better in jiu-jitsu, if I just did MMA and I'm not, no gi and gi, slightly different techniques, the way I'm going to position my hip for a Kimura is going to be different. I don't have the friction, I don't have a belt to grab to prevent them from rolling forward. Like these are just slightly different variations. I like doing it really specific to each of the respective arts.
The only thing that I would think would be difficult to transition back and forth between the two would be Muay Thai and boxing. The Muay Thai boxing thing I think would be difficult because the stances are different and the fear of leg kicks. Like you can't go heavy on that front leg and move in when a guy could just sidestep and chop your calf.
Yep. I mean, if I want Lama Shako footwork and I'm only doing Muay Thai, but that footwork is really, really useful in MMA, but I'm just doing MMA and Muay Thai, like I'm never going to get the good footwork that I need to be a good boxer.
Right.
And I'm not going to get the good head movement because the head movement in Muay Thai is way different than that in boxing,
right.
And I'm not going to learn how to put my shoulder in the right position to protect my chin where I can keep my lead hand low unless I do just boxing. So if I want to take those very unique elements of boxing and then integrate it into my striking style, I do have to train that thing individually and then implement it into my style.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, it's there's certainly subtleties to each individual thing that you can't learn if you incorporate everything together. And you learn that when you see just combat jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Combat jiu-jitsu, which is a really interesting concept. I mean, at the beginning I was like, this sounds silly. You're going to smack each other. But now I'm like, this is fucking great.
This is awesome.
It makes jiu-jitsu, well, first of all, there's a lot of things, like when guys are in the 50-50 or when they're diving on heel hooks and their face is right there and someone just smash, and guys are getting TKO'd. I watched quite a few TKOs with just palm strikes to the face. You're getting smashed from the top, and you realize, like, hey, you can't just grab legs.
Yep. You
can't just grab legs when this guy has full use of his hands and he's standing over you. You're realizing like what things are actually practical.
I mean, you and I are both old enough to remember the Pancrase days.
Oh yeah,
I had 30 fights in Pancrase, half of which were knockouts.
Wow.
Like I put people to sleep
with palm strikes.
Yeah. The All Army Combatives tournament, which is like this arduous, hell of a tournament. 3 days, first day is grappling, second day is Pancrase, third day is MMA. And violent Pancrase fights with high-level fighters. And guys can hit hard.
Well, let's go back to Boss Rutan.
Yeah.
Boss Rutan was the best at it because he had the most flexible wrists.
Yep.
And he would pull his hand way back.
His jab would hurt.
Oh my
his
God!
His hook would hurt.
Smash guys like this, like he was throwing punches. Like there's quite a few. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
These are just slaps, but this shows you. And by the way, that's not even the most realistic use of that position. The most realistic use of that position, I go back to Renzo Gracie. When Renzo Gracie fought, there was a judo guy in one of those early, like, World Combat League, one of those early tournaments. Well, this fucking guy it might have been Extreme Fighting. This guy apparently was fucking with Renzo and calling him up in the middle of the night and calling his hotel room. So when Renzo got behind him, he took his back. He just elbowed the base of his brain.
That'll do it.
Boom, boom. And that's the most effective use of the back mount. But because it's illegal to hit someone in the back of the head, we don't see that. I'm not sure why it's illegal to hit someone in the back of the head, because you get hit in the back of the head all the time. Yeah. Like if you get hit with a roundhouse kick, there's a high likelihood you're getting hit in the back of the head. Because if you're standing sideways and you get neck kicked, guess where that fucking foot is landing? It's the back of your goddamn head. You get hit with a heel hook. Here's Renzo. So Renzo gets his dude's back. And look at that. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, come the fuck on.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the most effective use of the back mount, because he's using full, and obviously has a fantastic back mount too. And he's using, and the guy's tapping, he's using, and watch how he steps on him. Watch how he steps on him when he gets off him. Watch this. Because the guy was a dick.
Get out of here.
He stepped on his neck. And the referee's like, hey, you can't do that. He's like, yeah, but I just did.
I teach, I call it making soup, where you take the back. And it's nice when we're in my gym. I have a judo subfloor, Fuji mats. Like there's springs. I think there's 16 springs underneath every one of our floors. As if you're
that's great.
Yeah, like you're on an Olympic judo floor, and padded walls, air conditioning. We got fans. It's just the most conducive environment for it to be nice, safe training. You and I step out into that parking lot, the whole world changes about what jiu-jitsu should look like.
Right.
So making soup is when I take that back mount, I just take their face and I push it into the ground. Like I only need an inch for me to break his orbital socket in his nose on the concrete, and then like once those teeth and a little bit of, the cerebral spinal fluid drips out of the nose, and a little bit of the blood and gum and saliva, like that all gets mixed in front of this guy's face before the darkness slowly closes in. Like, that's the end of the fight.
On concrete and with a back mount. It's, just fighting a judo guy. Yeah. Imagine that, wearing a winter coat, fighting a judo guy in the street.
Satoshi threw me, Olympic gold medalist, just threw me to the ground over and over and over again. Danaher, he's like, how beautiful, and because I was on the receiving end of it, he said, how beautiful is it for how effective it is that he can just take somebody and put them on the ground. And I was like, yeah, it's really beautiful.
How are his submissions?
Definitely not his. I don't think he ever attacked one time.
Really, just control mostly.
Yeah. And he had great control. He was really hard to get out from under. He's really strong. He has this gigantic head.
Yeah, he's huge.
And his hands are, his grips are.
Well, he's like
wild.
5'10", 260, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was hard.
Very Mark Hunt-esque.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's such a sweetheart to train with. He was great. But being able to, I can knock you out with my fist or my elbow or my shin or my knee, but he takes the earth
and he hits you with the earth.
He hits you with the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, the earth is big.
The earth doesn't move when you hit it. It's not like a heavy bag.
You're taking a stubborn, dumb object, me, and then you're taking a movable and a non-moving object like the earth and like.
Yeah. I've seen so many horrific street fights on Instagram and YouTube where a guy picks a guy up and slams him on the ground. Yeah. It's the worst. It's the scariest thing, man, because you land head first on the ground like that when somebody hoists you up in the air.
Oh, bam!
Bam. I mean, fuck.
We back to leg locks on the ground. I was teaching a course in New York, a sheepdog response course, and there was a couple black belts that were in the course, and we're fighting for guns and knives. They're rubber guns and knives, and I'm in half guard, and I take, he had the weapon, the gun in his arm, in his waistband, and he was covering it with his arm, and I pulled it out the back. So I now have his gun, and he dives underneath like he's going to go for a leg lock. And
while you have the gun?
Oh, while I have the gun, and I was standing over him, and I'm just like, so I tap him as he's, I'm good at leg locks, and I'm just moving my feet so he's not getting it finished, but I'm tapping his forehead with the gun, and he still hadn't processed, as he's having this piece of plastic hit him in the face, and he finally opens his eyes, and the realization that I'm tapping him in the face with the gun, that as he's diving for a leg lock, how dangerous, sports jiu-jitsu is to combat jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
That's why I love that combat jiu-jitsu. It's adding a degree of realness.
Well, it's definitely opening up people's eyes that were just straight up jiu-jitsu players that took a chance and didn't want to do MMA, but said, let me see what happens when you add slaps.
Yeah.
But you see guys who excel at that, like guys like Wagner Rocha, who's a jiu-jitsu black belt, but also an MMA fighter. And so he gets on top of guys and smashes them. Just smashes them.
He's good.
Yeah, it's just like there's a lot of positions that aren't really effective unless you make this agreement where you're not going to slap or strike. It's the same thing with boxing. Like people always say, like boxing is a very effective martial art. Sure, if we make an agreement that I'm not going to pick you up and throw you on the ground, or if we make an agreement I'm not going to kick your legs out from under you. Yeah. Yeah, it's like as soon as you make an agreement with that, like there's a great video on Glory Kickboxing's Instagram page of this dude, I forget his name, this Russian guy, like a real high-level guy who fought Badr Hari, fought a lot of guys, but he's fighting this boxer. And it's a boxing versus Muay Thai fight. And it's hilarious to watch because this is it.
Yeah, it's comical.
What is his name? Does it say his name? This dude's, I've seen this guy fight multiple times.
4 of those kicks, we're done.
I mean, it's crazy because the guy comes in trying to box and he's just getting his legs destroyed. He never gets a chance to set his feet. And then he gets head kicked and then chopped out, and then this is the end of it. He's like eventually like, what the fuck, man? And that guy's not walking for days, by the way. Alexei Ignashov. That's it, right. Yeah, that's the dude. And he's a fucking super technical guy who was, I think he actually has one decision win over Badr Hari, like back in the day. But like super, super high level.
He kicks beautifully.
Oh my God, he's excellent. His downfall was the hooch. The guy liked to drink a little bit too much, partied.
Helio Gracie, Hoyler told me as we were talking about jiu-jitsu evolving, he says, my dad would say that if somebody can touch your face while you're doing jiu-jitsu, that you're doing jiu-jitsu wrong. I'm like, dude, that's brilliant. Yeah.
Well, you've seen the Kevin Holland Jacare fight?
Yeah.
He knocks Jacare out from his back.
Yep.
He's on his back. He punches him in the face and staggers him and then finishes him off. Like, which is like, yeah, guys can do that, man. You can't let a guy punch you in the face.
Nope.
I think it was Eve Edwards told me that Dwayne Ludwig broke his eye socket from the guard. Like he's in Dwayne's guard and Dwayne broke his eye socket with a punch. He's like, what the fuck, man?
Well, Dwayne hits hard from everywhere.
Yeah. It was perfect technique, you know. It's like, but there's reality to MMA that you need to know if you're a jiu-jitsu guy because you have this distorted idea of what you can and can't do.
I love having our jiu-jitsu gym. Gracie, who might have Cedar Park, is in our Sheepdog Response building in Cedar Park. So you're always reminded as like the special forces guys walking by, you know, as this like Marine Recon guys walking by, as this Navy SEAL is walking by, like they're all good level fighters, MMA. They also do jiu-jitsu. So when you're out there, like, you know, Jean-Claude Bedoni is teaching the evening class, super talented black belt. They're still like, I'm walking by, you know, like 220-pound hairy-handed dude with like chunked up hands and scar tissue around his eyes. Like, don't forget where we are and what this is. Like,
exactly.
this is real jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, you're learning a single aspect of fighting, and that aspect doesn't work if you add a lot of other stuff in.
An important one.
Yes,
you know,
very important.
Yeah,
it was probably the most important. I mean, one of the things we learned from the early days of the UFC was, with all things considered, if you only know one sport, if you only know one art, jiu-jitsu is pretty fucking effective. It wasn't until everybody else learned jiu-jitsu that jiu-jitsu became a very important aspect of it, but not the primary aspect. Remember the early days of the UFC? All we thought about was jiu-jitsu.
Yep.
Everybody was just scrambling to jiu-jitsu schools.
Law enforcement, I tell, if you're in law enforcement and you don't train jiu-jitsu, like, shame on you. Like, period. You have to go and learn it because it is a superpower. And this is why I tell them, like, a trained person touching an untrained person, that untrained person has no choice over what I want to do with their body.
Right.
I can do anything I want to it. You know, like, I can effortlessly put their hands behind their back and put them in cuffs. You know, I can move them cautiously and gracefully and kindly to the car. as a trained person. It is so powerful to have that control over somebody else that and if you're in that protect and serve mode, it is your obligation, it is your duty to know it.
Yeah, it's like having no gun.
Yeah.
It's almost like that. It's almost like you're really helpless. And I didn't, when I first started doing jiu-jitsu, I had a very distorted idea of what my abilities would be. And I think that that's a lot of people. I think a lot of people are like, oh, I'm a good athlete, I'm strong, I'll be fine. And then you find someone who's your size who just fucking throws you around like a rag doll and strangles you at will, and you're like, oh shit. Like, this is fucking different, But then there's also, like, the other thing. Like, I had a friend of mine who was a jiu-jitsu black belt who took an MMA fight, and I knew he did no striking. He was not a striker at all. And I go, hey, man, do you know the guy you're fighting? And they're like, no, I don't know the guy I'm fighting. I'm like, what you can do to people with jiu-jitsu, some people can do to you striking. Like, you're fucked. Like, you're standing with that guy. He's just going to, like Anderson Silva or something like that. If you don't know who the guy is, it's like there's people that you don't know. They might have only had one fight, but they're fucking nasty. Yeah. They're really good. They're just trained really hard, and they happen to have never competed or only competed a couple of times. And you could run into that guy in a fight, and that's a terrible place to be butt scooting towards some guy who's trying to literally separate the muscle from the fucking shin. Or separate your thigh meat with his shins. Like, this is terrifying.
It's awesome. Yeah. you opened all of that with a guy that trains really hard.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes.
You train really hard. Whatever it is your modality is, if you don't do that thing hard, you don't train that thing hard against a fully resistant opponent, then you're not going to be good. But if you do, man, you're a force.
Yeah, you're a force. And it's a beautiful thing to have. Just that ability. And it's a beautiful thing to practice just for fun. Like, you could practice archery and never want to shoot an animal, not only want to shoot a target. You can practice jiu-jitsu and never want to get into a fight. But the beautiful thing is you have this talent now. You have this ability. Even if you never use it, if all you do is train, that's fine. But if the shit goes down, your body knows what to do. It's like instinctively, if you lock up with someone, you're going to look for an inside trip. You're going to know what to do. When you get to a side control position and you see there's an opportunity to mount, you're going to mount them. Yep. If they turn over, you're going to take their back. If their neck is there, you're going to take the choke. It's just going to be there. You've done it so many times. Instead of having to think through things like, I saw the UFC, I'll do this. Like, no. You're not going to be able to do that. You have to train it. Yeah. But if you do train it, you don't have to use it. But if you need to use it, it's fucking there. Yeah.
And that applies with all training. Whatever theater that we're traveling to, Ukraine, Afghanistan, the military and special operations, they train that skill set, the basic fundamentals so much that you can take these guys and put them anywhere, and they perform at such a high level. It's because of the training,
Yes.
It's because it is so rigorous, it's so arduous, it doesn't matter where they go. They're still able to do whatever the mission is.
That's the argument that's like missing about the police, is that the police don't train the way special operations train, but yet they're involved in combat scenarios on a regular basis.
Yeah, so what we're experiencing right now is a byproduct of what society has forced police to become. They're demonizing military training for law enforcement. And then obviously we just experienced defund the police, and nearly every large city has seen a crazy rise in crime. And these large cities that defunded their police, to include Austin, we've never seen homicides like this. Getting the Chicago's and the Bostons, you're just like, holy, this is so scary. And how does it make any sense that I'm going to provide this group that I want to protect us with less training and less funding, but then still want them to be a better product to be able to protect us? And then the people that they're protecting, I'm going to disarm, so the people coming to save them are untrained and unprepared. It's creating this disastrous situation. It's not like I want to prevent rapes from happening, so me as a good person, I'm going to chop my penis off. That's the dumbest argument you could ever make. That's not going to prevent rapes. It is going and empowering people or preventing consequences for a rapist to try and rape somebody. It's not cutting the genitals off of every man.
Right.
That's crazy.
So what do you think is the roadblock for, obviously what you're saying in terms of with law enforcement is it's common sense. So why is it so hard to get something implemented like a rigorous training course?
I think it's ignorance. I think the first thing is society, culture right now. We've been emasculating the law enforcement for a while. We want a kinder, softer, gentler, and I get they're dealing with mental health, and we can have specialists that can come in and deal with somebody having a mental health crisis. But we still need men and women that will run towards the sound of gunfire and know what to do.
Yeah.
And we don't right now. We have been weakening them, and we have been making them ill-equipped to respond to that. And then I think Uvalde is a great example of not properly trained with broken systems that are not ready to do the right thing. And we will have more of that unless we get them the right training and we get our schools to become hard targets, and then we go upstream to the origin, the genesis of these problems, which is mental health with the individual. If we don't do those things, then it's never gonna be fixed.
I think everybody agrees that the problem is a mental health problem ultimately, because there's only one way you could ever do something like that. You have to be mentally ill. So how does someone solve the mental health aspect of it? What can be done?
I believe it is a large cultural shift. The nuclear family, where mother and father are loving their child and trying to make that person be a healthy, adjusted human, that has been demonized. So with a broken family comes often a broken person. Masculinity, it's been attacked nonstop. And we've demonized any kind of masculine attributes. Let's in every way try to feminize men, and that a feminine man is a dangerous thing when it comes to violence.
Yeah.
Now, on the spectrum of being a man, we have very feminine men, and I love them, and they're fine, and I'll take care of them, and that there's nothing wrong with that. But a broken one is a dangerous thing. Any broken thing, especially one that's capable of violence.
One that's capable of violence who feels like the world has abandoned them and they want to leave a mark.
Bullying, cyberbullying, social media, video games, movies, when I say it's a cultural shift, it has to be this large effort of all of us being like, okay, these are not things that are healthy for us to have a healthy society.
But most people who play violent video games would never be violent. The vast majority.
For sure.
They're just kids who enjoy it, or adults who enjoy it because they think it's fun.
Yep.
And I want them to be able to still do that.
Yeah, me too.
I think of it the same way I think about gun control. Like, the vast majority of people would never use a gun in a mass shooting. I don't think the solution is to punish everyone by eliminating the right and taking away your constitutional right. I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is you have to figure out a way to prevent it from happening in these vulnerable places. And did you hear there was a fucking shooting again yesterday? They're at a kids' camp in Dallas, and they killed the guy immediately.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Showed up at a fucking kids' camp with 250 people and opened fire, and the cops got to him quick.
Yeah.
Shootout with the cops killed him, and but you're not hearing about it because guns were used to prevent another mass shooting.
That's another very difficult group of data to find, is the number of shootings that were prevented by somebody with a gun.
Yeah.
It's really, as somebody that runs a training company, I'm always looking for not just anecdotal examples, but data for me to be like, okay, what was a good thing that happened? What was a dangerous thing that happened? In the AAR I want to AAR every shooting, like an after action review. I want to look at the things that they did right and the things that they did wrong. I want to sustain the things that they did right, and then I want to make sure that we address the things that did wrong, so we in training have a better system. And we're trying to do that with shootings, and it pops up for a second. Like, there was, a shooting at this mall in San Antonio, and somebody in the parking lot, it was the guy gets out of the car. He's walking towards the mall, and somebody spots him and ends up confronting him and was concealed carrying and stopped this guy from doing this active shooter. It was impossible to find any of the information about what happened. And that's very commonplace about how difficult it is to find that type of data.
Well, Coleon was on the podcast a couple days ago.
Love that guy.
I love that guy too. And we broke down the numbers. And when they talk about gun violence, it's staggering the amount of gun violence that's actually suicide. He said it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 65%. And then, there's cops killing bad guys. That's a certain percentage of it. And then a giant chunk is gang violence.
Yeah.
And so when you get down to like what is actually happening with guns, like there's a lot of socioeconomic problems that are contributing to this. There's a lot of cultural problems that are contributing to it because you have these communities that have never been fixed. They have the same issues that they've had for decades upon decades because they've been ignored. And while we'll spend billions of dollars to help foreign countries, we don't spend a fucking nickel to try to fix all these really damaged and fucked up inner cities where people are growing up with this heightened sense of despair. It never gets any better. Everyone around you is either involved in crime or affected by crime. There's drug dealing and violence and gang violence, and this is your reality. And the only way to get social cred is to become a shooter, to become somebody who's capable of doing the horrific things that you're seeing all around you.
And then if I'm looking for an argument for me to say how dangerous firearms are, I just automatically grab gun violence in its entirety and don't understand or break down. I don't take that one extra minute to go a layer deep to understand what the real numbers look like. But I'll just take those mass aggregates and be like, oh yeah, look at all this. I'm like, no man, like 65% of that's suicide, and a lot of this is gang violence. A whole bunch of it is law enforcement. Like, yeah, it's lame.
It's
nuance,
a lame
it's
blanket.
Gone.
Yeah, it's a lame blanket to throw over gun violence. Mass shootings are fucking horrific. But you know what's also considered mass shootings when they talk about the amount of mass shootings is when gangs get together and shoot at each other. Yeah. That's a mass shooting because there's more than one people shot, and there's more. It's just. But the bottom line about all of it is we keep looking at one aspect of the problem, which is the amount of guns. We're not looking at the mental health aspect of it. You hear no legislation or no programs that are being implemented and put into place to try to reach out to people and help people that have been bullied, that are filled with despair, and they don't have an out. They feel like their life is over before it's even begun.
Yeah. First, if you're out there, I love you. If you've been bullied, I'm sorry, but find one of us because we'll talk to you.
Yeah.
There's hope. Tomorrow's going to be better, but it's
hard to believe that while it's happening to you when you feel like your world is over.
I've like personally experienced that. Like I've had. I was in Morro Bay, California. Took all my clothes off, and swam due west into the ocean. I had a couple of women pregnant. I thought I might have HIV. I lost like my pro fight. Like dark moment, and swam a mile, 2 miles out into the fog. And
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Treading water in this cold water, and I'm in the fog now. Like I couldn't see the rock anymore. I couldn't hear the waves anymore. I have no idea which way the coast is. And I just had to sit there and tread water. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. And the coldness, man, I wanted to live so bad. I wasn't thinking about killing myself. I just needed a moment. I needed a baptism. I needed to be like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
You swam a mile out?
At least, yeah. I mean, I'm a good swimmer. My dad was an Olympic level swimmer. We grew up swimming at a...
Yeah, but ocean swimming's a motherfucker.
Yeah, especially in Morro Bay. If you're south... if you're on the north side of that rock, the current from the south side of the rock through the breakers, it is some powerful current. And, I swam for about 45 minutes. So that's a mile and a half at least. And so I'm in just treading water in the fog, butt ass naked. And thank God somebody saw me walk into the water. And Morro Bay is like a retirement city. And so I'm just imagining, I never knew who it was. This old woman went and called the Coast Guard. And the Coast Guard boat, this is one of the earliest chapters of my book, is describing, this is kind of 9/11 happened very shortly after that and woke me up as to I need to do something. And this Coast Guard boat comes up, and this captain has his like legs dangling off the side of the boat. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing down there?" And like my arrogance as a young man, you're like, our frontal lobe not developed clearly at this moment. I'm like, "I'm swimming." He's like, "No shit." Like even in that moment, I'm a sarcastic little prick. And he's like, so what's going on?" So I give him like a summary, a little executive summary of my life right now. He's
We
like,
still in the water?
I'm still in the water. He's just talking to me as I'm treading water. And I give him the update, and he's like, "Man, I was going to offer you to get out of the drink, but quite frankly, I'd just stay down there." I'm like, "Oh my God, what a dick," right? And I was like, "Yeah, but it's real cold." And he like leans over and he's like, "I see that." I'm like, "You are," like, it's just these mental punches of me treading water. I've been out here for 45 minutes, 53-degree water, in the fog. Thank God he didn't run over me. And he's like, "I'm only offer one time if you want to get out of that water." I was like, "I want to get out of the water." So he throws down one of those cargo nets off the side of the boat. My hands could barely work. Like I clamber up the side of the boat with like little claw hands. And he put one of those navy wool blankets. They're green, and it's just like pure wool. And it felt like millions of little needles stabbing me in my back. And it was like the most wonderful feeling. So I sympathize to that feeling of darkness, but I also have seen the other side of it. And I wanted to live so bad, and feeling all of that pain all over my back. Like it was the most wonderful feeling to know I'm alive. And so I get what that darkness feels like, but I also know how beautiful life is after that.
Like you could have died out there.
For sure.
Very easily.
Yeah.
Very easily.
Yeah.
And if you didn't get rescued by the Coast Guard and and the fog didn't lift.
Yeah, I don't believe in God or whatever. I do, but I know there's no way to describe why I'm not dead. When you go through my life and you read moments like this, you're just like, this is not possible. From Afghanistan, just this last August, to Ukraine, to combat tours, getting blown up in Afghanistan, and multi-day gunfights, periods of time where I'm like crawling on the ground trying to find a magazine that has bullets in it because I've run out of bullets. When you start going through this, you're just like, this is, but moments like that, God's pretty rad. Thanks, man.
Do you think you're fortunate, or do you think that there's really like a plan out there for you? Do you think that you are doing enough good work that somehow or another this is either predestined or you're just making the best out of it as it goes along and you decide that it's predestined? Like,
yeah, so, back to confirmation bias, right? Like I can have my beliefs and I'm looking for examples that support that construct. But I think objectively, if you take a step back and you look into every religion, if we're looking at karma, people that do good and you see good that comes back to them, however that happens, I believe that like I know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm supposed to be equipping and training people to be able to preserve and protect human life. Like I know that.
You're not just doing that. You're also making people better humans. And that, I think, is as much of a part of it as anything, is that in doing that, in training and equipping people to take care of themselves and to protect life, and training people in martial arts, you're making better humans. They become better human.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to hear that because they don't want to do the work. So they don't want to hear that makes you a better human. But guess what? It does.
It does.
It does.
Yeah.
We're both examples of it. We both have.
You're a really bad, horrible person for a while. You hear like you've talked about it many times, and anybody that knows me, like I carry a ton of shame and humiliation over periods of my life, and when I talk to somebody that knew me back then, I'm like, oh man. So
well, every young man is just filled with ego and anger. And, you could go and take that anger and channel it in the worst ways possible and ruin a bunch of people's lives, or you can find martial arts and become an inspiration and help a lot of people and become a better human being. And that's what's happened to both of us. And it's happened to countless people that we know. Yeah. Every fucking manly man that I know has had anger issues and has had ego issues and has had all these things that we call toxic masculinity, all these things that befall so many men because There's a long history of men fighting in wars, protecting families, hunting and gathering, and needing to have this ability to perform violence and this ability to be aggressive.
Yeah.
And with no channel of that, you can get off the fucking rails pretty easy.
Real easily.
Real easy.
But then you look at these, these giant, the Jocko Willinks, and the Glover Teixeiras. There's not a nicer human than Glover.
Right.
Like the kindest, sweet. He and I trained together when he was a purple belt. When he first came to the United States, first time that he had his, his crappy little visa, and walked into the pit and was at slow kickboxing, just mopping the mats with all of us. I was, at the time, we would have to drive from San Luis Obispo to Santa Barbara to train with the closest purple belt.
Wow.
So
this has got to be like early 90s then, right?
Yep. Mid 90s.
Glover was the boogeyman for like 6 years because he couldn't get into the United States. For 6 years, he was the scariest guy in the 205-pound division that wasn't in the UFC.
Yep.
And I was always keeping an eye on him. I was always like, when are we going to get Glover into the UFC? And then he got into the UFC, and I don't know if Kyle Kingsbury was his first fight, but it was one of his first fights.
I was there for that.
And I watched him maul Kyle. I was like, holy fuck, is this guy good?
Yeah.
Which goes to show you how goddamn good John Jones is. Because John Jones was the first guy to shut him down inside the octagon.
I mean, John's the best to ever do it.
He's one of them. My GOAT list is pretty long because I don't think you could say there's one guy that's the best. Because, like, Khabib never even got challenged. I mean, it's hard to not. I mean, Khabib didn't fight as many people as John did. He didn't defend his title as many as John did. But Khabib, Michael Johnson was the only one to even crack him.
Yep.
Michael Johnson tagged him one time, and he beat the fuck out of Michael Johnson in that fight. You remember when he's on top of him?
Yeah, he's like telling him.
Yeah, I'm supposed to fight for a title.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to. Like,
he was talking to
give
him.
Up
I think
now.
he was talking.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to hurt you. Just stop. And
he was saying, give up now. And he got him in a Kimura. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, will you fucking tap? Because it got so far back. I'm waiting for that snap that we've all seen so many times. Like the Frank Mir, Nogueira. The Jacare one.
Arm never comes back from it.
That upper arm snap is fucking horrific, man. There's something about that one when they get the Kimura. Oh.
I did it standing in combat to a guy that tried to grab some stuff off my kit. And the Kimura is like the best technique to defend if somebody's trying to take stuff off of you. Like law enforcement, it's one of the first techniques that they should learn about how to keep their weapon on them, right? Lock the wrist, reach over, grab their own wrist, bring their wrist back behind their head. And in like a snap, I break literally every bone in his whole entire arm and dislocate his shoulder, and his collarbone snaps as his face hits the wall, and it breaks all the bones in his face. I have grenades and flashbangs and knives and a gun all on my body armor, so you can't take that stuff. But like it was that fast, his whole arm he'll never use again. It's wild.
Yeah, it's such an effective. Yeah, it's a horrific. When Frank Mir did it to Nogueira, I'll never forget the when know it goes over, just stop.
Yeah.
And he just like Nogueira's like laying there, like looking at his arm and
heartbreaking.
Woo! Yeah.
I don't want to. Yeah. I'm never going to experience that. I'm going to tap way early.
Yeah.
Oh, don't show it. What are you doing to us, Jamie? Oh, man.
That's not even the worst one. Frank Mir's broken a few arms. The worst one, in my opinion, was the Tim Sylvia one when he snapped his forearm.
Yeah.
Because he bends his forearm backwards. Here it is. So
he was kind of on the Frank.
Yeah. So Frank gets on top, and when Frank gets on top, this is the arm. Is that right arm? Yeah, get ready.
He had great like submission power. You have
there it is. He's got it. So Nogueira, in trying to advance position, he left that arm out there. Here it comes.
No.
Here it comes. And as he rolls him over twice. That's right. It's right here.
I'm like flexing my whole body.
Snap! Woo!
I can't breathe.
Oh,
that's uncomfortable.
That's horrific. Because that
made my palms sweat.
Yeah, that arm's never the same again.
No.
It's never going to be the same again.
Nogueira's so nice.
Yeah.
He's such a gem.
He's such a gem. but that arm has a giant scar, like
Forever.
like a fish getting gutted.
You have never broken a bone?
Really?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Not even a hand?
Nope.
Wow.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And
how's that possible?
I don't know. I don't know if it's like John Hackelman, old school. You know, we'd hit boards sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, we'd hit bags without gloves sometimes. I know boxing coaches right now are like, don't listen to Tim. You know, keep your gloves and wraps on. But like,
there's something to that.
there is something to that.
Yeah.
I've never broken my hand in any way.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What do you ever use makiwara?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something real about that for sure. I mean, you see the giant calluses that people build up on their knuckles. I mean, that's got to.
In the early martial arts, you know, I had Shotokan karate in there. I had, you know, Japanese jiu-jitsu. I had taekwondo. So there was like lots of form strikes, boards, and all those things just developed. Where
amazing that you've never broken anything.
My
That's
early
crazy.
fights, I wouldn't wrap.
Really?
Yeah.
I just put the gloves over?
I just put the gloves on. And, you know, I probably had
Wow.
20 or 30 fights, you know, on Indian reservations, kind of pre-real sanctioning,
Yeah.
before states were allowing MMA.
What was the logic? That there's less padding?
No, I like to feel and grip and grab. You know, I didn't have like the Winkle Johns and the Gibsons to wrap my hands perfect like they do now. You know, like early fighting, we would literally use like boxing wraps and then tape our hands. I mean, we didn't know any better. So I would just be like, I can't grab like this, you know, and I definitely can't punch like this. So I'd rather wear, you know, I have big hands. I'd rather wear like a medium-sized glove that I just have to force my hand in. I'm wearing a smaller glove, so my hand can get into different angles, and I definitely can grab a lot easier.
Yeah.
So like, I just liked it.
Have you ever thought of the argument that we should have no gloves?
Yeah.
Because I'm with that up until I saw the bare knuckle boxing and people's faces get destroyed.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn. Like when you see Chris Lieben, did you see Chris Lieben's face after one of his fights? It looks like he got attacked with a hatchet.
Yeah. Even like Chad Mendez, you know, he dominated that whole entire fight.
Yeah.
You know, he comes out, he had a couple of cuts, you know, and he's swollen up. But I love it. And I love...
It's just weird that you can kick someone in the face with your shins. You can elbow someone in the face with your elbows. No covering or protection at all. Those things are both much harder than your hands.
Yep.
You could kick things pretty fucking hard with your shin, or you could never hit them like that. Like, just think of like shin-on-shin contact when people crack shins together. It's horrible. But if you hit your hand on a shin like that, it's probably going to break.
Yeah.
So why is it that you can protect your hands with a wrap? And it's like it gives you an unrealistic expectation of what the hands are capable of doing.
Yeah. I think because it prolongs action.
I guess.
You get more violence. You get more punchy.
I guess. It's just like there's some things that are unrealistic.
Yeah.
Like one thing I do like, and it's very controversial, but I like ONE FC's policy of strikes on the ground. You can knead a head on the ground.
I love it. My favorite, Jason Mayhem Miller. We had 2 fights against each other. The first one, we were allowed to, like, pride rules. You know, soccer kicks, knees to the head.
Where
on the
was
ground.
that in? What organization?
It was ECC, Elite Cage Fighting Championship. Wild 8-man tournament. We had Dennis Kang, Jason Mayhem Miller,
Dennis
Ryan.
Kang was a bad
He
motherfucker.
was bad.
He was a bad motherfucker.
That was the
forgot
one
about him.
Oh, I did not.
For a long time,
He was my 8-man
a
tournament.
bad motherfucker.
Yep. He was so good.
Never
Pancrase.
quite made it to that championship level, but there were some years where Dennis Kang was a fucking straight up killer.
Yes, he was. And in that 8-man tournament, he's a killer. That fight mopped the mat with Jason Mayhem Miller. You know, just crushed him on the ground, knees to the head, soccer kicks to the head. You know, he's trying to fight off his back. And I'm just like eating his legs up. He shoots a crappy shot, you know, a little snap down. I'm a north-south, you know, as he's belly down, just dropping knees to the sides of it and top of his head. One fight, you know, then fast forward 2 years. I think we're the same person, slightly different rule set. And it's proper MMA. And, you know, I lose a split decision. But you see us in almost the exact same positions with the same, but I just wasn't allowed to do damage in half the positions. It's weird to like.
Well, it's like what you're talking about with the combatives training, that like if I can tap you in the head with a gun, that's not good,
Nope.
right? And if you're in a position where I could knee you in the head, I feel like that should be implemented. I feel like we're getting an unrealistic idea of what's possible in these positions.
I got to put my hand on the ground. Oh, you can't touch me.
Did you see Mighty Mouse's fight where he got KO'd with a knee to the ground in 1FC?
Yep.
I think 1FC has a better rule set in that regard.
I do too.
But I also don't like cages. I think they should fight in a large open area because there's a thing about a cage that allows you to get back up to your feet. It also allows you to take guys down. I think much more realistic is like if you can have a basketball game and you can have it on this big-ass fucking basketball court, why can't you have two guys stand in the middle of that big-ass basketball court, mat that fucker up, everybody gets a clear view?
Yeah, I was undefeated in the smaller cage. So anytime I
can't get away.
I know. Like I would chase, like Luke Rockhold. You watch that fight, we're in the big cage, and I'm chasing him around the whole entire fight, and he's just like peppering me with good footwork and outside strikes, and then we get to the little cage with Melvin Manhoff and Robbie Lawler. Both of those fights were in little cages, and you watch how that fight went down. Like I just like a pit bull on top of him, and I just mauled him. And totally different. Like you give Robbie an extra 5 feet of circumference, like that dude's going to be blasting me from the outside in that southpaw with that nasty cross the whole entire fight. No, thank you.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like people forget that you had this long career in like so many. You fought in so many organizations before you got to the UFC.
Well, I was running from the UFC.
You're running from them?
Yeah.
In what way?
I was making so much more money.
Oh.
Not fighting for my first fight in the UFC. I made half the money that I made in my fight, the one fight before that.
Really?
Yeah, half.
Wow.
Yeah. And zero sponsor money. And like peak sponsor money.
You came in, was Reebok already in place? Were the no sponsor money?
No sponsor money.
That
Hodger Gracie was my first fight in the UFC. I had one fight.
Was Hodger in the UFC or was that in Strikeforce?
No, Hodger was my first fight in the UFC.
I forgot Hodger fought in the UFC. Yep. Wow.
Super scary moment when I shot a crappy single leg and he took my back. And I had Hodger Gracie on my back. Yeah. This is not according to plan. Like Greg Jackson's like, "You're dumb, Tim. You're so dumb. Why did you do that? You're not supposed to do this." Yeah.
How did you wind up with Jackson's? Like, what led you to be over there?
I mean, I was really torn between going with Bob Cook and AKA or going to Jackson. It was, I think it was when I lost to Jacare. It was a really close fight. I really thought I won. I won on every measurable matrix, but I had a big swollen closed eye, and Greg was there, and Greg was like, you really missed real key moments in preparation and kind of how you executed your game plan. And I was like, yeah, you're not wrong. He's like, you need to be in a real fight camp. Like I can help introductions. I can literally connect you with American Top Team. I was friends with Bob Cook, and I thought about going to California, but I had so much baggage and bad decisions from when I lived in California that I thought it would be a bad idea for me to go back there. So I was looking for the real professional big fight camp, and Jackson and I are just really similar to Danaher now. Like I just really appreciate that intellectual approach to martial arts, and it wasn't just fighting. It wasn't sweat and staff on the mat. It was like, hey, let's take a moment and think about what we're doing here as a martial artist. So that just really jived with me.
Thank God for those camps. Thank God for people like Dan Lambert that dump a ton of money into a place like American Top Team. I think it's like, where would the sport be if it wasn't for those outliers, those people who decide? I mean, I don't know what kind of fucking headaches are involved in running something like Jackson Winklejohn, but it must be nuts. It must be nuts. You're dealing with 100 savages. You got Russians coming in here, and guys coming in that are kickboxers, and guys coming in that are wrestlers, and everyone's beating the shit out of each other, and you're trying to see what cream is going to rise to the top.
I don't want to do it.
Fuck that.
No, my jiu-jitsu gym is like proper traditional. Like everybody wears white gis, except
Nice.
You got one day where you get to wear your competition blue gi if you want, but it's a white gi gym. Like we're old school, bowing at the beginning of the class, bowing at the end of class, and everybody's like checking fingernails. Everybody got deodorant. It is like a really nice, clean.
Checking fingernails is good.
Yeah.
BJ Penn. BJ Penn's got some talents.
He's running for governor.
Yes, he might win, man. They love him.
Yeah.
Hawaii loves BJ Penn.
I listened to a couple of interviews of him recently, and he's my era of MMA, and some of my peers from that era have struggled with TBI and CTE, and you hear it and how they talk, and they struggled being entrepreneurs, like second life after fighting.
Right.
Miller, great example of how traumatic and dangerous with substance abuse and violence. And BJ sounds great.
Yeah.
And he was articulate. He had, and on back to issues, he was like talking specifically about issues.
Mm-hmm.
I know the Hawaii party system's weird because you kind of just have to be like only one party is going to be voted. So you have degrees of one party. And, he had just talking about issues. I was like, all right, BJ.
Yeah, he's got a very good grasp on the problems in Hawaii. He thought about it for a long time before he ran. And when he was on the podcast, he was talking very specifically about problems that they face and why those problems exist and what he thinks he could do about it.
Yeah, I have a guy that works with me at Sheepdog Response. His name's Yako. Great black belt, like super talented, very Yako Kalili, and he has a large Hawaiian family, and some of his kids he's adopted, and just how poor some areas of Hawaii are and how little resources they have for substance abuse. And like he's just a great human, and he's a real martial artist, and he just did the right thing and taking care of. He just has a beautiful family. But he's a great example of all of the things that are broken about Hawaii. I was with Tulsi in New York last week. We were talking. She loves politics and she's pretty passionate about all of them. But listening to her talk about broken Hawaii, man, it's just like it's tough.
It's tough. There's a lot of poverty and a lot of drugs and a lot of crime. And what is she gonna do now?
I asked her that, and
she's keeping her cards tight to her vest.
She is.
Yeah.
And she's like, right now I'm just kind of doing this. She was doing like the media tour, so I think she did like 10 TV shows last week. Got to go to dinner with her, and it was fun because we went to this Indian restaurant in New York. I did a signing at the Barnes and Noble, and we come across the street and have dinner with her in this Indian restaurant. It took us 4.5 hours to get our food. And normally I would have been outraged, but instead I got to spend 4.5 hours with Tulsi and just talk. We talked.
Did they go to the store and buy the ingredients?
They had to have.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah. We talked counter human trafficking. We talked, school shootings. We talked, her career, and it was just fun to. She and I do not agree on a lot of things, and it's fun to be with somebody that you don't agree with, and the cream rises to the top, and the better ideas as we kind of flush these out. And it was cool because we were both doing a lot of media. I think the next morning I was on Fox and Friends, and you never know what people are going to ask you, like whatever hot button topic they're looking for a soundbite. So, the night before, her and I are just kind of running through all of these ideas and these problems, and it's something that I wish all Americans did more frequently.
Yeah.
Oh, you disagree with me?
Right.
Like, I don't hate you, but I want to talk to you.
What do you guys disagree about?
Foreign policy.
She's a non-interventionist foreign policy.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm definitely like an American first, strong foreign presence. We pulled out of Ukraine, the military. The special forces goes all over the world and trains militaries, and it not just it better equips and better trains that military, but it also creates opportunities for we have connections. I like the Czech Republic. I deployed with the Czech Republic with their special forces, and horrible gunfights, wild rides, and those are friends that until we die, I will love those guys for forever. And then I go back to the Czech Republic. I go to their special forces base and teach some human intelligence courses and do like this exchange of information. Eastern Europe, they had some different tactics than we used. So like this cool cross-pollination of ideas and tactics and tradecraft. And then I come back and I bring those back to my unit, and some of those stay. And but those relationships are built. When we left Ukraine, that training, those relationships, and those contacts don't exist. So, us coming in now trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to help you guys? We're like starting cold. It's like a cold call to do a sale. How difficult is that to then go to somebody that you're at the gym with all the time and you talk to, and you're like, dude, I just got this new thing. It's an awesome, pre-workout. Two totally different experiences and success.
When were we in Ukraine?
We were there. I mean, I think we were all the way up to 2016. So the agreements that the U.S. government has with those countries, there's lots of different levels of them, what kind of participation and collaboration we're going to have. And sometimes some special operations can even come to the United States and go to our special forces. Like they can go through our training. And they can, as if they're earning a Green Beret, go through every single phase and learn how we plan and how our tactics are. Like these are really good allies that we're going to be aligned with forever. British, Australian. If at Ranger School, you'll see German infantry officers and you'll see Australian SAS guys. It's rad. And then they bring that back to their respective countries, and all. With rising tides, all ships will be raised. That kind of approach too. So Tulsi and I don't agree on where we should be. That's cool. We got to talk through a little bit of it.
At least it's a discussion.
Yeah.
What's fascinating with me about her is how the left is completely ignoring her. Although she was a Democratic congresswoman for 8 years, but the right has her on everything with full total respect, knowing she's a Democrat. It's so interesting.
Yeah.
Like one of the things that's been very strange about this whole polarization between the two-party system in America is how the right will allow people to come on that they disagree with and talk to, and they'll talk to them respectfully and they don't attack them. Whereas if I watch a person who's a right-wing person who gets on CNN or MSNBC, they're getting attacked.
Nonstop.
That's the only way. There's never a civil discussion where you're allowed to agree to disagree or have a discussion about why you disagree.
I think it has a lot to do with the reason that you end up being, my beliefs and my ideas. I'm always looking for an opposing or a conflicting idea, which will either make my beliefs more sound, or I'll have to take a second look at them because there's something wrong with it.
Yes.
And somebody like that is naturally going to be subscribing to, maybe more conservative ideals than over here, where like this is my belief system, and I don't, as an isolationist, like I don't, with my ideas, I don't want anybody to disagree with me. And but I also, with Tulsi and Bill Maher,
yeah,
they're Democrats.
Yeah.
And now I think a lot of Democrats are looking at them like, are you guys Republicans?
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're not. You're still Democrats, but the outlier fringe of that party has left them. Like the line of rational just moved so much further away, and where like a Bill Maher and a Tulsi Gabbard are now like centrists.
Well, they're considered centrists, but some people say they're far right.
That's crazy.
It's nuts. I've heard people say like Bill Maher has adopted a far right ideology. Like what?
No.
I've seen it. But that's just Twitter. Twitter is a goddamn mental health. You want to have mental health problems? That's the center of mental health problems in this country. But what's unique to me is that I think probably what happened was the response from Donald Trump. The response to Donald Trump being president, he was so polarizing, and he attacked people in a way that was so non-presidential, and the way he would behave was so non-presidential that's just his thing. When someone comes after him, he comes back at them even harder.
Yeah.
But when you're the president and you do that, it just gets everybody's panties in a wad.
Yeah.
And he's just fucking taking gallons of gasoline and chucking it on the fire. And so when they got rid of him and they got him out of there, they're like, we got to make sure this never happens again.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. He's coming back. And he might even win. But this polarization has like hardened them. The thing with Trump, because of Trump's behavior and the way he communicates, which I just think is a terrible way to communicate as a president. But if you're his supporter, you love it. You're like, yeah, stick it to him. Finally, someone sticks up for us. And so it's like, yeah, I get your feelings. I understand why you would love that. And I understand that he's right about many things. There's a crazy video that's out there that shows all the things that Donald Trump predicted if Joe Biden gets in office and how all of them have taken place. Have you seen that video?
No.
I'm going to send it to Jamie because it's so wild. It's so wild. You watch it play out and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Because it's so crazy that it's that blatant that like you would think like, wait a minute, is this theatrical? I mean, this is crazy.
But at a point we're a two-party system with a nearly 50-50 split down the middle. At no point would I, in that presidential position, like your job is to try to bring as many people from each respective side together.
Yeah, bring everybody together.
That not his approach?
No, that's why it's so not. It's not how a leader behaves. Like he's got a huge ego, and that's what's led him to this amazing amount of success that he's had. But that huge ego, once he gets into a position of power, here, play this from the beginning and give me some volume.
Before I took office, there were a lot of folks out there making some pretty bold predictions about how things would turn out.
Hold on, stop for a second. This video does not sound like that. It sounds fine. What's coming through the computer? Why is that happening? Because I played it today on my phone and it sounded perfect.
They're coming for your guns, they're coming for your jobs, and they're coming for your freedom. They hate American energy, and Joe Biden will shut it all down. He's going to.
If I became president.
Biden's elected, he will wipe out your energy industry.
Another prediction, that is my favorite one, I must add, is that if I got elected.
Gas prices going $5, $6, $7 for a gallon. Flood your communities with criminal aliens, drugs, and crime while they live behind beautiful gated compounds. They try to take away your guns, Second Amendment, they want to take it away. While they enjoy private security that's fully armed.
I never understood that one.
To spend trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders.
So for all those predictions of doom and gloom 6 months in, here's where we stand.
You want to use the word recession or depression?
Think of the single mom. Totally puts food on the table and so on.
You know, it's sad.
So if your primary concern right now is inflation.
We could stop it in 30 minutes.
When I took office.
He finally went outside. He went to get an ice cream.
Look, the bottom line is this.
I say you're not doing a very good job.
This was campaigning pre-election
now from the press.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was him campaigning pre-election and what is actually taking place.
Before I took office.
I mean, it's just
uncomfortable.
It's wild. And what's interesting is even CNN is starting to push back against it. Like Don Lemon was interviewing the woman who is the new press secretary for the White House.
Yeah.
And he was asking, is Joe Biden going to be fit for 2024? And she's like, he's fine. He's great. Like, what are you talking about? And you're watching him and you're going, what the fuck are you talking about? He's definitely not. That's not true. Like, you know that's not true. Like, you're gaslighting us.
Yeah, I saw Ocasio-Cortez asked if she would support the president in a 2024 run. And she's like, let's talk about the issues that we're trying to fix right now. And they're like, so would you support the president? You didn't answer me. That's what the journalist asked her. And she's like, we have issues right now that we need to address first. And then she let her off, but yeah, crazy. It's gonna be wild.
Well, it's
2020, or we got midterms right now.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I wonder what's gonna happen. But it's like there's no clear shining example of what we really need.
No,
I
mean, unity would be nice. I wish it was so much more about the issue than the individual, where we could talk about all of the issues and find the candidate that has the best solution for those interviews.
Well, that's just crazy talk. Who the fuck are you? Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah. But, I think there's also the giant problem of money in politics. It's just unless you remove that, unless it really is for the people, then you got a bunch of people that are getting people to do things. Once they get into office, it's going to benefit their bottom line.
Yep.
And that's what we have here. We have a corrupt system. We've agreed that it's okay if it's corrupt as long as we write it down.
Yeah.
As long as we know that it's legal corruption.
The that Ukraine bill, $40 billion that got put. Everybody's like, oh, the corruption over there, and I was like, I'm like, we can't throw stones from where we are in our glass house of corruption.
Yeah.
Where you have a senator that makes whatever $200,000 and is worth $40 million.
Yeah, no, she's worth a lot more than that.
I wasn't saying any individual.
Nancy Pelosi?
No, I wasn't.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
that's
I am.
another great example.
Yeah. She's worth hundreds of millions. And
but she's never done anything besides public service.
Do you know that she's better at stock trading than Warren Buffett or George Soros? Like, she's got a better record than any of those guys. Those guys are professionals.
All they have done is been rich and make themselves richer.
And she's better at it by a good margin. By a good margin.
That's not good.
And it's weird.
Is it weird?
Because, like, she knows about things before they happen. Yeah. It's almost like it's insider trading, Tim Kennedy.
Almost. I would never ever make that accusation, though.
Well, it's hilarious. I'm sure you've seen the interview where they asked her, what do you think about stopping Congress from members of Congress from trading stocks? Like, oh, I don't think that's an idea.
Can we just do term limits and not let them get rich while in office from how they vote?
There should be some measures that are put into place. But the problem is then we'd get even less qualified people that want to be president and less qualified people that want to be congressman. If they didn't think that there was some sort of financial incentive, there's zero financial incentive. All you're doing is being a civil servant. Boy.
I like that, though.
I like it, too. But I just think, but they're also going to crawl up your ass with a microscope and find out who you fuck when you were in high school. It's just...
Politics are out for me.
Oh, my God. It's the amount of chaos that's involved. And there's nothing that seems to be like a clear solution to fix any of that. It just seems to be like we're just going to complain about it. And it's going to be chaotic until the Chinese take over.
Don't say that. Why would you say that, Joe? Take that back. Take that back.
Well, they already got John Cena. Once they got John Cena, I was
we're
like,
already
my God.
The same group that obviously was in Afghanistan, Save Our Allies. Did you read about Benji Hall?
No.
So he was a journalist with Fox News that got blown up in Ukraine, and a couple of journalists that were with him died, and he was horrifically injured. Our organization, Save Our Allies, was the group that went in and found him, rescued him, saved his life, and then got him out of Ukraine and into American level medical care, and then all the way. He's currently in BAMC, like right here in San Antonio. And first, it is so cool that journalists are brave like that to go into Kabul, to go into Ukraine, to go down to the border, and to see what is really happening down there. So like little nod to them. And but that guy, no painkiller after he is very, very seriously injured. His family haven't seen the wounds, so like I'm not going to explain them. But tourniquets on for hours, and he has to make it through all these checkpoints, and this is like peak invasion, and they're able to get him out of Ukraine and save his life. And like that ground team from Save Our Allies that was so creative, and they literally went into the front lines, grabbed this journalist, dead bodies around him, got him medical care, and then got him out of the country and before he died. And that Benji Hall, you're a badass.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty rad.
There's a lot of badasses out there. As much as we want to talk about people that are fat and lazy and soft in this country, there is a large number of fucking incredible human beings that are here.
I'm surrounded by them. I talk about wanting America to be more healthy and fitter and stronger and individually responsible and able to secure a school, be able to protect your kids. I fully believe that we need to be better, and we're the weakest that we've ever been. But I'm like surrounded by, in the military, in my position there, I'm just surrounded by the best and most brilliant men that have ever existed. Like, these guys are so incredible. And then the guys that I work with at Sheepdog Response, their heart as servants, teaching teachers, teaching law enforcement, teaching civilians that just want to be better mothers and fathers to be able to protect themselves and their families. Like, how rad is it that they've dedicated their whole entire lives to this idea? Like, they'll teach 14-hour days. They'll come back into the office, start cleaning all the weapons, start cleaning the mats, mopping, sanitizing, to do it all again the next day. And it's so humbling to see how many great humans there are out there. And we so often just like focus at the bad at the expense of the good never being recognized.
Well, I think for a lot of people, they're just surrounded by the bad, and that's what they look to as a benchmark, unfortunately. They don't have access to the type of people that you're around. And if they did, they would judge themselves in comparison. It's just a thing that people do automatically. You imitate your atmosphere, and if your atmosphere is filled with beasts, and these guys are just putting in the work every day, and if you want the kind of respect that they get from you, you got to put in that kind of work too, and rising tide lifts all boats.
That's right.
And everybody gets in it together. And you come out of the other end, you're better because of that, because, iron sharpens iron, and that's just how it goes.
It's so important.
So important.
Just go and do it. The Scars and Stripe, this book, the whole reason, like, we dropped it right now, is in this editorialized, curated existence where, Instagram, I'm using a filter to make myself look good. That whole book is about failure and struggle and every single one of the mistakes that I ever made. It is not this self-ejaculating memoir of like why I'm this amazing person. It is all the reasons that I'm not. It's all of the reasons why it is normal for us to struggle. It is normal for you to not be able to deadlift that 500 pounds unless you have conditioned yourself and failed and pushed yourself so your body in adaptation is able to do it. And we think exclusively physically when we talk about adaptation, but like your soul and your brain and the total human condition is all part of it.
Yeah.
And you have to struggle. You have to see failure. I've failed at business. Now I have great businesses. I've failed at relationships, and the pain of that failure like hurt. Being a 10-year-old and wrestling for the first time and getting pinned in my first match and having to stand up in that gymnasium, that big, huge Atascadero gymnasium, and my dad is sitting right there. I could still see him right here on the side of the mat, and that my head hung in shame as the other guy gets his hand lifted. In wrestling, it's just so fast. Just hand goes up, but the echoes of that failure just are resounding in my head as I have to walk single elimination. My tournament's over.
Yeah.
And if I had not experienced that failure, there's no way you'd see me fight for world titles. There's no way I'd become a black belt. If you took that moment away from me and I got a participation trophy and we both got our hands raised, that moment's gone.
Right.
And it is so important. And you apply that with everything. Like I stick my hand on a stove, I burn my hand. I learn not to put my hand on the stove. And that's that pain and that's that process of failure that we are taking that away from this generation.
Yeah. It needs to be ingrained. They need to understand that it's a benefit. You have to look at those failures and go, you have fuel now.
Yeah.
You have fuel. And you can decide to ignore it, and you can decide to wallow in the shame of loss, or you can be far better because of this, because there's nothing that motivates you like humiliation.
No. If you're out of shape, I'm never going to make fun of a fat person walking to the gym. So proud that you're there, right? But I will look at you walking into a Krispy Kreme and making another conscious decision about what your lifestyle looks like, where I'm going to have to pay for your health care in a few years.
Yeah.
Those are two very different things. I'll embrace you. I will help you program. I will help you diet. People walking through my doors, some of them have never held a firearm in their life. They don't know the first thing about situational awareness. They don't know where to park. They don't understand that they should park towards the front of the parking lot underneath a light, and that they see somebody with their window down, the engine off, and they're sitting there smoking a cigarette with the backed in, and they're looking at everybody walking through the parking lot. Maybe that person might try to mug you as you get out of your car. Maybe, and it is these complete new ideas to them, and watching their brains start firing, seeing these things for the first time, explaining why profiling and generalizing when it comes to protecting your own life is useful, and how the sixth sense is a real thing. Like that feeling where, did that guy look at me weird? In society, we're like, okay, no, I'm not gonna look at that guy and make any assumptions about him because it's culturally rude or inappropriate, and I'm going to talk myself out of this, and then that guy assaults me. You know, like now this poor woman's been raped because she talked herself out of it. You know, and we can train and we can sharpen, we condition, and it is the most beautiful and magical thing to watch these people, teachers right now, just flooding, clamoring to us. And I cannot run enough courses, and you can see them starving. Like, they want to protect their students so bad. It's such a beautiful thing. I own a private school. You know, I launched Apogee Strong and Apogee, our school, to address what's happening in schools and what's happening with our young men and women. And seeing parents walk in and being like, wait, I get to be involved in what happens with my own child's education? Yes, you do. Wait, my son has to exercise and keep a journal as to what books he's reading, you know, and like, what? This is rad. And it is just the life. It is provided a second wind. I'm going to do this till the day I die. And I love seeing this realization that people can take control of their own destinies, especially around safety.
Well said. I'm glad you're out there, Tim Kennedy.
Love you, man. You too.
I love you too.
Can you keep doing this?
I think I'm gonna.
You gonna? Please?
I think I'm gonna keep doing it. Yeah. Scars and Stripes. It's available right now. It's everywhere. Audiobook. Did you read the audiobook?
I did.
Fuck yeah.
No, yeah, it was hard.
I bet. But you have to.
I cry. It took me a day to get through 3 paragraphs.
Oof.
Yeah. Audiobooks, man. That's why I'm never going to get in that stupid chamber you have in the back. Never going to do it. I just experienced a version of it. I'm a hard pass, man.
It's even different in that one.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, brother.
Yeah,
appreciate you very much. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
And we're up. All right, Charlie. First of all, thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
Very
Thanks
nice
for
to
having
meet you. Why do you do the things that you do?
First question is the hardest one. I guess over the years have formed a whole bunch of different answers to that, some of them flippant and sarcastic. Without rambling on for ages and ages, I suppose it comes down to I'm just really curious. I want to get to these places, see people living lives differently to mine. I grew up in a tiny little village where it's nice, but nothing happened.
Where'd you grow
up? Just close to Salisbury in the southwest of England. About 10 miles from Stonehenge, down there.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I suppose I started traveling when I was about 18, took a year out between school and university, and just got more and more curious and slowly realized that I enjoyed traveling more if I was getting to places by, I suppose, physically difficult means. And that particularly helps, I suppose, if you turn up in some remote community not that I've been doing this, but in a helicopter or a 4x4 or whatever, there's instantly a distance, a sort of divide. I spend most of my time traveling in the developing world where that's just building a barrier. Whereas if you turn up on foot or in a little kayak or on a horse or whatever, then I think people kind of take to that a little bit more.
What was your first trip that you did like this?
Besides backpacking around Africa, the first time I did anything sort of particularly physically challenging was I flew to Beijing and I had a flight out of Mongolia, and kind of quite last minute I thought, oh, well, there's 1,000 miles between the two. I'll take a bicycle. Didn't get off to the best start. I went to a friend's 21st birthday party about 10 days before leaving, and I don't really remember the party, but when I woke up in the morning, one of my quadriceps had snapped. Not torn, but snapped. The doctor said that the two ends would kind of flap around like fishtails and eventually graft onto the rest. I don't know how scientific that was. And then on my first night in Beijing, I fell over and broke my wrist a bit drunk. So
Jesus.
2 weeks later, when I sort of, cut my cast off and sort of, strapped my knee up a bit and pedaled out, I wasn't in the best shape. And frankly, the following two...
So you just went with a torn calf, with quadriceps muscle, fucked up wrist. You just went anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I started slow. I'm not a sportsman. I'm not an athlete. I've always just liked to. I've never really particularly trained for anything. I tend to try and keep fit, but that's kind of it. So I've always sort of thought start slow and build up. And it only took 2 weeks to cross up to Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. And once I crossed the border into Mongolia, there was just no road. It was, it's just desert, and there's kind of tire tracks all over the place, and you just got to, take a northeast bearing and sort of stick with it. And frankly, those 2 weeks were kind of shitty. Like I didn't particularly enjoy them. But yeah, I mean, you're probably aware of the concept of type 2 fun. You've done something, and once it's crap. But then once you've finished, you start to rose tint it.
Right.
And before I'd even left Mongolia, I was already thinking, there could be something in this. And I saw the potential of bicycle travel. You can travel a fair distance. If you want, you can go 100 miles a day. You can go 60 miles very comfortably and still have a lot of the day there. You can travel very cheaply. You can travel for ages, and you get to see all those places in between that you wouldn't really go near if you're on a bus or a train or a car, whatever it is.
Did you have any idea of like where food would be, how you would get through these areas? Like, did you understand like what towns were available?
I knew. I mean, I had for that first ride, I had a map, and I knew that besides I guess a 250-mile gap in the Gobi, there'd be enough towns to get resupplies.
So you just had to go 250 miles through the Gobi Desert.
But you can carry
on a bike with a torn quad and a fucked up wrist.
Yeah, in short. But you can carry quite a lot on a bike. You can carry, if necessary, and later, in later years, you can carry 2, 3, 4 weeks of food pretty easily. It's not going to be very exciting. It's going to be just a lot of rice and noodles and stuff like that. But you can sort of stack it up.
Did you plan ahead for that? Do you understand what your requirements were going to be? Did you sit down and write it all out? I'm going to be there for X amount of hours. I'm going to need Y amount of calories.
No, I've never been good at planning. Well, no, that's not true. That's not fair. I've never loved getting granular with planning. When I'm planning food for earlier this year, I had to plan food for about a month. And I kind of look, that's about a breakfast, and just times that a bunch of times. That's about a lunch. And then just pack an extra, 10, 20%, and you should be all right. Which is perhaps a slightly sort of scattergun, irresponsible approach. But I've slowly got a bit better at knowing what's needed. And I mean, I've never got into calories and counting the numbers of it. I totally see the value in that, and a lot of people who do similar sorts of things do. But I've generally thought, I don't need to work out that I've got precisely enough protein for any given day or fat or carbohydrate, whatever it is, because usually these aren't hugely long endeavors. A few months you can go with a slightly imbalanced diet, maybe take some multivitamins.
I would imagine that you're burning a lot of calories, though, riding that bike through the desert for 250 miles.
Yeah. I mean, I look back at that trip there, and I think that was quite straightforward, really. And I do think that I'm not one of these people who says, "Hey, anybody can do anything," but I don't think that particular ride across to Mongolia was especially difficult. But it was for me, it was revelatory, because I just got this idea of what bike travel could be, and it was only a couple of weeks less, probably 10 days after I finished, that I got a bit drunk and made on a Genghis Khan vodka, and made quite a rash decision to cycle for what ended up being about 4 years.
Genghis Khan Booker? What are you saying?
Vodka.
Oh, Genghis Khan vodka.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
I've got a plummy accent.
No worries.
Yeah, and I made this decision to cycle from the UK back to the UK via the furthest away point in each of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and that ended up taking about 4 years.
So you do this first trip, and you decide after it's completed that you get this interesting feeling. It was fun, it was exciting, it was adventurous, and that this is something you're going to do often. Are you writing about these things? Are you making videos? Like, what are you doing once you're done?
I write, basically. I'm not a videographer. I take photos. I didn't for the 4-year trip that followed. I didn't have social media at that time. So I very much focused on writing. And every day, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how sort of sweaty and uncomfortable I might be in a tent or cold or whatever, I will write down what happened that day and just get it all down. And later you can then kind of get yourself back into that frame of mind, and all these other details will suddenly start springing back in. It's quite a helpful sort of key to unlocking other memories. But writing is my main focus.
How do you fund these trips?
Initially, I was saving. scrimping and saving, and that first long journey, I lived for 4.5 years, as it turned out, on about £12,000, which back then would have been, I guess, $16,000.
For 4 years?
Yeah. So I lived in a tent. I ate very cheaply. Occasionally I'll get a night in a hostel or something. You can live for a really small amount of money if you're just out in the wild. More recently, I get sponsorship or grants that sort of help and cover expenses. But I've always done things in quite a lo-fi way. I've never done hugely complicated or expensive journeys. I've always quite enjoyed the accessibility of doing stuff that anyone logistically probably could do if they put a bit of thought to it.
The 4-year one, like, how does one go about deciding that you're going to do something that's going to take 4 years out of your life? Like, did you recognize that it was going to take that long? Like,
I reckoned it would take about that, and rashly is the answer. I kind of, I came up with the idea before I really gave it a lot of thought, and the first thing I did is told a bunch of people, family included, hey, in a year's time, I'm gonna head off on a bike for about 4 years. And once I told a bunch of people, then it became almost a certainty to me, because I think I would have been embarrassed to then back down.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess, I've always found that quite handy with any project. Just let people know, set yourself a start date, and then the wheels are already in motion. And out of sort of shame or embarrassment, you'll probably end up going through with it.
I can't think that anybody would fault you for quitting. I don't think anybody would say, "Oh, Charlie, you only did 3 years."
I came close a bunch of times.
Did you?
By the time I got 3 years, then it's like, well, I might as well finish it off.
And when you get to the end of that, did you write a book? Did you?
Oh, I have something for you.
Oh, there you go.
Before I forget, actually, I got something else as well.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. Hey, Canada. Have you ever gotten undressed only to realize you were in front of an open window? How did that make you feel? Exposed? Vulnerable? Well, going online without using ExpressVPN is like being naked in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. That's because your internet provider can see and record everything you do online. Your internet provider like AT&T or Verizon can see every website you visit. And in some countries, governments can force them to turn your browsing activity into them without a warrant. But it's not just internet providers. If you're using Wi-Fi at work, at a hotel, Airbnb, or even at home, the owners of that Wi-Fi can also see everything you're up to. Imagine all those people getting a list of everything you've ever clicked on. Kind of worse than being naked in front of a window, isn't it? That's why when I go online, I've been saying this for years, I've talked about ExpressVPN on my show and even on my buddy Tim Dillon's show. If you use the internet in any shape or form, you need to start using ExpressVPN. The app is so easy to use. You just tap on one button and all of my traffic gets sent through a secure encrypted server. ExpressVPN is like tinted windows on my internet connection. I can see out, but no one can see in. So make sure you secure your online activity today with the VPN that I trust to keep me private. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan today. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. And you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Bear with me. See, what have we got here? These are, I believe, for you, Joe.
Oh, thank you.
Those 2 books are about that 4-year bike
There you
ride.
go.
And I've got a couple for Jamie.
And now, once you do this, so you get back, and I would imagine like writing down everything at the end of the day, I'm sure helps, but it's got to be difficult to sort of capture the nuances of each experiment. I mean, if you're writing for 4 years, I would imagine there's a lot of very notable experiences you're having during this time. Like, how are you remembering all these and documenting them? And
I mean, it like photos help as well. Over the course of 4 years, I probably had something like 15,000 photographs, and that helps furnish a picture. But I mean, it's really just what I said. About 1,600 days, I kept a journal every single day. And sometimes they're very brief. Just
writing it down, hand to paper.
Yeah, in a bunch of tatty old notebooks that I've got, kind of falling apart on a shelf somewhere.
And what was the path?
So I started near Salisbury, where I grew up, headed across the Channel, up Western Europe through Scandinavia to Nordkap, which is the northernmost point of Europe. It's up in the Norwegian Arctic. That's quite a dramatic place. The sort of monument at Nordkap is at the top of a 300-yard high cliff. You go and look over the railing, and you've got the Arctic Ocean sort of crashing against it. The North Pole's another 1,200 miles on. Then I took a sort of very long, wiggly path across Eurasia to Singapore, which took 9-10 months or so.
Jesus Christ!
But I didn't know what route I was going to be taking for that. I didn't allow myself to get too bogged down with details, and also over the course of nearly half a decade, so much changes. The Arab Spring happened after I started, so Middle East, changed. The geography and the geopolitics of the Middle East totally changed after I started. Before I got back around to that part of the world.
Is this your bike?
That is the second of 2 bikes. Yeah, that one
Did one of them break?
So the other one, the one I started with, I got off eBay for £100 second hand. So not a great bike, basic. And that one got me all the way about 34,000 miles to Cape Town. And then that bike was sadly stolen. It was locked up on the street.
Oh, Jesus.
And coincidentally, that afternoon, I'd been invited on a radio show to talk about my trip, and the DJ asked me about his bike. And Cape Townians, they're into cycling, mountain biking, and I think he was expecting some specs or what I was riding, and all I could really say is actually it got stolen this morning, and I'm about to murder an accent, and you'll get angry emails, but he said, "Oh no, that's absolutely terrible. Like, let's get this boy a bicycle. We can get him back home." And he said, any of you listeners out there, you got a bicycle, you send us a message, we'll get it to this boy. And about 6 or 7 bikes were sort of presented to me the next day. Well, I had to go around the city and collect them all up, but a couple were kids' bikes. One was an antique. One had been found in a canal. The frame of which I ended up using. So I took them all apart, and I made one bike from all the different parts. And I just the bottom bracket, the kind of part between the pedals in that sort of hub, that was the only part I got from a shop, and the rest was just these decimated bikes, kind of bastardized into this one Frankenstein frame.
Well, that's a cool story.
Yeah.
And so then this bike you rode for the remainder of the journey.
Yeah, that got me 10,000 miles in 1 year back home, and then was stolen a few weeks later in London.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was basically unrideable by that point.
Is that, I can't tell which one.
Yeah, that's the first one. That's up in Tibet.
Okay.
How long do bike tires last? Because I know you change car tires. I don't think I've ever changed a bike tire, but I can imagine the rubber.
Oh, they definitely wear out.
Yeah.
I think I kept a tally of all this stuff. I think I got through something like 20 tires. But, I mean, they last a lot longer if you don't buy a pair for $3 in an African village that are made in China.
Is that what you did?
No, I could, just got whatever I could. And I think 256 punctures, 20 or so chains. Like, it was, there's a phrase in the UK, triggers broom. There's an old TV show called Only Fools and Horses where some not too bright character gets an award from the council. He's a street sweeper for having the same broom for 17 years. And, after he's given this medal, he says, no, it takes a lot of dedication to care for a broom. This broom's had 17 new handles and 25 new heads over the years. And that's kind of what the bike was like. Besides the frame, just about every other part was slowly swapped out as I went around. Wow.
And when you're traveling through all these places, what kind of language barriers are there? Do you understand other languages besides English?
I'm not a natural linguist. I can get by in French. That was handy in sort of Central and West Africa. I picked up and sort of worked quite hard at Russian. I got some Russian, which in the Stan, Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, etc. That was handy.
When you say picked up, did you pick up on the fly or did you prepare?
I probably a few months before I got to that part of the world, I picked up some like audio lessons and just sort of listened to them while I was on the road. And then I got quite good at just sort of, I guess, charades. Even if like China was always linguistically the hardest place, but even after I learned how to ask for an egg, in a village shop, some rural area, I still preferred to do it the way I'd done for for weeks up to that point, which was go into a shop and start sort of flapping, clucking your wings and sort of clucking slightly more and more manically, and then.
Oh, that's
pulling
hilarious.
out from behind me an egg and pointing at it. They go, "Oh, the foreigner wants an egg. Yeah, we'll get him some eggs."
Oh, that's hilarious.
So you can make a bit of a game of it.
Yeah.
And of course, in lots of parts of the world, there are plenty of people who do speak good English. So I wasn't washing a great deal at this time in my life. Living in a tent, getting the odd splash wash in a puddle or a river or whatever. And so my hands, which were in front of me on the bike's handlebars most of the day. When I arrived in a new country, I'd find the first English speaker I could and ask them how to count to 10 in their language. And then I'd write on my knuckles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on each hand. And then, on the palm, hot, cold, yes, no, good, bad, up, down, left, right, just a whole bunch of vocabulary. And that, you pick it up pretty quick when it's in front of you for maybe 6, 8 hours in a day. And when that was done, I'd wash them off and maybe learn some new words and sort of carry on. So even though I was passing through regions and didn't have all that long to get to grips with many languages, I got a bit of a head start with that.
Oh, wow. What is it like when you're alone for that long?
That's probably the biggest challenge. And I've definitely got better at that over the years. But when I was off on that bike trip, there were times, particularly up in Tibet, where that picture was, that the road I was following in Tibet is the western sort of approach to Tibet. And on a good day, I was there in winter, which is not ideal. It's cold. But on a good day, there'd be maybe one vehicle going in either direction. But often there'd be several days at a time with no vehicles, and there were no settlements along the way. And later on, so to get into Tibet, I didn't have permission, so I had to sort of, in the night, I cut a hole in the fence of a military base and snuck into Tibet. So beyond that point, I was having to kind of hide.
To get into Tibet, so it's difficult to get into Tibet?
Yeah, so Tibet used to be an independent country.
Right.
A lot of protest. Most ethnic Tibetan people don't want to be part of China, but in the 50s, the People's Liberation Army marched in, and this was only a couple of years after the Beijing Olympics, and in the lead up to those, there were in Lhasa, the capital, I think it was around 36 self-immolations. You're aware of that phrase?
Yeah.
Yeah, and usually
Terrific.
monks. Yeah, and for the listeners who might not know,
Well, they probably know from the Rage Against the Machine cover.
Yeah, exactly
Yeah.
that. So people marching out in front of the soldiers or the police, pouring a tin of petrol over themselves or gasoline, lighting themselves on fire and burning to death, in protest at what they see as the occupation of their country. And of course, the Chinese government doesn't want people seeing these sorts of scenes, so they made the whole area off limits to foreigners, and basically, well, it still is really. You can visit sort of limited little pockets in Lhasa, the capital, and a couple of other kind of temples in towns nearby. But to do that, you've got to be in a group with a guide and a vehicle and permits, and it's expensive, and you're just not allowed to travel by yourself with a bike. So that was the only way I could get in, was to sort of sneak in. But after that point, I was then having to hide the whole time. And to bring it back to your question, the loneliness there, I really, really struggled. I was up there for about 6 weeks, and probably had 2 conversations in that time. It was really hard. But now I've got a lot better at it, and I keep meaning to look this up, because there's someone, it's one of those people that's always quoted, it'll be Oscar Wilde or Mark Twain, someone like that, once said that loneliness is the paucity of one's own company, and solitude is the richness of it. And it's 2 sides of the same coin. So being by yourself can totally suck, but if you just kind of try and flip the perspective a bit, and it's not always possible, and it's certainly not easy, you can then sort of enjoy the space, the peace, the freedom, particularly if you've got a kind of a busy life when you go back home.
It is an interesting thing about human beings that we seem to have a requirement for other people's company. I mean, we really do. Like, we do enjoy moments of solitude, like sitting on a dock, looking out at an ocean, just relaxing, maybe having a cup of coffee by yourself. But if that goes on for too long, we have like a deep feeling of longing and a sorrow comes over us. And
well, we're pack animals.
Yeah.
And you know, I guess this is my cod evolutionary sort of take on it, but I suppose anyone over the millions of years of our evolution who had that instinct to always be by themselves probably wouldn't have been passing their genes on so much. And
Right.
so you know, probably would have been bred out. You know, we've selected for people who live in communities.
yeah, it makes sense. It only makes sense, but it's so strange how intense it is when you are alone for long periods of time. And for people that have never experienced that, it's I mean, what you've done and doing that is really extraordinary. And I would imagine it gives you some very unique insight into how your own mind works.
Yeah. I think I've always been relatively good in my own company. I suppose years ago I might have referred to myself as a loner in the sort of the positive sense of that word. I suppose so. I guess it's probably a bit of an insult as well.
Yeah.
But I do like my own company. I'm happy in my own company. But I have got, I suppose, over long periods, I would realize later that I'd sort of essentially desocialized. And, you know, suddenly being back in a community or around people where I can have a conversation, it just takes a bit of time to kind of, you know, equalize after being by yourself for a long time. Because you got no one else to answer to.
Yeah.
You know, it's total freedom, and that can be an indulgence, a self-indulgence.
I've never spent that kind of time alone, but I've spent time in the woods. And when you're by yourself for a day or two, one of the things that always hits me is you start evaluating your own life, evaluating relationships, evaluating friendships, evaluating work, various things that you don't normally think about in such great depth. But when you're alone and you don't have anyone to talk to, it's like those are the things that the mind wants to dig up and maybe examine. Mm-hmm. Did you find that?
Definitely. And it's definitely a positive thing to do. You know, the more time you've got to chew things over, the more to grips you're going to get with any problems in your life, or, you know, whatever it might be. And then there's always the temptation, which I'm quite regimented with myself about how long I allow myself to listen to music or podcasts or whatever in any given day when I'm off doing some trip like this. I first came across your podcast when I was in the Congo, I think. And, you know, it's podcasts are great, you know, but suddenly you've got company all day, and that's a way to, I suppose, you'll be thinking about and learning about whatever's been spoken about, but you're not exploring things by yourself in the way that you can if you just have silence and peace. And I'm quite strict with myself. Like on my latest trip, I'd allow myself in the morning, an hour of listening to something, and then in the afternoon, maybe another hour at some point, and then while cooking dinner I could listen to something like that.
How did you decide that amount of time?
It was arbitrary, essentially. It just needed to ensure that I wasn't doing that all the time. So it wouldn't always be exactly an hour, but maybe a podcast.
Right, yeah.
One of yours is the whole morning, of course.
Right.
But something short like that.
You went through the Congo on a bike?
I started on a bike. I was actually with someone else for this part of this is the bike journey. Mm-hmm. So this was 2014. A guy from Scotland who I'd met, he was motorbiking down the east coast of Africa with a couple of friends, and I think about 7 times we kept bumping into each other. They were covering a lot more ground. They were taking a more sort of circuitous route than me. But in Cape Town, him and I spent a bit of time together, and he said, "Hey, well, so, when you go to Congo, I'll fly up and I'll join you." And so in the capital of Zambia, Lusaka, he flew up. He bought a bike for I think about £90, like a sort of 3-gear, shitty, heavy, sort of strong bike. And we cycled into Congo, DRC. There's 2 Congos, the big one, the fucked up one, I guess. We cycled across the border in the south, in the Copper Belt, and then followed the border all the way across the south of the country until eventually the road we were following just kind of ran out. But there was a river there, and we'd been aware that this was going to happen. The Lulua is the name of the river. And so we bought a dugout canoe, or a pirogue, they call it there, which is essentially just a tree trunk with the inside scooped out. It's your sort of typical, I suppose you'd say, tribal canoe that you'd see right across the world in all sorts, in South America, in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Papua New Guinea, the same sort of thing. And we bought one that was about 5.5 meters long, I think, and for the next month we kind of battled this thing down a river. But it was not in great shape. And we had to get in it, all our gear and 2 bicycles. And these things sit really low in the water. You've got maybe 2 inches of clearance. You know, if any small rapids, the water's coming in and you're going down. But after we bought it, we pulled it up onto the riverbank and we turned it upside down and we were patching some little leaks and cracks and trying to kind of brace it. And the whole village just gathered around us in this big, excited but concerned crowd, and they were tutting and shaking their heads. And a sort of spokesperson essentially stepped forward and said, really, I don't think you should go on the river. There are rapids and waterfalls. And we're like, yeah, no, you'll be right. And there are hippos and crocodiles. And, you know, if you guys don't drown, you'll be eaten and you'll be dead in a day, either way. And we took it with a pinch of salt. And that month was probably the most fraught of my life. It was ridiculous. Every day we'd be struggling down rapids. The smallest little rapid would be enough to sink us. And the boat wouldn't sink. It would just go, down. It would sit, 2 or 3 inches under the water. But unless we had them all strapped down, all our bags would start floating off in different directions.
Oh,
and we're sort of splashing around in the water, trying to gather everything. Oh, that one's got the money and the cameras. Oh, get that bag. That's got all of our food. Passports over there. And all the while you're wondering when is a crocodile just going to come and sort of grab your ankle.
Did you see them?
We only saw one.
Really?
They're around. Everyone kept saying they're around. Lots of people we met said they do see them. I think they've been hunted quite a lot over the years. And although these are on the Congo, so this is a tributary of the Congo River, they're Nile crocodiles. That's the species, and they grow up to. I mean, they get really big.
They're 20 feet long.
Yeah. I think that's about the max.
Yeah, they're huge.
But
that's a dangerous animal.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were in a really remote area. There were no roads. There were just footpaths connecting villages, and no one else was stupid enough to travel up and down the river. People had canoes, pirogues, but they would just use them for fishing. Because they would just sit on the water, place some nets, come back out. And we one afternoon were paddling along, and there was this group of maybe 50 men on the riverbank, all just waving and singing and dancing around, shaking machetes above their heads. And so we didn't pull over. We thought we'll pass by. But a few hundred yards on, there were just 2 men on the bank, and we pulled up to them and said, what's going on up there? And they said, oh, they just killed a crocodile, a big one. And I said, how big? And they said 5 meters. So that's about 15, 16 feet. So big. One night, a hippo. We'd hear the hippos sort of honking out. They make that very particular noise. We'd hear them out on the water.
What does a hippo noise sound like?
Sort of as best I can do. But yeah, we'd hear those quite a lot at night. And, we had to camp on the riverbank, but the hippos go out for walks around at night. And sometimes there'd be, shoulder-high elephant grass, and the only places that we could really pitch a camp would be in these channels that the hippos would tread through it. So it was a difficult time. After a month, we finally reached a road, sort of sand tracks, I guess, and a couple of days later, just managed to get to a town in time for me to collapse into bed with a pretty severe case of malaria.
Oh, wow.
But I had typhoid fever at the same time, so it was like double trouble.
Oh, boy.
So I couldn't really walk for about a week. So yeah, that was a.
What did they give you to get over the malaria?
Was really lucky. We managed to get to a town, and I went to the Catholic mission where they had a nurse and said, like, please treat me. Archie is my friend. He'll buy the drugs, and so this nurse, a guy. Actually, whose name I shouldn't say, he gave me drips of ciprofloxacin and I think I'm trying to remember metronidazole. I think 2 different antibiotics, just a lot of drips. But the drips were the most frightening thing because he didn't use clean needles each time. So
oh boy.
He would sort of do the drip in the morning, yank it out my arm, and then just kind of hang it over the mosquito net. Come back in the afternoon, kind of blow it off, and then plug it straight back into my arm.
Great. So if you don't die of malaria, you die of infection.
Yeah, it was a worrying time. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So how long did it take you to recover from the malaria?
Well, I didn't have long because we had to get, our visas were only 3 months, and we'd already been going for over 2 months. So we had to get out of the country within a certain amount of time. So after, I think it was probably about 8 days, we then, I was able to walk again. I was still super weak. We then had to go and sort of get passage on a bus, as they call it there. But this is just a truck with a metal shipping container in the back of it. And we spent about 5 days on these trucks, kind of bouncing around. You either cling to the top. There's no roads. It's all just mud tracks. In the rainy season, which was kind of not far off, it would take a month to do that 5-day drive to the capital that we.
Because it'd be so much mud.
Well, yeah, the roads just churn up. The roads, the tracks that we were on were sometimes these sort of channels carved 5-6 yards deep into the mud.
Wow.
And so as soon as it starts raining, they're all completely gone. I came across the monsoon arrived 6 weeks or so later, by which time I was up in the other Congo, way up in the north, kind of near the border of Cameroon and Central African Republic, on these mud tracks. And suddenly I just saw all these trucks that had kind of run off the tracks into the trees, and there were people who had been stuck there for days and days and days. And I mean, I couldn't even push my bike. I had to carry it for about a day and a half, take everything off, carry it for a mile, hide it in a bush, walk back. It was 5 miles for every 1 mile forward, just portaging it back and forth.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
How much crime did you encounter?
Not a huge amount. I mean, like my pocket got picked in Malaysia, which is one of the safest places in the world. My horse got stolen in Mongolia. That happens.
You had a horse?
Yeah, they're not expensive.
How much is a horse?
I bought a horse for about £120, so I guess
Really?
$150 or so.
You get a horse for $150?
It depends how many. Every few years, Mongolia has they call it a snow on ice event. So essentially, Mongolia winter is really cold. It gets down to about minus 40 Fahrenheit or Celsius, and if it snows and then thaws and then freezes, you get this crust of ice over the ground. The horses, which are kind of left to their own devices over winter, they're kind of semi-feral, it's called. They're kind of half wild. They can't break through that crust of ice as they would with snow with their hooves to get to the grass. So come spring, actually last time I was in Mongolia, the whole countryside was just littered with corpses of sheep and horses and goats. So if they've had a bad winter before, sometimes they lose up to about a third of their kind of national livestock. Then horses cost quite a lot, but it wasn't too bad when I was there. The horse I would sort of, at night, so I spent about 2 months hiking across Mongolia with this horse. I tried to ride it, but it was so small, the tiny little pony. I'd gone to quite a lot of effort to find a horse that was up to the challenge. And I went out into this sort of village outside the capital city, asked around, and you can't do anything there without having to drink copious amounts of vodka. It's a real pain in the ass, to be honest.
You have to?
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way everything is done. And
how so?
Well, hey, you want to come and look at a horse? Great. Well, let's first drink some vodka, and we'll pour a little offering to the gods, and we'll flick a little bit into the sky as an offering to the sky god. And, it'd be rude to refuse because it's an offering.
Right.
And then, I mean, to be fair, I was in my mid-20s, so I was quite happy just to drink the stuff. But this kind of quite unpleasant paint stripping vodka and just bottles and bottles and bottles. So I spent this long day going from person to person to person out, in the sticks, driving across grasslands, off road. And finally, we met these people who this guy had a horse to sell, and he said, "Yeah, here's the horse. Do you want to check it out?" And I was like, "All right." I had never ridden a horse before. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I thought I'll check out the hooves. I was about to try and check the back hooves, and they're like, "No, don't do that. You'll get your face kicked off." But I checked the front hooves. I checked its teeth. It was a female horse. Didn't look too old. Decent, strong. Coat was in good condition. I thought, yeah, this is fine. And we agreed a price, and about 2 days later, I had to go back to the capital to get my stuff, buy a saddle. About 2 days later, I came back, met the guy, and he presented me with this horse. I was like, well, that's a different colour, and it's got testicles. So that's a different horse altogether, but it wasn't really much I could do about it. So this horse didn't really take to being ridden. I don't think it was too small. I don't think he could really cope with me and my not very heavy bags.
So you just use it sort of as a pack horse?
Yeah. So we walked, and at night I would make a fire. You'd hear wolves howling. Often I'd make a fire and sort of tether the horse 10 yards away, and that's kind of the first line of defense. And one morning the horse had been the tether had been cut and someone had been in the night, but I'd pretty much got to where I was going. Oh, before I forget, this is a Mongolian wolf tooth for you, which an old hunter gave me. He claimed that he shot the wolf, but I was not 100% sure about that. Well, there's a kind of braggadocio element to it. It's kind of a macho thing to have shot wolves, and I met a lot of people who said, yeah, I've killed many wolves. But back in Soviet times, there were, Mongolia was kind of a satellite. It wasn't technically part of the Soviet Empire, but it was sort of a protectorate. There used to be a quota. Every Mongolian man had to kill 2 wolves each year to sort of keep their numbers down. Otherwise, they would decimate the livestock. Anyway, that's from a wolf that he got hold of somehow. Maybe he shot it.
You're skeptical, though.
Well, I'm kind of a skeptic generally, I think. And the way he told me, it didn't give me necessarily the impression that he had shot it.
Do you know the story about the World War One Russian-German standoff with wolves?
They took like a 2-day truce, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They took a truce. They stopped fighting to kill the wolves because there were so many soldiers were getting killed by wolves.
They were losing like 1 or 2 soldiers a day or something.
It was
Or
something
nights,
insane.
rather.
The problem was, they were fighting trench warfare, right? And so they would get shot and they would be crying and screaming out in these trenches. And then you would hear, when people would be eaten alive by wolves.
Yeah.
The wolves would find these wounded soldiers and tear them apart. And then people would go out on scouting missions and they wouldn't find anything but boots and pieces of their clothes covered in blood. And then they realized, like, Jesus Christ, we're losing more people to wolves than we are to the Germans or the Russians.
Actually, just earlier this year, I came across a memorial to Finnish POWs who had been sent up to this distant part of Siberia from that war, people who had been captured. And it was crazy to think they'd been captured like way out there and sort of, in Europe, and they've been sent to this desolate spot at the end of the continent and just told to fish to sort of supply the Russian Navy, I think it was. But they're all these, like on the cliffs at the north of Asia, like facing out. I mean, you can't imagine a more like barren, isolated, brutal spot. And there was just I saw one. I was told there was another somewhere nearby that I didn't spot. Just a crucifix set up for the dead Finns. I don't know how many were sent out there. I haven't looked it up yet. But yeah, so if if the wolves don't get you and the Russians do, then the cold will get you eventually.
What was what's the terrain like in Mongolia when you're making your way through this?
Mostly steppe, grassland, but I went through some sort of low mountains. It's an incredible country, Mongolia. Like it's just so ripe for adventure. It's about the same size as Spain, France, and Germany put together. But the population's just over 3 million, and it's the most sparsely populated country on Earth.
Really,
there's kind of a person per square kilometre, but more than half the population live in the capital, and there are a handful of other not big but towns, and so the countryside's just open. And
what is the capital like?
It's changed a lot since I first went. It was all just kind of grim Soviet apartment blocks, and it's set in this kind of valley. In winter, I've not been there in winter, but in winter it's the most polluted city on Earth, because everyone there's kind of increasingly people are being drawn into the capital from outside, and they come in and set up their yurts or gurs as they call them, these kind of circular felt tents which you can survive the harshest conditions in. But to heat them, they're just using coal or yak shit or horse shit or cow shit, and so just all of the particulate matter. So it's the most polluted by a particular count on the PM10, I think, is the size of particle, which I think if you breathe in, they can get quite deep into your lungs, but not all the way to the tips, like that tiny ones in Beijing, for instance. There's just this kind of pall of pollution that hangs over this narrow, long valley that the capital's stretched along. But recently, they've got, I think there's like a Shangri-La there now and some high glass buildings, and it's changing quite a lot. They had in about 2012, they opened a huge mine that I think Toktogoi, I think the name, I forget. But in 2012, The Economist magazine found Mongolia to have the world's fastest growing economy, because they opened this one mine and overnight the economy grew by 40%, like that month.
It's all relative, right?
Yeah, and exactly, yeah. It was a very, very low base start line. But yeah, I think that's largely gold and copper. And since then, there's been a lot of wrangling over how much, what percentage of the profits is kept channeled into Mongolia and what percentage goes outside. But I think that's turned the country around quite a lot. But there's no fences. The whole countryside's just, there's the Gobi Desert, there's sort of taiga, like Siberian forest across the north. There are the Altai Mountains in the west. The rest is grasslands, and there's lakes and rivers everywhere. And there's just no fences. It's all common land, and you can just head wherever you want. It's awesome. It's really great.
It's wild that they still use those felt tents, because that was literally what Genghis Khan.
Yeah, exactly the same. And nowadays they'll have maybe a car battery to run. They'll have a satellite dish and a TV, and it's changing quite a lot. There's only one or two homes I visited that still looked really quite similar to internally how they would have 800 years ago when Genghis Khan was charging across the continent.
Wow. And so this trek through Mongolia took you how long?
I was there for 3 months in total. So I did 2 months on the horse, and then once the horse was pinched, I got to more or less where I wanted to go, and so then I got the bike back and carried on cycling, sort of through to Central Asia.
And then once you get to Central Asia, then how long before you get back to where you wanted to go?
Well, this was all part of that same long
Right.
bike ride. So, there was probably still 2 years to go to get, to get down through.
Charlie, that's so crazy.
2.5 perhaps. To
That
get
is
down
so crazy.
Through like Central Asia, the Middle East, and down the whole east side of Africa. Up
Now,
west.
are you corresponding with anyone back home while this is happening? Do people know you're safe? Like, how are you?
I emailed sort of as and when I could. When I took the ferry from Britain to France at the beginning of the trip, I had phones were different back then. I had a really old. It wasn't a Nokia 3310, but it was something along those lines. This is 2010. I think the first iPhone might have just come out, but it's a long time ago.
I think that was 2007, if I remember correctly.
Oh right, okay.
Was it? Something like that. I think the first iPhone, somewhere around then, because there's, I think somewhere around then.
But I didn't want a phone. I wanted sort of freedom from all that. And my plan had been, I arranged my phone contract or company that the contract would run out around about that time, and I'd planned when crossing the channel to like go up to the top of the ferry and just hurl it into the sea. And the ferry company kindly gave me like a free crossing in their sort of club class, and the bar was quite open. So I didn't get around to that. And a few weeks later, I just sort of tossed it in a lake in Sweden, which with hindsight I don't feel good about. That's plastic.
Right.
I shouldn't have done that, but it was
But it's
different
symbolic.
time. Yeah. So I didn't. I kept in touch with family through email as often as I could.
Just use like internet cafes.
Exactly. Yeah. Or if if I couldn't find that, I got quite good at just like going into a some random office and saying, "Hey, can I use your computer?"
Really?
People were surprisingly receptive. You're in the middle of Iraqi Kurdistan. Can I use your computer? Yeah, sure. Just turn it off when you're done. Oh, thanks.
Wow.
People are very friendly wherever you go, broadly speaking.
That's really fascinating, because you probably have a different perspective of just running into strangers in other countries than most people do. Most people would think that people would be very hesitant. Some weird Englishman shows up and wants to use your computer.
Well, I think wherever I go, I tend to sort of be a bit of a novelty, so people are interested initially.
Did you anticipate that though? Like, what did you think you were going to be able to do or did you just figure it out along the way?
Yeah, I just figured it out as I went.
So you didn't have any plan, like this is how I'll make sure that everyone knows I'm okay?
No. Back then I probably wasn't great at sort of keeping my parents in the loop exactly as to where I was. And when I went to Afghanistan, I didn't tell them about it. I told one friend and said, if you don't hear from me in 6 weeks, then perhaps call the government. And so I tried to keep them sort of as unworried as possible. Which, I've got 3 siblings, so there's spares. It's all right.
Spares. So when you get done with this trip, this is a 4-year trip. What do you do? Do you have a home at this point in time, or did you not have an apartment anymore?
No, I hadn't. I had nowhere to. I went back to my parents' place for a few weeks, and I had £30 to my name when I came back.
What is the first day back like? Like when you show up at your parents' house, what is that like?
Weird. So about 2 months before I finished, I think I was still somewhere in southern Morocco or Mauritania. My dad said via email, let's have a party when you get back. Let's have a sort of a homecoming. And so we picked a time and a date and arranged a place in London, a street where friends and family could come and gather, and we had a little sort of welcome home party. So I was told, at the stroke of 7 o'clock, you've got to be here on this street. And I, turned up, and there were, 120, 150 people, some of whom I hadn't seen for years and years and years. And it was totally surreal.
Wow.
I was still quite, the 6 months following, this was about 6 months on from when I was ill in Congo. My health hadn't been good throughout that. So I'd been on my ride up through France, for instance. Winter was coming, and I was getting these incredible stomach cramps every now and then. I remember one particular day when I basically just kind of veered off the road in a village and fell into someone's woodshed. And then about 10 minutes later, I kind of came round, and there was just this elderly French couple standing over me, not wondering what to do with me. So I wasn't particularly well. But I turned up at this homecoming party, with a beard down to my tits and, hair down to my shoulders. I looked a right state, to be honest. And it was strange how quickly I felt kind of normal back among people again, initially at least. It was over the coming days that, the kind of the weird itch of wanting to move came back. And
so you got like wanderlust almost immediately afterwards.
in the sort of, I guess, a couple of weeks on, the novelty of having a comfy bed each night wore off pretty quick, and I needed to find a job to earn some money. So I picked up the first job I could find, and it's not the sort of job that I think I was going to do long term, but it was just enough to get me back on my feet.
What did you do?
I sold luxury tours to China for a travel company. And so I'd talk to clients saying, well, exactly. I'd talk to clients saying, oh, you've got to go to this place. It's great. And they say, what was your experience like there? I said, well, the ground's good and firm. You can put a tent wherever you want. But, the Hyatt will probably be comfortable. You'll be fine. That was not necessarily the best fit for me as a job. But soon after that, I started planning the next trip and started writing these books. And sort of since then, I've kind of turned that into a career. So
immediately you sort of understood when you returned, like, this is not a one-off. This is something you're just going to continue to do.
Yeah. Well, people started asking me to give presentations about the trip I'd been on, sort of photo slideshows, I guess. And I started doing more and more of those at, to village halls and clubs and festivals and schools and businesses. And that slowly became like about half of my living. And I realized, I could do this for a job. This could be a living, and enable me to carry on, taking on challenges. So since then, there's always something in the pipeline. Do some sort of journey, come back, relate the story, write about it, repeat.
Now, when you start up again, is there any hesitation about like the length of the trip, like that 4-year thing? Even though I'm sure it must have been a fascinating and wonderful experience, there had to be a little bit of a hesitation of committing to that much of your life again.
The longest I've done since then is 8 months. So it's a lot different. And the last couple have been sort of 2 or 3 months.
But was it because of that 4-year one where you're like, that's a little much?
Well, you just you get a bit more settled. Or also now I've started to kind of build a career. You don't want to totally put everything on pause for a huge amount of time again.
You mean by build a career, the writing?
The writing and the speaking. And it's not like I have a monthly paycheck or a salary, a pension, anything like that. So you kind of got to keep feeding the beast.
And so for the speeches, like, what are you doing? Are you like posting up at a theater and people come to see you talk?
I do some at theatres, a lot at schools. Ones for businesses will be at conferences, or they just want someone to come in for the afternoon to kind of spark up their team, or a real variety, all sorts of different events.
You would be the last person I would want to have come to talk. Because I was like, these people are going to quit and they're going to go wander the world. And I'm going to have no workforce.
I've spoken to a handful of CEOs about that. And one, maybe charitably, but I think he was right. He said, if I kind of said what you said as a joke. And he said, well, you know what, if I've got a member of staff, if I've got an employee who wants to go away for that huge amount of time, then they probably shouldn't be working for me. It's like, that's not going to be the most motivated person. But I'm not there to say, hey, quit your job and fuck off for years on a bicycle. I'm there to try and, with businesses, it's different talks, different events, it's all different. But with businesses, I'm there to kind of take some of the lessons about resilience, ambition, etc., from what I've been doing, and try and apply that to their lives, to their setting.
But aren't those lessons only learned through the experiences? I mean, I would imagine
they're definitely best learned through experiences.
Yeah.
But I think you can, in the same way that, one of the biggest genres of literature is self-help, right? Mm-hmm. And that's just reading about it.
I think most of that is nonsense, though. I think, literally, when I look at, like, self-help books and self-help people and mentors and stuff, there's a large percentage, more than half, that's nonsense.
At the risk of insulting a few people I know, I totally agree with you. Yeah. But then again, I haven't read those books, and also
I haven't read all of them, clearly, but I've read enough bullshit where I'm like, God.
Yeah, well, there's a huge tendency out there for people to kind of take on the persona of a guru, essentially.
Yes.
And there's so many charlatans out there. There are so many. It's like with a lot of esoteric pursuits and alternative things. There's things that are rooted in fact, or that are kind of veering that way, and there are things that are like mediums, for instance.
Yeah.
I've got, I don't mind saying it, I don't care how many people are listening, I've got no time for that, because as far as I'm concerned, they're either, I think the two ways they describe it are, they're either open eye, which means they know they're conning everyone, or they're shut-eye, which means that they genuinely believe what they're doing, and that's a different thing. I'm kind of fine with that. It's just I don't think they're right.
Yeah, I have a friend who went to a medium, and it's kind of a hilarious story because he goes, he knew everything about my grandmother, knew everything about this. I go, don't you know everything about your grandmother? What the fuck is the point of someone telling you some things you already know?
Yeah, that are on your Facebook page.
Do you think that it's possible that these were leading questions, and that through these leading questions, they sort of talked you into giving them the answers? And you can see the look on his face when he was kind of resisting but realizing that I might be right, but didn't want to admit that he got hosed.
I think there's a lot of people just want to believe it.
Yeah,
and that's also totally understandable. It's the same, like from my perspective,
Yeah.
with belief in afterlife. People want to
Right.
believe that because it's comforting, and it totally makes sense to want to believe it. I personally don't, but
You don't believe in any sort of afterlife?
I don't know.
But do you disbelieve?
Meaning?
I don't believe in it either, but I don't disbelieve in it.
Well, I can never know that it's not.
Right.
But I guess the burden of proof is on people who have come up with this idea, because there's nothing to substantiate it.
But there's a long history of human understanding that there's something else besides what we experience in this realm. And I think a lot of that has to do most likely through either the consumption of psychedelic compounds or through ritual practices like holotropic breathing or something, where it gives them the sense that maybe what you see is only part of the picture. And then there's this feeling when someone dies, like they're not there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, have you've ever been around a dead body?
I have, yeah.
It's a weird feeling, right? It's like it's not just that they're dead. It's not just that they're not breathing anymore.
It's an emptiness.
They're not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to explain, but the first time I ever saw a dead body was my grandfather. It was an open casket, and I remember immediately thinking, like, oh,
that's not him.
He's not there.
Yeah.
Like, he's not there. It's not as simple as, well, it's also weird because they had him made up and shit. They put makeup on you, which is very odd.
Yeah.
But it's this very clear feeling that he's gone. And so there's this thought, well, where did he go? Did he go somewhere else? Is there a place where you go?
Mm-hmm. And that's a totally understandable thing to think and to to kind of experiment with the idea of. But
right.
I suppose it can never be
proven.
So it's kind of a moot point anyway, I guess.
I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting to discuss. I don't disbelieve, but I don't believe.
But I also think that's a slightly different thing to mediums.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm a huge fan of, sadly, he died last year, I think, the amazing Randy.
Yes. Yeah, James Randi.
Darren Brown, various people who sort of, unlock or rather give away some of the secrets of cold reading and show you just how easy it is to manipulate people's belief.
Yes. Yeah, Darren is very open about that. And there's a guy named Banachek who I've had on the podcast before as well as Darren. And Banachek is the first guy that I ever met that openly talked about the techniques that he used. He's like, I'm not going to tell you the techniques, but I'm going to tell you this is bullshit.
Yeah.
I am tricking these people into thinking that I can read into them and find out about their past and find out about their life. It's just bullshit.
Well, Randy went to, the sort of big evangelical churches where they have, faith healers and people, contacting the other side. And he went there, and I think I'm remembering this right. Either his one of his accomplices essentially just went there with a little shortwave radio and just scanned through the settings until he found the feed to the sort of pastor's ear, feeding the information that someone else was researching online for these sort of unsuspecting audience members, unwitting audience members, which is it's hilarious, and it's also deeply disturbing because
it's deeply
people
disturbing.
Get taken for thousands, and they can. It's just taking advantage of the most vulnerable people, and I've got no time for that.
And there's only one step removed from that to a lot of these motivational people. Because my feeling on these motivational people is a lot of them are taking advantage of the fact that some people have this longing for discipline and structure and some sort, like they've experienced moments in their life where things are going well and then things fall apart, or they self-sabotage, or they start drinking or gambling or whatever their problem is. But these people that are motivating these people that they're charging exorbitant amounts of money for some structure that they put together, they want these folks to follow. But then when you look into their lives, the people that are the motivational people, most of them haven't done shit. Like all they're doing is motivating people, which doesn't, like if you want to have a conversation about how to invest with Warren Buffett, well, that makes sense to me. Like here's a man who's spent his life investing successfully in businesses. He's very well versed in that, and he can give you some understanding of the practices that he uses. But if you're going to talk to someone who's trying to motivate you for success, and his only success is to tricking people into coming to see him motivate people for success and charging them exorbitant amounts of money for it, well, then I don't like that.
Well, it's the same as the irony of Trump having written The Art of the Deal, or rather having had someone ghostwrite it for him. Trump, who was just born into a huge amount of money and by all accounts just slowly lost it over years and years and years.
Yeah.
I think it's far too easy for people to abuse other people's sort of good faith. We're generally credulous creatures. We want to believe stuff. We want things to believe in.
Well, we also don't. There's so much uncertainty about the future, and so there's this longing for someone to hold our hand. Someone please show me. Someone please give me a guide. Some please tell me the steps to follow.
Yeah.
And when people see that people have this longing, they take advantage of it, and they try to get these people to pay money for these secrets. If you sign up now, I will give you the secrets of how you can become successful. And you're sitting there in your shitty apartment, you're like, fuck, I want to be successful.
That's Scientology, isn't it?
It's similar.
Same thing.
Well, I think that's more in like how to organize your life. But it's similar.
It's
similar.
It's secrets that you unlock to success. Yeah.
I mean, written by one of the worst science fiction writers ever. Have you ever read some of his stuff?
I don't plan to.
Oh my God. Well, I've had the guy who's the head guy of Scientology. What the fuck's his name again? David Miscavige. Yeah, I had his dad, Ron Miscavige, on, and he explained to me how he got his son into it and the whole deal behind it. It's just fucking fascinating because it deals with those very questions. Like it deals with psychology. It deals with like the longing for answers in this purely uncertain, open-ended life that we exist in. Mm. And so many people have that desire for structure and for someone to come along and tell them that everything is going to be okay if you follow these rules, which is obviously not true.
Yeah. I mean, I don't... when I'm billed as a quote unquote motivational speaker, I actually don't like that phrasing. I would prefer, inspirational. I tend to, it's almost an entertaining storytelling exercise, but with, certain themes that people can, take away if they want to. But I've never liked the idea of ramming down people's throats a bullet pointed step by step of, how to be better or more proactive or more motivated or anything like that, because I think, as you're saying, it's quite often disingenuous.
Most of the time. I know a guy who does it who used to be a terrible comedian, and then he became a motivational guy, and now he's much more successful at that. But it's just so strange and sad to watch these people buy into his nonsense. Like, he's not successful, like, except at taking people and getting them to pay a lot of money to teach them how to be successful, which is fucking strange.
Yeah, it's like a shitty pyramid scheme.
It is in a way, but it's a confidence game. You're playing upon people's desire for answers that don't exist. I mean, you can motivate people. Like, there's a lot of people, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people out there that are super successful that can tell you how they did it. And there's a lot of benefit in that. There's great benefit in that. But most of those people are not charging you for that. I mean, they might write a book about it, or they, maybe they do a podcast on, how to succeed at business or something like that. But they're good at it. They actually have experience. But there's a fucking whole industry, and online, because of social media, the barrier for entry is so small that you see so many people with these. Everything is motivational. All their posts are motivational. Like, surely you have to have something other shit to say other than motivating people. This is weird.
Yeah, I mean, I try to focus on telling stories. Like if you read those, for instance, you might find some inspiration within them, but hopefully it's just going to be interesting.
Well, what you're doing is, I mean, obviously you have these super unusual life experiences that you can relay. And that's my thing about it is like, God, if I heard those, I would be very tempted to go and want some of those experiences for myself.
Well, a lot of my experiences have been sort of how not to.
Right. Well, that's how you learn, right?
Yeah, exactly. Learn from my mistakes. Actually, I think that's always valid as well. It's a lot easier, I think, to take something on board from someone who says, this is what I did and it went horribly wrong and this is why I wouldn't do it again like that, than to say, I did this and I'm fantastic and it went really well and you're a different person. It might be the same for you.
Well, speaking of horribly wrong, let's talk about your most recent one, because this is what led you here, and this is a wild experience that you just returned from, and tell people what you've done.
Sure. So I've been planning for almost a year to go to a region of Siberia called Yakutia, which is, it's the largest administrative area in the world. So it's one region of Russia. It's almost the same size as India. I think it's about 96% the size of India, but only 1 million people. So it's massive and empty, and it's far north. About half of it is north of the Arctic Circle. And there's one large city, but outside that there are scattered some remote and very remote communities, and they're, for the most part, there are plenty of sort of crumbling, near abandoned industrial towns from the Soviet era as well. But there are lots of scattered small villages of indigenous Siberian peoples, particularly the Sakha, who are the largest ethnicity in the region. And then there are smaller peoples like the Iveni, the Evenki, who traditionally herded reindeer. There's all sorts of people scattered across this massive area. And I wanted to head out there. It's also the coldest inhabited place on Earth. So the recorded low, and Jamie might be able to confirm this, but a place called Verkhoyansk, I can't remember the exact temperature, and it's in Celsius anyway, but about minus 67.3, something like that. And that's inhabited. People live there. And so every winter it's super cold, and people survive in that. And they used to survive, many of them in a sort of nomadic sense, living in sort of skin tents. Reindeer, hide teepees, essentially. So I wanted to get out there, experience some element, not in the total depths of winter, but in sort of February, March, April, of that extreme cold.
Isn't February the total depths of winter?
I think January's their coldest time.
What is February?
I was prepared for minus 50 Celsius, which is sort of minus, I guess it's about minus 60 Fahrenheit.
They hit the same at minus 40.
40, yeah. But because each degree is different, it gets confusing straight away. So I wanted to get out there, experience this cold, and just meet some of these people scattered around and just kind of see what their lives are like, and also see if they're changing with if their lives, their sort of traditional ways of life are being threatened by the climate changing. In last summer, when you might remember it was all over the news for a while, perhaps less so in America because you guys got your own wildfires here, but an island in Greece, Evia, was on fire, like the whole island essentially, really bad wildfires. But at the same time, an area the size of Belgium in Yakutia was burning, or collectively, all the different wildfires at the same time. So they have crazy bad wildfires out there. Also just close to Verkhoyansk, that town with the record cold, they had a record Arctic high of 39 point something degrees Celsius. Again, that's about 100 and
that's high.
It's about the same as it is here today, I think.
Yeah.
And
all the way up there.
Yeah, in the Arctic Circle.
That's insane.
Yeah, I just wanted to go and check it out, see what it was like. So I planned to hike a few hundred miles along frozen rivers, which in winter for about 3 months get sort of ploughed and turned into ice roads. Zimnik or Zimniki, as they call them there. A bit like your sort of ice road truckers, I guess. I don't know. But as you're on the river, the river's frozen perhaps 2 meters thick, and towards the top on the frozen sea ice. And to hike up to this town called Tiksi up on the north coast. It's a port town. But I flew in on the 21st of February, and the world changed a lot in the sort of 3 or 4 days after that. The day after I arrived, Russian forces marched across the border where they'd been massing, up to, I think, about 140,000 troops by the time I flew out. And when I flew out, with hindsight, it all seems kind of stupid to have gone, maybe foolhardy. But at the time, basically the entire world, except for presumably Putin, the US intelligence and UK intelligence, which both seem to think something's going to happen. But all the world's media, all commentators, all pundits were saying, this is just a bluff. This is just Putin trying to, scare NATO into concessions, to get more promises that NATO won't spread it, that Ukraine won't join NATO, whatever else. But they marched across the border, and 2 days later, they a formal invasion. They launched their full-scale nationwide invasion, marched into Kiev, bombed everything, and I was so far away from all this. Batagai, the small town where I started hiking up in the Arctic, that is geographically the same distance from Vancouver as it is from Kiev. So it's just really, really far away. I was closer to the North Pole. I was east of Pyongyang. I was on the same time zone as Central Australia, just really, really far away. And I kind of thought about it, and I thought, well, I'm here, and it's going to be interesting. I'm possibly one of, if not the last tourists in Russia, certainly out in the east. And I've got this almost unique but accidental opportunity to see this country and the lives of normal people, ordinary citizens, as what seems to be a horrific, potentially the precipice of World War III starts to unfold. And so I thought, right, well, I'm going to carry on with this trek, but I'll just try and keep across, information. But as soon as I got to Batagai, it's a short flight from the capital of the region up to Batagai on an old Antonov twin-prop sort of Soviet plane. And from there onwards, I couldn't get any phone signal. The only real information I could get was local state media. I passed a village perhaps once a week, and you turn on the most insane thing was turning on you'll be aware of this, I'm sure, but you turn on the local news out there, and they're talking about Ukraine on their news segments, and every second or third sentence will have the word fascism or Nazism, and they were slowly just drip feeding is the wrong word. They were just gushing this false information out into their public space. And loads of people believed everything they heard, totally believed everything. I remember while I was still in the capital, just the day after I arrived, the troops had gone into the Donbass, this disputed territory in the east that they're sort of annexing. And that evening, I was in some guy's sort of cabin just outside town. We'd met and went for drinks with some other people, and he said, "Hey, let's go back to ours for some drinks." And this guy, I'll call him Anatol. I don't want to say his name, but he started dicing up some horse ribs to cook us some sort of, peppering them and everything. And he asked me what I thought about Ukraine. This is really early days. And I said, well, I had to be careful with what I was saying. I don't know that much about it, but it seems like this is going to get really serious. And I'm also aware that when I turn on my phone and look at the news apps, the information I get from the BBC or the Guardian or whatever else is totally different from what I see here. Of course, I knew all this, but I was sort of couching it in terms that gave him the chance to kind of, I didn't want to preach.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, well, it's great because, Vladimir Putin is making Russia great again. And this is Russian land, and it belongs to Russia. And those Ukrainians are all Nazis anyway. And, we're going to, they're performing genocide on Russian peoples. And the thing I found craziest about all this, not just the fact that he was so precisely parroting Putin's propaganda, which I had assumed beforehand people would be taking with a pinch of salt, but the fact that, this guy was Sakha. He's not a Slav. He's not a white Russian. This guy is from a people who about 400 years ago were brutally, aggressively colonized by a sort of militaristic, expansionist, czarist Russia who spread into the area and just took over. And I just thought somehow, with hindsight naively, that these people that were from a sort of ethnically different background, heritage, might not be quite so sold on the cause of Russian nationalism, which is essentially what Putin used to sell the invasion in the first place. But no, he was totally sold on it. And then just as the following kind of weeks unfolded, as I started hiking, the war ramped up. I only got little snippets of information. It was very hard to know what was actually going on. I just met more and more people with, to be frank, a complete gamut of opinions. I met lots of people who, like him, were just bullish and quite, hawkish. Yeah, we'll take back Ukraine. It belongs to Russia. They're all fascists. And then I met people who quietly, I'm not going to say any names, but people who, like one-on-one, would quietly confide, I'm not quite sure about this. I don't quite believe everything I'm being told. Or even some people who said, I am ashamed to be Russian. I'm embarrassed about this. I don't feel like I'm part of this country now. But
what was your feeling going through? So you're going through this trip. You have no idea that this is going to happen. It starts happening while you're there, and then you find yourself accidentally involved in a sense that you're a foreign observer trapped in this land where all this crazy shit is going down. Are you thinking you have to get out of there? Are you thinking you are a part of this now? You're going to document what you're seeing, and this will add to whatever you're writing in the future?
A bit of both, really. It occurred to me a bunch of times: should I be leaving? Should I be getting out of here? Just days after the invasion, flights, Russian flights to Europe were all, the airlines were sanctioned; they couldn't fly into European airports. So my flight, it hadn't yet been formally cancelled, but it wasn't going to happen. I knew that much. So getting out was already going to be complicated. But I didn't feel personally threatened, and perhaps I should have. I suppose I felt like I'm essentially a neutral observer, but of course I wasn't, because I'm British, and Britain very quickly took a stance along with the EU and America, pro-Ukraine stance. And it's great, here wandering around Austin, you see Ukrainian flags everywhere. And after finally getting home, I went to little villages in the countryside, and the church has a Ukrainian flag hoisted on top of the flagpole. The West, for want of a better term, really took up the cause of Ukraine very, very quickly. And I suppose that made me not a neutral observer, but a representative of the opposition, if not the enemy. But I've been in trouble with the authorities in Russia before, on previous occasions. I've been through the Russian court system a couple of times.
How so?
In 2017, I was skiing through the Ural Mountains, which is they kind of divide European Russia from Siberia. And came into a town for a resupply after a couple of months out in the mountains, and the police arrested me and my friend, and so we were on business visas, because the longest tourist visa you could get back then was only 30 days. We needed 3 months plus. So we got business visas, and they said you're committing tourism while travelling on a business visa. So we were taken to court for committing tourism, for sort of abusing the
But did you explain
grounds.
that is your business?
Yeah. I mean,
Did that work?
They didn't go for it, but I mean, the fine was £20 or something.
Well, you
$30.
have books, though. I would imagine.
Well, I didn't yet have.
Okay.
But I mean, I had a website. But then, later we got a border infraction. We were kayaking down a river on the border of Russia and Kazakhstan, and it turns out where the river is the border, you're not allowed to be. And then months later in Georgia, we were up in the sort of mountains of Georgia, and I mean, it's dumb, really. We used Google Maps to tell us how to get to this town, Gori, which incidentally is where Stalin was born. And Google Maps said, yeah, you come down out of this valley, out of the mountains into this valley, go up river. There's a river through the valley. Go up river for about a mile, cross the bridge, and then carry on the road, and you'll be there, this evening. I thought, great, easy. We went down, and then at the bridge there were Georgian soldiers or police, I think, and they said, no, it's closed. And they wouldn't explain why. And I had some Russian by this point, so I could have understood if they explained, but they didn't. They just said, no, it's closed, just go away. And so I kind of put it into Google again, and it said, yeah, it's going to be, like a day and a half. It's like a longer way round. And we were sort of after it, keen for a rest. And I thought, well, the river doesn't look that deep. So we went, a few hundred meters downstream and just pushed our bikes across. It was like ankle deep. Got to the other side, scrambled up a bank, got on the road, started cycling, and thought, yeah, finally we've got one over on the authorities. It's always been a bit of a headache. And about 30 seconds later, a military jeep sped up behind us and sort of pulled over in front of us, and a soldier climbed out. And the first thing I noticed was he had the Russian tricolor, the flag, on his arm. And I thought, well, that's strange, because the border is about 50 miles north of here. And he said, what are you doing here? And I said, what are you doing here? Which isn't the right thing to say when a Russian soldier arrests you. He said, Здесь Южная Ossetia. This is South Ossetia, which is that there was a short 5-day war in 2008, and Russia just sort of invaded and annexed part of Georgia. And it turned out the river was the border, and we had unwittingly just crossed into it. So we got, the Russia, it's part of Russia essentially, but it's set up like the Donbass is already being, as a kind of a little puppet state. And when they were interrogating us under the frowning portrait of Putin, they were saying, why did you do this? It's a border. Why have you violated our sovereign territory? And I said, like, it was just the maps on our phone. And the guy from the FSB, formerly the KGB, said, Google Maps, right? And I said, yeah. And he goes, it's an American company. I said, yeah. And he said, well, America doesn't recognize South Ossetia. So the Google Maps has just told me to go through this disputed territory.
Jesus, Google.
Later I looked at it, and there's a tiny little dotted line, but the route, it just said go through there.
Oh, wow.
But I said, who does recognize it? And he said, well, the South Ossetians do, and Russia does. I was like, sure, that's kind of a given. And I said, anyone else? He said, yeah, Venezuela and Nicaragua. I was like, it's good company. and he said, also, have you heard of Nauru? And it's a tiny little Pacific island nation of about 10,000 people. They're the only other people who, back then at least, formally recognized South Ossetia. I guess Belarus might do now. Anyway, so, I was familiar with Russian, I know that being arrested in Russia for some minor sort of administrative infraction isn't necessarily a huge deal. At both of those times, I was given a small fine and sent on my way. But this time, this winter, after about 3 weeks of hiking, I arrived at this town. It was the only town on the route.
You?
Yeah.
So did they let you go?
In South Ossetia.
Yeah. Once they pulled you over, like, how do you get out of this?
We were in a cell for a night, and then in the court, where the judge said, "Is there anything you want to say?" And I said, well, I'm really hungry. They haven't really fed us. And the judge started screaming at the police and said, get them some food straight away. So, it was all friendly and fine. They then, at sunset, marched us through all this kind of, razor wire and concrete defences and unexploded ordnance signs and handed us over to the Georgian authorities.
Do you have to explain what you're doing?
The Georgians were across it because it had been put out on the FSB sort of communications. So they knew that that two tourists had got in trouble. And sure enough, on the other side of the border, there were people from like the British Embassy, the Georgian police, the tourism industry, the Ministry of the Interior. So we had this long debrief.
But you're not supposed to be there, right? You're not so...
Well, certainly, we crossed the border, not knowing it was a border, so it was totally innocent. But we crossed the border illegally, because it is a border.
And how would you be able to cross it legally?
Well, only from Russia.
Only from Russia.
Yeah.
So that area where you crossed it's just illegal to cross in that area.
Yeah.
So did you explain what you do, and
how
did they respond to that?
I explained. I think they very quickly understood that we weren't spies. This is 5 years ago.
Right.
They very quickly understood that we weren't spies. It wasn't obviously quite such a time of heightened tensions like now.
Right. But now, when you got in trouble with the Russian authorities, it was a much more serious issue.
Yeah. Well, this time I didn't, and I stand by this. I didn't do anything wrong, but they were, it seemed, quite quickly looking for a way to get me out of there. So it was known where I was at all times. Although there was only one settlement every week, this river, the road, the Zimnik on the river I was hiking along, saw perhaps 15 trucks a day hauling coal from a port at the river mouth, like hundreds of kilometers away, all the way down to Batagai, the town where I started hiking, to sort of fuel the region with a little power station. And so people were clearly, as I found out later, reporting to the authorities where I was at any given time. The two villages I passed through before reaching the first town, it was quickly sort of by the village elders, I think, sort of, because there's no presence of authorities in these villages. They're tiny, 300-400 people. It was passed on where I was. So when I approached Ust-Kuiga, this town, which used to have 5,000 or 6,000 residents. Now there's like 500 or 600. So basically there's not many people just living scattered among the ruins of this kind of... On the north side of the town, there's a cement factory that was built and completed just before the Soviet Union fell apart. So it never produced a single sack of cement because there was no longer any reason to live in this like desolate, sort of throwaway town in the middle of nowhere. The Soviets were really keen to kind of evenly populate this huge expanse of land that they owned. So they built sort of industrial settlements all over the place. Anyway, as I approached Ust-Kuiga, a police jeep was waiting for me a few miles outside town, and they said, get into the jeep for a chat. And I said, oh, that's fine. And actually that morning had been my coldest morning. It was minus 48 or 49 degrees Celsius that morning, which I think is about 55 Fahrenheit. And so my feet were still numb, and I was only too happy to get in the car and have a chat with them in the warmth. And they asked me all these questions for about an hour. What are you doing here? So this was in my very pidgin Russian. These guys didn't speak a word of English. What are you doing here? why are you visiting? And I just said, look, I'm here. I'm interested in the culture, the traditions, the background, the winter, the wildlife. I'm a tourist. And they made me sign a document promising to obey the rules of the country while I was in it, which fair enough. But then they drove off. Well, they took selfies with me and then drove off. And then I continued into the town. And
They
the
took
next day,
selfies with you?
Oh, everyone takes selfies in Russia.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, they even refer to any picture with a person in it as a selfie. It doesn't need to be taken by oneself. That's an English word that's just bled through into Russian for a picture.
Interesting.
And again, selfies, I found out later that people were taking selfies with me, truckers along the way, and then these were popping up on various kind of Instagram accounts in the area that lots of people followed. So people were totally aware of where I was, what I was doing. And again, I had nothing to hide, sort of. We'll come to that in a minute. But in Ust-Kwiga, they came and found me. They came and knocked on the door in the place that I was staying. I was there for 3 nights. And they said, all right, come to the police station for registration. I said, that's fine. Again, no problem. And in the police station, slowly it became clear that they were giving me a fine. And when I asked, what's the fine for? And I wasn't initially concerned. What's the fine for? And they said, oh, you're conducting journalism while traveling on a tourist visa. You can now get, briefly could, I guess you can't now, get a 90-day tourist visa to Russia as of recently. So this time I was on the correct visa, a tourist visa. But they said, you're conducting journalism. And I said, I'm not. And they said, no, you're a journalist. We've seen on your website you've written for the BBC, which is true, but travel pieces. You've written for these newspapers, again, travel articles based on essentially tourism. And they said, well, that's journalism here. And we also hear you've been talking to people. And I said, well, yeah, it's not illegal. And you've been taking photographs. Again, no problem. But they then suddenly claimed that I'd been asking provocative questions about as they call it, the special operation. Because the war, within Russia, the war is not a war. It's illegal to call it a war. It's a special operation. It's part of this kind of strange kind of, nothing is true.
So are people reporting you along the way? I mean, did you ascertain how this got to these soldiers?
Well, they knew I was, the route I was following was, along this river, over some hills to another river, and then up to this town on the coast. And so there was no secret that I was going to come through Ust-Kwiga. And they knew what day it was going to be because someone had probably reported seeing my tent, 20 miles down the road the previous night where I'd camped. And I think, it became quite clear that they had... So we spoke for a while, and eventually when they started making these accusations, I said, look, right, I don't really understand exactly what you're saying. I need you to find a translator. And so they found some guy who spoke a bit of English, and he translated as best he could, and they basically come up with, they sort of fabricated witnesses who said, yeah, he was asking about the war in Ukraine. He called it a war. He was trying to sort of provoke, difficult conversations. And it really wasn't the case. And frankly, wherever I went, almost one of the first questions people would ask about me is, what do you think of the situation in Ukraine? Because whether or not they believe what they're being told by their news, they are aware, because the news talks about, quote unquote, the fake news that the West is putting out. They're aware that I might have access to that, so they want to know what I think. So they kind of came up with these witnesses and said, right, you've got to pay this fine, and then you can go. And I thought, right, well, it's a £20 fine, $30, and then I can go. There's no point staying here all day. I might as well just sign the papers and go. And so I did that. But the guy who they got to translate for me, he walked out with me when we were all done. And as we were walking down the street, he said, so when they were on the phone to HQ back in Yakutsk, the capital, I overheard the people on the other end of the phone saying that these guys should pin 2 administrative offences on me so that I can be deported. And I'd resisted. I'd pushed back quite hard, saying, this is not what I'm doing. I'm not doing journalism. This is not true, or whatever. And I'm glad I did. Had I not, then they possibly would have deported me then and there. But I was free to carry on. So I carried on about another 4 weeks, got up onto the tundra, visited some reindeer herders, got to some very remote settlements, and spent the final sort of 10 days hiking on the frozen Arctic Ocean, camping out, under some of the most incredible starscapes and northern lights. It was beautiful, a really good time. I arrived in Tixi, this port town at the end, which used to have, I think, like 15,000 people, now has about 5,000 people. It's another one of these, the Russians have a phrase for this, chtonye, like a dying town, a town more dead than alive. And on arrival in Tixi, someone who I'd met on the road weeks earlier, who I got in touch with on arrival, he said, get in touch, we'll catch up. He told me that the FSB, the KGB, wanted to talk to me. And I thought, right, well, just take the bull by the horns. I'll just go to their building and I'll say, I hear you want to talk to me. I'm here. And they were a bit taken aback by that. And they said, can you come back at this time tomorrow? So I did. And they said, it felt like an interrogation, but it eventually turned out it was just this standard procedure. They asked me these questions, who I was, the name of my family members, the history of my family, did any of my ancestors were they ever in the British forces? Do I have any political beliefs? Was I in the army? Just all these kind of standard suspicious questions. And it went on about 2-3 hours. And when we were finally done, the guy said, okay, well, that's it. You're free to go. And I was like, oh, great. He said, make sure you visit the museum. There's a mammoth skeleton. Have a good time. Good luck to you. I went back to where I was staying and I was recording. So I took with me a little Zoom, like a little dictaphone. A lot of people use them for podcasts, I think. And for another podcast with a friend that'll surface in a month or so, I'd been recording my experiences in my own voice along the way of the cold, the people I met, the odd conversation with other people. But naturally, with what was going on and people telling me of their opinions about Ukraine, in my own little recordings in my tent at night, sometimes I get a little sort of political, I guess. And after that encounter with in Oostquigge, when they came to my door, these policemen the first time, 4 weeks back, I know we're jumping around. When they came to my door, I was recording on my dictaphone. And I went to answer the door and just slipped it in my pocket. And they said, right, come to the police station now. And so I went, but it was still recording. So I had a live mic throughout this whole police process. And the first thing they did in the police station was take my phone, turn it off so I wasn't recording. And so little did they know there was this hot mic in my pocket. So after that was done, I got back to where I was staying. I kind of, in my own words, said what had happened, took the little micro SD card out, and then unscrewed a plug adapter, from like a British plug to a Russian plug. Unscrewed that, wrapped the SD card up in a little scrap of white paper, slotted it in there, screwed it back up. And it's like, I don't want to lose this. It's not really a huge problem, but best just to hide it, have it safe. Up in Tixi, I sort of recorded my final thoughts again, and I had this little SD card. It was just on the table. And another one, I was worried, my journal, my diary that I've been writing in each day, I was worried that might get taken, because slowly, with the villages I passed through towards the end, it was made very clear that the authorities were waiting for me in Tixi. And I thought, well, that might get seized. Not the end of the world if it does, if I, with my GoPro, take a picture of every single page and I can hide that little SD card in the same plug socket. But when the knock came on my door in Tixi, I'd been asleep. I'd actually fallen asleep reading Kafka, The Trial, this guy getting arrested and not knowing what it's all about. They came to the door and everything was just kind of out. And they said, it was the police again, they said, can you come to the station for registration? And I said, again, well, this is a little ominous, but registration, fine. I'd already, the day before, spoken to the FSB. I knew everything was fine. And in the station, it quickly became clear, well, after about an hour of just this long asking lots of questions, I said, well, can I go now? And they said, no, you can't go. And that's when I understood I'm under arrest and this is maybe a little bit more serious. And once again, they said, who have you spoken to? Who have you met in Tixi? And I said, well, I met this guy who I'd met on the road who, it's a small town, so I didn't want to lie to them. I thought best just to say who I'd met. So I met this guy and I've met this other bloke, and they didn't know who either of these people were. And they were asking questions about who they were. And without leaving the room, without making a call, without doing any texting, me having just explained to them who these people were, and they didn't know who they were, they quickly said, right, well, both those people are providing witness to say that you have been conducting journalism and asking questions about Ukraine. So, they sort of essentially got me to provide them with false witnesses. And this process went on for hours. They got an English teacher to translate for us. And as the hours passed, the English teacher became more and more fed up. She was meant to be, I think someone with a disease in the town. There was a bake sale to raise money for him, and she was meant to be cooking cupcakes with her daughter that evening. And, I'd ruined this because it was already, they took me at about 4:30. Anyway, at 9:30, after a lot of waiting around, they finally said, right, you're going to court now. I thought, well, it's 9:30. Like, how's that going to work? And they took me to another building, an old Soviet-looking apartment block-type building. But on the third floor, there was a courtroom. And in the courtroom, they got this judge who just seemed pissed off. He'd been dragged out of his home at 9:30 at night to deal with something. And the teacher was so pissed off by this point that she wasn't really translating in full anymore. So, the judge would speak a whole, paragraph, and she would give me a half sentence in translation. And so the trial unfolded. I had been supposedly, conducting journalism again. They had these witnesses who said I'd said this, that, and the other. And they also said, most worryingly, that I'd been photographing restricted military sites or sensitive military sites. And the judge found me guilty, and he said, you'll pay a fine. Again, not much, like $70, something like that. And you are banned from Russia for 5 years, and you have to leave. You'll be deported. And I thought, right, it's not the end of the world. It looks like Russia's not particularly a place to go back to for 5 years. Fine. And so at that point, as far as I was aware, I would fly back to Yakutsk, get my own flight back to England via some other third country, and then fly home. Done. And I was taken back to my the sort of apartment I'd rented in this town. And probably 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and it was the police again. They said, oh, actually, you have to be in the cell tonight. Pack everything you have up, and we're going now. And so with them in front of me, I had to pack everything up. Among the stuff that was all kind of laid out was one of these little SD cards with the second half of all the recordings from this Zoom on it. And all I could do was, I had a head torch next to it on the table because they were watching me pack. Head torches have that little sort of hinge so it can sort of angle down on your forehead. I bent the hinge down, put the SD card in that bit and just snapped it shut and put a rubber band around the whole thing. But that just felt really precarious. That's not well hidden. And that's the last time I was, just before that point, was the last time I was unattended with all my stuff for weeks to come, as it turned out. I packed everything up. We were taken to the cell. I was, fingerprinting. I was eventually about 1:30 put into this little cell. And, I was thankfully tired enough. I got some sleep, woke up in the morning. And from that point onwards, I was accompanied or escorted by bailiffs, technically, although they said we're Russia's U.S. Marshals. They were quite keen to sort of compare themselves to U.S. Marshals. And I had already changed my flight that I had booked a week away to the following day to get me back to the capital. And so I was deported sent down to Yakutsk on the flight that I'd booked, but with a man as an escort. And at this point, I still thought, I'm free when I get to Yakutsk, I'll go home. On arrival in Yakutsk, there was another bailiff waiting for me, and he said, right, well, you have to now go and stay in this kind of hotel for foreigners until you fly home. And I thought, well, it's not ideal, but again, it's not the end of the world. And then on the drive in this minibus to the detention center, it turned out, it was a detention center for foreigners, and it was just a prison. And my shoelaces were taken away, my belt was taken off, all my goods were locked up in a locker, and after being processed and checked in, the door slammed, or the cell door slammed shut behind me, and then there I am, and I don't know how long for. That's one of the sort of bleakest moments where I didn't know what exactly is going to happen after that point. I suppose was thinking a few days and I'll probably be out. And they were sort of saying maybe 10 days. You got to wait for the paperwork to come down from the coast or whatever. But after a few days, time had come and gone. I was in this cell. I mean, you're in the cell around the clock, 24 hours a day, not allowed outside. Food's handed through a little hatch in the cell. I shared it with 2 other men. And after a few days, they said, right, you should be getting a lawyer. And I was allowed on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays 15 minutes of access to my phone. So back home, via these frantic, hurried phone calls, my uncle and my girlfriend were kind of arranging, trying to help out. And so we arranged for a lawyer to come in, and he said, right, well, we'll appeal the decision. But that appeal wasn't heard for 2 weeks. And that appeal was dismissed out of hand. I was taken to the court. And this is after 2 weeks. By this point, I was not a happy guy. It was almost comical going to the court for the appeal. I was so desperate to get outside. I hadn't been outdoors for 2 weeks. And they said, right, you're going to the court. And I knew that meant I'd get to be outdoors for a few minutes, as I walked from the door into the minibus and from the minibus into the court at the other end. But they put me in cuffs, And then they, with another pair of handcuffs, cuffed me to one of the guards who had a taser, and there was another guard on the other side with a taser. And they wouldn't let me have my shoelaces or my belt back. And I'd lost quite a lot of weight during this trek, so my trousers are falling down. My hiking shoes had these massive sort of, tongues lolling out the front. And walking down the courthouse corridors, I was doing this kind of weird, John Wayne wide-kneed shuffle to try and stop my trousers from falling down. Meanwhile, my hands are pinned to this guy to my right. But the judge looked at the papers for like 2 minutes and said, "Yeah, no, your crimes are too serious. There's a political element, and you're going back into the detention centre." And this was probably the time when I felt most low. About a week earlier, I had suddenly, unexpectedly, been dragged in front of a TV camera and interviewed, and that was a bit concerning. That felt like being tried by the court of public opinion. They had eventually, the news bit aired, I think the day before my appeal, but they had gone up to Tixie and they got witness statements from one bloke who I never even met, saying, he was talking about Ukraine and he was photographing these military sites. Again, no photos were ever provided that backed up that story. And all the while, those first 2 weeks, all of my belongings are in their possession. And the police have come and searched. They've made me turn on my phone, unlock it for them. I had a GPS device, which really freaks them out. My GoPro to them looked like a spy camera. But when they first laid out all my belongings, as some policeman, I was taken cuffed out my cell to be, to turn everything on for him. And sort of on the table, laid out in this neat little row, was all my items. And among them was this plug socket and that head torch with the hidden little SD card in it. And although technically those things weren't really incriminating, the fact that they'd been hidden didn't look good. And I probably should have said earlier, back in March, 2 months earlier, they had introduced a new law with a maximum sentence of up to 15 years for journalists providing or sort of spreading fake news about the military, i.e. anyone really speaking the truth about the military.
After the invasion.
And these recordings had lots of me talking about the invasion, the atrocities in Bucha, and all sorts. And my whole diary, which up to this point I'd kept hidden, because when I was checked into the cell while they were going through all my stuff, I just slipped it in my trousers, because I thought this diary doesn't look good. I slipped it in my trousers, which again freaked me out a little bit. Are they going to frisk me? Are they not? I got it into the cell, and then I just hid it in plain sight among my belongings. And it was all the stuff in the locker that the police went and looked through. So there's just a lot of things going on. I'm constantly on edge that I'm just about to become, a political bargaining chip.
Did they find the SD cards?
No, thankfully. This is actually the first time I've spoken about those SD cards. And, those would have qualified me for at least, you're a journalist, if not espionage. And the guards in the prison who were, I think they were probably nice, normal guys, but they were wankers to us. They kept on saying to me, "Are you a spy?" and "Don't fight my country." They would also, on their phones, look up phrases in English and then kind of chant them back at me, like, "You are a spy, Walker." And so it was a scary time. And after the appeal was rejected, I then thought, well, this could be a really long time. I could be here for months. And the longer I'm here, the more chance there is that either they'll find some of these SD cards, or my diary, or that they will, some ambitious, cop, some ambitious policeman or bureaucrat will decide to pick up my case again to try me under the criminal offence. Given they'd made up most of their evidence anyway, it's no stretch to think that they could pin on me the fake news journalist thing and put me away for 15 years. I didn't know that, I didn't even know of her at the time, but since getting out, I've learned about, and I'm going to get her name wrong, but Brittany Griner,
yes.
the basketball player, who, we don't really even know where she is. I think a bit of news came out about her the other day, but she's clearly being, in my opinion, it's totally outrageous, but she, I think, is being held, as a prisoner swap fodder. They will use her when convenient.
Yeah, they're trying to get, there's an arms dealer that we have, and they're trying to get the arms dealer swapped for the basketball player.
Because she had a CBD vape.
Yeah.
And they arrested her like a week before the invasion even happened. They knew what was going to happen, it seems, and they just held on to her.
Yeah, she's valuable, I guess.
And I hope that she's out as soon as possible, but I really worry about, whether they'll,
held in jail for another 18
days.
days. Yeah, but what does that mean?
Well, she's been there for over 100 days already, and
Yeah.
I mean, I was inside for not very long, but
She's
18 days feels like an eternity.
Yeah, it says on drug smuggling charges until July 2nd, pushing her jail stint past the 4-month mark, according to the official state news agency TASS. How do you say that word? Khimki?
Khimki. Yeah.
Khimki Court of Moscow region granted the 18-day extension at the request of investigators. The agency quoted the court's press service as saying, "It is typical of Russian courts to extend detention repeatedly until trial." Ms. Griner's lawyer, Alexander Boykov, could not immediately be reached for comment.
Yeah, so
Could you scroll down a little bit further? What it says that American basketball players star was arrested 4 months ago after the Russian officials said they found a vape cartridge bearing traces of hash oil in her luggage while she was passing through the Sheremetyevo Airport, Moscow's main international airport. The charge carries a jail sentence of up to 10 years. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope this proves to be correct, that it's only 18 more days. You never know with Russia. I mean, just this morning I saw in the news Navalny has essentially disappeared. They moved him to an undisclosed location.
Oh boy.
His lawyer went to visit him this morning, and when he said, where's Alexei, the prison just said, we have no convict of such a name. And that's it. That's all they said.
Can you explain who that is to people?
Sorry, yeah. Alexei Navalny is the sort of Russian opposition politician who he's been a very vocal critic and opponent of Putin for years. Boris Nemtsov was a close ally of him. He was killed by the regime. Navalny was locked up under fraud charges, I think, with a 2-year sentence. About 2 weeks ago, they added another 9 years and said that he was inciting opposition. I mean, they've gone full autocrat now.
Yeah.
There's no longer any pretense. But Navalny is the guy who was in Europe for a while, and then he flew from Germany back to Russia incredibly bravely. Many would say foolishly, but he's very dedicated to trying to sort of liberate the Russian people from the tyranny that they're living under. He flew back knowing full well what that would mean, and that was after they had already tried to kill him with Novichok. They put Novichok in his pants in a hotel room in Berlin or something, and now he's disappeared. I think I was very lucky to be this. The fact that I'm out now at all, I think probably stems from the fact that I was all the way out there in the east, where people are a little sort of out of the loop. Had I been in Moscow, like Brittany Griner, then I think things might have been very different.
Are you worried now about talking about this openly that they might target you?
A little bit, but yes and no. I mean, the thing that I'm most mindful of is, and that's why I've probably sounded quite vague about some of the people I've essentially cited in this chat, is I need to be very careful, because being associated with me for various people in Russia could be a real problem for them. There's one guy who I believe is he was one of the witnesses used against me in one of the two places. He's not a Russian citizen. He's from another country, and he's got in touch with me saying he's now being deported. He's lived there for 10 years, and that's it's not my fault, but it's on my head. I am not. I mean, maybe they're going to try and fuck with me. I don't plan to go back. I'm banned for 5 years anyway. But unless there's a total change of regime, not just Putin falls or is strung up from a lamppost or something and is replaced by his next mate, but like an actual perestroika again, then I won't go back. I wouldn't feel safe and probably wouldn't be safe. But equally, me being outside Russia now, talking about what's happened and also what referencing what has been happening in Ukraine, I'm the last person they care about, because there are actual journalists doing actual journalism, spreading actual news and fact about the incredible atrocities. I mean, when we flew from Tixi down to Yakutsk, on the flight, firstly, there were in the airport, there were banners with the letters Z everywhere, and there were a bunch of soldiers. I should say, so Tixi, it used to be a restricted zone. And then in January 2021, they sort of declassified it. And that's how my trip became viable. And I thought, okay, great, it's safe to go there now.
What's the significance of the letter Z?
So that's the I mean, it stands for Za Pobedi, like for victory, and that's what the Russians have on their tanks, Z and V. So they, the tanks that have driven across into Ukraine, they've all got the letter Z marked out on them in paint or tape. But all over Russia, you'll see now cars or trucks or buses with the Z on them. It's this like mark of like Russian pride in the special operation that's being undertaken in Ukraine, the invasion. But all these, soldiers on this flight, they were sort of in their 40s. They looked, judging by their age and the sort of epaulets and stars all over them, they looked like they were probably relatively senior personnel. And sitting on that flight was weird. I was thinking, if they're flying from here, maybe some of them will be deployed to Ukraine. And if they're deployed to Ukraine, maybe some of these guys will be sanctioning or at least turning a blind eye to rape and murder and torture in the weeks to come. But TIXI itself, even as they were declassifying it, they installed a bunch of missile silos, surface-air missile silos, outside the town, which I wasn't aware of. So it's Russia's huge Arctic coast. It's like 12,000 miles of sort of frontier, and they've got 3 points ranged along it that are the kind of hubs of they call it the ice curtain, their Arctic defense strategy. And TIXI is one of those. So they've, in the last few years, massively ramped up their military personnel, their military hardware. So, that's to defend against any attacks from the north by sea or air or whatever. And so that, was, I guess, why they were particularly on edge about me being there, and this idea of, photographing the military, which, again, I hadn't been, but that was, why they sort of summoned that.
So how did they eventually let you go, and why?
So when they've got foreigners in this detention center, to deport you, they've got to take you to Moscow first, because there's no international airport in Yakutsk. And to do that, the being taken to Moscow involves handcuffs and guards, and it's like this whole big rigmarole. They do it on the state budget. You have no say over when it happens, so you just have to wait. And for the other, I think there were no more than about 12 people in this detention center. There were only 5 cells. For the other people there, that's just a case of just waiting. And they were basically all undocumented workers, so people who had either outstayed their work visa or never had one. And, they most of them seemed fairly stoical about it, although some of them had been there for... I didn't get to talk to many, because I was in a cell with 2 for 2 weeks and then by myself for 2 weeks after that. But I think the longest any of them were there were probably about 6 weeks, except one Ukrainian guy who had been given a 6-month sentence there. And he had been in a prison for 2.5 years beforehand for some criminal offence that he wouldn't tell me what. So I don't really know what his story was. But they deport you when the next sort of deportation run happens to be booked up. And very last minute, on the sort of 16th, I think, of May, when I'd been inside nearly 4 weeks, they said, right, on Wednesday, 2 days from now, if you can book flights to coincide with this deportation that we're doing of 3 other people, then you can go with it. And so, hurriedly, I got my wonderful girlfriend to arrange flights so that I could fly with them on this flight to Moscow. And from there, I would then, as far as they told me, I would go through customs and immigration, and then I'd be in the departures lounge, and I'm sort of essentially out of Russia and then free to go. So we arranged this flight, and I was taken with them, and that was a huge relief. Finally, I'm moving, I'm getting out of here. Had it not worked out that time, they gave me a COVID test. Had I been positive for COVID, had we managed to not get the flight, had there been no seats left on the plane, then I would have had to wait for the next one, which they told me was going to be sort of late July. So, another 2 months or so. So thankfully we got tickets. I got on that flight, marched on in your handcuffs again. 5 bailiffs escorting the 4 of us, sort of prisoners. They took us to Moscow, to Sheremetyevo Airport, the same airport where Brittany Griner was arrested. And we were then put into a small room to wait for our respective check-in times for our different flights. Me to London via Dubai with Emirates, a guy to Armenia, a guy to Uzbekistan, and another fella to Kyrgyzstan. And finally they said, right, it's your time for check-in. I went and got my bag checked in, was taken through sort of security and immigration by a SWAT team, well, 2-person sort of SWAT team with a bunch of police. There was like a whole gang of people. Finally got through, and they gave me my passport back and my phone back and said, right, now... And I was like, great, this is it, I'm free. And they said, right, just wait here a minute. And then suddenly I was taken through this extra layer of security that I hadn't expected. And there were about 6 cops who didn't know who I was. They'd been given, I guess, a one sheet, or a little stack of papers saying about my case, and they basically were just given me and all my bags and just my backpack. Again, I haven't been left unsupervised with all my stuff at any point. And so suddenly they had all my possessions, including that head torch, including the plug socket, including my diary, which they got their hands on. And for an hour and a half, they just went over everything. They went through all the phone conversations. They went back on my phone through photos for years. Eventually, they came across a picture of me from 10 years earlier in Afghanistan with a big beard and a sort of headscarf and an AK-47 in the desert, which really didn't help. And it was a totally innocent picture. I'd been cycling along. One of the Afghan National Army soldiers, the good guys, at a road checkpoint, invited me in for tea. And their hobbies are kind of drinking tea and taking pictures with guns in the desert. And they kept pulling up things on my phone saying, what's this for? They found my diary. This is the first time someone got their hands on my diary, and they start reading through. One of them could speak decent English, reading through stuff. And I, thankfully, in the prison had censored a bunch of stuff. I'd gone through and I'd scrubbed things out. I'd big black marks all over the place. For instance, it's a diary day by day, given the date. The third day, in big block capitals, it said at the top, Russia invades Ukraine. I was like, scrub that out. There was a wealth of stuff. Had they really looked closely, that would probably still be visible, or you turn it over on the back, you can see where the pen mark is pressed, the impressions. There was just a wealth of stuff there that they could have, locked me up for. And this is now in Moscow, where it just felt more serious. And this process went on for ages. They were asking me loads of questions, and I started to realize, in my mind, I was realizing, that's it. Like, this is, it's just got, like, we're back to square one, but worse. And my flight time was sort of ticking slowly closer, and they showed no sign of letting me go. And I was like, no, I've got to get on my flight soon. And they started looking through just all the pictures on my camera. And I mean, they were also going to like personal conversations on WhatsApp on my phone. And like, it was a really, my girlfriend, who I just texted when I got my phone back, saying, I've got my phone, it's all done, it's all over. She then was trying to reply and call me, and the messages were marked as read. The calls were just getting hung up each time. So she was freaking out because suddenly, like, I say I'm free, and suddenly it seems I don't have access to my phone, and I'm in Moscow. So this went on for an hour and a half, during which it's like in Russia, everyone shits on whoever's below them. So all these people were trying to intimidate the shit out of me. And they were saying, okay, well, you've got to wipe your phone. You've got to wipe every photo that you have on your camera. And if it came to it, I'd be willing to do that. But I didn't want to, because I also want to have some record of this journey I've been on, which was great until I was arrested. And it started to feel like I'm about to get locked up. This is it. And it's either going to be espionage or journalism, fake news journalism. And I'm going to be here for years. There's a British woman who got locked up for basically the same thing in Iran and was behind bars for 6 years. And it wasn't helped by the fact that Boris Johnson, now the Prime Minister, was Foreign Secretary at the time, and he said publicly, "Oh, she's just teaching people journalism. It's fine." And
geez.
she was there. She's a Iranian-British dual national. She was there visiting her family, so that didn't help. And she became a bargaining chip with the British government. Basically, the British had a sort of £240 million unpaid debt. They had, before the Shah was deposed, they'd taken money for £240 million worth of money for some tanks. But after the Iranian Revolution, the Islamic Revolution, the British just didn't deliver the tanks and held the money. So it was actually like a fair grievance, to be honest. But she was held until eventually that was agreed to be paid. So it was a very naked bargaining chip thing. And that was totally forefront of my mind. Like, this is, the amount of sanctions, the amount of, things that Britain is doing at the moment to sort of hinder Russia and to aid Ukraine, I could be pretty useful. And then just as my flight was, about to take off, they suddenly said, right, pack everything up, and they ran me through the departures lounge, at a run, to the gate where they were clearly waiting for me. So I got on the plane. The last soldier was gone behind me. The doors shut. The plane took off, and the minute those wheels took off, I just broke down. Floods of tears. It was the first time in the whole long month.
Dude, I'm freaking out and you're here.
I know. Well, So this morning, like, I thought having this chat with you, I should probably read through my like diary, because in prison I was allowed pen and paper. So on little scraps of paper, keeping them all sort of separate, I wrote what was happening day to day. And this morning I was reading through it, and it got me on edge again. I was like freaking out because it just brought back that sense of insecurity. Being in this cell, writing stuff. There are cameras in the ceiling. You're always watched. You never know who's watching. You never know who's going to next go and look through your stuff. It just, it scared the shit out of me.
Jesus Christ, man.
Sorry, I think I relayed all that quite scatterly because
no, it was amazing. It was
it's
great.
hard to kind of tell it chronologically, I guess.
It's kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, if you ever find yourself in prison and you need some dice, you can make them with bread and toothpaste for the dots.
Oh, this is bread?
Yeah, this is bread. If you take the crust off and just kind of knead the flesh of the bread kind of back into dough, add a bit of water, it becomes quite sort of versatile. Although the one that we're looking at now with the 6, it turns out that's kind of a bent die. That rolls a 6 pretty much every time. But the other ones were pretty equal. And I had time to, like, with each of them, I rolled them like 300 times to, like, tally what they came up. It's just anything to kill time. So one of those dice was almost perfectly fair. One of them was all right. The one with that 6 was not good.
And were you gambling with people?
No, not gambling. I mean, we had... so I was the only one who didn't smoke. I'm a non-smoker, and 2 other guys in the cell smoking. It wasn't ideal, but they... this is the first 2 weeks when I had cellmates. They quickly ran out of cigarettes and started smoking tea. They would like tear open tea bags and sprinkle the tea into a page ripped out of a Russian sort of pulp fiction novel, which was kind of desperate times for them.
How bizarre.
No, we didn't gamble, but we made a drafts or checkers board using, the kind of the paper toggle that you hold when you're dipping a tea bag. Mm-hmm. There were 2 different colours of those. Tea and bread was about half the diet. So we got a bunch of those that we could use as drafts or checkers. And those guys, I don't actually know how to play backgammon, but they set up a backgammon board for themselves using dice. And you find ways to kill time, but mostly it was books. Thankfully, a local friend and the lawyer that I hired were allowed to deliver me some English language books, which so I didn't get them immediately. So in the course of probably about 23 days, I tallied up, I read 7,000 pages plus of books, just reading, whatever I could get hold of, some of which wasn't great, some was fantastic. I did a lot of sort of sit-ups and push-ups. My last day I did 700 sit-ups, which... it's all gone now. I've been back and I've been living well/badly since I got home. But just anything to kill time.
Well, no one can fault you for that. God damn, man, that must have been a harrowing experience. Do you still have nightmares about it?
I've never had nightmares about it, but I have had once or twice since I got back when I've woken up, sort of thinking that I'm still there. Which when I was inside for the first week or so, I'd wake up every morning thinking I was elsewhere. And almost the most depressing thing was the first morning when I woke up and I wasn't at all surprised to be in this prison. And that was a bit shitty. But I don't really dream. I very rarely remember any dreams / nightmares. So thankfully, that hasn't been a problem. I think I'm more or less all right. Maybe I'm very British. I'm probably just like compacting all my trauma and burying it. I also spent 10 years at boarding school, which was quite good training for prison, I guess. And had just been, living outdoors in, super cold temperatures for a while. So I guess the novelty of being inside with like running water and, food brought to you, even though it wasn't great food. There were, like, I think I was quite good at trying to see the bright side. And I put myself through quite a lot of sort of stresses in the past. And so I'm probably fairly resilient to things like this, but it's definitely left a mark. And, I'm sure I'll be, it's recent. I got out like 3 weeks ago and I'm still, I guess, sort of picking over it in my mind.
Have you started to write about it?
I wrote an article for the Sunday Times that went out about a week ago. And that was a really good sort of cathartic process, like going through it all, reading over stuff and just trying to like process it formally as opposed to just vague thoughts drifting about. But I will start shortly work on a book about it, about the whole trip, not just about this time in prison, because frankly, the prison time, it's quite dramatic, but it was largely just very boring, frightening and frustrating.
Was it disturbing seeing the effectiveness of the propaganda on the populace? That seems to be
the most disturbing thing.
Yeah.
After about 10 days, a TV was put into our cell, which for about 30 seconds I thought, this is great, something to distract. And then I immediately realized this is going to be blaring, loud, crap Russian TV shows around the clock, and it very quickly started to drive me mad. I was very glad to then, a few days later, be put in a cell by myself. But that meant that I had like daily access to the propaganda. When the war was sort of 3 months in, and I mean it's insane. They're obsessed with this idea that the government has sold this idea, the Kremlin, that it's liberating people from Nazism, and I think that's because throughout the whole Soviet era, the Soviet sort of state's founding myth was the Bolshevik Revolution, and that slowly changed because I think Putin is slowly kind of removing or sort of diminishing Lenin's reputation. He's actually starting to try and sort of rehabilitate Stalin's reputation, which is astounding, frankly. But the founding myth, essentially, myth's not fair. The founding story of the Russian Federation now is basically the Second World War, or the Great Patriotic War, as they call it, in which so many millions of Russians died.
How is he trying to rehabilitate Stalin's image?
In Russia, you can rewrite the history books. It's that simple.
And they don't have general access to the internet, right?
The internet is heavily sort of censored, and more. When I arrived, there was still Instagram and Twitter and whatever. And as soon as the invasion happened, they cut Twitter. They cut or just severely restricted the bandwidth to, I think, Instagram. But lots of people have VPNs. They find ways around it.
Are VPNs effective in that regard? Can you use them?
I didn't use them, but I saw loads of people using them. They're always effective, I think.
For people who don't know what we're talking about, virtual private network. You can use them to pretend you're in a different country. You can use them to access different parts of the internet that might be restricted.
Exactly. So the Second World War is this kind of foundational story. So many millions of people died, and it's the great triumph of Russia to have been so instrumental in defeating the Nazis. And Russia was incredibly instrumental. The Eastern Front, the war back then for Ukraine in particular, Stalingrad. This was like untold numbers of deaths. It way outnumbers the Western Front, even with the Dunkirk, the D-Day landings and stuff. And so Russia sees, its noble defeat of Nazism and oppression and fascism as its kind of almost its national raison d'etre, its reason to be. And the news was just covered in like grainy old footage from the Second World War. And they'd got a few little clips from... are you aware of the Azov Battalion? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
those are the Nazis, but it's a different kind of the concept of Nazism is different, right?
Yeah.
It's more of a nationalism than it is like an anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic Nazism.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not an expert.
Am I right about that?
Yeah. That's pretty much it. But that was the Azov Battalion's roots, at least, and I guess sort of white nationalism.
Are they using swastikas?
They've got their own sort of take on it. It's a sort of slightly swastika-esque symbol, I guess.
What is it? Can we see what that looks like?
It's a kind of a yellow and black type symbol, I think. But
why? How is it correlated with Nazism?
So, well, the Azov Battalion's roots, and you'll probably be able to pull up better information than I'm able to sort of summon from my slightly sketchy memory. But their roots were a while ago, and they did have this kind of line of extremism, I guess. But that's changed a lot. So there you go. Yeah, there's definitely a swastika inspiration to that.
Yeah, similar.
But they've
But it also looks like when they find utilities. Like when they draw that thing on the street.
Oh yeah.
When they do it, you know what I'm talking about?
Gasworks.
Yeah, when they spray paint lines on the street where the lines are.
Also, you flip it on its side and it's a Z.
Yeah, right.
But they, I think I'm right in saying that with the invasion, the annexation of Crimea in 2014, the Azov Battalion sort of broadened, and other people joined, and that kind of element was, constricted and became, had a diminishing role. However, there is out there online from a long time ago sort of plenty of Azov Battalion propaganda, people marching. There's the odd sort of Sieg Heil, Hitler saluting. And that stuff has all been dredged up and is just put all over the place, as well as other footage, kind of grainy, video phone filmed footage that claims to be, but I'm pretty sure wasn't, members of the Azov Battalion just beating up strangers on the street, kind of, just random violent attacks. But they just ram all this down the throats of the public. And it does seem like after Putin invaded, his popularity within Russia soared.
Really?
Yeah. I think there's been some changes there. There have been a few brief, high-profile people speaking out, but they quickly get suppressed or arrested or whatever. And there were initially protests across the country, but in the first 2 or 3 days of the war, something like 15,000 people were arrested. And so quickly dissent got kind of quashed. And in my admittedly limited experience of an admittedly niche, far remote part of Russia, it seemed like plenty of people, and I had to be very careful about generalizations here, but it seemed like plenty of people either realized that it's bullshit and they're being lied to, or were, had their doubts. It's just, understandably, no one's putting their head above the parapet and saying this, because there's nothing to gain.
Right.
If you speak out, you're going to get in trouble, or your family are going to get in trouble, and trouble can mean years in prison or in basically the gulag. They've still got labor camps, labor prisons, penal colonies, they call them, dotted around the country. And so, people understandably are just keeping their heads down and getting on with life. And it's been weird since coming back, because I had, and to some extent still have, this massive hole in my knowledge of what's going on with the war, because I didn't have phone service while I was out in the wild, and then very quickly I was, even in Tixi, there was no Wi-Fi anywhere, and very quickly I was suddenly banged up in a prison without access. Brief phone calls to try and manage my my appeal or logistics, whatever, but never any looking at the news. And getting out, it's been very interesting seeing this kind of, firstly, the incredible and totally worthwhile, noble support of Ukraine. And it's been great to see that at a public level, at a state level, and long may that continue. And maybe we'll talk a bit about the future in a minute. But also there's this slightly worrying kind of general Russophobia that has me a little bit uncomfortable, because at the beginning of the war, it was very much billed in Western media, at least, as one man's mad war. Putin's crazy sort of, crusade to try and write himself in the history books and claim back what he saw as Russian lands. And slowly that narrative seems to have changed to the point where, with some of there's companies who, I think McDonald's, for instance, leaving Russia, I think that's the right thing to do. And just 2 days ago, all the McDonald's restaurants were reopened under the new branding Vkuzna i Tolka, which is tasty, and that's it. Which is
that's the new name.
Yeah.
So they just basically took their McDonald's
stores
and
selling all the same shit.
Say the same thing.
The secret ingredients won't be there. But then there's also just like Russian people or companies that have no connection to to the state. It seems have been experiencing quite a lot of hardship as well.
And Russian athletes.
Yeah, particularly. Wimbledon's a very good example. I totally disagree with the idea of Russian tennis players being banned from playing at Wimbledon. And I think it's right that Wimbledon is not counting as a sort of a tennis rankings tournament this year.
There was criticism of Canelo Alvarez boxing against Bivol.
Right. But these are athletes. The Olympics is slightly different when you're representing your country, and there's a sort of state-sponsored doping program that's been going on for years. But like tennis players who are individuals, you don't play tennis for your country. You play tennis for yourself. You don't box for your country unless it's Rocky IV.
Yeah.
You box for yourself. And I have a slight. I don't feel good about some of these sort of things that are happening.
Yeah, I share that concern.
Yeah,
it's actually made its way into billiards. There's a man named Fedor Gorst who's a top-level pool player, and there's people that want him banned from tournaments.
That just seems vindictive, frankly.
Well, it just seems ignorant.
If you're just a Russian sports person who's keeping their head down, that's not fair. If you're someone who's like up the regime, this is great. Let's go, good old Putin. Like there was some male Russian gymnast recently, I think, who used a podium place to perform a letter Z or something. I'm not entirely sure. That's a bit different. People showing sort of public support and essentially, repeating propaganda. That's a different thing. But if you're just a sports person, then I think it's not really right.
Well, it's fascinating how many athletes come out of Ukraine, how many great boxers have come out of Ukraine. The Klitschko brothers, of course, one of them is the mayor. Which is really insane.
Yeah.
And also, Lomachenko. There's quite a few like elite boxers.
It's a massive country as well.
Yeah.
It's like 45 million people or something. I think for a long time we kind of chose to forget just how large and important Ukraine is, particularly with grain and all the exports, chemical exports, nuclear power, all these things that they produce and farm and whatever there, as well as like human exports. I think we're suddenly realizing like how much of a powerhouse Ukraine is in its own right.
So for the 3 weeks since you've been out, have you been playing catch up, trying to absorb as much media as possible and get a sort of an objective understanding of what's happening over there?
Yeah, I've been trying my best to. It is difficult with just checking the news because you tend to just get the latest developments, and I'm sure there'll be things that over the coming months that come out that I had no idea about that was massive news for a day or two. If I'd been in over the period that these 2 British and 1 Moroccan citizens were recently sentenced to death in Donetsk for having fought with they were all in the Ukrainian forces before the invasion anyway, but they've been tried and found guilty and given the death sentence for being mercenaries. If something like that happened, briefly while I was inside, then that news pops up and then disappears again quite quickly, and that sort of stuff I might not know. But actually, the best solution to that I found is by trawling through podcasts from the period that I was in, podcasts from news outlets and various political discussion, whatever. And that's been quite a good way to sort of stop the gap.
It seems like in your recovery from prison and dealing with just the psychological stress and then absorbing all of this information, I mean, that has to be taking up a gigantic portion of your life. Is it difficult to get back on track and to try to have a semblance of normalcy?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a really flat out time since I got back. Also, a bunch of friends are all getting married this summer, so I'm sort of darting around all over the place. This month I've literally got 4 weddings and a funeral. It's a busy time just socially as well. It's summer, and it's nice to be out and to be normal again.
God, it must be nice.
But I feel I have to point out that although what happened to me was psychologically quite frightening, firstly, I was never like beaten or abused or starved or anything like that. The soldiers were sometimes pricks, but that's not a big deal. Secondly, what's happened to me is, in the grand scheme of things, totally insignificant and irrelevant, and I've still got a home. I haven't been bombed. I haven't lost a family member. Like, I think, if anything, I would like my experiences to highlight the extent to which Russia is gone as a functioning state. And we knew it wasn't a functioning democracy, but it's post-truth. It's a state where it doesn't matter if something is a totally blatant lie. You can be, Russian, I'm going to get this stat wrong, Jamie might be able to pull it up, but of cases that go to court in Russia, I think the latest statistic is 99.97 or 99.7 perhaps % of cases end in a guilty verdict. If you're accused of something in Russia, you are guilty. That's it. There's no dispute. And it's not a country. I would advise no one to go there. It's not safe to be a foreigner, particularly if you're from one of the kind of NATO or Western or EU countries.
That is wild.
It's lost. As a country, it's lost. We're back to the kind of the bad old days.
There was discussion about fights taking place in Russia, and I think we might have done a UFC in Moscow. I think we did. I think there was a UFC in Moscow. See if that's the case.
UFC is huge there.
Yeah, but they had one of the greatest heavyweight champions ever in Fyodor Emelianenko. Yeah, Fight Night 163 and Zabit. Yeah, Zabit Magomed Shapirov, who's one of the top flight guys. Sharapov, excuse me. I always fuck his name up. Magomed Sharapov versus Calvin Kattar, which is a great fight that took place in Russia. So when was this? 2019, yeah.
Did you go over for that?
I did not. I don't do the fight nights, but there was discussion of doing a major event over there. And whenever there's a major event, I get tempted to going just to see. There's a few places I've never experienced. I've never experienced Moscow, and I think the architecture is spectacular, and I'd be interested in just seeing what it's like over there. And
unfortunately, you'd be an absolute gift to the authorities. I would
arrest me.
Yeah. Particularly, I suppose you're publicly an advocate of substances that are very much banned in Russia.
Oh yeah, all of them.
And they will swab every inch of you.
They'll find some stuff, I'm sure. Well, just testing me.
Or they'll just say they found some stuff. Yes. That's the thing. It doesn't have to be true.
That's what I've heard about this basketball player woman,
yeah.
Brittany Griner, that they believe that they might have even planted these things or lied about what's in there. I don't have any desire to go over there now, but back then I was tempted because I'm just curious about the experience of going to these places. Like,
it is a fascinating place, and it's
Yeah.
got an incredible history. And I think the history is what has drawn me there a lot. I've been a few times in the last few years, and I mean, it's basically a morbid curiosity. Like Russia's
Yeah.
history is just a relentless parade of shit. You
Yeah.
know, like it just the people, the deaths are counted by the sort of vague estimated millions as opposed to, precise numbers. It's scored more own goals in history than any other country. Surely, they really have fucked themselves over a lot of times in a lot of ways. And this is frankly what
what is the expression? What are you saying? Scored more what?
own goals. Oh, so in
I see what you're
football,
saying.
in soccer,
Oh,
if you kick the
right.
ball in,
You
your goal
fuck
by
up.
mistake.
Right.
Yeah. And I think this is part of what I've historically admired about Russian people that I've met as well, is that they are just incredibly stoical. It's like they're almost born to suffer and just put up with crap in a very staunch, almost admirable way. And I do find that, admirable. And I can somewhat relate to it because I've over the years put myself through a lot of, unnecessarily put myself through a lot of difficult times. But I guess the feeling of kinship has faded somewhat.
Yeah, I just I wonder if at all if this is going to relax to the point where travel is going to be possible again. Because
Well, that's
I
the
don't-
next thing,
Yeah.
how long does this go on? I think
Right.
I think years.
you think years?
Well, so the big question at the moment, Zelensky is, unfortunately, and in fact, I would like to say this now because for months on the inside I could never say it, Slava Ukraine, victory to the Ukrainian people. I'm totally behind them. But Zelensky's in this impossible situation where it's going to be very, very hard to completely defeat and repel the Russian forces beyond, out of the Donbass, for instance, this bit in the east that they've seized, and even the Crimea. But he has to politically say, I'm not giving up, I'm not making any concessions of land. We fight until we restore our sort of sovereign borders of Ukraine. And if he were to make some peace deal with the Russians that conceded territory, he'd possibly be out of office straight away. And that gives the chance for Moscow to try and insert a puppet candidate. That's a problem. But more importantly, with Russia, we've seen this over the last 15 years now. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. If the pushback isn't hard enough and they are allowed to occupy and set up their two puppet states in the Donbass, then they've got that, and next it'll be more of Ukraine or Estonia or Latvia or even Finland, although who knows. And it's, where does it stop? And it has to stop somewhere. Making peace and allowing them to have some of the territory of Ukraine is pausing rather than solving the problem. And I feel like it's better off just fixing this problem now, but it's going to be a long, grinding, unpleasant solution, and who knows how long it will take or what the outcome will be. I'm not far-sighted, I'm not clairvoyant, but
Nobody seems to have a real clear understanding of how this could ever possibly play out in a positive way.
Yeah, there are people who, and I don't know entirely if I agree with this, but there are certain commentators who are saying that the war in Ukraine grinding on for a long time is, from the kind of NATO perspective, sort of the ideal scenario, because Russia just gets weakened. The tens of thousands of troops they've lost, no one knows. It's an official secret. No one in Russia knows. But they are losing so many people, so much hardware. Their economy is actually doing fine because all the price of export of natural, fossil fuels is shot up, and they're still exporting just as much as they ever have. So they're actually not feeling economically that much strain yet, but that's to come, I think. But the longer it goes on, the more weakened Russia becomes, and that's sort of ideal from the standpoint of the opponents of Russia. But it's horrific for the Ukrainian people, who essentially are the sort of cannon fodder to that end.
And there's always the looming threat that he uses a nuke.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the fault with nuclear weapons in the first place.
Right.
It doesn't make sense. But he probably just about is mad enough. And everyone thought that he was bluffing this whole time, but it does seem like he's genuinely mad. And if a lot of people, there's a lot of sort of conspiracy theory around, I suppose, about his health, and perhaps he's got bone cancer or
Well,
blood
Oliver
cancer
Stone
or-
said that he was being treated for cancer when he went to visit him and have interviews with him, which was a few years ago.
Right.
Oliver was over there, and did you ever see that? He showed him Dr. Strangelove. Yeah, which is wild, right? Because Dr. Strangelove is all about a bunch of mad people deciding to use the bomb and conceding that we'll lose a couple of million here or there, but it's no big deal. And essentially was about real discussions that were being had during the 1950s and 60s by several generals who thought it would be a good idea to preemptively attack Russia and preemptively attack China with nuclear weapons.
What was Putin's take on this film? Do we know?
I mean, Oliver Stone was on here and he talked about it, and we actually looked at photographs of him and videos of him showing the Dr. Strangelove film to Putin. And, I think he was probably paying lip service to the dangers of nuclear weapons and this and that. But, he's already used hypersonic weapons. And I think in many ways that...
and those hyperbaric ones that sucks all the oxygen out of like a city. I mean, it's horrific.
Yeah, it's horrific.
But, I mean, if he was mad enough to begin this invasion, which, I mean, there's no logic to it,
right?
And there's no whatever outcome, he still loses,
right?
Like Russia has massively isolated itself, and that it's for the prosperity of Russia as a whole and its kind of integration. I know that China is still kind of there on the fence, but if you put together the kind of the European bloc and America and Canada and all these other countries who are on the sort of the liberal side. That's much more important, economically. Russia has totally shot itself in the foot. And so he is clearly mad enough to make a move that stupid. So potentially he is mad enough to launch a nuclear missile.
Well, particularly if he's really fatally sick. I mean, if that really is happening and he really doesn't have anything to lose. My friend Lex Friedman, who is Russian, he does not think that's going to happen because he thinks that Putin wants to have a legacy of benefiting Russia, and that if he does die, and if he is dying, that he wants to have something in his legacy that shows that he was of benefit to Russia, that he's very committed to this idea of his legacy.
I think he probably only sees that in territorial terms. So 4 or 5 days ago was the 350th birthday of Peter the Great, who was a Romanov Tsar who massively expanded Russia's territory. And Putin said in a sort of public celebration and speech, he said, I see myself as picking up where Peter left off in reclaiming Russian territory. Peter conquered Finland from the Swedes, so the Finns must be terrified. But I genuinely think he sees it as restoring Russia to its greatest extent, which was the Soviet Empire. And lots of people within Russia, normal people, think that, the Ukrainians, the Latvians, the Uzbeks, all these people are their kind of national brethren and that they belong under the mantle of Russia.
That's what's terrifying, right? That there's a precedent.
Yeah.
That there's some sort of a rationalization for him acquiring these countries again.
But, I mean, Russia is in itself a massive imperial project. It's an empire. It's still an empire today. Where I was has no right being ruled by Moscow. It doesn't really make any sense. And I mean, he's picked his time. The greatest extent of Russian empire. That's where it should be again. But I mean, one of the, I think possibly the Kenyan prime minister or foreign minister, or no, I think it was the Kenya's ambassador to the UN a few weeks ago said, look, we can't all just hark back to some colonial era and, Kenya could dispute borders with Tanzania, or Britain could suddenly go mad again and say, we want to paint the map pink and, reconquer all the world. And that's totally, it's just a failed project. But, he's not going to listen to that.
Yeah, and also there's a fear that China is watching this and contemplating whether or not to invade Taiwan. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen Hong Kong lost in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I mean, as far as I'm
completely
concerned,
lost.
Yeah,
gone from being European ruled in the 1990s and to kind of mostly maintaining that sort of tradition, and now recently gone full totalitarianism.
Well, the deal on the handover in 97 was that the laws and the autonomy of Hong Kong remains inviolate for 50 years after the handover. So that would be 2047, but it's already gone. They've upped the timetable.
Yeah.
And, it's not with China and Taiwan, I fear it's not a case of if, it's a case of when. Thankfully, the West's reaction to, they haven't just turned a blind eye to Ukraine. And so China probably will be thinking, this is not going to be easy. The world's not just going to roll over and let us conquer Taiwan, which is, one of the world's most sort of healthy functioning democracies.
Yeah, I've read there was some speculation about China economically divesting in the West, and that they're going to liquidate assets, and they're doing this so that to mitigate the amount of impact it would have if they're sanctioned for invading Taiwan.
I hadn't heard that. That's very worrying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was reading about that, but I don't understand economics enough to really speculate whether or not that's accurate, or whether or not this person has a valid point. It's just the whole thing is so tense, and it didn't. 5 years ago, there was no fear at all. 5 years ago, it was like everything was like, look at this 2019 event that they were having in Moscow, where I was like, ooh, maybe I'd like to go there. Maybe that'd be interesting. I'm just fascinated in the architecture. When you look at Moscow, like
and the metro in particular, each metro station is like an artwork. It's like a sort of a totally different architecture in each one. They're really, really impressive.
It's also so unique. Like their architecture is so uniquely Russian.
Yeah.
Like when you look at what's going, like the just the colors and the beautiful buildings in Moscow.
And sort of 19th century. I know now we build bigger buildings, but from a 19th century perspective, monumental architecture, huge buildings, big, long, organized projects, streets that are, look at this, it's incredible.
Look at that. That's incredible.
And each station's totally different. They are really, really impressive.
Well, they're such impressive people. I mean, what they've done with chess, what they've done with literature, what they've done with, particularly with martial arts. I mean, they have some of the most dominant fighters in the history of the sport have come out of Russia, particularly in MMA, but in boxing as well, and wrestling. I mean, there's just so many incredible athletes that have come out of that system, and obviously there's a intense amount of corruption and cheating involved too. Have you ever seen the documentary Icarus?
Yeah.
Which is a great documentary to understand the extent of their cheating in international competition.
Yeah, it's also a massive population. There, I think about 144 million people. And although it's, their national average income is pretty woeful. I think the now outmoded terms first world and third world.
Yeah.
The second world was the Soviet Union. I didn't know that until recently. So they're they're neither here nor there. And that's still sort of the case. And of course, you've got the incredible wealth of kind of oligarchs and the kind of kleptocracy in Moscow. But I mean, the vast majority of Russian people don't have a great deal. They really aren't very wealthy, but they are very literate. They're relatively well educated, even if some of the history they're taught is total cobblers. And so they have an incredibly large population from which to excel at all sorts of things, science as well.
I wanted to talk to you about the oligarchs, because one of the things that I found fascinating about this, and I have all sorts of questions, is once they started taking yachts and real estate away from I didn't totally understand why A, they were able to do that, or B, why everybody was in support of that. Is there a direct connection between these oligarchs and either supporting Putin or financing Putin, or what?
I think, and again, I'm not totally across this, but my understanding is that you basically can't be an oligarch in Russia unless you kind of have Putin's blessing. There have been various, as Putin came to power and then slowly became more powerful, there are various oligarchs who sort of, tried to rival him for power. Berezovsky, there's Media Modal. There were a few, and they were slowly just kind of removed or defeated.
Yeah.
And so the idea is that if you're an oligarch, you probably have the blessing of Putin, and therefore potentially your wealth might be at his disposal, or you're in his pocket, or also, frankly, people who are multi-billionaires in Russia, it's a corrupt state. No one's making that money completely legitimately, and there's that element. But with seizing it and who's having their assets seized, It does seem quite complicated, and
Yeah.
it does seem like they just spread quite a wide net to start off with. But again, this was happening while I was kind of out of the loop, so I'm not all that keyed in. I'm quickly going to run to the toilet, if that's
Yeah,
right. The
go
restroom.
ahead. We could wrap this up unless you want to keep going. You
No,
want
no,
to keep
well,
going?
Up to you. I'm easy.
Do you have more to talk about? I bet you do. Go take a leak.
All right.
All right, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
I guess the one thing that we haven't spoken about that we could is Papua New Guinea, where I've probably the most bizarre country I've ever been to.
Did you experience any cannibalism?
I met people who remembered those times, but cannibalism, it seems, is gone now.
Yeah.
Sort of since the 70s, really.
What about the seaman warriors?
Seaman warriors.
You don't know about that?
Oh, I'd like to hear about that.
Oh my goodness. One of the most bizarre practices that I've read about from New Guinea is the ritual abuse of young boys. They get at an early age taken in by older men, and they're told that in order to grow strong, they need the semen of older men, and they ingest it orally and anally. See if you can find this. And this has been going on for, I mean, I don't know how long, but it's one of the most bizarre practices because it's like a ritualistic abuse and sexual abuse of young boys. Samian tribe's rite of passage that requires young boys to drink semen if they want to transition to adulthood. And it's not just semen drinking. It's like they call the father, like they call them anal fathers. It's very strange stuff.
And this is ongoing.
Yes. According to demands of this custom, semen is thought to have some sort of a masculine spirit, and young boys can only possess the spirit by drinking it. It's a custom believed to be a huge proof of masculinity and strength. Over the years, different meanings have been ascribed to the semen ritual. Some people have even tagged it as a form of ritualized homosexuality. Usually the young lads are not allowed to make a voluntary decision, but are simply threatened by the older men to partake in various activities in an effort to prove their masculinity. Surprisingly, the Sambia tribe considers the ingestion of semen to be a compulsory ritual for male development. For them, it is preferable for young boys to be seen as warriors than to be judged weaklings.
I mean, a lot of cultures do some weird shit for rites of passage. That's out there.
This is fucking out there. And they take them in very young. I mean, they take them in when they're like 6 years old.
There's also, I mean, they used to have and this thankfully is gone now, but they used to have the custom, just of headhunters. And your basically rite of passage is to kill another man, which I think is, I mean, as bizarre as this is, I think that's kind of even weirder because this is, although pretty fucked up, it's relatively low stakes, although I guess there's quite a lot of psychological harm potentially. But I mean, this doesn't, I mean, it shocks me, but it doesn't hugely surprise me.
Stop scrolling. Scroll back. Listen, read this here. After the boys are removed from their mothers, they're then flogged with long sticks during a bloodletting ceremony. The elders kickstart the blood purification ritual by inserting 2 canes in the nostrils of the new initiates until they vomit blood. Each boy is held against a tree, and sticks and sharp grasses are shoved up his nose. During the process, the elders continuously poke the throats of the boys with an arrow-like objects till they vomit any contaminating influence within them. Once the nose poking is done, the blood starts falling from the nose. The elders make a collective war cry. This is then followed by more beatings with the aim of toughening the boys so they can be powerful warriors. While a lot of the people would view the nose poking as extremely painful and intrusive exercise, the Sambia see it as a display of endurance and strength. Once the bloodletting ceremony is over, the young boys are made to perform fellatio on the older boys. After ingesting the semen, also known as male milk, it is expected that it will help the boys grow stronger due to the presence of a substance called jurungdu within it. Apart from taking in semen, the new initiates are forced to observe a strict diet that will give them strength. If you scroll back where we were before, though, it talks about the mothers.
Until the blowjobs, this kind of sounded like a Spartan take on an ayahuasca ceremony.
Right, but it's also they're removed from their mothers because they've okay. Scroll up, keep going up there. Yeah, the reason for detaching the boys because the tribe considers the blood of women to be unclean.
That's really common, like worldwide.
Hence, the lads are separated from their mothers and any other females so their blood won't be contaminated as they mature into adulthood. The semen drinking custom is in different stages. The initial stage, as soon as the young Sambia boys turn age 7 or 9, they're instantly taken from their mothers as a form of detachment. This is fucking wild shit.
I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit out there. I mean, they still have it's sort of as a mark of mourning if a family member dies, people cut off the tip of a finger. And so you get up into some of the more remote parts of the Highlands, and you meet someone, you shake their hand, and they might have only sort of one full finger left.
Oh,
but it's also hard to tell because everyone's got these, sort of 18-inch machete blades that they use for everything. And, I think some just get lost, sort of by mistake.
Right.
It's just the most. I mean, the country is so geographically broken. Like the terrain is so inhospitable, so hard to travel through that they've developed all these very, very quirky customs because all the tribes are in such isolation. I mean, the country has something like 750 languages.
Wow.
Although they nowadays communicate largely just with Pidgin English, or Tok Pidgin as they call it, which is a sort of a broken English, kind of bastardized, simple English. But before that, the tribes, you might have one tribe that's living in one valley, and 2 miles away in another valley for hundreds of years there's another tribe, and they've never had any contact with each other. So they develop different languages, different customs, different faith, religions, everything. And it's like that across the country, particularly up in the Highlands. The river deltas are a bit different. But I mean, the Highlands were thought to be uninhabited until the 1930s. And then these Australian brothers, these gold prospectors, flew over the interior in a light aircraft for the first time, and they looked down and they saw valleys with clear signs of habitation. So they mounted an expedition and over weeks marched up into the interior with dozens of porters, and they found about 1 million people living there. These just kind of lost Stone Age peoples that most of them didn't know they were on an island with a coast on which people lived, let alone a huge world beyond that with all sorts of other people. Wow. One of the there were 3 Australian brothers. 2 of them ended up staying and living in PNG. One of them married 3. I think maybe sisters, but three women who were tribal princesses. And this is a sort of let me get this right, an Irish emigre Australian gold prospector in the 30s who's from this massive outside interconnected world, suddenly going up and marrying people from a civilization that had no smelting, they just had stone tools, no writing, no literature, and that one of those marriages had several children. I met one of those guys, this guy who's the product of the son of these 2 totally disparate worlds, this kind of clash of civilizations, which I found so interesting.
What was he like?
He was great. Bernie, a really nice guy. He's kind of he manages a coffee plantation in a town called Hagen up in the Highlands. Really sound dude. I got to hang out with him a bit, got to know him well, and he's just a nice sort of normal guy. I suppose because his mother was a princess, he's sort of kind of a senior within the tribe, but at the same time kind of half foreigner and half outsider, so he's sort of between the 2 worlds as well.
Do you still have contact with his father?
His father had passed away. There's a really good documentary called First Contact, 80s documentary. It's on YouTube. It's part of a trilogy, the Black Harvest trilogy. But First Contact is interviews with these 3 brothers, by which point they're already quite old. But on their first encounter, getting up into the Highlands, these people they met, there's footage, there's photos from this unique encounter in the 1930s. Really, really interesting.
This is not the same place where there's a tribe there where they have they've made models of airplanes that they worship.
The cargo cults, those I believe. I mean it's that part of the world. I don't think it's Papua New Guinea. It could be potentially part of some of the Solomon Islands. It might be some small Filipino islands. I'm not entirely sure. I know what you mean. And yeah, they would see these planes and think that they were gods. And
so
then
they've recreated them. They've recreated them out of like sticks. And
they had like bamboo radio control towers and like bamboo radios that obviously don't work. They're just bamboos. They had I've read about that a long time ago. I can't remember the details that well, but yeah, that was pretty cool.
How fascinating that in the 1930s they were able to find these Stone Age tribes there.
Well, it makes you think. I mean, there are still rumors that in Papua New Guinea there might still be uncontacted tribes. Like in the Amazon, there's still like a few dozen uncontacted tribes, but I believe most of them sort of know there's a world out there, but the Brazilian, largely government, sort of protects them and keeps them in isolation as much as anything because they're just vulnerable to disease, perhaps. But then the one, I think the most astounding kind of lost tribe is the North Sentinelese.
Yeah,
You're aware of these guys, yeah. And every now and again someone marches
That's
out
where
with the
the
Bible
missionary,
and, yeah.
Do you know who Commander Maurice Vidal Portman is?
No.
He's a famous British explorer / pervert who went to visit those people, and he's probably responsible for their hostility towards outsiders in a lot of ways. Because this guy would go there and dress them up in weird outfits and measure their dicks and shit. And
that was North Sentinel.
Yeah. Well,
are there pictures of this?
He was on neighboring islands, but I mean, I think they got wind of this character. Yeah, there's pictures of him, and there's pictures of natives dressed up like Roman soldiers and stuff. He would do weird shit with them, and he would comment on the size of their penises and testicles. So he was like measuring them and stuff, and he was clearly some fucking weirdo who was involved in some very strange shit, and he was doing it, under the auspices of science and exploration. Yeah. But I think he's one of the reasons why I think that the most recent missionary got murdered.
Right.
Because they probably they don't have a written language. So they probably have these oral stories and these legends of these white dudes who show up and start measuring dicks and give everybody the flu.
Yeah. Well, I think there's only a few dozen of them. And after the big tsunami back in, was it 2003? 2002, 2003. After that, it was years before there were any signs of them seen again. So potentially they, came close to destruction.
Yeah, there's been a few boats that have been stranded nearby and have barely gotten away before these people murdered them.
Arrows and spears.
Yeah, well, there's only 39 of them that they've documented. They don't know how many there are there. They don't even think they have fire.
Oh, they've got to have fire.
I don't know. I think there's some dispute as to whether or not they have fire.
Well,
because how wet is their climate? I don't know. They do know that they have metal now. They seem to have fashioned knives and swords from the wreckage of one of the ships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that'd be interesting. I mean, I have no intentions of marching in there.
Well, it's just crazy. It's wild. Uncontacted people in this day and age is very strange. I mean, there's semi-contacted people in the Amazon, and it's just it's so interesting because you get essentially a window into 60,000 years ago with the people in North Sentinel Island. The people that live there, the direct descendants of people who left Africa 60,000 years ago and landed on that island.
Yeah, and there's interesting sort of, because of the sort of exodus is the wrong word, I guess, but the migrations out of Africa came in waves. And some of the early people seem to have, with their wave of migration, headed all the way up, over, around, down, and into Melanesia. So the Aborigines and the New Guineans are from like a very, very ancient wave of migration. And everyone else came a lot later, but these people had already inhabited these, well, I guess the two islands were one continent at that time, the sea levels were lower, but they had already sort of started existing in total isolation for... I mean, the numbers get disputed because they keep finding more things that pushes back the timeline. But now they're looking, it was for ages 40,000 years. Now they're looking at sort of 60 to 80,000 years, just living, totally isolated. While the rest of the world was, I suppose, a more interconnected. The human trade networks very quickly brought corners of the world into connection. I mean, it's only about 12, 15,000 years ago that people crossed the Bering Strait to the Americas, and the Americas were populated. I mean, that's. It's kind of a blink of an eye compared to 80,000.
Well, I think people were here before that then now. Now they're pushing the timeline back of human beings in North America, which is really interesting. They're finding a lot of pre-Clovis evidence of civilizations, stone tools and all sorts of other things, and fossilized remains.
I read a book by someone who you had on this podcast a while ago, whose name I'm going to forget, but you had him on with Randall Carlson one time. And he's got...
Graham Hancock?
Graham Hancock, exactly. Yeah. And, I mean, some of his theories seemed a little tenuous, but some of them are fascinating, like evidence of civilizations being in places, tens of thousands of years before anyone else thought. And I mean, it was through that podcast record that I was first introduced to Göbekli Tepe. And, it's incredible how I guess with new archaeological techniques, new scanning, new LiDAR, just the books are being totally rewritten on a kind of yearly basis.
Yeah, well, they're all a proponent now of the two of those guys together is a really fascinating combination, because they're proponents of the Younger Dryas impact theory, and there's a lot of physical evidence that points to that. And what that Younger Dryas impact theory is that there was a certain time somewhere between there's multiple times, but it started around 12,000 years ago. There was impacts. And the impacts from asteroid impacts
sort of reversed an ice age, or
yes,
caused an ice age,
it stopped
or,
the ice age.
Yeah.
It killed the ice age, and probably did it very quickly. And the impacts, Randall Carlson has some really fascinating physical evidence that points to it. First of all, core samples. When they go to the core samples and they go to 12,000 years ago, there's a direct evidence of iridium, large amounts of iridium, which is very common in space and very rare on Earth. Also, nuclear glass. Trinitite, I think it's called, and it's named after the Trinity, the first nuclear bomb experiments.
Right.
And that they detect this glass that happens when they detonate a nuclear bomb, but also happens on impacts of comets and asteroids. Mm-hmm. And that this stuff is all over the place
So
at
sort of
that
like
same
obsidian, that kind of.
Yes. And this stuff is it's sort of like that, but it's directly caused by impacts. But this stuff all exists in this time period of 12,000 years ago.
Right.
And then again, somewhere, they believe somewhere 11 or 10,000 years ago. So most likely what they're supposing, what the theory is that there was probably a very advanced civilization that created things like Göbekli Tepe. And there's even some theories about the Old Kingdom of Egypt, and that there was some very sophisticated architecture and construction methods that date back far beyond what we think of when we think of the Great Pyramid of Giza. They believe is 2,500 years old, but he thinks that it's very possible that was even earlier than that. And there's also some physical evidence that was uncovered by geologist Robert Schoch, from Boston University, where he points to the water erosion around the Temple of the Sphinx that shows signs of thousands of years of rainfall.
I remember that.
Yeah, and the problem with that is the last time there was real rainfall in the Nile Valley was 9,000 years ago. And that the whole area back then used to be a rainforest. And that, so he's like, you have to go at least that far back, but probably thousands of years before that, because you need thousands of years of rainfall to develop these deep fissures in the stone structure. That they don't indicate erosion by sand and wind. The problem is archaeologists and people who have been teaching in universities and writing books about the history of these people are very reluctant to accept this new information, even though it's like, when you're talking about geology, when you're talking about like clear evidence of water erosion, like this is like rock solid stuff. This is not like
there's like a knock-on effect as well. Yes. I suppose if you admit that one thing is significantly older or was formed in a different way or in a different place to something else, then that just knocks everything else out of whack, and you basically got to start your entire archaeological process again, which I guess is why you get, wrongly, because that's not the scientific method, but you get resistance to these new ideas.
It's very unfortunate when you see the resistance too, because it's so clearly ego-based. I've seen people argue against it, and they get really angry, and they start insulting and ad hominems, and it's really weird. Because the one that you can't fuck with is Göbekli Tepe, because Göbekli Tepe was purposely covered somewhere in the neighborhood of 12,000 years ago, and they know that for a fact. They've tested all the soil around it, and they're in the middle of excavating that site, and it's an immense site with these enormous stone columns and 3D animals carved on the columns, which indicate that they weren't carved into the columns. The columns were carved around to create these 3D animals, which is really sophisticated stuff, and it's more than 12,000 years old. It was covered up.
So they think it was like a deliberate time capsule to preserve.
They don't know.
I think that was Graham's theory.
It's his theory,
like
but
to preserve, in the the whole, the antediluvian, the flood myth that seems to, or story at least, that seems to be in so many different cultures.
Yeah.
That's I think that ties in with Randall's idea of a a huge wave of floods and the ice age stopping. Yeah.
Well, that ending of the ice age, one of the things that they point to is the geological evidence, rather, all over North America that seemed to indicate massive amounts of water moving through areas radically and quickly, changing the landscape. And Randall has some really incredible evidence of that he shows in the form of slides. And as you zoom out and you see the water evidence, it's really interesting stuff, because we have this inclination to look at history. Okay, we've got that down. We've got it. This is it. Mm-hmm. And then upon new evidence, instead of like going, oh, maybe we were wrong, they just dig their heels in and they say, no, I wrote a book on this. I made my thesis about this. This is fact.
Well, I think that's exactly the same. Even with modern human history, we're really resistant to kind of think that the way there's the last few years, a lot in Britain. I don't know how much about in the US, but there's been a big discussion about how we view and teach our history, of the British Empire, for example, of colonialism. Because when I was growing up, we were taught that like Britain conquered the world and brought civilization to all the, the noble savages, and it was totally insane. And it's only just about now, and particularly summer 2 years ago, with the debate about statues and should we really learn our history from statues, or should we learn it from, books and reassessing facts? And, should we have statues, commemorating people who maybe did horrific things? But all these, these sort of, arguments, debates, and essentially culture war has brought to the fore this idea of, we definitely need to sometimes reassess history, and that can work both ways as well. But, history isn't fact, whether it's the history of a landscape over tens of thousands of years or the history of a people over a century. And I think that's, tying it neatly back in. That's what I find interesting with Russia, because Russia is able to recreate as convenient its history every 10 years or so in a cynical way, admittedly. But it shows that history is not a fixed, determinate thing.
Well, it's unfortunate we don't have like a real rock solid history of the world. We have some really amazing evidence, and some incredible work has been done by archaeologists and geologists and all these people that are trying to get a sense of it. But there's resistance to change. There's a resistance to, accepting these alternative theories.
Well, can you imagine trying to be a historian 200 or 300 years from now looking at this era? The amount of information that you have to sift through.
Right.
Some of which is bullshit, some of which is, all of it will contradict each other. I mean, that's a headache, that task. History is only going to get harder because there's just a, complete preponderance of information.
There's a preponderance of information, but at least we have information.
We have accurate footage, but, that was only a short period that's now ending, because now we don't know if footage is real. There's deep fakes, there's all sorts. The age of kind of, I suppose, empirical media is kind of on its way out. At least that you can be ensured is empirical, because from now on, who knows what's what.
What's also interesting, when for a long time they had no idea what happened to the Mayans. And there was all these theories about them leaving, what happened, and now the predominant theory is they were killed by disease.
Smallpox.
Yeah, which makes more sense than anything.
Well, I think it's now believed that after Europeans first arrived in the Americas, within 100 years, 90% of the population had died.
Yes,
which is astounding.
Disease,
and they're only just now starting to find these traces of vast civilizations in the Amazon. And I'm sure there'll be many more to come. There are rock paintings appearing. There are, in one particular point, evidence of sort of ramps up to the Amazon on one side of the river and then down on the other, bridges that would have spanned hundreds of meters, huge kind of, complex and quite advanced civilizations that just, if you, in a jungle, if everyone dies, it'll grow over in no time at all. And it seems like a lot of people might have returned to a hunter-gathering, subsistence life in the jungle from that. Because if there's a plague, plagues are usually in sort of pre-scientific times, and even perhaps today, are viewed by a lot of people as kind of divine retribution, punishment. So flee the city, head to the head back into the wild. And I'm sure plenty of people saw COVID at that for some time as well. COVID has that.
Well, it's a lot worse than COVID, smallpox. But the other thing is the LiDAR evidence. Have you seen that stuff that they're using?
Is this the big ring? Cities were built in big circular shapes.
Not just that, but grids that indicate irrigation in blocks of cities. And Graham Hancock talked about that as well on the podcast. And there's a great video that's available on YouTube where he discusses the potential population of the Amazon reaching as much as 20 million people at one point in time, that there's vast cities there. Did you also know that the Amazon itself was created by agriculture? That all that rainforest, most of those trees were a direct result of different trees and different plants that people planted when there was a civilization.
So it had been savanna or pampas or something? Or?
Well, it was just different. They're not exactly sure what it, they used to think it was all natural, and now they don't think it's natural. Please pull up something about that. Now that there's direct evidence. Here it goes. While previously thought to have been an empty wilderness in pre-contact times, it has become increasingly clear that the Amazon has, first, a deep and ancient pattern of human settlement dating back to 12,000 years ago, and second, that much of the Amazon jungle that we know today is in fact an anthropogenic. If you just click on that, there's actually better articles that detail it. Okay, here it goes. While previously thought to have been an empty wilderness, the Amazon infers a deep and ancient pattern. Second, that much of the Amazon jungle we know is in fact an anthropogenic landscape. That is, the Amazon has been modified extensively by indigenous populations for the past 12,000 years. The changes that the indigenous populations made in the Amazon rainforest in the past were nowhere near the level of intensive extraction we see going on in the massive deforestation burning today. Rather, indigenous populations increase the overall biodiversity and quality of the soil. This is not what I'm looking for. There's a better article that shows that most of the trees in the Amazon were a result of agriculture.
So that was sort of creating ecological diversity.
And then it just, when people died, it just overran.
Yeah.
And it overwhelmed what used to be these cities. That's the whole Legend of the Lost City of Z, right? That book?
Yeah, I read
film
that. It was great.
There it is.
Matt Grant.
Supposedly pristine, untouched Amazon rainforest was actually shaped by humans. Over thousands of years, native people play a strong role in molding the ecology of this vast wilderness. And this is from the Smithsonian, so it's a legitimate source, but there's a bunch of different trees that they point to that these people planted, and then these trees just overwhelmed the landscape with when all the people died off from the plague, and when they're using the LiDAR to go over these areas that they used to assume were just mounds, they're realizing, used to be structures, and there used to be people living in these areas.
It's fascinating.
It's wild stuff, man.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Charlie, I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad you're not in a Russian prison, and I'm glad I had a chance to talk to you. And these books that you have out that are available right now, one is On Roads That Echo, and the other is Through Sand and Snow. Did you do an audio version of these as well?
Yeah, they're both on Audible.
Did
Kindle.
you read it?
I read it.
Oh, excellent. I love hearing that.
Yeah, no, they're out. Get hold of them. But thank you so much for having me
My
on.
pleasure.
It's been a lot of fun, and thanks to Jamie and you for having me here. It's been awesome.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much for coming. And do you have social media that people can find you on as well?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram and Twitter at CW Explore, like Charlie Walker, CW Explore. Explore.
There it is right there, CW Explore.
And my website is cwexplore.com. Check it out. That's where I post most of my stuff. And I don't know what will be next yet, but that's the place to follow it.
Well, when you come up with another one, let us know, and I'd love to sit down and do this again.
That'd be a pleasure.
And stay out of jail, buddy. Please. Thank you, Charlie.
Cheers.
All right, bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Salute, my friend. Good to see you. Always good to see you. I wish I didn't see you so often after mass shootings, though. Yeah. Because it seems like so many times when there's a gun control... Well, you're the first guy I always call. Because I think you're the very best at explaining gun issues from, first of all, from a Second Amendment perspective, from an enthusiast perspective, and also you're a lawyer.
Yeah.
So you understand like the law aspect of it better than anybody that I know. So I always want to talk to you when some shit is going down. But the current mass shooting, the most recent one, was it's like there's so many of them that it gets to a point where you go, like people almost just go numb. Like they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of scrambling and crying out for legislation. Yeah.
I think it's one, no one can deny our media does a beautiful job memorializing everything about every mass shooting in terms of the killer, what we know about him, we, for the most part, almost sensationalizing it. And so there's something to be said that, someone walking into a school, somebody walking into a building where you don't expect it and shooting a bunch of people deserves that type of attention. I'm not going to be so naive as to say that, I don't get why they cover it so much. But there is a admitted sense of helplessness when these things happen.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, so what do we do? What can we do? I think the scapegoat route is gun control. Because I think what it does is it gives us the immediate gratification of, all right, we did something, we passed this, all right, let's move on and hope it never happens again. The problem is, though, it never touches the underlying issues about why people would do this. This is weird. It's fucking odd. It's not normal for people to want to go out and just kill as many people as possible.
Well, not just that, just kill children.
That's even that, and that takes it to a whole new level.
Yeah,
right?
and this guy, obviously, there was something really wrong with him. You're out. But the thing about the killing the children is that's why school shootings are so fucked, because they're the most horrific version of a mass shooting because you're going after innocent little kids. Yep. And this was the most evil. And then there's so much to this one, right? There's so much to the amount of time that the cops were outside that they didn't do anything because they didn't want to get shot.
But that's just it too, though, which is the weird thing for me. So we can acknowledge that in this situation, the same situation that happened in Florida, right? Where the resource officer didn't go in time when he could have probably stopped it sooner.
But at least that was one guy.
True.
This is insane. I mean, how many cops were outside that school?
Jesus. Enough that they should have probably went in. Without saying. But
they were outside for 75 minutes. Could you imagine?
But that's just it, though, if you think about it. Like, the same people, not the same people, but then you'll have people who say, okay, well, we need to limit and restrict these guns. And I'm like, but all that does is force us to depend on people who we've already established in a lot of situations aren't necessarily incapable of being there to protect us, or in situations like this, refusing to go in and protect us. Now, I can see someone coming up on the other side saying something like, oh, so you want the kids to have guns there too so they can shoot? It's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's crazy.
Yeah. But what I am saying is that further justifies why we need to have the firearms that we do have. Because at the end of it, when it all boils down to it, the only person we can rely on to defend ourselves is us, is you. Somebody walks in this door right now and does something. The only people in a position to stop it in enough time to make a difference is me, you,
and Jamie. Yeah.
So from that perspective, I try to keep things and break things down to that simplistic level so people can understand that, instead of just kind of immediately reacting to, all right, let's ban this and let's ban that, let's ban this. But we are talking about, like you said, a group of officers who stood outside while kids were being shot and killed.
Those guys should never be cops again.
I'm going to have to agree with you in that regard.
I
this is
don't
me
understand.
Not being in Uvalde, not knowing all of the intimate details about why they stood down. But at the end of the day, I have a hard time seeing what supersedes. There's a guy in classrooms killing kids right now.
Well, you know about the mom that was arrested?
Yep.
They cuffed her. They released her. She went back in, got her kids. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah for her. Yeah. Horrible that she had to do that. But the fact that they cuffed her.
That's
fucking insane.
It's utterly unacceptable.
I don't understand. I just don't understand. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but nothing has been exposed. There's nothing that's been explained.
I think there's a part of me that wants to believe, right, that there was some extenuating circumstance that justified, and I I don't see it. I can't. Even my imagination, as vivid as it is, can't think of something that would substantiate or justify why they hadn't gone in.
Well, it's a perfect storm, right? Because we're in a terrible time for law enforcement in that, you know, all this defund the police stuff has gotten people very skittish about, like, I know cops that don't want to do things because they don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, they don't want to show up for things. They want to wait before they show up for things because they don't want it to be something they have to handle because they feel tied up. They feel like their hands are tied.
Yeah. It's a balancing act too, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like we don't necessarily want cops to go in there, I don't mean just in this particular situation, Uvalde, but just having be completely let off the leash to the extent that they can do anything that they want anytime and there'll be no,
of course,
they can't be held accountable for anything, right?
Yes.
While at the same time, we need them to go in without having to essentially be attorneys,
yeah,
you know, in the moment, trying to decide. Like I was just in Wisconsin, and I was with the USCCA, which is a concealed carry insurance membership program, and what we were doing was working scenario-based training. So they set up this whole situation for me. Like we're in a coffee shop, I have a girlfriend that I'm talking to, and then a guy comes in, robs the place, and a bunch of other scenarios that happen. And because of my knowledge base and things that I'm aware of from a legal perspective, even in that moment when I'm trying to decide, do I shoot, do I not shoot? Because you ever run Sims?
No.
Sims are like they're basically real guns converted into more or less fake guns, so to speak. So they shoot these cartridges that hurt like a bitch. They hurt and they sound, they're really loud. The gun operates the same. Everything's the same except they shoot these. It's kind of like elevated paintball, right? And in this case, we weren't using the actual projectile. What we were using was, what this did is it emitted a laser instead of actually shooting a projectile. But everything else was the same. It was loud, recoil, and all of that stuff. And so in that moment, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, all right, when is it justified for me to shoot? Now, in that moment, in that scenario, you can only kind of mimic reality to a certain extent before, you know, you get overwhelmed with the thought of, okay, I might die. I had the benefit to some degree to kind of think logically through, okay, if I shoot now, is it justified? If I don't shoot now, and so forth and so on. You get
Are you talking about like from a legal perspective?
From a legal perspective, yes. And so in that moment, when the guy's in there, he's already shot at one person, he's about to shoot another person, I'm like, okay, this is my time to shoot, but he's not shooting at me. And so I'm like, what do I do? Can I shoot him and be justified? Or
so if you're like, let's say if you go into a store and you see a gunfight in the store and you see a guy shooting at someone behind the counter and you're armed, are you allowed to shoot him?
It depends.
If he's shooting at people that work at the store.
Well, it depends. Because if you find out later on that the guy behind the counter pointed his gun at him and said, I'm going to kill you.
Right. Imagine if you shot him first.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't know. Like, you walk into 7-Eleven, there's a gunfight.
Yep. You don't know. And so in that situation, and I'm probably kind of giving away too much information because the video's not out yet, but I think it's necessary. So the guy walks in. He says he's robbing the place. He hadn't shot anyone yet. But he starts arguing with another person. And the other guy's supposed to be like a new concealed carrier. And then the guy stands up. He's like, yo, what is your problem? What are you doing? And he's kind of angling towards his gun, but he's not. He hasn't gone for it yet. The other guy has a gun too, the guy who came in to rob the place. But he hasn't pointed his gun at anyone. He hasn't shot anyone. So at that point, theoretically speaking, you could argue that's just mutual combat.
Yeah.
Right? So which one can I shoot? Who's actually endangering who?
Right.
Right? So I ended up shooting the guy who came to rob the place. The problem is I shot him in the back too. But that was from the standpoint of when I decided to shoot, I know how to shoot. So I dropped 4 or 5 rounds just naturally into the guy. He's like, oh shit, he turns around because he's getting shocked as I'm shooting him. So he turns to run.
So is it like a laser that sets off like a haptic feedback?
Yeah, so you're wearing a vest, right? It's called a stress vest. So you're wearing a stress vest, and so it sends out a laser every time you hit that person, and it shocks you.
And does it shock you like a taser? Does it shock?
It's as bad as you want it to be.
Really?
Yeah.
So you could get it to the point where it immobilizes your body?
I don't think it gets that high. I think it gets to the point where you're like, okay, get this thing off me.
Have you ever been tased?
No.
I haven't either, but I've watched people get tased, and I'm curious.
I'm not.
Because some people can just fucking handle it, man.
They can't. But aren't they usually high?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I think sometimes they're high.
But how does that stop your body from shutting off due to the electricity?
That is true. That I don't know.
Because I've seen people just get zapped, and they just stand there, and
like
they just
nothing.
pull
And
the
they
shit right out of the body.
Now, I did see this one video guy did that. The cop was being very patient with the guy. and he zapped him, and he nothing. And he's like, all right. And he zapped him again. He dropped.
Really?
So
Second time he dropped.
So I don't know what part.
Yeah.
I don't understand. That's outside of my wheelhouse, honestly.
My friend Dana White, he went for one of his shows. They all got tasered, and they felt like their body just shut off. Like they just fell over.
See, I'm not. The funny thing about it is I had the stress vest on too. So when I was doing it, so the whole time I'm like, I don't want to experience this.
Yeah.
So
that.
yeah.
So if he
kinda,
hit you, he turned and hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious of what that's like. I'm sure it's horrible. You know.
I mean, I'll put it like this: when I shot him, he yelled. So I'm assuming it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But from that perspective, I still ended up shooting him in the back.
Now, is that legal? Because he's not. You are not in danger. You're just acting almost like as law enforcement, or as protection.
So in that particular case, once we broke it down, my shooting was justified, right? But it just goes to show you how thin that line is between justified and unjustified.
And doesn't it also in that situation, was there cameras involved?
Yeah.
Because it's in a store.
Yeah.
But what if you're in a school, like in a school situation? Like if you walked in and shot that guy who was killing those kids and you shot him in the back, clearly you'd be justified.
Yeah, you'd be justified
right?
at that because that's in defense of a third party.
Okay.
Right. So at that point, all bets are off. Like whether I shoot you in the back, front, side. But I guess the argument that could be made in my particular situation is he was retreating.
Right.
Right, because he was running out. That's why I shot him, because he turned to run away. And so it was basically, and it happens really quickly.
Right.
And the split times between my trigger pull are pretty fast. So it's like bang, 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 bang. And, that time period, he can turn and catch one in the back. But you get an aggressive enough prosecutor, that's the argument they made. If I was a prosecutor, that's the argument I would make.
You know about the case in Austin where a guy was not charged for a long period of time, but it was at one of the protests during the pandemic, and this guy apparently was military, and he was an Uber driver. He was Uber driving.
I do remember that. Yeah.
So he pulled down this road. I think he was following his GPS, and he pulled down this road, and all of a sudden he's faced with the people that were blocking the road.
Yeah.
And this guy pulls an AK-47 out and points it at him.
Yeah.
And
he shoots him.
He's a veteran.
Yeah.
I mean, he's used to being in live combat situations, and he just pulls out his gun and
shoots him.
him.
Did he get charged?
He did get charged.
Did he get convicted?
I don't know.
Okay,
let's find out what the status on that was, because all of my friends that are law enforcement or military were furious that he got charged, because this guy literally pointed the gun at his face.
Yeah.
Like he's standing there pointing the gun. What are you going to do? It's like, how do you know if the guy's going to kill you or not?
Right.
Like, it's unreasonable to point a gun at a person in that scenario.
But you know what that speaks to?
What?
Education.
Education.
Dude, like I in my videos, I say this time and time and time and time again. We have over 400 million guns in this country, man. You're not getting away from the guns. You're not.
And if you take them away from legal people that have them legally,
the only people who are going to have them
are the people that have them illegally.
Exactly. And so if we understand that this is the country that we live in, we have a Second Amendment, we understand the culture in this country, why do we not spend just even a decent amount of resources on a federal level, and let's say local level, to teach people the dynamics involved with firearm ownership?
Let me ask you this. One of the things about people that are pro Second Amendment is they don't want to change any of the restrictions or the way it's set up right now. They want to keep it exactly the way it is in terms of what kind of background checks exist. And they don't want to add any sort of additional checks, any sort of additional restrictions. Why is it so easy to get a gun license?
Because efficiency.
But why is it so hard to get a driver's license?
Because people suck at driving.
But don't people suck at shooting?
Some do. A lot of people do.
A lot of people do.
The difference,
right?
though, too, is we're talking about a constitutional right versus a privilege.
When I had got a concealed carry permit, I had to go through an extensive examination, which also involved showing that you are proficient at shooting. Why don't people have to do that?
Well, because we are talking about a constitutional right. So the standard is a lot different than, say, okay, we're giving you the privilege to drive this car on the road. So like with the car, I can own any car I want. If I have private property, I can drive all over that private property without any education, without any instruction or any of that stuff. Now, the moment I want to step out into the public with this car and drive it on public roads, that's when I have to get licensed, get registration, and all of those things.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So if someone wants to have a gun
Mm-hmm.
and they want to take it somewhere, then they have to go through these examinations.
Generally speaking. So like,
But not
that
here.
used to be the case in Texas. Now, no. Now we have constitutional carry, which means that you don't have to go through those procedures in order to carry a firearm.
So here's the story. Uber also released a statement. Unfortunately, we aren't able to comment on pending litigation. This is about the guy who's an Uber driver. As we've released in the past, this incident is not related to the Uber platform. It says, for now, this gentleman, Perry, remains indicted on multiple charges, including murder in this case. In August, his attempt to get the murder charge dropped was denied. From what I understand, this is has to do with the district attorney in Austin. That they, we have a lot of very liberal district attorneys in this country. They just repealed the guy in San Francisco to screams and cheers of people who are dealing with unprecedented crime and homelessness there.
Don't get me started on San Francisco, bro.
Oh, you're the one who told me about it. You're the one who explained to me the whole homeless situation. We've talked about it multiple times and credited you with explaining it. Since you're a lawyer and you understand like the inner workings of the machine in a way that I probably don't.
I'll be honest with you. You know what got me to understand it? It wasn't me being a lawyer. It was me being on the ground and seeing this shit and talking to the people. That's what really set it off for me. Because when I was with the NRA and we were doing these mini documentaries, going to these different places and talking to the people on the ground, they were explaining stuff to me. You can watch the video. You see it in my face. Like, I'm like, the same way you reacted is the same way I reacted when I first heard it.
I thought it was a funding thing. I thought like we need more money for homelessness. And then when I realized that it's a business, it's like a light bulb went off. When you explained it to me, I was like, of course. It's like everything else. When you showed me the numbers and the people in LA making $260,000 a year to deal with the homeless situation and it's not going anywhere, I'm like, that person has a fucking great job.
You know, I actually analogized that to the issue with gun violence in the inner city.
How so?
So, it's a theory. Do I have concrete data to affirm it? Nope. But I think to a degree, a lot of these leaders and politicians in the inner city need that violence in the inner city to continue as a way to justify the necessity for them being in the positions that they're in.
Like what kind of positions?
So, if you think about it, the vast majority of the gun violence in this country is from the inner city. Like overwhelmingly so.
The numbers are crazy. Like when people talk about gun violence in this country, maybe we should start with that, right? Mm-hmm. Gun violence in this country, when you look at gun deaths, a gigantic percentage of them are suicides.
Yeah.
Right.
I would say about 63 to 65% are suicides.
Okay. So when we're talking about gun violence, I mean, I'm not in favor of suicide.
Yeah.
Obviously I want people to get help and live happy lives. But this is not my main concern. My main concern is people harming other people.
Yeah.
So when we look at the numbers of gun violence, it's always exaggerated because they don't include the fact that is a
they're starting to
number.
do it now. They did it before.
How do we hear about it on Fox News?
Yeah, like they legit. I remember because this was like at the genesis kind of my 2A advocacy when I was looking at the numbers because I kind of initially just took the numbers for what they were. And I just assumed, because you hear gun violence, you hear gun deaths. You're thinking people shooting at other people in the middle of the street and dropping dead, right? And then I started looking into the numbers, and I started realizing, wait, 63 to 65% are suicides? And like I point out, it's not that I don't care about suicides, but then I also backdoored and I said, okay, well, let's look at the suicide rate just as a whole in America versus other places that have strict gun laws. And I remember when I was on Bill Maher and I was sitting at the round table, we kind of started getting into that discussion. And you would think, considering we have as many guns as we have in this country in the hands of civilians, you'd think, on the surface, we'd lead the world in suicides. We don't. We're not even close. So that stands to reason that the issue with suicides isn't a gun thing. It is purely a mental health thing.
Yes.
Right? So that's why I'm able to, okay, let's set this aside and now deal with what's remaining. Then you have a very small percentage that are accidental gun deaths, right? We're talking about like maybe totality in a year, 1,000.
And what percentage is that
about? I think it's like, if I remember correctly, it's like 3 to 5%.
Okay.
Or something like that.
So we're almost at 70% then.
Yeah.
We're at like 68.
Yeah. And that's including,
somewhere.
And then there's another percentage that includes officer shootings, whether it's officer shooting a criminal or a criminal killing an officer, right? So we can put that here over here as well because that's a different dynamic.
What percentage are officers shooting?
That's sitting somewhere in about the also 2 to 3%. I'm probably flipping it. I don't know if the accidental gun deaths are about 2 to 3 and the officers like 5, if I'm not mistaken. But
we could find out. Yeah. Jamie will pull it up so we could get an accurate assessment of it.
But to get to where we want to go is essentially homicides with firearms. That's
right.
where we want to be. And generally speaking, you got a range of about 8 to 12,000 people every year die from actually being shot by another person. That includes mass shootings, everything.
Right. And then what percentage of those are gang related?
So, because the whole gang-related, because now what's happening is they're taking a lot of the gang-related shootings and including them in mass shootings. It's just kind of like what happened in Philadelphia recently,
I
right?
see what you're saying.
They called the Philadelphia shooting that just happened recently a mass shooting.
What was the Philadelphia one?
It was basically, there was a shootout between, I don't know how many people it was, but there was like, I can't remember exactly where in Philly it was, but essentially, I can't remember, a lot of people got shot. And they called it a mass shooting. It was street violence. That's what it was. It was 2 parties going at it, and they called it mass shooting. I guess you could argue why that's considered a mass shooting, but it's not. But in our minds, when we think about it, a mass shooting is somebody, you have an individual or multiple people who want to go and kill as many innocent people as possible. Right? We're not talking about people who are shooting each other over disputes. This was a dispute that took place in the public between 2 people with guns, essentially. And so they want to call that a mass shooting. And I'm like, that's not fair, because the way to deal with these types of things, they're different. The same way you don't include the suicides and the homicides, because there are different reasons for why they're happening, right? And so a lot of the vast majority of the gun violence, the homicide aspect of it, is from the inner cities. That's where it's coming from. It's these kids, literally, when I say kids, I'm talking like 17, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. They're shooting at each other. Now, I'm not dismissing that and saying that it's irrelevant and that we shouldn't factor that in. What I'm saying is it's a totally different reason for why it's happening. It's not a gun issue. It's a socioeconomic issue. Because if you take those same kids that look like me, right? I know a lot of black people or people of color who live in the suburbs of America, and they're not running around committing drive-bys in their BMWs. They're not. So what's the difference there? They have access to guns the same way these kids have access to guns, and these kids have access to guns illegally in the inner city. The difference is prolonged exposure to poverty. But nobody wants to have that conversation. And the reason they don't want to have that conversation is because it is admittedly hard to deal with. It's hard. It's convoluted and it's difficult.
So is that the vast majority? So outside of suicide, is that the majority of the shootings?
Yes.
So the majority of the shootings are
inner city gang, drug, and dispute violence. That's what it is.
Okay.
The vast majority of them.
And that is one thing that we both agree on in terms of that's one of the most gigantic and ignored problems in this country is exposure to poverty and violence your whole life.
Yep.
And that these environments like the inner city, like South Side of Chicago, which have never changed. They haven't. They've gotten only worse.
Yep.
I was in Chicago a few years back. We were doing a gig, and there was a cop who was driving us around, and he was explaining what we were like, dude, what is going on? Because it was like right after a big weekend, and he goes, "This is what happened. They got very aggressive with arresting these drug lords." And when they did that, they created a power vacuum, and then these other guys stepped in to try to fill the power vacuum, and a lot of them, these young bucks.
They started clicking up.
Yep.
And so now, I mean, these kids are literally blocks away from each other, shooting at each other. And so from that perspective, I mean, I saw it when I did my little mini docuseries in Southside Chicago. Right?
And how much of an effort has been put, there's almost no coverage of that.
No.
Like in Chicago a couple of weekends ago, I don't remember what the number was, but it was something preposterous amount of people that got shot.
Well, because and I think what it is it's self-contained in many people's minds. It's kind of like, that's why people are so engrossed with mass shootings, because with inner city violence, it happens in the inner city. Right. And if you don't live in the inner city, it doesn't affect you, so to speak. So it's easier to kind of push it off and not really pay attention to it. However, with mass shootings, it starts spilling over into your reality. And it's terrifying, because now it's like, wait, so you mean to tell me I can't just live in a different neighborhood and be away from this type of gun violence? Now I'm dealing with an element that's now shooting me in my area. right? Because I guarantee you, these kids started crossing over and started engaging in the same violence in these other areas, that'd be shut down in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I mean, overnight they shut it down easily. But in the inner cities, nah, they kind of just let it flourish. And as far as creating the vacuum that it created, you could make the argument, well, they tried to do something about it then, and it just ended up getting worse, right? You have these things that you do, and sometimes it has effect that you didn't intend to have. And so, but the problem is that we always approach it from a singular focus. It's either ban all the guns or just arrest everybody on the streets.
Right.
It's not. We never want to have that in-depth conversation about. You got to think about what type of environment you're living in, where you come up as a child. When I say child, I mean you're 16, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and you so easily can pick up a gun and just take another person's life that looks just like you.
And you get a reputation for doing that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you don't get arrested.
And you don't.
Well, do you know about the story about the shootout where they released everybody because they said that it was mutual combat?
No.
You don't know that?
No.
Oh, you need to know
Where
about this. This is in Chicago.
Wait, when?
A few years ago. No, not even a few years ago. I think it was 1 year ago. This is a wild story because 2 people died. I think 2, maybe 3. Multiple people shot.
Yeah.
Shootout on video, by the way. People were filming it from their
How
cars.
the fuck did I miss this?
Dude, it's the craziest shit. That Lori Lightfoot and her administration, boy, they should be examined for future. Like, look who became the mayor of Chicago. This is crazy. When she wears that fucking superhero costume, that lady is out of her fucking mind.
Nuts.
And also when
Not even a
she
good person.
banned protests on her street. Remember that? She banned protests on her. I have to keep myself safe. What about everybody else?
But that's just it.
That's just
That's
it. That's just it. That's it right
Someone
there. Right?
gets charged, it looks like, but way later and not for.
Well, probably after everybody talked about
correct.
it.
It says
But
after the drama, there was charges announced.
After mutual combat drama, Fox and Lightfoot announced charges in West Side Shootout. Okay, this is because they dropped the charges initially. So it was over a year ago. So following the drama between Cook County State Attorney Kim Fox and Mayor Lightfoot last year over a lack of charges in a deadly shootout on the West Side, a man was arrested Thursday in connection. Thomas Dean, 20, who's 19 at the time of the shooting, I guess, was charged Thursday with 3 counts of aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. That's not that. Even that aggravated. I was aggravated. Back in October 1, a brazen shootout happened the middle of the day during a quiet afternoon in North Austin. That's a suburb of Chicago, North Austin, Chicago. The shootout allegedly involved 2 gangs and was described like the Wild West due to dozens of shell casings found at the scene. People believe a group of shooters targeted a house. People inside the house fired back, killing one of the gunmen. Following the shooting, I thought more than one person was killed. Following the shooting, CPD said the Cook County State Attorney's Office refused to pursue charges citing mutual combat. Imagine that. On the street. I mean, this isn't even like in the woods. Mayor Lightfoot then I mean, I'm saying like if you know that, well, if it was in the woods, no one can get hit by strays. This is a fucking crowded street. They're just firing rounds. The evidence included DNA match to a gun Dean allegedly used during the shootout. Why? Should have wiped your gun, bro. Fox said more charges may be brought in the future. Whoa, you're fucking threatening more charges? I might say someone else was aggravated. Dean is due in court on Friday. Well, I don't have a lot of faith in this because the way it's going today, and I don't understand what happened in terms of the way DAs just sort of release people that are accused of violent assaults. It's bananas. They just get them out of jail. Like, in Los Angeles, it's off the charts. Los Angeles is wild. That video that you sent me of you like talking to the or you playing that interview of the gang member saying he's getting the fuck out of L.A. Yeah. He's like, it's too hot for me. A fucking gang member is like, L.A.'s too crazy.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. It's I think it was WAC 100.
Yes, because he was talking about how the people are getting out. Yeah. That they're going to release another 70,000 people early who were violent criminals because they don't have any room in the jails, or the DA just seems to think it's a good idea.
That's another thing too that people are not factoring in. After COVID, the bottom fell out. That's what people aren't talking about. Like when you had all these shutdowns and people couldn't work and basically shut down the economy. I mean, you got to understand what that does to a lot of people who are already sitting on the bottom.
Yeah.
So when the bottom falls out, what do you think is going to happen?
Right.
You know, people who are already in dire straits are now in desperate straits, and they're doing anything. Right. I'm not justifying the action by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying, don't be surprised.
They don't think there's repercussions anymore.
Yeah, and that's another thing too.
That's a big thing.
Yeah, and that's it amazes me how people don't understand this, and I think what it is a lot of people just like to live in their own little bubbles, and they don't like to address things until that thing breaks into their bubble. And when it does, it's like, please, government, do something. Make it stop right now.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's too late. It's already there.
Right.
Right? And the government you thought you were going to be able to depend on, yeah, you could depend on them when shit ain't happening.
Yeah.
But when shit starts happening in mass, it's not even always the fact that they don't want to do anything or they just choose not to do it. It's they can't. They can't. There just aren't enough people.
Right.
So at that point, they realize, shit, I'm on my own. And you should have realized that in the middle of the whole situation, because when pretty much the world was shut down, you were on your own. When we were having protests and riots every other day, it seemed like, and another city was burning every other day, and they were like, cops were like, there's not much we can do. You're kind of on your own. That should have sunk right then and there and let you know that the only person responsible for your safety is you. The cops, the government, that's supplemental. You're not supposed to rely on it. You can't rely on it, even if you want to.
The amount of time that it takes them just to respond.
It's not happening.
Right. If someone's breaking into your house, if someone's on your property, the amount of time that it would take for a police officer to get to you, even if they do choose to respond quickly.
Still not fast enough.
Not fast
enough. The popular saying, when seconds count, help is only a minute away.
Yeah.
And that's the whole basis from, at least from me. I'll speak from me. And I know there are a lot of people on the gun side of things that will agree with me. Is
on the gun side
on
of
the
things.
Yes, on the gun side of things. Which will agree with me is that I have to be self-reliant when it comes to the protection of me, my family, and people that I love.
Yeah.
And that's why I want these firearms. You know, we talk about, and then others talks about banning AR-15s and so forth and so on. And I'm like, no, I want an AR-15 because it is, to me, the best tool to defend myself with. And I don't want the struggle for my life to be a fair fight. I want it to be lopsided in my favor as best as I can.
Yeah.
And the AR does the best job, at least for me. I can speak to now, you start getting into the weeds of it. You know, some gun guys will say, oh, no, well, this thing's better. You get some old guys like, oh, you need a shotgun like Joe Biden.
All you need is a
shotgun,
double
right?
barrel. Shoot one in the air. Yeah, you're going to land on your neighbor while he's out mowing the lawn, you fucking idiot.
But I mean, then he'll backdoor and get up on the camera and say, well, the 9mm will blow a lung out.
Yeah.
I'm like, have you seen the gunshot wounds of a double barrel shotgun?
Yeah, what the fuck was that about? But we're talking about a literal challenged person.
Yeah.
You know, a person who's got mental issues.
Yeah. No one's telling the emperor that he has no clothes.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. But like that outside of it, so there's a bunch of issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the big one is mental health, because this is what accounts for the suicides.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what accounts for this person that is willing to go and kill a bunch of innocent people.
Yeah.
You know, I remember the Aurora shooting, the guy went to the movie theater.
Mm-hmm.
They showed a photo of the guy after they arrested him. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I would have arrested him if I saw him at Starbucks. You know, you remember his face? I mean, the guy was clearly ill.
Yeah. I think too, so I read an article, and I've always had this mindset. I always one of my first viral videos was how to stop a mass shooting. Literally. And in the video I was like, stop the fantasy. And by stop the fantasy, I mean have people in place to shut down his ability to kill as many people as possible, because at the end of the day, a lot of these people really are doing it for the clout. They really are.
They're doing it so that they get recognized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, because I mean, think about it. Like the MO is always the same, right? Vast majority of them. And I read an article, and it even kind of blew me away a little bit, that there was a study that found like if the media changed the way that they handled reporting these mass shootings, we could reduce mass shootings by 33%. Because
really?
Because a lot of these mass shootings are copycat.
But let me ask you this: you have to record. I mean, there has to be some reporting of a mass shooting.
Yes, and so what it's saying was, focus on the people who were killed. focus on what happened, but we go into a deep sea dive about these people's lives. Like in the video I did it like 5-7 years ago. And I talked about, I'm like, no one can name the vast majority of victims in a lot of these shootings, but you can name all of the shooters. You could name them, you know what they look at me. We just talked about it. He's like, man, he showed him face. I was like, oof, I would arrested him at Starbucks. Like, we know too much about them. And that's exactly what they want. Take the guy in New York. He now gets to sit back. Yeah, he's in jail, but he gets to sit back and watch his work. He's a lunatic. He did a whole manifesto about why he did what he did.
Right.
Now he gets to sit back and watch it.
Right.
Right?
And he gets clout in prison, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I even said that, you know? And I think there's something to be said about that. Now, I'm not going to go so far as to say the government should tell the media they can't report on mass shootings. Not what I'm saying. But I do think there's something to be said about how we sensationalize these shooters, right? And you know how I know for a fact? Because when Columbine happened, I was still in high school. And I remember when Columbine happened, I did a deep sea dive into studying both of those dudes. Because it was truly fascinating, because I was like, it never crossed my mind that somebody would do something like that. So I'm trying to get a better understanding about why someone would do that. And so it was easy as hell for me to get all the information in the world. It was plastered all over the news. Now, that was one of the most notorious school shootings that we had. So it's understandable that we were like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, let's figure this out.
It's probably the first, right?
No, it wasn't the first.
Wasn't the first school shooting?
No, I don't think it was the first school shooting. I don't believe so. I think it was the first school shooting to that scale. I mean, you gotta think, these dudes were walking around the school, they're just blasting at people and walking, just killing people in the library. Like, it was nuts.
So there's a lot of things that have to happen. One, we have to figure out what happens to a person. Like, how far gone do they have to be where they can do something like that? And is there a way to stop that?
And I think that's a conversation we need to have. And I think
what could be done, though? Have you ever seen a rational sort of plan for stopping anybody before they get to that point? I mean, I've one of the things that I've heard people talk about is that the FBI was aware of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you do?
Exactly.
Right? Like, let me tell you a story, and I'm trying to be as vague about this as possible because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But there was a kid at a school that someone that I know is connected to, and this kid took a photo and sent it to his friends of him holding a rifle, saying something about gonna go to school. On my way to school now. So, something to that extent. And that photo got to one of the parents. And one of the parents turned the kid into the police. The police showed up at the kid's house. And apparently he thought it was funny to say. This was a while ago.
Yeah.
It was like there was a break between mass shootings. The kid was only 11.
Yeah.
And they said he didn't know what he was doing. He thought it was
funny.
Either funny or he was being wild, and he thought his friends would, he was being a fucking idiot. He's being an 11-year-old who has access to a rifle. And they moved in on him and they ascertained that he wasn't a threat. But how does that, like, when does one decide that someone is a threat? Like, this guy had not killed anybody until he killed his grandmother and then killed all those kids. So how do you know when a person's about to pop? I mean, do you monitor them? And how many kids you're monitoring? How many kids are bullied to the point where they're suicidal or homicidal? How many people are like that out there?
I think that's the natural restriction of our reality, right? It's because we do have these things in place as far as rights are concerned. But it's like, so at what point, and it's a high standard to remove those rights from somebody, especially when they haven't done anything.
Right.
So that's the question that I think our brain power should be focused on trying to accomplish, while understanding it's no different than a criminal, though, right? See, a criminal becomes a criminal once he does some criminal shit. We don't necessarily know when that's going to happen.
Right.
So what do? We put ourselves in the best position possible to stop that criminal when he decides to try to do it. And that's where we start getting into the conversations about hardening our schools. How do we go about hardening our schools? They had no problem hardening the Capitol with $1.9 billion after what happened on January 6th.
Right.
Right? So they understand on a fundamental level that
they spent $1.9 billion.
From what I read in the article.
I
yes.
would like to see an accounting of all that money.
Just saying.
Because I think that's a little high. If I was the guy running the Capitol, I'd be like, whoa,
What? Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
How much money?
But again, what we're talking about is we're talking about people in positions of leadership who feel that their lives are more important than ours.
Right.
It's just I'm not gonna say it's just natural, but that tends to happen. You start to kind of develop this sense of superiority when you're in positions of power, and you're like, well, I need the protection because I'm a person of importance. Well, what about everyone else?
Right.
Because a lot of these people are wanting these gun control laws and removing these guns because they don't want the common people to have them because they see them as a threat to them.
Yeah. That was one of the arguments about this money that's going to Ukraine, where people were like, how are you sending $40 billion to Ukraine and you're not spending any money protecting schools? Like, imagine, first of all, before we even get into protection, how about advancing education?
Yeah.
$40 billion would go a long way to improving schools. $40 billion would go a long way to providing security in these schools.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
did you hear about how he got in?
No.
So, and I'm not laughing because it's funny, but it was just astounding to me. So essentially what happened is he went through a back door that was unlocked. And then he literally went, so they had plans in place to deal with potential mass shooters like this, at least on paper. The protocols that were supposed to be adhered to.
At the school.
Yeah. And he went door to door. He went to several different class doors. They were locked. He couldn't get in. And then there was one door that was ajar. And from what I read, by the time the teacher realized what was going on and she tried to go to the door to lock it, he grabbed the door and opened it. And he was able to get in that way. And so and I've always said this, I'm like, okay, we understand that we don't want these things to happen in our schools. So what's the first thing you do? If somebody broke into your neighbor's house, say tomorrow, the first thing you're probably going to think of is, all right, how do I harden my house to make sure this doesn't happen to me? That's going to be your first thought. Why would we not do that with our children in the places that they go to school? And I know people are like, well, we don't make it seem like they're living in a prison. You can have passive defenses where optically it doesn't look like a prison. You can have reinforced doors that don't look like prison gates. You can do these things, but we don't. And to me, those are the easier things to implement before we even start talking about banning this gun and banning that gun, which will do nothing to stop these things. Because when we talk about school shootings, the worst one we ever had was Virginia Tech. He killed 33 people with handguns. So from that perspective, we understand that there are going to be people who are going to try to do this, whether they use AR-15s, whether they use handguns, shotguns, it doesn't matter. The goal, protect our kids, right? When Obama was in office and his kids were in school, you think this kid would aim to get in there and do what he did?
I do not believe that would be the case. No.
No, he wouldn't be.
No.
Why? Because that school where those kids are going to, it's going to be hardened.
Right.
It's going to be. If Joe Biden had younger kids now and they were in school, that kid would not be able to get into that school.
Right.
He wouldn't, because that school would be hardened.
So, there's so many schools.
There are.
Right. And there's so many guns, and there's so many people, and there's so many potential crazy people.
Yes.
It's like, how much money would it cost to harden all of these schools? You're dealing with a lot of money.
So,
right?
I think there's a school, I forgot the name of the school, I forgot where it was, where they have a whole system in place. It's crazy. I put it in my Evernote because I was going to go and do a video on it, so I hadn't researched it thoroughly. And I think they said it was somewhere in the area of 400,000 for the entire system, but the system scales.
Right? So this is public?
I don't remember if it was public. I think it was,
private, or all?
What do you mean, for?
Schools? Amount of schools?
Well, no, this particular system at this school.
Oh.
This particular school. Yeah, so they had a whole system designed for school shooters.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Gotcha.
So you're saying that $400,000 was spent
for the system.
For
this particular system, yeah. And it scales, right? So you can have one aspect of it, make it cheaper, and so forth and so on. And I forgot, I didn't do the numbers. How many, Jamie, are you able to pull how many schools we have total?
That's what I was curious about. Are there any charges that are being brought up against the cops that didn't go in?
Not that I'm aware of.
How do you keep a job? How do you? Schools and districts. How many schools in the U.S.? There are about 130,930 public and private K through 12 schools in the United States, according to 2017-2018 data.
So expensive.
Yeah.
Super expensive.
Well, yeah, but again, $40 billion goes to Ukraine.
Exactly.
Like that. In the middle of a academic downslide.
But
yeah.
So, I mean, but then again, these are the same people that are always telling us, well, how much is a kid's life worth?
Right.
Right?
So there should be absolutely some measure of protection that stops this from being stops it from being available to someone that someone could just get into the school.
Yes. I think that's bare minimum.
So the fact this guy got in through a back door, and the only reason why he got into that classroom is because the door was ajar.
Sure, yeah.
So protocols have to be in place. But the problem is people get relaxed.
Yes, they do.
After a while.
They do.
Like nothing's happening.
Which is why
fine.
and I get a lot of shit for it, and I think it's crazy that I get shit for it, but like I'm in favor of allowing teachers to keep guns at school.
Well, some places are now allowing teachers to have guns, and I watched this video where all these teachers pulled out their pistols, and they had them. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It's like, what kind of world we living in? I want to live in a world where that's not an option because it's not necessary, right? I think you do too.
Yep.
But we also have to live in reality. And all of my liberal friends start screaming about gun control. And then I say, then what? Like, what do you mean? Like, when you talk about the amount of guns, we got to take those guns. Like, okay.
It's not realistic.
This is not realistic.
It's not.
Not only is it not realistic, it's not smart.
No.
I don't want anything like this to ever happen again. We're all on the same page.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I think that's the point that's not being put out there. Because quiet as kept, I'm tired of hearing how all gun owners are, the blood of the babies, the kids' hands are on all gun owners who don't want any more gun control laws.
Yeah.
That's fucking ridiculous. Like, we have guns because we want to protect lives. And the only difference is how you want to go about doing it and how we want to go about doing it. It's not like, well, we don't give a damn about those kids. We just want our guns so we can go shoot in the backyard and just be happy and merry. No, we carry guns because we want to protect lives. We just different on how we want to do it.
Did you see what Trudeau said today?
Wait, today?
Did you see I'll send it to you, Jamie, because it is fucking wild. He said you don't have the right in Canada to own a gun to protect your life. It is one of the most wild things I've ever seen anybody say, because first of all, I don't believe it's true. I don't believe he is correct in terms of what do they have up there? They don't have a constitution. It's not the same. But
yeah,
whatever it
it's
is.
like, I mean, they're still part of England and
Yeah.
all of them over there. Well, they're under the rule of the Queen, technically speaking.
Fuck, someone sent it to me, and I don't know if I saved it because I was so disgusted. I think I might have just fucking threw my hands up in the air. But there's a whole Twitter thread about it that someone had sent to me, and I can't find it at the moment. But essentially what he was saying was that is not what's in the whatever they have up there.
Yeah.
That it says you have the right to own a gun for hunting and for shooting sports. You do not have the right to own a gun for self-preservation and to preserve lives. But apparently that's not even true.
Even if it was true, you have to think about what type of leader you're under who can open his mouth and say something like that as a justification for doing what he's doing as far as gun control is concerned.
Well, it's the son of a guy who was a politician and a leader and a completely removed person from terms of regular society and the problems that other people face.
Oh, you mean like Joe Biden?
Yeah. Same thing, basically.
They're the same people.
Both corrupt, both full of shit.
Telling you,
Yeah,
and that's a thing that the other side, and when I say the other side, I mean the gun lobby, the anti-gun gun lobby, has done a good job of is creating this.
Here it is. Other than using firearms for sport shooting and hunting, there is no reason anyone in Canada should need guns in their everyday lives. We need less gun violence. This is about freedom. People should be free to go to the super. Okay, but this is not the main thing. The thing that he said that was egregious was he said that they don't have the right to own guns that's not even it either. There's an actual video of it. This is a little bit further longer ago when he was talking about they made a ban on the purchase of handguns, the transfer of handguns, the importing handguns. Yeah.
So it's funny. So I get a lot of, like, even my legal mentor. This is literally the guy who taught me how to argue. And we go back and forth about this because he thinks I'm too extreme on the issue sometimes. And I think the problem is he doesn't understand that the ultimate goal is for them to ban guns. When I say that out loud, they think I'm crazy. And I'm like, I've been doing this long enough to see where this goes. And look at what's happening in Canada right now. You have someone who is literally, they started off by banning AR-15s, so-called assault weapons. And now all of a sudden, now he's talking about people don't have a right to own a handgun.
Yeah.
If right now in our country, people killed with rifles is about 435 every year. 435, close to 500 maybe. More people die from getting beat to death than they do killed with an AR-15. So if the goal is, so people's rationale is, well, these school shooters, and I'm being very specific about school shooters because the vast majority of mass shootings are committed with handguns. Mass shootings. School shootings, it trends on the side of AR-15s. So let's say we ban the AR-15s. Then what? Because people are saying that you guys are being ridiculous. We just want to get rid of these scary assault military rifles.
Yeah.
And that's it. And I'm like, that's not just it. Because I know where this is going because I understand the data. That the vast majority of people that are being killed in mass shootings are committed with handguns. It's only a matter of time before we have another one and we're having this conversation again. And now you're telling us we need to ban handguns. And you can't say them crazy because they're doing it right now in Canada. And so that's the problem, is people aren't being realistic about this conversation.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the video. I'm sorry. See if you can find it, Jamie. It was, people were freaking out reading it or watching it because it was just like, it's such a crazy thing to say that you can't have a gun to protect yourself. Yeah. Like, it's just
it's
that
nuts.
You do not have the right to own a gun to preserve your life.
But this is the mentality. This is the mentality that our leaders have. Not only in Canada, this is a pervasive thought process in the leaders of our country. And this is further exemplified by the fact of how they reacted to the Heller decision. The Heller decision.
What is the Heller?
It's the Supreme Court case that said that you have an individual right to own a firearm. And the leaders of the country literally fought back against it. This is literally the Supreme Court case that says you have an individual right to own a firearm. And they were still upset with that ruling. So it should tell you everything you need to know about what they genuinely want to do. But no one wants to acknowledge that reality. They're like, oh, no, we just want common sense, rational, reasonable, all these other amorphous, euphemistic words. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's not the case at all. It's not. They're looking at it from a position of control. You're looking at it from a position of protecting lives, which is, I agree with you. Let's try to do that. I don't agree with you about how to do it. But I can give you that. At least I know you're coming from a position of, I just want to save lives. I don't really know how to do it. I think getting rid of guns might do it, or banning certain guns might do it. I can respect that. But when it comes to our leaders and the people that are pushing this the most, and my biggest frustration, people are always like, oh, cool, you're so political, you're so super anti-left-wing. No, it just is what it is. The vast majority of gun control comes from the left.
The vast majority.
Vast majority.
Why do you think that is?
Because, you mean from the leadership standpoint, or from the
all the above? I mean, even my left wing friends, the ones that that I know well, that just whenever a mass shooting happens, I look on their Twitter feed, and it's always like "gun control now!" exclamation point. And
I put up a tweet not too long ago that kind of got people's panties in a bunch, but I said half of this country wants to be ruled over. The other half of this country just wants to be left alone. The problem is the people who want to be ruled over want everyone to be ruled over. And I, by and large, think that for a lot of people on the left, and I'm not saying everybody, because I know a lot of liberal gun owners, right, who are adamant about protecting the Second Amendment. But a vast majority of them really do overly rely on the government as far as keeping them safe and giving them everything that they need. And when you do that, your default is always going to be depend on the government. The government inherently, from the standpoint of utilizing the government to fix all the issues in the country, you get that from the left side of the leadership aisle, because they want the government to gain as much power as possible in order to gain control over the people. Whereas when you look on the other side of the aisle,
that's it. Yeah, I just found it too. Here it is.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, play this because this is
we
great.
have a culture where the difference is guns can, and we have a culture where the difference is guns can be used for hunting or for sport shooting in Canada, and there's lots of gun owners, and they're mostly law respecting and law abiding, but you can't use a gun for self-protection in Canada. That's not a right that you have in the Constitution or anywhere else. If you try and buy a gun and say it's for self-protection, no, you don't get that. You get it for hunting. You can get it for sport shooting. You can take it to the range, no problem, as long as you go through our rigorous background checks. But there's a difference around the culture. And one of the things that we're seeing with the debate in the States is you get more and more of the American style, right to carry, self-defense arguments filtering up through the the usual more right-wing communications channel.
Now, scroll down. Now, scroll down this thread, because in this thread, it's exposed that that's not the case in terms of their laws. Someone pulls up the actual laws. If you keep going, see what it says here. There it is. Okay. Subsection 12, 6.1, approve the transfer individual needs a restricted firearm gun. Okay, here it goes. December 1, 1998, handguns only if the chief firearms instructor is satisfied. A, that the individual needs the restricted firearm or handgun. I, to protect the life of that individual or of other individuals. And II, for use in connection with his or her lawful profession or occupation of. Or B, that the purpose for which the individual wishes to acquire the restricted firearm or handgun is I, for the use of target practice, target competition. Okay, so A, if you look at A, to protect the life of that individual or other individuals. So this is written in, go back to the top of this, please. So subsection 12, 6.1 in December 1st, 1998, handguns, only if the chief firearms officer is satisfied. So this is it says under this this gentleman, Mr. Ramali, posts this on Twitter. Our prime minister doesn't even know the law. Canadian Firearms Act, Section 28 AI. So it is in their law, which is fucking crazy for a guy to say that.
I'm play devil's advocate. I think that is more geared towards elitism. And here's what I'm getting at. In New York, you can get a concealed carry license.
It's hard.
Why is it hard? Who are they giving it to?
Well, they gave it to a friend of mine who's out of his fucking mind.
So if you're famous,
but he's famous, yeah,
or donating to police chiefs.
When I say out of his fucking mind, I just say it as in jest mostly.
Gotcha.
He's a great guy. But he's a firearms enthusiast, and he's also famous.
Mm-hmm.
And it took a long ass time for him to get a concealed carry. They are handing them out more often now in Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles now, yes.
Because of that sheriff. I like that sheriff.
But if you
This episode is brought to you by Manscaped. We are well into 2024, so be honest. How are those resolutions going, kids? If you're falling off, I know something that might help, at least when it comes to taking better care of yourself, and that's Manscaped's new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. It's every man's cheat code to look good, feel good, and turn the page on confidence this year. Whatever you're going for, whether you want a trim or that clean-shaven look, this trimmer has you covered. It's like having a personal stylist at your fingertips. And if you really want to go the extra mile, check out Manscaped Performance Package 5.0. It has the lawnmower, along with an ear and nose trimmer, and some essential aftercare products. They even throw in a couple of free gifts, Manscaped's Boxers 2.0, and the Shed 2.0 toiletry bag. Embrace a new you and definitely embrace a new trimmer courtesy of Manscaped. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code ROGAN at manscaped.com. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG, vitamin D3 and K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. Hey, Canada. Have you ever gotten undressed only to realize you were in front of an open window? How did that make you feel? Exposed? Vulnerable? Well, going online without using ExpressVPN is like being naked in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. That's because your internet provider can see and record everything you do online. Your internet provider like AT&T or Verizon can see every website you visit. And in some countries, governments can force them to turn your browsing activity into them without a warrant. But it's not just internet providers. If you're using Wi-Fi at work, at a hotel, Airbnb, or even at home, the owners of that Wi-Fi can also see everything you're up to. Imagine all those people getting a list of everything you've ever clicked on. Kind of worse than being naked in front of a window, isn't it? That's why when I go online, I like ExpressVPN running in the background. Guys, I've been saying this for years. I've talked about ExpressVPN on my show and even on my buddy Tim Dillon's show. If you use the internet in any shape or form, you need to start using ExpressVPN. The app is so easy to use. You just tap on one button and all of my traffic gets sent through a secure encrypted server. ExpressVPN is like tinted windows on my internet connection. I can see out, but no one can see in. So make sure you secure your online activity today with the VPN that I trust to keep me private. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan today. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. And you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG, vitamin D3 and K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1.
If you really think about it, that reads just like the New York law, that in terms of being able to carry a firearm for protection. Yeah, technically you can.
But he's saying
it has to be
own.
Huh?
He's not even saying that's not. We're not talking about a license to carry.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that they don't have a Second Amendment, right? So the way that read to me, and listening to Trudeau, and then reading that, it's kind of like when it comes to concealed carry license, you have may issue and shall issue states, right? May issue is if you can justify to the sheriff that you need this gun because of your business or your celebrity, somebody who needs to protect their life, right? Then you can get a concealed carry license. But to a regular common person, there's no that's not enough. There has to be an extenuating circumstance, which usually falls on the idea of I'm famous, so I need to protect myself, or I have a jewelry business and I move a lot of cash, and therefore I need a gun to protect myself. Well, that takes it even further. And it says, okay, technically, yes, you can own a gun if you can justify to the officer that you have an extenuating circumstance that you need to own that gun to protect your life. And so on its face, I can read it two ways. Yeah, you can justify it to the officer, but to the regular common person, if you're famous, you're a celebrity, or you have a certain business, then sure, they'll give it to you. However, if I'm just a regular person, good luck actually using that to justify it. Because they're going to say you just being a regular person doesn't justify you needing it to protect your life. And that's what he's saying. Regular people don't need firearms to protect their lives. It's special people like him and celebrities and every other elitist who may need these firearms to protect themselves. But regular people, they don't need firearms.
But it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that, but
But
that's
it just
how
says
that's
to
how they're
protect your life.
that's how they're executing it. That's why he's able to say with a straight face what he's saying.
But he's not even saying it that there's an option if you need to protect your life.
Because he doesn't believe there is one.
Because I think he would rather have the population unarmed. And I think this particularly rings true after the demonstrations that were the trucker demonstrations.
Yep.
When he demonized all the truckers as being racist and misogynist, like just an open generalizing statement. As a leader, you should be discredited like instantaneously.
Yep.
Like you're not a fucking leader. Like for you to make a generalization on hundreds, if not thousands of people that you don't even know. Like that is so wild, and that you're going to use that to state your point that you don't want these people to be able to protest, which is crazy because it's a giant part of what a civilized democratic society is allowed to do.
But yet here we are in America trying to do what they're doing.
Yes.
That's the thing that baffles me.
Well, I think there's some people that want to do what they're doing.
Yeah, of course.
But there's a giant percentage of our population that's not having it.
Yeah. A huge percentage of it.
A huge.
Right?
And more so that they don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many people that I know that got red-pilled over this. Listen, you know, I've had this conversation before. I'm going to say it again. I am a liberal. I am a liberal person. I am very left-wing on almost all issues except gun control. When it comes to the Second Amendment, that's one of the ones
you
where
were one
I'm
of the people I was talking about.
I'm very right-wing, but I've been very right-wing on that for a long time because I know violent people. I've experienced violence. I understand crime. I just know reality and human beings, and I don't like the idea of being unarmed. I don't agree that it's the safest way, and I don't buy into this nonsense that, you know, like if you live a good life and you're a good person, it's not going to come to you. That's crazy.
No, it's not how the way that's not how the world works.
The world,
for Christ's sakes, we just had
children.
Exactly.
The
most innocent of people on the planet.
Exactly.
And so this
is one of those issues where I have friends that they have this ideological wall, and this wall, they hit the wall where there's no reasonable answer other than take away all the guns.
Well, also part of it too is, and a good friend of mine once said this, and I was like, yeah, you're right. The problem is that a lot of those people only see themselves as possible victims of gun violence, never the defender against it.
Exactly.
And when you can only see yourself as the victim, you have to rely on someone else to protect you, which is why the immediate response is government, take them away. Make all those guns go away.
What's also why the stories where someone does protect people from a mass shooter, like the story that came out just a few days
afterwards,
got no press.
None.
I mean, I saw a little bit of it on some right-wing websites, but for the most part, it was ignored by the mainstream media, particularly by the left-wing media. I didn't see a fucking peep out of it.
And the ones that did, it was just a small article written up, like somewhere like 5,000 links down on the page.
Toss it away. But I'm telling you, a lot of my friends that were hardcore lefties got red-pilled over the pandemic when they saw cop cars being lit on fire and houses are being broken into. And when friends got their homes broken into and they called the cops and the cops wouldn't do a damn thing about it. They were like, holy shit. I had so many people call me up asking me how to get a gun. Can I borrow one of their guns? Could they borrow one of my guns, rather?
And you're like, nope, can't.
I'm like, that's not how it works, buddy. If you move to Texas, I can give you one, which is pretty wild.
And so getting to that's the whole background check thing.
Yeah.
That's that whole thing where, and that's another thing that people don't realize is the way they talk about it, the way the anti-gun lobby talks about background checks, they talk about it as if we don't have background checks in this country.
Right.
We do. You buy a gun from a dealer, you have to get a background check.
Right, but that 18-year-old kid passed a background check,
yeah,
which is crazy.
Because he doesn't. There's no criminal history.
Right, because he's only 18.
Exactly. Yeah. Now the question then remains. So it's like, so I hear talks about, okay, well, let's include the juvenile records, right? But if the juvenile record doesn't have an offense that's equatable to a felony that prohibits him from owning a firearm, he still would get it.
What did this kid have a juvenile record?
I don't know. I don't think he had anything legally. He's had some weird acts on his part in the past.
Well,
right?
Wasn't his nickname School Shooter?
Well, I didn't hear that. Was it?
I don't know if it's true, but someone told me that his nickname in high school was School Shooter.
But so then the question remains, it goes, so what do we do? Right?
Find out if that's true.
So how do we do?
Right.
So like we know this. Like this kid's nickname is School Shooter. And so for all intents and purposes, we want to keep guns out of this kid's hands.
Right.
However, the problem is once he turns 18, he's adult. Whether he's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, once he reaches the age where he's legally, constitutionally able to buy a firearm, he has it. The only thing that can preclude him from doing it is if he commits a felony or he's committed because of some mental health issue.
Right.
Right? So he hasn't done anything. We don't live in an age of minority report where we can arrest people before they actually commit crimes.
Right.
So we have to understand constitutional rights have to have a certain bit. They're either rights or they're not.
Texas gunman was nicknamed the Yubo School Shooter on a messaging app. Yeah, so he really was. So look at he also used to wear wacky clothes.
He was an interesting kid to say.
What is
the least.
Yubo? Is that another social media app? Should I get on it? Immediately. I'm like, should I?
I mean, I jump on every social.
Should I get on immediately?
I jump on every social media app.
Are you on all of them?
Yes, no. It's the only way to get the word out as much as possible because it's I'm always dealing with either being shadow banned on this platform for a period of time and then being shadow banned on that platform.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that. Like, how shadow banned are you?
It's weird. It ebbs and flows. It's really odd. So I think I'm worse shadow banned on Facebook and Instagram.
Instagram is they've hit the brakes on me, baby.
Dude.
I don't even do anything.
Dude,
which is what's crazy.
And what's crazy is the only way I'm able to beat it is because people share my content so much. That's the only thing the algorithm can't fight back against is sharing content. So the fact that I've been able to grow my audience the way that I have, could you imagine if I wasn't shadow banned?
Right, exactly. Well, this is what I was going to bring up. I wanted to look at what it is now. Okay, yeah, I'm now at 9.1 million on Twitter. Mm-hmm. I was at 8.2 when Elon started talking about buying it.
Dude, mine has shot up too on Twitter. It shot up.
They must have removed some of the algorithms that were in place to restrict people.
It's the only explanation.
It's the only explanation.
Yeah, it's just then all of a sudden, go ahead.
I've heard of a few people that I know personally, and I got a few messages of someone saying an alternative thought is that people who were not on the platform like that Elon bought it and joined.
900,000 just for me?
It's not that many.
Not that many. Can't be.
You're suggested to a lot of people once they follow one person to follow these 5 or 10 other people, you know. So
I know, but it's so quick, Jamie, and it immediately happened right after Elon did it. I feel like it might be bots too.
I've had it confirmed from people on the inside,
but he also didn't buy it yet.
On Instagram. Like they've literally found that I was placed in a particular group of people that was designed to blacklist, to basically shadow ban me.
Yeah.
Right. And then as soon as that person was able to remove me out of there, floodgates open. And then somebody else gets, because people forget, these are individuals who are running these things. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not Zuckerberg isn't sitting behind the computer himself saying we're gonna shadow ban Joe, we're gonna shadow ban Napoleon Noir. No, these are just individuals and who with all types of different ideologies, right? There are people at Facebook who are exceedingly pro-gun.
Yeah.
And then there are people who are exceedingly anti-gun.
There's not a lot of them.
No, there isn't.
They got to keep their fucking mouth shut.
Exactly. And so that's what's happening. So you get these individuals who are inherently anti, and they come across your page and they're like, fuck that guy.
Well, we wouldn't really have proof of any of this if it wasn't for Project Veritas.
Truth be told.
Project Veritas, and I know a lot of people don't like the way they do business, but that is the only way to get that kind of information.
Dudes be talking too much on their dates.
That's what's hilarious. It's kind of a brilliant move. You get these single guys, you put tits in front of them.
Yep.
You get a hot lady in front of them or a hot guy.
God forbid they start drinking too. They start running.
Yeah, some of them must be hot guys because a few of those.
Because they're
a few of those fellas. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be prejudiced, but I think
They're a little zesty.
They're a little zesty.
They're a little zesty.
They might be. They might have rainbow underwear. There's a thing that they do though, where they get these people comfortable, and then they somehow or another get them talking about their business, and they start talking about how they're essentially communists, about how they ban all these right-wing people or shadow ban them, where they limit the reach of their tweets.
And these are people making a decision.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like it's coming from the top down.
Yeah.
These people are making those decisions unilaterally on their own.
Yeah.
And so that's the problem. And so I've dealt with it countless occasions. The only reason why my account one day, it's like floodgates open, I'm getting 100 follows almost every hour versus what the hell? How am I losing followers at this point?
Right.
So it's interesting.
But the
how that
losing
works.
thing, I always assume that they must be cleaning up bots. But I'm a little, I'm not sure about that anymore.
I'll show you mine. Sorry to cut you off. I have thousands of people that follow me and unfollow me every single day. Then my number stays the exact same.
Oh yeah, well that's normal.
But
That's normal because people just unfollow you and follow you.
yeah.
But I'm talking about like big numbers, and I'm also talking about, you could say that people decided because Elon was going to buy the platform that this
not in mass like that.
Right, and also it's disproportionately affecting people on the right.
It really is,
even though I'm not on the right.
But then
I get lumped in that. I get lumped in that because I'm a cage fighting commentator and a hunter and all that other stuff.
The problem though too is people who lean more left were losing a ton of followers also.
Well, and this is what I was going to say, people who lean more left lost followers when Elon started talking about buying it.
But to the extent that they were losing them,
right.
I mean they were losing them in droves. Not that many people jumped off Twitter simply because Elon was talking about buying it, even though they lean left.
Though? Because like Vox had an article like how to bail. There's a lot of people that decided, which is really wild, because if you go back to 2015, Elon was the left-wing superhero.
Yeah.
People are so goddamn fickle.
Fickle, man.
They're so crazy.
Fickle.
They all of a sudden they're deciding that he's and now he said he's voting Republican. And they came for him. He got massaged and tried to get jerked off.
I
It's just
tweeted
wild.
him. I actually tweeted him because he made a statement. Somebody asked him about AR-15s. And he stated something. He's like, I think that there should be like an extensive evaluation for people who own AR-15s or like mental health or some mental health evaluation and so forth and so on. And so what I said to him when I was like, here's the problem with that. One, it's a constitutional right. And I was like, and two, understand who's going to be in charge of making those decisions.
That's the problem.
It's like right now you are trying to protect the first on a platform and they're trying to destroy you for it. So imagine what they would try to do to somebody like me, who is a Second Amendment advocate, and I say I want to be able to own a certain gun, and I have to go through these extensive evaluations. So it's no different than the write-up than the law we just saw in Canada, where like the officer has to approve that it's for life-saving purposes.
Well, the problem with saying that people are trying to destroy him is that there's a thing that happens whenever there's conflict, whenever there's any kind of conflict. And when you have a guy who is one of the richest men, if not the richest man on earth, and he does anything, there's going to be people mad.
Which is true.
They're going to be angry. And
true.
when you're dealing at scale with, like, what are the numbers of people that are on Twitter? Let's take a guess. Let's take a guess. What do you think the number of people on Twitter is? How many people are, like, active on Twitter?
Active?
Active.
That are not bots?
Let's just, I mean, we don't really know what that is.
Yeah.
Because he thinks the bots might be really high.
Because they said 5%. But
He
that
think
was
it might
up.
be 40.
Yeah, I agree.
Really? Mm-hmm. I think so. Sometimes I go into, like, I don't post much on Twitter because it's so toxic.
Shit,
but I examine it. I examine it sometimes for just not my own post, but other people's posts, just to see like what discourse is like that post about Trudeau.
Yeah.
And I go into it, and then I see some posts. I'm like, what is this person saying? Click on their profile.
Nothing.
0 followers, and it's all like weird, random political stuff. And I'm like, oh, this is not a real human.
I don't know if you get it in your comment section, because usually I'll see your post and I'll either like or just go comment and be out. But are you getting a lot of bots in your Instagram comments?
Dude, do I get bots? I will post something and within
seconds.
Okay, let's do it right now. We'll do it live because we'll do it live where no one will know that we're doing it. So look at me. I'm going to do it with you. Smile. Bam. Okay, perfect. There's you. I'm going to immortalize you. You happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
I'm so used to dealing with women. Is this a good picture?
I'm like, I don't care.
I don't know. Will you put it through a filter? Damn, you look jacked in this picture. All right, so I'm going to post this on Instagram. Well, Instagram is the real one for bots. That's where I get the bots. Okay. Fun times talking gun control. Times talking gun control with my friend Coleon. Here we go. Bam. Okay. So, right now,
All right, let me see.
I'm going to put it up there right this very second. Ready, set, go. Share. And now I'm going to look, and we're going to check it out. Bam. Okay. No comments yet. Now.
They unfollow me from you.
What?
Oh, never mind. That's my other page.
They already have 7 comments.
I already have 7
They're all
comments.
bots.
They're all
Oh,
bots.
you fucking, that's
Yeah.
fucking
They're
nuts.
on
But
the
it's
screen.
way more now. Look at it. Look at this. Look at all the comments. These are all bots. Look at it. Just look at that. Why does everyone always judge me after see my stories? But look at the language too. Why everyone always judge me after see my stories? That bitch is Russian. That's not a. That's a man. Look at that one. Look at their booty. How
That's all
long?
it is. It's just
Can you go make it so we can read the whole thing, please? How long and strong you make duration with me? Why everyone always judge me after see my stories? Me or your girlfriend? It's all butts.
I think
Need help.
I think women with BBLs just are naturally attracted to you.
What is
And therefore,
BBL? Brazilian butt lifts?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that makes me sad that people are getting operations. I was telling you that I look at this. Wow. Why everyone? It's all.
I mean,
bots.
you did post me, so the wow kind of makes sense with the hard eyes.
Look
I mean,
at you look jacked, dude. Look at those guns.
I've been trying. I've been in the gym,
Look
bro.
at the guns. What's your look at favorite style? Jesus Christ, how bad is the English of these bots? There's no greater joy. What does that say?
They're having financial
freedom.
freedom.
Yeah. Bot. Is he still simping for the NRA? Oh,
that's a real person.
That's a real person.
That's a real person.
That's a guy with a little dick, I bet. Thanks. Thanks for coming to my rescue when I needed someone to help me out. Yeah. And quickest draw in the West. Oh, that's you. That's real.
I'll take
That's
it.
real.
I'll take it.
I'll take that too. My mother said I'm too pretty to be ignored. Is that true?
This is within 48 seconds.
Joy of the heart. Just received my profile. I can now clear up all my debt and start my own business. I'm paying $5,000 to 7 people. Ivanka admitted there was no voter fraud. What is that? Is that real?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's more fake too. It's like it's all bots.
Yep.
It's literally 99% bots.
Nuts. And if you go, none of them are following you.
No.
No.
So how do they
I checked
get it?
Because I'm like, what's going on? So I was like, man, let me go see if
Really?
they're following me. They're
Okay,
not
I'm gonna
following
check
me.
on this right now. Check this one. Not following me. 22 plus. Model. She's 20. She's 22. I think she likes you, dude.
I think she likes me too.
Jesus. I don't know, is that even a human? You don't even know. It could be artificial generated, you know? They're generating people now. Generate that, son. Boom. It's kind of crazy. But here's my question. What are they getting out of that?
I don't know. I mean, people fall for it though.
But what do they
So-
do?
so actually,
do they
it
click on the
happens.
profile? Let's click on the
It's a
profile.
numbers game.
Right.
That's it. It's just
Right, but what is like if they get a hit? Like what do they get?
You can fall into a trap to
Yeah.
give someone gift
Start
cards and
this-
that bullshit.
Okay, let's go on one of them.
I'm not. Wait.
No? Well, I can't.
I can't compromise my account. With
Oh,
this
shit. I see. I
So,
understand.
so it happens on YouTube too. So I'm having somebody's. So what they'll do is they'll take a thumbnail of me,
Yeah.
and then they'll comment in all my videos, and then tell them call this number, and they're thinking it's me. Call this number, and you've won this free prize or something like that. And so I got to get on there. I'm like, I make videos. I'm like, look, that's not me. Stop doing that. And then they'll like send information, or in some cases send money. Like I got it really bad at one point on Facebook. Facebook's done a better job of nipping that in the bud, where literally people were getting scammed out of money thinking it was me. Yeah. And then I'm like, no, that's not me. And then people getting mad at me, like, where the hell's my stuff? Ooh. And I'm like, yo, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I've
Like,
given up on trying to stop all
Yeah,
the
it's-
fucking fake me's.
Yeah.
There's the weird industry that has emerged of like scamming people online, and it's really kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
How when you're saying it's a numbers game, I wonder how many people.
But as you're saying that online, I go, didn't they just used to do it by the mail before? It
Yeah,
just took
it's
a little
just
bit longer.
yeah, just transcended over
And-
online.
But I think it's way more lucrative
Buying
now,
sea
right?
monkeys, you know?
What do
Because
think
you have access to such an enormous amount of people in a short period of time versus like
Yeah.
Jamie was saying with mail, it just takes a lot longer.
Why not bring in another viewpoint? Someone says, "Shut up." This is one of the rare times where I read comments. I want to go to one of these bots. Okay, I'm going to go to this bot. So it says, oh, this is different. This is a cartoon maker. See, I think there's a lot of those that are fake too. Yeah. Like I've seen a lot of those that are like basically the same thing. They say, I make cartoons. I make an image of you.
For instance.
Oh, that's a real dude.
But no, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
So what they'll also do is then.
How do you know it's not a real guy?
Yeah, it's not. It's not. What a lot of them will do they'll get access to someone's account on Facebook, take all of their data, use their pictures to then create a fake account that looks like a real person, talks like a real person, knows things about that. And
the ones that like don't even let you follow them are fascinating.
Oh,
you know, like you have to follow them in order to.
Oh, in order to see, yeah.
Oh, this account is private.
Yeah.
Like, look, that looks like a real girl, right?
There's another one that's private.
Her original account was
she's real.
60K.
Shut the fuck up. That's a real girl. No, stop. She's my friend. Don't be an asshole.
That's not how. Can
you imagine being a sad,
and then they'll say something like deleted at 60K to justify why their followers are so low.
But there's a 12-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old that hasn't been online that long, that doesn't know these games, and they'll fall for it one night.
Okay, I want to click on this link, but I don't. It says adults only. Hottie. Adult performer, musician.
You might not want to click on that.
I do though. I don't, but I do. Like I want to know what the scam is.
Let me click on that one. We'll see. It's going to take to another more links, though. I bet.
Yeah. Do you have some sort of a block? Oh my God, that's her butt for real.
So like this.
This is a real girl, Jamie.
You
should apologize to her. That's a real. That might be a boy.
Really
By the way, today they do a great job on those fake butts that they put on biological males.
Yeah.
So if you click on things, do you have like some protection?
On this one, no. That's why I'm not clicking that.
Yeah, don't.
That's the game.
So they get you to click on that, and then is like an OnlyFans type deal? Or is it something else?
It could be getting a track, like the way trackers you set up on your computer. They get a keylogger on there, they find your information, or they're just trying to trick you into putting it in somewhere.
Or trying to trick you into an OnlyFans account. Like if you do like sign up for an OnlyFans account, even if you're a sucker. And you go, oh, this is bullshit. And
you pay. I think in those cases, those girls are kind of real because what they're doing, because what they want to do is get, they actually want people to sign up for their OnlyFans, right?
Right,
and you have to have the content there to actually keep them there.
But don't they steal content from someone else's OnlyFans?
You know what?
They also pay for people to engage. I don't know if you know about that.
I do. I heard about that.
Yeah.
I was watching an interview where
What happened?
These girls hire men to write to other men with their photos. So like they'll have a manager, and the manager will handle like all these different women.
Gotcha.
And then they sign up for OnlyFans, and they give them a piece of it. They're like, look, I'll take X%. You take the rest. Well, I'll write all these things, and we'll hire people that engage with these guys all day long.
And they're thinking they're engaging.
Yeah. And so they think they're having like a text buddy relationship with these girls. And they're sending them heart face emojis and clasping hands and the whole deal, and they think they're in love.
And that OnlyFans stuff is interesting, crazy. Man. That's some nutty shit.
It's wild
to
because
me,
there's so many sad guys out there, man. There's so many sad dudes that like that alone is like the to be able to interact with a woman like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's just the reality of the dating market now.
And how so?
Social media. It's different. Like girls have access to men they otherwise would never had access to before. So you're getting this cluster effect of they're only going to go after the guys they absolutely want. Where before you had it where you only dealt with the people in your environment.
Right, at a club or wherever you went.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you had to meet people in real life.
Because before it's like say for instance, let's say Michael B. Jordan, right? If a girl was really into Michael B. Jordan before, the only way she could possibly get his attention is to what? Maybe happen to run into him somewhere.
And she'd have to be a full psycho.
Exactly.
Full psycho to leave the house.
Sagar posted this yesterday where people met online, the couples. I don't know how long they were dating in this case, but as of 2020, it's like the most people meet online.
Yeah.
Well,
according to every other.
Well, how the fuck was anybody meeting online in 1940? What does that mean?
Well, comparatively.
Okay, so met online. So in the olden days, back in the day, they met through friends, right? Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, like that was
most
the most
people met through friends, or they met in a bar or restaurant, or And now most people meet online. Wow, look at the numbers. Yeah. It is a rocket ship towards meeting online.
Family set it up. That was before 1940. That was the highest. It's like rearranged marriages, or I've got a niece or a son.
Exactly.
Yeah. Look at all the people that used to
Church.
They meet through church, or they meet as coworkers. A lot of fucking going on in that office. Back before
work
they
husbands,
put the kibosh.
work wives.
Look at, like, once people started getting in trouble for that, look at the drop in people meeting as coworkers. Isn't that wild?
Yeah,
like the 2010 to 2020. Look at that. 2010 to 2020 drop off. It's a crazy drop off. Like, too risky. Yeah, wild.
Oh, shit where you eat.
But what's interesting is, though, guys are still vulnerable to that.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
they're not trying, but if a girl still tries, we're dumb. Guys are dumb.
Are we dumb?
Oh, so dumb. That used to be like a move where a girl would, like, get a job as a secretary to meet a guy who's an executive.
I mean, girls did it in college. Like, girls, like, what do you get? What are you studying? I'm studying my MRS. Like,
What's MRS?
My missus.
Oh. They used to say that?
Yeah.
There's a girl who's kind of famous on YouTube because she talks openly about submitting to her husband. Have you know this girl?
I think I know who you're talking about.
And she talks about how, people submit to their boss.
Yeah.
All the time.
But they don't submit to their.
Yeah, and that, we have a great relationship and we cooperate together, and I'm essentially a professional wife.
I mean, feminism has turned the word submission into a bad word. I mean, this is what it is.
I mean, it's like, who are you submitting to? You're submitting to someone who loves you and cares for you and is looking out for you genuinely, or are you submitting to some guy who's an asshole who just has money? And
there's that too. I think that's why I've always said it too. Like, anytime I deal with anyone, I only ask you two things: is loyalty and respect. I don't need your love.
What? You don't need love from a girl?
Loyalty and respect.
Dude, you're a rapper.
No, I'm being dead serious. Because think about it like this.
You're a gangster. That's such a gangster thing to say.
There are things people won't do because they respect you.
Okay.
There are things people will do even if they love you. It's different. I'm not saying I don't want love at all. I'm just saying I prioritize that loyalty and respect.
Well, what's your standard for love? Like, there's some people that think of love like they right away love people. And then there's people that, like, you got to really, really earn the word love.
That's how I am.
I think in most cases that's true, but if I'm drunk.
I think that's a different L word.
I love everybody if I'm drunk.
Yeah. It's funny. I think I do a pretty good job monitoring myself when I'm drunk.
Yeah. The problem with, like, drunk is, like, then you sober up.
Yeah.
If you could just maintain, imagine if there, imagine if there was a drug that you could take that had no side effects, that just kept you buzzed all day long.
No, I've gotten my drinking to a science on that level.
Really?
Yep.
How do you do it?
I just know how my body reacts. Because you know how me. I'm like, I won't smoke weed. I won't do anything, right?
Right.
Except alcohol, which is probably the worst, but whatever.
It is.
It
is.
But I think what it is I hit a certain level where I don't like the feeling. And so I don't like feeling shit-faced. So for me, I'll hit a point where I'm floating, right? And once I'm there, I'll stop.
Maintain.
I'll shut it off.
Yeah.
I won't drink anymore.
Are you aware of glutathione?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, liposomal glutathione.
I think we talked about that.
Yeah, I think we did. But for people that didn't hear that, it has a really significant effect on your body's ability to process alcohol. I mean, it's not, I think it's been exaggerated by some people, but there's a real legitimate effect, documented effect that liposomal glutathione has on your body's ability to process alcohol. And there's a lot of people that take glutathione when they're drinking to manage your body's processing.
I don't remember the last time I had a hangover.
Really?
Yeah. I told you, I have it down to a science. A lot of it, too, is when I'm especially like when I come to Austin, because I do actually most of my partying in Austin.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
This is where you get hammered?
Yeah, pretty much.
Why?
Sunday fun days, man. Sunday fun days, man.
But why up here? Why do you come up here to get drunk?
I just like the energy here. I just love the energy here.
It is a fun town.
It is very fun, very fun. And so for me, but I'm always like, when I'm drinking like that, especially during the day, you'll notice, and some of my friends get annoyed with me because they're like, shots. I'm like, no.
Really?
Because I'll shut it down because I know when I hit my point.
Right.
So, and then at that point, they'll give me a shot and I'm drinking water.
Well, you're a good person to talk about gun control with then, because you're like a controlled guy. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's control,
Yeah.
like that kind of control and awareness of like limitations and being smart about things and seeing where things go bad.
I think also too, there's a component where, I mean, like I know there are a lot of eyes on me as well too. Not that I honestly, but that's not even. You talk to my friends who knew me before I kind of developed this platform. I was always kind of that way too. And so, but I'm very cognizant and aware that like I can be out and people know me and I don't realize that they know me.
There's a limited amount of people in that space, in the gun control space, that have not just a voice, but also an intelligent perspective and can have these really reasonable, even-keeled debates and discussions of things.
Or maybe I'm an idiot because I know I got a lot of friends who are in the gun space who are like, man, I can't do what you do because I don't want to deal with it.
Well, I don't think you're an idiot. I think you just are better at handling that kind of shit than a lot of people are.
Yeah, maybe to my detriment.
Do you have conversations with people? Do you ever have debates with people that are like that think that we should take away all the AR-15s and think that we?
It's funny you bring that up. Before I came here, the hotel, I went to the hotel restaurant that I was staying at, and there was a bartender. She was there who was taking my order, and so she was looking at my shirt, and she's like, "If you know, you know." Because that's what the I, the K, the Y, and all that stuff stands for.
What does it say? If you know,
you know. That's what the acronym IKYK stands for.
What does it say?
On the inside, it's the actual verbiage of the Second Amendment.
Oh.
Yeah. And so the whole basis of the shirt is
a well-regulated militia.
Being necessary to the security of a free state. Right, the people that keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Is this your T-shirt?
Yeah, it's my T-shirt.
Oh, from your company?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's the point. So all of my designs, all of my T-shirts and
is
merchandise.
Is that a Glock hat?
No, this is my logo.
Oh,
CN.
It looks like
Colion Noir. Yeah.
It looks similar to the Glock logo.
Nah, they stole it from me.
Did they?
No.
How dare you? You got me for saying.
No. But my designs are designed to kind of evoke curiosity, to have the conversation. And so literally I'm sitting at the bar and she's like, if you know, you know. And I'm like, oh, I'm surprised you picked up on that. And then she was like, well, what does it say on the inside? And so she reads it and she's like, oh, the Second Amendment. And so I was like, yeah. And so in my mind, I'm like, I'm in Austin. I'm like, I'm not sure how this is going to go.
This can go fuck yeah. She can give you knuckles or she can call you a piece of shit.
Yeah. So it actually fell in the middle.
Really?
Yeah. So we actually, we conversed for about 30, 40 minutes. I sat there stuffing my face while we sat and we talked because they just opened. So it was pretty slow. And she was like, I just think there needs to be some laws. And I'm like, well, there are laws. It's not like we're starting from zero. We have like 300 federal gun laws and then close to 20,000 on the state and local level. And so she's like, yeah, but what about background checks? We need background checks. I'm like, we have background checks. And oddly enough, like in that moment when she said background checks, I knew she didn't know that we already have them. But I didn't want this to turn into an argument. I wanted it to be a conversation. So I was like, how do I retort that without making it seem like I'm being combative? And so I'm like, well, so I softly, I'm like, we do have background checks. Anytime you buy a gun, from a dealer, you have to get a background check. She's like, but do you really? I'm like, yeah, you do. And so the conversation went from there. We didn't fix the world's problems in that conversation, but we had an open enough conversation where I could tell she was more open-minded about certain aspects of stuff and realized some of the things she didn't know. While at the same time, I let her speak to me in a way where I got a better understanding of where someone like her is coming from on the issue so that we can have that conversation in a productive manner. It wasn't from the position of, you want to ban guns, I don't want you to take mine, it's my right. And it wasn't that. It was, okay, but here's the reality, here are the facts, and then this is where your stance on it is. And that's my ultimate goal for what I do, especially with my videos. Like a lot of people, not a lot of people, but I've seen a comment sometimes. People was like, well, stop making these videos, not stop making the videos, but there's like, this is pointless because they're never going to change their mind. And I'm like, this video isn't for the extreme. It's not in a lot of times for the people who are extremely in agreement with me. It's for the people in the middle.
There's a lot of people in the middle.
Like a ton. And they're really honestly just looking for adequate information to make the decision on.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do, and that's what I'm trying to give them when I put my videos out. So that's who I'm speaking to. Now, sometimes I get a little fruitful.
Fruitful?
Fruitful. When it comes to like some, like, not zesty fruitful, but,
Zesty. I like how you use it. It is Pride Month. Zesty's a good one. Zesty's positive. It's a positive expression.
I think it's an awesome term.
It's a great term.
Yeah.
It's a great term.
But it's for me. Like sometimes with certain celebrities, I'll get a little fruitful in the way I kind of handle the video. But for the most part, I'm trying to educate the masses of people in the middle who are looking to get information, because a lot of them either get straight up lies that is being pushed by the anti-gun lobby, or they're just ignorant on all the laws, the gun conversation altogether. Because this has been the biggest conversation this is as big as the conversation has ever gotten with respect to the gun conversation in America. And a lot of it has to do with social media. If social media did not exist to the degree that it does right now, the state of gun rights in this country would be nil.
You think so?
I absolutely agree.
So you think that social media has actually accentuated gun rights?
Absolutely. Until they realized how powerful it was, and then we started getting shadow banned. Because what happens is, because before, most of the information was coming from the mainstream media. That's where all the conversations were being had. CNN isn't running to get Coley on the Wire to come onto their platform. Now, in all fairness, I will say this. Recently, I think CNN did a piece on AR-15s. And somebody from CNN reached out to me and wanted me to be a part of it. I was traveling. I couldn't do it. But even then, I was a little kind of hesitant.
I think that subject is too multifaceted and complex to be handled in a 5-minute segment.
I agree.
Especially there would be you, and then there'd be someone on the other side that is the anti-gun
Funny
person.
thing is, it wasn't even like a conversation type piece. It was one of those kind of like investigative
so
kind
they
of
wanted
deals.
to interview you and then edit you out of context and take the worst shit you say.
Exactly. And that's why typically I only like to do things live. If I'm going to do anything from a opposition standpoint, and I don't mean I'm calling people who disagree with me the ops, but
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I like to do it live. So that there's no misconstruing of what I'm saying or what I'm trying to communicate.
Yeah.
I'm not too prone to doing pre-recorded with them because I know how things can be taken out of context. They've done it to me for years without me even being part of their program. They've taken what I've said and then just kind of completely taken out of context purposely. And so I'm a little hesitant to do pre-recorded stuff, even though sometimes my arrogance will want to. Because I've been doing this for so long, I think, oh no, I can navigate all the tricks and stuff, and I had to pull myself back because I'm like, there are people who are way more experienced at this, and they still get caught up in that. So I'm not going to be so arrogant as to assume I can navigate the pitfalls that come with doing something pre-recorded with people who are legitimately trying to trip you up.
I've seen people take answers to a different question and apply them to a question that makes that answer look horrible. I've seen people do that. I've seen that on television, on regular television, where I know. In fact, I've seen the original video. Yeah, it's horrible.
And there's nothing you can do about that.
Nothing you can do about it. And those kind of deceptive practices have always been a part of the media.
Yeah.
I have an opinion that I've been developing more and more lately that I feel like almost like news should be nonprofit. I know that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
But I feel like there should be a rigorous examination of the objective facts, what we absolutely understand, almost by like a third party that's completely unbiased and that's regulated. And then you shouldn't do that either, because like then you have right-wing politics versus left-wing politics.
They've done it to me.
Right.
I remember when we remember the Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes.
Right? Kyle Rittenhouse. I remember when I did the Kyle Rittenhouse. Actually, that's a different situation. That was Facebook banning me for just doing a legal breakdown of the actual situation.
They banned you?
Yes.
Facebook banned you for doing a
temporarily,
breakdown?
Yes.
What did they say?
They banned the video, and then they said, because remember, that's when Zuckerberg got up in there and was basically like, we're treating him like a mass shooter.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So they immediately banned the video, and then they were like, yeah, we're banning your account temporarily because you posted a video about Kyle Rittenhouse. Now, I also did another video where I said, I think it was about background checks, right? And I said 90% of Americans do not agree with universal background checks because most people don't understand the distinction.
What does that mean?
So universal background checks. So there's background checks, and then they've coined this term universal background checks, or what else do they call it? Extended background checks, right? So when they talk background checks, they're talking about universal or extended background checks, which is they want to require background checks for private transfers. So for instance, like if I came here now and wanted to give you a gun here in Texas, they want it to be federally required that you and I would have to go to a gun store, you get a background check before I can give you the gun. we have background checks. Like if you were to go to a gun store and buy a gun, yeah, you have to get a background check. You go to a gun show, get a gun, you got to get a background check.
But what is the loophole for gun shows that people always talk about?
It's not loophole. It's what we're talking about right now. It's private. So if you and I said, hey, I was like, hey, I have this gun. You want to buy it? And you're like, yeah. All right, where do you want to meet? All right, meet me at this gun show. And then we exchange it there.
But if a person sells a gun at a gun show at a stand.
At a stand, yes, they are a dealer. Therefore, you need to run a background check on everybody who buys the gun there.
But if someone bought a gun legally at a stand and then brought it to you and said, you want to buy it? They could just sell it to you.
They could technically sell it to you.
Because they're an individual.
However, they will run into the straw purchase aspect of the law. Because then what that does is that gives you constructive intent to say, hey, look, this person bought this gun to sell it to somebody else. That is a straw purchase.
Now, is that universal in terms of all 50 states?
No. So some states you can't have private transactions.
Oh, what states are those?
I don't know all of them. But they're like first California, New York, Connecticut. What else? I can't remember all the ones.
New York makes it very difficult to get a handgun. Is that correct?
Yes. Like
California, you can get a handgun pretty easy. You just can't carry.
You can't carry. I mean, they're loosening up some of the restrictions as far as carries, like you talked about, like handing out permits in some places. LA County is a different story. But I think some people are. I think they were even loosening up.
They're loosening up in LA County.
They have no choice, though, because LA's turning into the fucking purge.
Yeah.
But
literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are some states where you're allowed to have private transactions without requiring a background check. And then there are some states where you can't do that. That's universal background check.
Yeah.
Or extended background checks. That's what we're talking about. The funny thing about it is most of these mass shooters not getting their guns through private transactions. They're getting background checks and then acquiring the firearms. That's the weird thing about it. But a lot of people think that we just don't have background checks at all.
Or they're getting them from somebody else who got them from illegal means.
Exactly. Right?
Like one of the guys got it from his parents, right?
Yes, exactly. He stole it. Like the Adam Lant. I don't want to say his name. Fuck. I make it a point not to say their names. But yes, he stole it from his mother.
Right.
Right. And so for a lot of people, they see that and they go, well, like, yeah, we need background checks. Well, we have them. And then when we talk about private transactions, I have a problem with requiring background checks on private transfers because I know what it takes for them to be effective. You cannot enforce a universal background check, basically requiring you and I have to go and get a background check before I can give you a gun. You can't enforce that unless there is a national gun registration. There has to be a registry with all of the guns in place that the government has, with all the information, location, and everything, in order for them to effectively enforce that. Because if I pull a gun out of my bag right now and hand you a gun, right, and I say, this is yours, you can keep it, it's a gift from me to you, and then you go about your life and the cop pulls you over and says, hey, did you get a background check for that gun? Yeah, I did. How would they know you're lying? Unless they have a database of every transaction that took place with every firearm that they can go and say, well, this particular gun belongs to Colin Noir.
But is it unreasonable to have that?
What do you mean? Yes.
It is unreasonable.
I do absolutely believe it's unreasonable.
Why do you think it's unreasonable to have?
Because every registration that this country, this world has ever had has resulted in the confiscation. Australia, they had a registration. Then they subsequently used that registration to confiscate firearms. And they don't even have to go door to door to do it. That's what people don't realize. All they have to say is, you don't turn that gun in, we're going to come arrest you.
They would have to literally arrest almost everybody. Unless everybody complied.
Exactly. But see, here's the thing, though. Do you want to be the person they make an example out of? So think about it. All they would have to do is this.
Make an example out of a few people, high-profile people.
They'll come to my black ass in the heartbeat. Colin Noir, you didn't turn your guns in. Yes, yes, I did. No, we have the registration. We have all your guns right here. None of these guns were turned in. We're taking you in. I'm in fucking prison because I didn't turn in my firearms. Now everybody else who's not me is looking at like, damn. It's kind of like, remember Napster? When they were like charging certain people with stealing music.
Oh, I do remember they did that. That's right.
It's the same concept.
Some people went to jail for that.
Exactly,
right?
And it scared me. I stopped downloading on that. I'm like, I don't want y'all coming over here in my college dorm room arresting me because I'm fucking downloading.
Well, I stopped downloading because I'm a good person.
Shut up, Joe.
I didn't stop downloading. I did make a point of buying CDs if I liked the music that I downloaded for free. but it's
Fair
like,
enough.
But
Fair
that's
enough,
kind
it's
of
kind
rude.
of
It's kind of rude.
You're just kind of making yourself feel
Yeah,
better.
exactly. I'm a piece of shit. That was a piece of shit move. But that was one of those things where no one knew, is this stealing? Is it not stealing?
It's weird.
You know?
It's kind of like, I mean, I really honestly, I love music so much that I didn't even want to let my brain go there because I know that I probably wouldn't be able to justify it.
What they have done is pretty fascinating, though. Like with subscription services like Spotify and Apple Music.
I love it.
I love that I can, like, you can tell me about a song and I could just go, oh, okay,
boom.
Bam, and then I get it, and it's on my phone, like instantaneously. I'll pay a little money for that.
I have Spotify, I have Apple, I have other streamings like
Jay-Z's.
I had Tidal for a while.
Is that good?
Yeah, I didn't like the interface that much.
What's the best one?
I'm still a Spotify user, largely, and I think it's largely.
You don't have to say that because you're here.
Huh?
You don't have to say that because you're here.
No, I'm being dead serious. I even forgot you were. I forgot you were on Spotify.
Me too.
Truth be told. But I started using them initially.
Right.
And I love the interface. And so I just got entrenched in it. It's like me and Apple. Like my whole ecosystem is Apple now.
Right.
So I don't have a desire to go anywhere else. And everything else works just fine for me.
I wish Apple came up with a keyboard that's worth a fuck.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that.
Oh.
You like the long throw.
Well, I'm a writer. I write.
I like the short, though. I can go faster.
No.
I remember you telling me.
No, you don't go faster. You never used a ThinkPad.
No. Granted, I do most
They're
of
the
them.
best. ThinkPads have a curved keyboard. Like,
Are you talking
I'll tell you
about
what. Even
no.
The actual keys have a curve to them where your finger sits in it, and it recognizes exactly where you're at. It's genius.
I've never used it, so I can't.
Lenovo ThinkPads are the shit. The writing experience when you're writing is so much smoother.
Really?
And yes, it's like statistically proven to have less errors. They've taken people that type, X amount of words per minute, and they can improve the number of words per minute that they write just using a Lenovo, just using those long throw keys.
See, but that's only PC.
Yeah. But you can get a keyboard like a Bluetooth keyboard that will mimic that. I mean, they have like some hardcore ones like mechanical keys, which are incredible because they have like clickety clack to them, and you know exactly whether or not you pressed a T or an R, and it's like, and when you do it like that, man, it's like your errors. It's like for me, when I write, 65% of the time I'm stoned.
Yeah, and
so
when I write, I'm drinking.
I don't need to think where the keys are. I just want to think about the ideas.
Yeah.
And that allows me to my fingers flow over those keys in a natural way. I can write. As a matter of fact, one of my Apple laptops is a 2015 laptop that I had refurbished because the keys were better. They had more throw to them back then. And everybody's going with sleek. Everybody wants good looking and sleek. I know you're an aesthetics guy. You like when I see like your pocket dump. You got everything lined up. It's all pretty and like you like the way shit looks. I do. I guess I kind of do too. But I mean, I'm more like obviously look at this garbage all over this fucking table.
No, you're more of an aesthetic guy than you actually like to let on.
In which way?
I mean, just kind of. There's a certain aesthetic to this place. It doesn't necessarily have to be like ultra modern, clean minimalism. But it's organized chaos.
I guess there's some organization to it.
Yeah, yours is like rustic chaos.
Yeah, there's a little rustic to that. Yeah, there's a little of that. But I also like function.
Yeah.
And for me with writing, like I need a keyboard that functions. I was actually talking to my friend Lex. I was over at his house the other day, and he has one of those keyboards that are separated and then concave.
That mentally just drives me crazy. Like the thought of that. I don't know why.
You don't have to move your hands. It's just everything's like. And I go, how is that? I go, I used to have one of those. I haven't used one of those in a long time. He goes, oh, they ruin you for other keyboards.
Well, I think the reason why I don't like that is because I'm constantly going back and forth to my mouth because when I'm writing, I'm researching at the same time. So I'm like writing, going here, click. You know what I mean? So I don't necessarily need to have a static position on the keyboard because I'm constantly moving my hands anyway.
I see what you're saying. I just like it to be the thing I think about the least. One of the things I really love about both, I have a Samsung phone too, and I could do it on that as well, is that I can talk into my notes, and I can, if I'm out and I have an idea, I just like a lot of all this. A lot of this shit, these are ideas that I have for material. A lot of that shit, I just talk into my phone, and it types it out. Like, and it's amazing how good it works.
I haven't really used because usually what I'll do is like I have the same setup except I have my reminders and then I'll have like different lists, and then I'll just go type it. So like
wonder
if
if it
I'm
works
working,
with, like, here we go, Colion Noir. Bam.
So it's actually pretty accurate.
Yeah. And it's reading that you saying it's actually
wow,
pretty
that's
accurate.
nutty.
Yeah. So I clicked on the keyboard before it it said accurate, but it heard you say that. Like, say something right now.
Wow, I think it's pretty nutty that you're able to accurately dictate exactly what I'm saying. Okay, that's creepy.
That's amazing, right?
It's in real time.
Come on, that's amazing.
That's Notepad?
That's Notes. That's Notes on Apple. That's just not a new application.
See, I've been using Evernote for everything. I haven't
Evernote
really used
is
it.
great.
I haven't used the dictation on Evernote yet.
Evernote is great, but the thing is that this is native to Apple.
Gotcha.
But Samsung has Samsung Notes, so you could do it on that,
thing.
and Google has the same kind of thing.
Okay.
But the voice recognition software is fantastic now. It's really good.
Okay. See, I just left it in the dust because before it would just be too like it just wouldn't write what I told it to write.
There's some of that. Like, I sent a text out to a friend of mine today, and it fucked it up, and I didn't realize it until after I sent it.
Do you send like voice text?
Sometimes, yeah.
I hate people that do that.
No,
And it's
not
always-
a voicemail text, like voice message.
Yeah, voice message where it's not writing it out. It's
No,
just
it's an audio that you have to listen to. Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah,
You
those
do
are
that?
annoying. Those are annoying.
Okay.
No, I don't
yeah.
do that. No.
Yeah, I noticed people from California do it the most.
Really?
Yes.
You got to become friends with Alex Jones. That's how he communicates with me, because they all disappear. But no, you can talk into it. Like, I can send you a text message. Like instead of saying, "Hey, go around to the right-hand corner of the building, and there's a red door. Knock on that. We'll let you in." I can just say it.
Gotcha. And
Go
they'll
around
just
to the corner of the
dictate
building. There's a red door. I'll let you in.
Gotcha.
Bam. Press send. And so I don't have to fuck with the thumb thing.
I'm dumb. You're right, because I do it in my Apple CarPlay.
Oh yeah, I do that.
yeah.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Like when I'm driving.
Yeah.
You know, I'll say, text
Same
Jamie.
thing,
Yeah, and it'll do that. Yeah.
So so now that I think about it, I just never did it outside of driving.
It's so good. It's so accurate.
I might
It's
have to-
incredible
I might
how
have to test
accurate
that
it
out.
is. But for me, it's like ideas. Like, if I have an idea for a joke, like, those ideas are so fleeting, and sometimes, like, I'll convince myself that I'm gonna. Jim, who excuse me, who was it? Mitch Hedberg had a bit about how he kept a notepad by the bed, and so if he had an idea in the middle of the night, he would wake up. Or if I'm lazy, I'd convince myself it wasn't funny. But it's like,
I have in my shower. I have one of those like notepad things in the shower that are like waterproof, and it has a pencil. I got it on Amazon, and so literally, because I get a lot of my ideas on like topics to talk about in the shower.
Really?
And so I'll be in the shower, and like, oh yeah, I'll pull it out, write it on the little pad, and then you can just rip it off like a Post-it. Rip it off, and then take it and do what you need to do.
I get a lot of my ideas in the sauna.
Okay.
And I can't have my phone in the sauna, or it'll shut off.
Yeah, because it gets hot.
It gets
Yeah,
too
I
hot.
learned
But
that the hard way.
the AirPods, this is I put this up on Instagram the other day, but if you're a person that gets in the sauna, get yourself some AirPod 1s, the first generation AirPods. Don't get AirPods 2, don't get 3, and don't get the Pros.
I have the Beats. Which ones do I have?
Those are good too, but they're
obsessed with those.
good in terms of sound, but in terms of the ability to withstand sauna.
Oh, okay.
It's just the heat of the sauna.
Yeah.
The problem is it cooks the microphone.
Gotcha.
It either cooks the microphone or the sweat kills the
kinda
microphone.
short circuits the circuitry.
Because, like, I'll try answering the phone, like, where the fuck are you calling me from? Like, no one can understand me at all. So I have, like, a pair of AirPods that I have killed that just died recently. But I cooked those motherfuckers 4 or 5 days a week for, like, the past 2 or 3 years. And they
In the sauna.
just died.
Okay.
One of them, the left one, because I sit with my left side near the heater, and it just tapped out the other day. Just like,
Yeah, I was telling you, I just started doing the sauna thing. I haven't really.
it's fucking amazing.
It threw me for a loop the first couple times. I was like, whew.
You got to come in with me, buddy. Come in with me. We got one right here.
It sounds a little zesty, Joe.
That's not what I meant. I didn't mean zesty. We're gonna be clothed.
No, I have noticed. I did notice an improvement in my sleeping.
Oh yeah, it's improvement in the way your muscles feel. You
Yeah.
feel like looser, more
You really
relaxed,
do.
stress relief. And if you do that and the ice bath back to back, the Russians know what the fuck they're doing.
No ice baths for me.
You say that. You say that.
I can barely watch people do them, much
Yeah.
less me do it.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I'm like, it just.
It's not
I don't
that-
do cold very well.
Once you do it, a couple of times. You get used to it. The first time I did it, there's a video of the first time I ever did it. I fucking panicked. I was out of there in like a minute and 30 seconds. I was like, fuck this.
Yeah, me and Cole don't mesh very well.
And then the second time I did it for like 4.5 minutes. And then the third time I did it for 20. Because I just wanted to convince myself.
Gotcha. Damn, 20 minutes in ice.
Yes. Well, that's not good. Don't do that. Listen to me. Listen to me. Don't listen to me. That's what I tell people. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to my advice.
I will say, being out, like I remember I did this shooting course, and it was like shooting at extended ranges. So we're shooting out to like 600, 700, 800 yards. And and it was just white, just all snow. And that was just amazing. That I love. But then again, I'm like decked out in these super
that's different.
tucked out. Like
you're feeling cold, but it's like it's not real.
Yeah, it's like
no. The cold plunge is an existential threat to your existence. You get in there and you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Your body just wants to get out of there. Yeah, I mean, it's so good for your body. It's so good for your muscles and for your joints, and it's not cost prohibitive. All you need is ice cubes in a bathtub. I mean, just get a couple of bags of ice from the grocery store or the gas station and throw them in a bathtub.
How often?
Fill it up with cold water. How often do I do it?
Yeah.
Almost every day.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, crap.
almost every day.
Damn.
Yeah. The only time I don't do it is right after I lift, because apparently it has some sort of an effect on hypertrophy, like which limits your muscles' ability to grow, because the part of the inflammation is actually good. The blood circulation, your body breaks down, you get that pump, it breaks down the tissue,
and all
it swells up and inflames, and it's your body saying, okay, we got to heal. This guy's trying to get swole, and then
lifting is annoying to me.
Why is it annoying?
It's like, I love it. I do it at least 3 or 4 times a week. But it's especially when you're lifting for
hypertrophy.
Hypertrophy.
Yeah.
It's the set, rep, all that stuff. It's gotten to, and you know what I think it is? I follow too many fitness like pages, and so there's just so much different information being thrown at you from different perspectives.
Right.
So I got to the point I was like, no, I'm through 3 sets of 10, call it a day, get it out of here.
Yeah.
Like I'm not playing this game anymore.
3 sets of 10 still works.
Yeah.
The thing that works more than anything is consistency.
Yeah.
Be intelligent about your lifting. Don't hurt yourself. And consistency. Yeah. That's the key.
And that's pretty much what I'm trying to err on, because there were times. Another thing too is I'm trying to maximize time. So I try to make my workouts as intense and as short as possible. So I'm like, let me get in, get out. I'm kind of doing this full body stuff. I'm trying to figure out how my body likes that.
When you say full body stuff, like what are you doing?
So what I'll do is I'll do lower body and then everything else the next day. And then I'll do that, have a rest day or two in between, and then that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
And but my lower body is consistent of like right now I'm doing plyo and a lot of knees over toe stuff kind of combined.
Yeah.
And so that's what I do for my lower body.
That sounds like what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm doing a lot of that too, and a lot of sled work.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Man, that knee over toes guy, he's changed my knees.
Yeah, mine.
My knees are so much stronger. Like they feel more stable. Like everything about it.
I noticed a big difference because like I started noticing it when I was shooting. Like I had this thing in my videos when I'm doing gun reviews. I like to just run for no reason. But as I got older, I was like, why am I moving so just stiff? Like I'm just like nothing feels tight.
Right.
It just feels kind of sloppy.
Right.
And then I started doing that, and now I've kind of gotten the youth back in my legs. Where now it's like I can take off at a moment's notice. But like I was telling you also, since I've been doing kind of like this plyo stuff, the plyometrics that I've been doing, I think my body's shocked. So now I'm dealing with some Achilles tendonitis in my Achilles.
You need a cold plunge.
You know what? It's funny. You actually might be right.
Get in there. Come on, man. Let me film it.
Dude.
Let's do it after here.
Not right after here, but I might let you in the future. I might let you film it in the future.
Okay, next time you come to town, we'll make a day out of it. We'll work out, and then we'll get in the sauna and do the cold plunge and make a video.
I should start an OnlyFans.
Oh, boy.
And that'd be the first video.
I think if you start an OnlyFans, automatically you're going to get zesty. If people are going to sign up for it, they're going to want a little zest. What percentage of OnlyFans is like gay guys?
I have no idea.
Because I would feel like that's like so available for free.
I don't think
like,
it's the same.
Show you
I don't know why I think it's the same. I doubt it's the same.
It's not the same because girls will like hold back. Yeah. You know, like for a girl to show you like her pussy is like a lot of work. I would imagine.
Is it?
I would imagine. I mean, with some girls.
I mean, there are a lot of girls on OnlyFans that are doing just that.
Right, but like, how many guys, like if you're a girl, if you're a hot girl, or if you're a hot guy, how many guys will show you a picture of their dick? A lot.
I won't.
You won't. Well, you're smart. You're also public. But if you're like a regular dude trying to get laid and a girl says, show me your dick, and you're like, all right.
So, okay, maybe I lie. And
right, because if
I
you
had a girlfriend back in like, I think it was like right before I started college, or like my freshman year in college. She would like send me a picture of it, and I was like, what? She was like especially when we weren't together. She
Sounds
just
like
wanted
a good
to.
girl.
I mean, I guess. I mean,
sounds like a lot of fun.
I mean, it didn't last very long.
Sometimes.
Well, I had to get away from that one. That got a little real toxic.
Yeah.
It
sounds like very male. Show me your dick.
I mean, it was very real talk.
Aggressive.
And I was like, okay. And this would happen like, not on a regular basis, but regular enough where I'm like, started feeling normal. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm going to have to stop doing this. So there may or may not be pictures of my dick floating around on the internet somewhere.
I'm sure there are.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, listen, some people don't like it, but some people like it, right?
I think it's weird.
It's weird.
It's weird.
Some girls will tell you, like, why do guys send dick pics? And then other girls will be like, send me a dick pic, motherfucker.
I'm like,
like, I don't know.
Now you're not getting one out of me.
Good for you.
Yeah, not happening.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's like the variation of human beings in terms of like what they like and what they don't like is so extreme.
So all over the place.
All over the place.
So all over the place.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
It's
even just among my friends, like the stuff that like the type of girls we're into, so forth and so on.
Yeah.
It's all over the place.
Oh yeah, I have friends that just like to be in danger. They're not happy unless they're doing something that could ruin their entire life if someone just decided to.
And I'm the complete opposite.
Me
I'm like,
fucking too.
No danger, full discretion. I don't want to be out there. Like I'm like, no.
Thank God dick pics weren't a thing when I was 15. I just think about like when you first started getting laid when you're like 16. Like what? Imagine if there was dick pics,
bro. Like I said, that there may be or may not be some floating around.
Well, if the thing is with deep fakes, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's deep fakes. There's like every beautiful woman that has ever been in a movie or a television show could easily be in a porn just through a deep fake now.
I remember I remember at the genesis of that where it's like so and so famous actress in porn scene, and you're like, wait, what? Not me, but
you get sucked in.
yeah, right.
Well, imagine when they get to the point where they can create robots. Like when they can create a sex robot.
I mean, they're pretty damn close.
They're pretty damn close.
Pretty damn close.
But if they did decide to come up with a sex robot that looked exactly like Jamie.
This would be an interesting place to live.
Jamie has to watch videos of all these dudes just plowing his fields.
Now, there is something to be said.
Hey,
there's something to be said.
Hey, easy.
I wonder if there's something to be said about them kind of, reaching that level of technology and a lot of guys transcending from OnlyFans over to those things.
Oh, it's going to happen. That's going to happen for sure. But then it's going to be like, how many robots can you afford? You're going to have a house filled with fuck robots?
I mean, they'll become vacuums at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one story about a guy, he had like, I think, what was it, a story? I think it was something I saw on Instagram where a guy was talking about like he went to a guy's house because he was doing like some cable work or something, and he walks in and he's like, all these sex dolls.
And a slight smell of fish. The fuck is that smell? It's just rotten jizz everywhere. I think there's gonna come a time where it might actually never even get to that, because virtual reality might get to a point where they have these haptic feedback suits like you were talking about with the guns getting zapped. But I think they're going to get to a neural interface where they're going to be able to recreate the sensations. Like if they can figure out
talking about pacifying a society.
Right. Well, that's the Matrix.
Yeah.
I mean, what's crazy about the Matrix is when the movie first came out, which is like, when was it? It was in the 90s, correct? 99. So when the movie first came out, we were fascinated by it. Like, whoa, cool. But it was pure science fiction.
Yeah. Not even close, right? Like
now, You watch the Matrix 1 now, you're like, how far off are we? Not that far. Within our lifetime, I expect there to be a dilemma where people do not want to go outside. They only want to lock into a thing and experience a
I
fake
like the
life.
real.
Yeah,
I
now.
like the real. No, I mean, that's just how I'm built.
Right, but do you think that, like, I mean, I also like talking to people on the phone, right?
I don't.
I don't want to have to go somewhere to talk to someone. If I have a friend who lives in California, I like to be able to call him up. Hey, what's going on?
So I'm weird. So when it comes to my friends, I'll throw on AirPods, talk to them on the phone all day long, right? When it comes to women, I prefer to be in person.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I've yet to really truly understand it. But if I'm going to engage with a woman, I'd rather prefer it to be in person, face to face.
Well, that makes sense because there's no misconstruing what you're saying. Like, text is the weirdest. Because you could text someone something and they don't know if you're joking. Or,
yeah. And I don't really care too much for like excessive texting back and forth. Largely because I'm just so busy. So it's hard for me to stay in the moment of the conversation. And then what'll happen too sometimes is and this is just general purpose, not even just women, but I will forget to go back and respond. Because if you send me something that requires an extensive explanation, I don't want to just give you a half-ass answer right then and there. Yeah. So I'll wait. And then sometimes I'll just forget to go back.
Yeah, dude, I have to change my phone number. I have so many texts that I can't respond to. Like, I'm going to check my phone right now. I'll tell you how many texts that I have. What does it say here? I have 96 texts. Look at that. Not bullshitting. 96. What do you got?
430.
Jesus.
433, is it?
Well, you're just delinquent.
Look at the emails.
That's insane. Oh my God. How do you have so many people texting you?
Dude.
You have no idea who's texted you.
I'm done. I don't.
You just give that up to random people?
No.
Homeless folks?
The funny thing is, so what happened is this was supposed to be the business phone.
Oh,
and so this is my personal. So what
deals.
happened is I didn't realize I don't remember this number. So when people would ask me who I would normally give the business phone to, I would just err on the side of my default would just go, okay, here, take this number.
That's funny.
Yeah. So now they're contaminated. So it's just.
I have a general rule that when I remember my phone number, that's when I change it.
Okay.
Because I never know my number. Like, I've gone places, they go, what's your phone number?
I'm like,
I don't know. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
I can remember my wife's number. I can remember my daughter's numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I can remember a couple of my friends' numbers, and that's it.
The only numbers I know is my mom and my aunt. Memorized. That's the only numbers I know.
I used to be a wizard with phone numbers.
Yeah. Well, because we had to be.
Yes, man. I was so good at it.
Yeah.
I could remember, like, booking agents and comedy clubs and friends. And I remember my fucking number from high school, you know? But when my home number, but now it's like
I have. It's a rap. I can't remember it.
But isn't it just like like what you need to remember? Like you don't need to remember it anymore, so you just don't. Yeah.
It's like your brain just. It's kind of like getting around now. Like,
right.
Like it's nuts.
Navigation.
Like how I legit do not know how I was able to get around without navigation. I still navigate to my house in the city that I live in.
Okay, that wild. But it's also good if you're using something like Waze. Because it tells you if shit goes sideways. Like you get to, like I see people hitting blinkers. I'm like, oh, these people are on Waze too. And they're going off of these weird side streets.
Yep.
I remember in New Jersey.
And cops.
Cops?
Hell yeah.
Oh, where the cops
they
are.
tell you,
That's true too. Yeah.
Waze has gotten me out of situations that my radar detector wouldn't have got me.
Isn't that interesting? Police officer ahead.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, Waze.
I will not. Yeah. Anytime I'm doing, like when I'm driving to Austin, I have my Waze.
One of my favorite things that people do is when you're driving and they flash the lights at you. Cops ahead, bro.
Oh,
we're in this together. We're in this together. I like that.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, I love doing it to people and they give you the thumbs up. Like, yeah, we're in this together.
I sometimes am a bit of a dick. So
you don't do it?
Well, no. So like sometimes when like somebody's like riding me a little too close and we're both speeding, and it gets slightly annoying, so then I'll just move over and slow. And I know there's a cop ahead. I'll slowly back up.
Oh, you bait them. Yeah.
Every once in a while. But generally speaking, if you're not being an ass, I'm gonna let you know.
Yeah.
Like I'll tap on the brakes for you, or
How long do you think we are from completely automated automobile travel?
I don't want it to get there.
Yeah.
I don't want it to get there.
I'm not sure if I want it to get there either.
Yeah. But I mean, like I was just telling you, I am like, remember last time I was on here, I was talking about how much I would never get a Tesla. And then now we're coming in today, and I'm like, yo, you know,
want to drive mine? You want to drive mine for a little bit today?
The Plaid, yes.
Yeah, drive it around. Drive it around. You might change your mind. I do miss the sound of the engine. You know, I love engines. Obviously, I'm a gearhead. I love a V8.
Yeah.
I love the rumble of an American muscle car. I love that sound. But goddamn, that Tesla is a preposterous vehicle.
I'm not gonna lie. So right now where I am, if I get a Tesla for an Uber, I'm happy. There's something about them. I don't know why.
Quiet.
It's just the quiet. It's just a clean space.
Yes.
It's just different.
Very minimalist.
Yeah.
I think too much so. Like I've said this about like I have the new one with the wacky steering wheel.
Yeah.
The steering wheel sucks. I don't like it. It's not. It's okay when you're driving straight because the ergonomics of the Tesla are fantastic. When you're holding on to it, your elbows are rested. It's very good, and it actually makes you have two hands on the wheel more often. Because I would drive with my one hand, which is not the best. The best way is two hands like this.
Now, as I've gotten older, I've noticed my hand's starting to slide more to the side. Because I always wondered, like when like my uncles I'd see driving and stuff.
10 and 2, Coleon. 10 and 2.
So I'm becoming a little bit more responsible as I age.
Yeah.
Even though I'm still 12 in my mind.
But it's not good for turning, like when you have to turn in parking spots and stuff.
Because you kind of have to find the wheel.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's kind of like the paddles sometimes. Where like, do you prefer the paddles mounted to the steering column, or you want them like where they're static? Or do you want to mount it to the steering wheel so that when they turn, they turn?
I've had cars that have paddles. I have never used the paddles.
Really?
I keep it in automatic.
Yeah, let me tell you, there are some cars you really want to use the paddles.
You say that, but I like shifting. I like a clutch.
Well, I'm talking about when you don't have a standard transmission.
If I don't have a clutch, I fucking keep that bitch and drive. I'm like, I'm not pretending. I'm a speed racer out here.
So,
this stupid
that's
paddle.
Me.
That's
me.
nonsense.
Yeah, I'm the speed racer.
Well, you have a very fast car too. We should talk about that.
Now, here's the crazy thing about that.
Okay.
So I want to say about a few weeks ago, my friend, because I'm slowly starting getting into this, like going to track days and stuff. Ooh. A friend of mine was like, he's like, yeah, I just bought a Miata.
Miatas are dope.
I didn't. Well, now I realize it now. But when he told me, I was like, that's zesty.
It's more feminine than zesty.
Yeah.
It's like you know.
Zesty is kind of a universal kind of term.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it can go. Yeah, it can go a lot of ways. And so he's like, I'm gonna bring it over, and I'm like, okay. So he's like, he brings it over. It's like this convertible zesty ass Miata, and then it's a standard. And he's like, drive it. I was like, I don't drive your zesty ass Miata. And he's like, drive it. So I get in there, get sitting. I'm like, God, this is super zesty. And then I start driving it, and then I'm running through the gears. I'm like, this thing is awesome.
It's a go-kart.
It's so fun.
So fun.
So fun.
There's a reason why Miatas are around for as long as they have, and they've barely changed.
I literally started contemplating, all right, should I get a Miata? Like, I think I want to, and I want to get it in a standard transmission.
Gordon Ryan has a Miata. Gordon Ryan is the greatest jiu-jitsu athlete of all time. He's as manly a man as is humanly possible.
And
he's got a Miata. And he's got a standard Miata. It's like, it's a great fucking car, man.
Yeah. And I look, consider me converted, because I'm telling you.
You ever heard of the company Flying Miatas?
No.
Ooh. They take a Miata and they put a fucking V8 in it.
But see, I don't want a powerful Miata.
Really?
I know. No.
That sounds rusty.
I like.
Now I'm reconsidering.
There's just because I want to be able to run it to its absolute limit, right? And so without having to worry about like having too much power or like having to navigate the power,
right?
I can just run it ragged and just focus on the
driving experience.
Exactly.
Yeah. I used to have an Acura NSX that I loved that for.
I wanted an NSX so bad.
They were great, and it's only like 290 horsepower.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of horsepower.
I've only heard excellent things about them.
It never fucked up. It's a Honda. It's crazy because it's a Honda sports car. What is that? Is that a Flying Miata? Yeah. Watch this. That car is so fast.
This is the Flying
I actually watch a lot of
Habu.
Look at this.
Habu being a small venomous snake from Japan. Why is that appropriate? Well, because this is an MX-5 with a Chevy small block V8 in it.
Woo!
6.3 litres of V8, 525 brake horsepower.
What?
It's an old recipe, but it's a very good one.
In a Miata?
In a
Small
Miata.
car,
Just
big
listen
engine.
to how it sounds.
What's not to love?
I think I might have to get one. The world's smallest muscle car. Keep that rolling,
reason they
Jamie.
use the
What are
LS3
you
engine is
doing?
because they call
Let me hear some. Oh, the music. Look at that. LS3. Woo!
Okay, that's kind of badass, I'm not gonna lie.
Distribution by
That is pretty lit.
1%, so 53% of the front now, 47% of the rear, as opposed to 52 in the standard car, which is
It's only 1%
incredible, really.
difference. Only 1% difference in the
What an
weight
engine.
distribution.
It's a proper V8.
But how much weight
Oh
is it
my
adding?
God.
Anyway, as fun as it is,
Well, if
driving
it's
this
only
in straight
adding
lines,
1% in the front, it can't be much.
Well, as far as distribution of weight, but
It's not. Those. What's amazing is those LS engines are not heavy, man.
because I know when they did, I know when they dropped that.
know that it had twice the number of cylinders under.
to Willow Springs.
That's kind of
Dude,
Just
that makes
All right, that's kind of
that
dope.
makes my dick hard. Look at that. And it's kind of cool looking.
I actually agree with you.
That's a cool looking
Yeah.
car, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder how the tires deal with the amount of torque.
Wouldn't
Like,
matter,
look
though.
at
The tires-
skinny ass bitch ass tires.
The tires are so cheap to get, though. It really wouldn't matter. Just run through them.
Right, but I'm saying in terms of like
Handling the.
like handling that amount of torque and power. I bet it drifts like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
You stomp on it. Look at that thing, though. Let me hear some of this.
The Grizzly engine always makes its presence felt, whatever the situation. You're also always aware that you're in a relatively short wheelbase, so slides can start and stop very quickly. But the Fox Racing suspension, a name probably more associated with motorbikes and mountain bikes, is impressive on both road and track.
That thing looks wild.
You know, nothing relaxes me more than watching car review videos.
I love car review
Flying the
videos.
Arctic conversion costs
That's
50.
if you look in my YouTube
History,
feed,
yeah.
a lot of it is car
Yeah,
reviews.
same
I
here.
love watching them, man.
Who's your favorite reviewer?
Matt Farah,
Really?
Smoking Tire. That's my boy.
I used to watch a lot of Matt Farah. I don't know why I've stopped. There's no reason for it.
Well, I know Matt personally. He's a friend. So there's that too.
He has a car I really want.
Which one?
He has an Aston Martin Vanquish that he converted to manual.
Oh.
That he sent over and converted to a manual that I think is it's hot shit.
You know
Like,
what I want? They just converted as a company. See if you can find this. A company that just took a modern 2021 plus GT500, which has only been paddle shift, and they converted it to manual. And I'm thinking, I'm an old school meathead, man. I
see, and I'm
love
like,
those muscle
I
cars,
get a lot of shit from my channel whenever I do my car reviews because I do car reviews from time to time. So I like sleek, sexy European.
I do too.
Yeah, that's
I do too.
That's kind of, but I still want a Chevelle. I want like an old school car.
I have a 1970 like John Wick.
Yeah. So there. I'm a little torn about the one in Batman.
Oh yeah.
Now the opening scene was probably one of the greatest scenes ever for the introduction of the Batmobile.
I
in that
enjoyed the new Batman movie.
I fell asleep.
Oh, how dare you? Who am I talking
Too
to?
long.
Too long? Really?
And it was too. So okay, you got to.
Did you watch it at home?
No, I watched it in the movie theater.
Really?
Yeah.
He
And
fell asleep in the movie.
yeah.
That's a well-armed man. So comfortable he falls asleep in a movie theater.
Well, yeah, I'm a Christian Bale Batman kind of guy. Like that is to me, when you say Batman, Bruce Wayne, it's Christian Bale.
I think so too. I think he was the most believable in terms of like a bad motherfucker who is Batman. Like he was jacked. He looked like he could fuck people up. He's a big dude.
And it was a lot of
you know?
contrast between him as Bruce Wayne and Batman. Like there was-
The voice bothered me. I'm Batman.
It's like, man, you're gonna lose your voice talking like that, and then everyone's gonna know. You're gonna show up at work the next
Yeah,
day
that's true,
talking
yeah,
all
right.
fucked up. Like, hey man, what you been up to?
I was out partying.
Partying? You don't look. You got a black eye. What happened?
Well, I mean, he owned Wayne Enterprise, so I mean, he didn't really have to go into work.
Batman is kind of the lamest superhero ever because he's basically just a rich guy.
Say shit like that, Joe.
What? Who's the
Batman
best?
is Batman.
Batman's the best?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Which is odd because he doesn't use guns, and that should be the reason why I don't like him.
Yeah, he doesn't ever use a gun.
No, he doesn't.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I never even thought about that until right now.
Doesn't kill people either.
He never kills anybody, but doesn't he in the comic books?
There's one where he does, and it's actually pretty badass. I can't remember the name of it though. And he has a gun. I think he's like shooting his Desert Eagle in that one too. Yeah.
Well, I used to like the Punisher for that reason. Punisher
Punisher
fucked
was
everybody up.
Punisher was
The real Punisher was like built like Batman.
Yeah.
Like the real Punisher was like Batman without the suit. Just jacked.
which is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had a great origin story. Just a soldier just decided to fucking go on a rampage and kill all the organized criminals because all the other superheroes were trying to arrest people. And he was just
He's like, fuck that, I'm
fuck
killing
that,
them.
killing everybody.
Did you see Top Gun?
I did not. I heard it's great though. It's phenomenal. So Batman is your favorite superhero?
Yes.
What about?
I literally there's a running joke that I like in the community that people know. If you follow me close enough and long enough, I think I'm the Black Bruce Wayne. That's the exact reaction that I want. That's how goofy it is.
It's so dumb.
That's how much I love Batman.
But what about Spider-Man? He can climb walls and shoot webs and shit and perform superhuman feats of athleticism and strength.
Spider-Man is zesty.
Jesus.
No,
okay, what about the Hulk?
I do like the Hulk.
What about the Hulk?
I like the Hulk, but he's not my, I like it when he comes in, destroys shit, and then leaves, right? Just the chaos. But other than that, he's forgettable to me.
Well, the Hulk makes all the other Avengers useless. Because when they're on their own, why don't you just call the Hulk? Just call the Hulk. What are you doing? What are you doing with your bow and arrow? That fucking guy with the bow and arrow is the dumbest. And I love Jeremy Renner. I think Jeremy Renner's awesome. But that character is the wackest shit. Like, if I was him, I'd be like, man, I really want to be an Avenger, but fuck, why are you going to make me the guy with no strength at all, no powers whatsoever? I just have a bow and arrow, which is the dumbest weapon.
At least Black Widow has guns.
Yeah, and this is coming from a guy who's an archery enthusiast. Yeah. I have a fucking archery range at my studio, and I think that guy's whack. It's so dumb.
I mean, I think Batman is the best, and he doesn't use guns, so I guess that kind of...
But, I mean, how many arrows do you have, bro? How many times can you do this? You can only do this so many times.
He be flicking the arrows, though. He does mean...
Well, do you know that this whole idea of the quiver on the back is not really how they really traveled with arrows?
Really? Where'd they travel with?
Well, they didn't, pull arrows off their back, and they used to carry them in between their fingers for the most part. And they used to be able to shoot multiple arrows, especially the Comanche. They would carry these arrows. And what is that? Who's that gentleman that has that YouTube page that he figured out, from looking at old images and depictions of archery from thousands of years ago, realized that our idea of them having a quiver and pulling an arrow out, and see, he keeps them all in his fingers like that. And this guy figured out how to shoot multiple arrows in a second.
But what do they do? How do they carry them when they're traveling?
Lars Anderson. That's a good question. I don't know where. Maybe they had a quiver for that. But the idea that they reached back and pulled an arrow every time they wanted to shoot, like that Hawkeye guy.
So basically, an assault arrow.
Yeah, this guy, the way he did it, this is how they think the Comanches did it and the Mongols did it. They carried multiple arrows in their fingers and just transformed it or transferred it rather to the string, with each finger. See if you get a video of how he does it, how he shoots multiple arrows, because it's pretty wild.
Anytime I see bow arrows, I think Hunger Games.
Yeah, that got a lot of people into archery too. What is he doing here? So watch how he's recreating how the Comanche did it. See how the Comanche would carry multiple arrows in their hands. There's images of them holding multiple arrows. But if you could see how he did it, so only one movement to shoot each arrow. He's saying that this is bullshit. So see how he's doing it?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, look how quickly he's shooting all these multiple arrows.
Okay, that's impressive.
Yeah, he's showing how this would take so much time to do. Only one movement to shoot each arrow. And he's saying this is kind of ridiculous, which makes sense. So he can throw these things up in the air and he can shoot multiple arrows. See, get to the point where he's doing that.
He's doing it on left right there.
He's exaggerating.
I skipped to the end of the video.
Goofiness.
I skipped way to the end already.
Oh, okay.
He's showing how he would do it.
There's a few other. Oh, so he can do this. Watch this. Watch this. This is crazy. Sunk, 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 sunk. So he can shoot 3 arrows in a second. 3 hours and 1.5 seconds, which is pretty crazy. So this is why the Comanches fucked up all the early settlers, because the settlers had muskets.
So they were.
Yeah, and it wasn't. Did you see the images that we have outside? One of the images is Jack Hayes, and Jack Hayes was the original Texas Ranger. And what he did was incorporate pistols, like a revolver.
Okay.
He was the first guy to incorporate a Colt revolver, which had individual cylinders that you would replace.
Yeah.
They didn't have a regular revolver where you'd put the bullets in. Yeah. But they would carry multiple cartridges.
So it's kind of like so, like some of the reloading mechanisms for wheel guns now, they're not actual revolvers, but they're like these little.
You push it in, and
you click
yeah,
and you take it out.
they used to do that for revolvers before they figured out semi-automatic pistols. But so the Colt had this, and nobody wanted them, which is wild. And then he figured out how to use them against the Comanche, because they had to do a bunch of different things to deal with the Comanche, and that's the gun. And see if there's a video on that. That's Captain Jack Hayes. That guy right there, that's the image that we have outside, along with Quanah Parker, who was the guy who his mother was captured by the Comanche, and he was the chief of the Comanches. He was half Comanche and half white, and he became the last Comanche chief. And it was interesting because he was half European, so he's a big fucking dude.
Yeah.
As opposed to most of the Comanches were like 5'5", 5'7". They were tiny, which allowed them to ride horses better.
Okay.
Which is interesting too, right? So this is how the gun worked. So this original revolver, he was the first to implement this in war, because they did. Where's the trigger?
That's what I was just thinking. I was like,
did it have no trigger? Did you have to like trigger it with the back? How's he using this? So did he have to push the hammer forward? How did he do it? I thought it had a trigger. That is wild. Does this guy shoot this thing in this video? So he pushes it.
the
trigger
pops
pops
out.
out.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. And then the hammer busts forward, and it ignites the round. Huh. And so he would have to like break it down, pull that cartridge out, put a new one in, but it would take 5 rounds. And look at how these balls. Wow, that is wild.
I think, man, those balls are nasty things, man.
I know. Well, it was brutal back then, man.
Yeah.
Just the fucking way that they existed on the fucking plains. And they also implemented what they call cold camping, where they would camp without any fire because the Comanche would find them. Because these dumbasses would light fires. Like, hey, I'm going to cook my beans by the fire. Hip-a-do.
One-handed, particularly.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Well, it's pretty fucking good in comparison to a musket, because having those 5 shots made all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
Because the Comanche would run up on them, and the Comanche also figured out how to ride sideways. So they would hang off the side of their horse and shoot underneath the neck of the horse with their bow.
Okay.
Which is wild, right? So they would be able to be protected by their fucking horse. And they were also the first of the Plains Indians that figured out how to breed and how to maintain large populations of horses. So they had the most horses.
Yeah, I don't trust horses.
How so?
I just don't like all the times I've ever ridden them. Because like when you're riding a horse, you understand what you're dealing with as far as an animal.
Yeah.
And it's just at any given moment, if he doesn't want me on here, I'm not on here.
Well, that's true too. But back then, you had no choice.
Yeah, no. I mean, and that would stop me from riding a horse. It's just that's always kind of in the back of my mind.
Can you imagine? I mean, here we are in 2022. Imagine that 150 years ago there were no options. You had to ride a horse. That's it. That's so recent, man.
Yeah.
That's so recent.
Nutty, man. Just think about it now. You have your Tesla does 0 to 60 what 1.9 seconds?
Yeah. And it's so crazy.
Like that's nuts.
Yeah.
And then it can drive itself.
Yeah.
Like that's where we're going and how fast we're going, which is all just from a gun perspective, it's weird sometimes because people look at the Second Amendment and they're like, it's talking about muskets.
Yeah.
It's not talking about muskets.
Oh, people need to shut the fuck up. Everybody who says that.
It's so okay. So you want to relegate me to a musket while the government and all the criminals are using modern firearms. I'm supposed to only have a musket.
Yeah, and then there's the argument like, well, you would never take up arms against the government. Why would you ever need to take up arms against the government? We say that because everyone's armed. But if only the government was armed, you would wish you had a fucking gun.
I'm telling you, like, at the end of the day, and I was talking to my friend about this, and I was like, if you think about it, so Tiananmen Square.
Yeah.
Right? They pretty much bulldoze right over those people. And then you go counter that with the American narrative. Say, for instance, what happened in the 1960s with the Black Panthers showing up on the Capitol. You had a group of black men in the 60s showing up to the Capitol, and all they could do was have a standoff.
Different world.
You see, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, they subsequently passed some laws, and you can debate whether or not that was racially motivated. But at the end of the day, that demonstrates to you the necessity of the Second Amendment. It's not always about, let me go out here and overthrow the government. It's about keeping it in check. That's what it's designed to do. Because even now, the government has to kind of tiptoe with the citizens in the United States because they understand these people are armed. We can only go so far with the way we try to be heavy-handed about certain things.
Which goes back to Australia during the pandemic.
Exactly.
Where Australia
was
is
just like,
unarmed.
Yep.
And they were like, you can't go outside. You can't work. You can't go to the grocery
Can't do
store.
any of
You
that.
must comply.
Yep.
And they forced everyone into compliance.
Yep. And there's nothing, because there was no threat of any real resistance.
Exactly. And people will say, well, that's crazy. You shouldn't do that anyway. But the bottom line is like, you can't rely on human beings to have that much control over human beings. This idea of the government is so, it's this abstract concept because the government is essentially comprised only of human beings. That's it.
Yeah.
And when human beings have that kind of control over other human beings, we just have a fucking natural inclination to tell people what to do.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
Like it's just the nature of being, which is why things were set up the way that they were set up to be checks against. So we have three branches of the government. They were supposed to all be a check on each other because they understood human nature.
It's just hard for people to recognize that when we live in times of general peace.
That's really what it is, what it boils down to. It's the idea, like for a lot of people, conceptualizing the idea that they would have to deal with a tyrannical, especially here in America.
Yeah.
To deal with the tyrannical government in their minds.
And then people see that, like, don't tread on me flag, and they start fucking panicking. Oh, you want to fucking take over the government?
That's not what that's about.
Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad.
It's talking to the government the same way the Constitution was talking to the government. A lot of people misconstrue that. The Second Amendment wasn't telling us what we can do. It was telling the government what it can't do, which is infringe on our right to keep and bear arms.
Yeah, but there was a video that Samuel Rivera put out about a rant that I made. A lot of people got their panties in a wad about it because I was talking about freedom. And I said essentially that every single civilization up until 1776 was a dictatorship.
Yep.
And they're like, what about Greece? They all fell apart, man. They all fucking fell apart. Like, these ideas are great until Greece is actually a great example because there's a guy named Brian Murarescu who wrote a book called The Immortality Key that's all about the ancient Greek societies and the Enlightenment, and that this is most likely due to the fact that these people were all taking psychedelic drugs until it was shut down by the Roman emperors. Like, they came in and shut everybody down. And the reason why they shut everybody down, because you can't control people who are tripping balls and inventing democracy.
Isn't that kind of what happened here in America?
That is very similar. It's very similar.
And then you know
in many
me
ways.
about I'm like super, like, I ain't trying any psychedelics, but
You
I also
should. Why do you say that?
It's just a control freak in me.
But you got to let that go, dude.
I do. But
control is strength. You have control because you have discipline, and that discipline is a strength. But there's a lot of strength in understanding that there's paths to different ways of looking at things that you just need to let go and find those ideas and concepts.
I don't disagree with you. I don't. You're just gonna have to do better.
Well, why don't you try the isolation tank first? I exposed you to that today.
As soon as you told me about that shit, I was like, yep, I'm not going in that motherfucker.
But it's so easy. You can open the door. You open the door when you don't like it
It'd be
anymore.
worthless. I'd literally open it in 3 seconds.
No.
Once I just, I'm like,
You
oh,
would
yeah,
relax,
get me
and
out
you'd
of here.
settle in, and you'd be fine. You'd settle in. I'd put a gun on Velcro, right? Attach it to the wall. So if some shit went down, so where you'd be like lying down in the water, you go, there's my gun, there's my gun. If things got sketchy, you start having hallucinations, reach up and feel that staccato right there on the wall, and like, okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good.
I mean, that might help a little bit.
Yeah, it's control is good, but
Yeah.
it's also you got to realize there's some control in not being in control, like being able to let go of that control.
I think what it is too, it's so like, I'm an only child. And so I've spent a lot of time with myself. And so one thing about like, I'm not really big on trying to control people. Like I'm very big on like, do you, right? My control is always kind of myself. It's a matter of, since I've spent so much time with myself, and what goes on up here, I don't like the idea of anything interfering, what could possibly interfere with that.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and so that's what I will say, I'm not saying that there aren't things that could make that better, right? That could help enlighten and elevate. I just don't know right now if I'm at a point where I think the benefit is worth the potential risk.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. Well, there's a risk, and that's something that needs to be stressed with anything when you deal with the human mind.
Yeah.
You know, some people have a tendency towards schizophrenia and psychotic breaks, and there's all sorts of weird things.
It's a delicate balance.
Yeah. Look what happened to Keith Moon. You know, like there's a lot of people that have taken acid and lost their fucking mind. That's real. I know guys who've taken pot edibles and lost their fucking minds.
Yeah.
You know, I know them personally, where they used to be this way and now they're that way.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for me, it's like I'm aware of all the potential positives. I'm just like, for some reason, it hasn't reached a point where I felt like it's kind of worth exploring and taking that risk.
Well, here's what's worth exploring is microdosing.
I've heard about microdosing.
I think microdosing is the future for a lot of people because the amounts that we're talking about are essentially like it's a very mild feeling. It's not even like being remotely high. It's very mild elevation and reduction of stress and relaxation. That's all it is. And it makes you like just nicer. It makes things feel better. It makes the world feel like a better place.
But isn't that kind of the equivalent of like secondhand high?
No. Secondhand high can get you paranoid. I remember I got high once in a room with my dog, and she was hiding under the couch. I was like, what the fuck's going on with the dog? And then I realized, the dog, not under the couch. She was hiding under one of the corner tables. And I was like, what's going on? And I'm like, realized, oh my God, she was in the room with us when Joey Diaz and I were doing bong hits. And then this poor dog, who was a rescue dog already, so she was already a little sketched out.
Yeah.
She got paranoid, poor little girl.
Yeah, me, that's the thing, like with me, we don't get, I fight the high. Like the time that I haven't smoked weed since college.
Yeah,
and it's just because I know me, I'm gonna fight it.
It's an ego thing. Yeah, I mean, and I don't mean an ego in a bad way. I mean, it's like your body's trying to protect you. Yeah, your mind rather is trying to protect you. But that's also because you're a disciplined guy who gets things done, and you don't want that to fuck with you. And I understand that.
No.
That's how I was before I started smoking pot.
Yeah. And I think also it does, so I think there's some people who are very high functioning who smoke. And then I think there are some people, even back then when I was kind of getting a little high, because it's like I noticed that the contrast was too much for me. So I started becoming a little more lazy, so to speak. And I'm not saying weed makes you lazy. I'm just saying for me,
it can.
I knew that it didn't make me as productive as I normally am.
Right.
Whereas I know other people who it's a perfect balance for them, and they high functioning people.
Yeah,
who can do that.
I'm too crazy. I need something to just take some of the chimpanzee edge out of my brain. And that's what it does for me. It just gets me to a better place. And I don't do it all the time, but I do it enough, and I'm comfortable enough with it that I know that there's some benefits to it. But when everybody says that pot makes you lazy, I'm like, bitch, keep up with me. Let's go. Come talk crazy.
Yeah.
Because you can't say that because everybody has a different reaction to it. And I'm not saying that everybody would have that same feeling that I get from it because I don't think that's true. And I don't think it's for everybody.
And the irony, though, is, like I said before, you're also talking to a guy who drinks.
Right.
And I know why I drink.
But it's so controlled. Like we had one glass of whiskey during this podcast.
Yeah.
That's it. One glass.
Yeah, because I know how it. Also,
nice.
Part of it too is like, even writing, I can only do half of a glass because the moment I go full glass, my writing starts to shit.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But at the same time, I largely drink to relax. Right. That's why I say I stop at a certain point because past that point, I'm no longer relaxing. I'm just fucking drunk.
Partying.
Yeah.
You're getting hammered.
Yeah. And so that's something that I really kind of enjoy. Now, have I done it? Of course.
Yeah.
And I've had a great time a few times doing it.
It's a different thing, though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's because I'm so like, I'm going to say like, not on edge, but just 100% go. I'm always like, all right, I got to do this. When it comes down, it's hard sometimes to get a point where I'm just like, all right, just relax.
Well, alcohol is so regulated that, like, if you like a glass of whiskey is consistently a glass of whiskey.
Yeah,
it might have a different taste to it, but the impact it has on your
It's
psyche,
pretty much the same.
Yeah, weed is so
all over the
variable.
place.
and edibles. Oh my God! I mean, it's like,
dude, I've heard horror stories about edibles.
I'll tell you my own. Yeah, I mean, I've had wild fucking paranoia when I've gotten too high before, but I think there's a benefit even in that, and then I come off of it and with an understanding of things that are bothering me.
Gotcha.
Like these things that I got paranoid about. It's probably like some unresolved issues or some thoughts that I have in my head that I need to really work out.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it's not for everybody, man.
No, it's not.
It's definitely not for people with a tendency towards schizophrenia. That's a fact. That's a real, I had a debate once with this guy, Mike Hart, who's a cannabis doctor from Canada, and Alex Berenson, who is a guy who used to write for the New York Times, who wrote a book called Tell Your Children that's all about the dangers of marijuana. And, and I was on his side. I was like, not on the cannabis doctor side in some ways, because I don't like people when people talk about it like it's only beneficial, it's only good. I don't think there's anything. Yeah. Some people die when you give them peanuts, right?
It's real talk, yeah.
Everything is different.
Same thing with alcohol. Some people should not drink.
Oh, yeah.
It's the complete opposite.
Yeah, I had a friend who quit drinking, but he would get to a point, but when he was drinking, he would drink and he would get gerbil eyes, like he was gone. Like, it was like talking to a gerbil. Like, where are you? You're not there. Like shark eyes.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, like you're gone. Like now you're just like an automaton, just running around. Like you don't even know what you're. And he would black out.
Cigars relax me too.
Yeah.
Which is it's just weird how that works because I'm like I hate cigarettes.
Right.
But cigars.
It's a nice. Cigars give you a nice relax.
No, I do it probably. I smoke a cigar I think last time I smoked a cigar was with you. That was
well, they're good for conversations.
Yeah,
I think they're great for conversations. They give you this when you smoke a cigar, it's just like it's like a manly thing to do. You have a cigar, a glass of whiskey, you talk some shit.
Relax.
It's nice. It's a relaxing thing, but it's I like people to be able to make their own choices. The thing that drives me the most crazy about weed is the fact that it's illegal. Because I think that if it was legal, then we could have regulated marijuana where you knew exactly what the fuck you're getting.
And that's a crazy thing. I don't want to, I don't like the secondhand smoke of weed. I don't like being around it. However, I do think it should be legal.
I think almost everything should be legal. And I think the argument against that is kind of silly because you look at the amount of cocaine that makes its way into this country that's laced with fentanyl, and people start dying left and right because it's unregulated.
The way that is
getting crazy.
Like no one's talking about how fucking bad that is right now.
Well, one thing they're talking about is the amount of people that have died of overdose, 18 to 49. It's the #1 killer of people 18 to 49.
And no one's talking about it.
And no one's talking about that. While they're trying to ban guns, what are you doing to stop the cartel from bringing fentanyl-laced cocaine in? Because, and this is an uncomfortable statement, this is coming from a person who's never done cocaine in his life. If you had legal cocaine, you would kill most of those deaths, or you would eliminate. That's a bad word. Kill. You would eliminate most of the deaths due to overdose from fentanyl.
Yeah.
And that's a lot, man.
That's a lot.
You would save 100,000 lives, probably.
It's crazy how this shit is decimating people.
And it's only been in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
That's what's nuts. I mean, I think fentanyl started making its way into the country somewhere in the 10s, right? Like 2012 or 13 or something.
That's recent.
Recent.
Holy crap, that's recent.
Like, when did fentanyl overdoses start making their way into the United States? And by the way, all the precursors for that shit come from China, and they all go into Mexico, and people are profiting, and it's a dirty business, man, where billions and billions of dollars are being generated, and they're being generated exclusively by illegal drug cartels. And there's nothing you can do about that. And the amount of resources they have because of that, I mean, you've seen some of the fucking warfare that they have, the cartel warfare. Holy shit.
The irony behind it is, if you want to talk about how gun control doesn't stop criminals from getting guns, look at Mexico.
Yeah.
You can barely own anything in Mexico.
Yeah.
And we all know what goes on there.
Yeah.
Of course, people will dismiss it and say, well, it's a third world country and so forth and so on.
It's basically connected to us in a way that you could get easily across. It's like the idea that it's hard to get from Mexico to the United States is not. Have you ever gone to the coast? Go to the coast near San Diego. All you have to do is swim over here. Literally. You could just jump in the water, swim over around the little barrier, and you're in the United States.
I grew up on the southwest side of Houston. I know all too well.
They're coming in by the droves. There was a number they had the other day where they were talking about the number of illegal aliens that make their way through the southern border every day, and it's astounding.
Yeah.
It's in the thousands every day.
It's
So if you have 1,000 let's just say it's 1,000. That is more than 250,000 a year.
Yeah, which I mean, it demonstrates how porous it is. Like,
Yes.
so if that many people are coming over, you have to think about how easy it is for the people we really don't want over here getting over here.
Right, and how many people are coming over here with fentanyl?
No, exactly.
A lot.
Yeah.
I mean, fentanyl is so crazy that the tiniest amount will kill you.
That's what's so creepy about it.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like a tiny little fucking little pinch, and you're dead. It's nuts. Like, what are the what did I ask you to Google?
I mean, when did it start?
Yeah, when did fentanyl start?
It was invented in 1959 or 1960, but
When-
drug
when-
overdoses maybe in like 2013. I can't tell exactly.
Yeah, so somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 years ago, it started happening.
That's pretty damn recent.
It's pretty damn
That's
recent.
pretty damn
And the fact that they just put it in other stuff. You know, they put it in ecstasy. They put it in
no one knows what they're
street
getting
Xanax.
anymore.
Yeah.
So what's his face died? Mac Miller.
Tom Petty. That's how Tom Petty died. Prince. That's how Prince died.
Yeah. Who's
Yeah.
the other kid? Who I actually listen to a lot.
Juice WRLD.
Juice WRLD. Who's the other?
A lot of people, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people died from that shit. It's a scary drug.
Lil Peep.
Yeah. It's just scary because it's so potent. And there's apparently something that's way more potent than fentanyl.
Yeah, I think I heard something about that too.
Yeah, there's some new shit.
So I'm like, God, like how much?
Yeah, like what? It's like someone saying, "I want a better nuclear weapon. I want a nuclear weapon that blows a planet to smithereens instantly." Yeah, it's like that's the problem with technological advancement is that they can create things that are better that are already horrible.
Yeah.
I mean better and
It's
more
twofold.
effective.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword that a lot of people don't.
What does it say here? Tallahassee Attorney General. Okay, listen to this. There's stuff called ISO. Isotretinoin? How say that? Try to say that for me.
Isotretinoin?
Isotretinoin. Okay, commonly referred to as ISO. According to reports, ISO is approximately 20 to 100 times stronger than fentanyl.
That's a nuke.
Yeah.
that's.
Who's out there snorting
That's
ISO?
a nuke.
Who's out there, bro? This fentanyl ain't shit. He's doing
gosh.
Scarface piles of fentanyl.
Man, that is. I mean, how much dopamine do you really want?
Oh, I think people are just trying to die. I don't know. I mean,
escape.
There's just so many people in pain.
Yeah.
Which is really sad.
Which is weird because it's like we just want to sweep it. I'll be the first to admit, like dealing with that stuff and getting to the underlying issues of it is extremely hard. It's complicated. It's complex. It's hard. However, we've got to start somewhere. They're so eager to say, "Let's start with banning this." It's like, okay, but even if you got to where you got, you're gonna have to deal with this issue.
Yeah.
No matter what. And so, why not take the energy and the focus in dealing with that?
How do you deal with it, though? Like, what would be the move to stop fentanyl from getting into this country? I mean, the real hard truth is people don't want fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what they want.
Yeah.
They want to get high, and they want to get high in a way where, you know who Dr. Carl Hart is?
Carl Hart, that sounds so familiar.
I've had him on my podcast several times, and he's a brilliant professor at Columbia who also does drugs and talks openly about. I mean, he looks like a guy who does drugs.
Yeah.
He's got dreads, but he's brilliant, and he's unusual in the fact that he was a clean, straight-laced research professor who, upon his examination of these drugs in a research setting, started realizing that our ideas of them were completely exaggerated and screwed. And he enjoys heroin. But he'll snort a little bit of it and like have great conversations and have a wonderful time with his wife. But he talks bravely about it. Where like if you're a fucking professor at a university, like who the fuck is out there talking about doing Schedule I drugs?
Yeah.
He
I mean,
does.
look, I'm not at all near anywhere that shit. But I mean,
coffee. Yeah. You
like
get
I know
addicted to
how
that.
I feel when I drink this shit in the morning.
Yeah.
So I can't really judge someone who does that personally.
Well, I've never done heroin either, but I get it. I understand what he's saying because, and he's talking about how if we did have access to clean cocaine, where it was just cocaine, which very few people have, he's like,
everything's stepped on and weird.
Yes. you would have an understanding of what it is. It's like it's way better for you than alcohol, probably. Like if you, I don't know.
I'm no fool to understand what the abuse of this can do. I mean, so like I said, like everybody has their vices, right?
Yeah.
And some people can handle their vices better than others. And so that's why for me, I'm not really big on the, make all drugs illegal bandwagon.
No, that's stupid. But who's to say? The problem, like I always use this analogy. I'm like, if there was only 3 people on Earth, you, me, and Jamie, and then Jamie decided, alcohol should be illegal. We're gonna lock you all up, and we'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about,
Jamie.
dude? And Jamie wants to put us in a cage because we drink alcohol. That would be crazy.
Yeah.
Well, why is it? Because the real numbers of people that want it to be illegal and that enforce it are so small in comparison to the general population.
But it's literally creating an economy that is more destructive than the actual drug itself.
Right, and you're propping up murderers.
Yeah.
You're propping up this fucking cartel violence.
That's what I'm getting at. It's like
crazy.
Literally,
it doesn't work.
Like a lot of the violence in the inner city is because of is driven by the narco economy that exists there.
Exactly. But how would you ever transition to making it legal? It's like once that genie's out of the bottle.
You said about that.
How do you put it back in? How would you ever?
Does it really matter? It's already out of. It's out there as is.
Right, but if someone's child died of an overdose because they made cocaine legal and they just started doing cocaine, they had a heart attack and died, you'd be like, blood is on your hands. I'm like, are you sure? Because it's not like it's hard to get it now. But we would have to have that kind of really uncomfortable conversation.
Overdose on this.
It's pretty hard to overdose. I mean, that's not hard to overdose on alcohol. I shouldn't say that. But if you don't know what
I see
you're
what
doing,
you mean. I mean, there's a quantity level of consumption that's required in order to get to that point.
And you can always throw up.
Yeah.
It's like I don't think it's an easy solution. I think making drugs legal, it would be a very difficult growing period or learning period.
Because even me, I'm more apathetic to whether or not they should be legal. That's that's my stance. I'm kind of just apathetic to it. Because largely I don't have the answers as to how do we regulate that.
Right.
But at the same time, I can't see how destructive they are as far as being illegal, and the economies that are created around it because of the illegality. It's no different than when we were dealing with the prohibition of alcohol.
Well, that's what made all the fucking mafia guys rich.
For Christ's sake, that's where we got the genesis of our modern day gun laws.
Really?
Yeah, because of the violence that was taking place during that time period. That's why full autos are borderline illegal for any of us to own, because of what was happening during that time period.
No shit.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, it makes sense. They had those old ones with the circle thing, the circle magazine.
Drum mags.
Yeah, that is a wild time when you think about the amount of money that was transferred to illegal organizations just because people wanted alcohol and the government had decided. What was the genesis of that? Like, who decided that alcohol should be illegal, and how'd they pull that off? Because it was only illegal in America, right? It wasn't illegal in Europe, was it?
I don't think so. I remember watching a documentary about this, and I forgot
I've looked
everything.
into this too a few times. Temperance movement, they tried to start it a few times, and it didn't really take hold. And then somewhere in Ohio that it clicked.
Always Ohio. All roads lead to Ohio.
Yeah, there's a spot called Temperance Row. You can still go visit the area. But when I looked into that, I found out it wasn't just happening there. It was happening in a few places. I don't know if it was a religious thing or a political thing, but it was one of the two, which could have been at that time the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. Well, people were just kind of dumb back then too, in terms of like the repercussions of things. Like they had no idea. They probably thought they were going to make a better society.
Yeah.
We're going to build a better society.
Well, there's an oversimplification of things,
right?
And I think too, to a certain degree, like especially when we talk about the gun stuff too, I think we create the problems because we're always looking to our leaders to give us oversimplified solutions to complex issues, and we don't give them the leeway to try to figure it out. We want the answers now.
Yeah.
So we kind of almost, to a certain degree, force them to say, let me grab on to the easiest, most visible way to say I'm solving this solution so they can get off my back. Or I can look like I'm not incompetent. Because we want our solutions now, we want them fast, and we want them easy. And that's, I think, the major problem that we're having in terms of our dynamic and relationship with our leaders and the public as a whole. It's because we always want an oversimplified solution to very complex problems. And we don't give them enough time. We don't even give ourselves enough time to work through the problem. We just don't.
We have so many unresolved, super complex problems in this country too, like extreme poverty.
Yeah.
What's happening in certain inner cities like the South Side of Chicago, like Detroit, Baltimore. There's many of them that you could point to
all day long
that have never changed.
Nope.
They're the same as they were decades ago. If anything, they've gotten worse.
Yep.
And there's no effort to like really have a comprehensive national conversation about it. Right.
Superficial. Oh, we're going to be tougher on crime, and we're going to.
When Ukraine rolls around, we've got all the fucking all hands on deck. It's wild.
Yeah. We send guns and shit to our friends.
Yeah.
But people
missiles and shit.
Yeah. People of America, no. We're not giving you guns so that you can hold us accountable.
Right. And also, it's like, what are we doing? Like, what is happening over there? Like, how is this gonna escalate? Like, I'm fucking terrified that this could escalate to nuclear war. Yeah. Terrified.
I mean, I just did a video about Taiwan, where their people are starting to learn to train how to use guns. I mean, they're using airsoft guns to do it, but they're learning how to use firearms in the event China decides to invade, which is also an interesting thing. And I keep telling people this all the time when we talk about, with respect to the Second Amendment. Like, people forget the Second Amendment wasn't written for hunting. It wasn't written for sport shooting. It was written so the people had a means to check a potential tyrannical government, foreign or domestic.
Right, because they came from a tyrannical government. And that's why this country was formed.
Exactly. And people hear this argument all the time. They're like, well, it was talking about the militia. And I'm like, let's say that, like, just take it outside of the political realm. It makes no sense. If the purpose that it was written was to allow the people to have the ability to check a potential tyrannical government, domestic or foreign, why would they write in the Constitution telling the government that they have the ability to own firearms? It makes no sense.
Right.
And then if it's designed for the people to be able to check a potential tyrannical government, foreign or domestic, does it make sense that the people would have to go to that government that's being tyrannical to get the guns to fight back against that government?
Right.
That makes no sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
So I find it odd when people try to make this argument, and I'm like, just even on the intellectual level, right? There's the operative clause and then the operative clause and the prefatory clause. People don't understand how that works. It's like they're basically saying, in the beginning of the statement, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. This is why we're about to say what we're about to say after this.
Right.
The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, because we understand that a militia, which is comprised of the people, is needed in order to protect the security of the state which is created.
Yeah, and when they say that's when people had muskets, yeah, the government too, you fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the government had muskets back then too.
And it was the top of the top weapon at the time. I'm just trying to say that as simply as possible. Their musket was the equivalent of our AR right now.
Yeah. And what scares me is that people think that the people that are in the military would never turn on the citizens. I'm like, you don't know people.
You don't.
They could other people so easily. They could decide that those people that are against them are the enemy and the enemy of the state, the enemy of the government.
Who did, like, Tiananmen Square? And the only reason I say Tiananmen Square is because I just recently watched a video about it again because I was just refreshing my brain about it. Who do you think the people were who came in and killed the people who were protesting?
Right.
It was the military.
Right.
The same military.
Yeah, and there was a video of a woman, by the way, who was talking about taking arms up against the people. And this was about lockdowns during COVID. And she was talking about, if you don't think that I would take arms against you and shoot you, that you're crazy.
I saw that.
Did you see that video?
I'm
like, bitch, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, what a weird power trip you're on. You're talking about shooting people that don't want to get vaccinated?
Think about that.
Wild.
Yeah. And then you're going to tell me that I'm supposed to trust the government to protect me without firearms.
Because when you give a person a gun and you give a person this sense of power and then give a person this sense of entitlement, that they're entitled to tell people what to do and enforce laws, like, there's just a natural tendency that people have.
Which is why the founding fathers understood that. So the only check against that is for the people to have firearms too.
But we still have this problem with mass shooting. Mm-hmm. So what the fuck is the solution to temper that, to stop that, to mitigate that, to do something to keep evil, destroyed, disturbed people
from getting their hands on guns? So let's put things in the framework of the reality we are in. The vast majority of the people who are committing mass shootings are getting their guns legally. It's not like they're getting them off the streets legally. They're getting them legally. And the way they're able to get them legally is because they're passing background checks. Vast majority of mass shooters pass background checks to get their guns. They're passing background checks because they don't have criminal history. They don't. So if you're just going to look at this from a gun control perspective, your only option is to ban guns. That is your only option. If you're only going to look at this from a gun control perspective, because we already have everything in place to prevent this. We have background checks. They're passing them, right? So they're passing background checks because they don't have criminal histories, and they're getting these guns, and they're committing violence. And in the event that they do have a history that could have prevented them from doing it, the system failed. The Charleston shooter, he shouldn't have never had the gun. But the way the system was executed, the way they conducted the background check, there was a mistake. He got his hands on a gun. What, are you going to make the background check more back-checkier? No, because the system is run by humans that are inherently flawed. So what do we do when the system breaks down, even though we have things in place to stop it? You have to be in a position to deal with the threat immediately. Nobody likes that because the idea of self-defense in the moment is ugly. It's nasty. It sucks. You fight. You understand what that's like. At the end of the day, first and foremost, you need to put yourself in a position to protect yourself and stop it immediately. Then we can start working our way towards, all right, how do we deal with the even more complex issues? Because telling me that I just can't own this gun or that gun or this gun, it's lunacy and it's moronic. We have over 400 million guns in this country. You think you're going to write a law that says we're not allowed to have AR-15s anymore, and now you're no longer going to see mass shootings where AR-15s are involved? Doesn't make sense. And then even if you do, AR-15s make up less than a fraction of the guns used in actual gun deaths.
So what is the solution if these people are passing background checks and they are getting guns legally and they're still committing these horrific mass murders? What's the solution?
The solution is to empower the people to stop them when they show up. That's what people don't like. Well, think about it.
There's no mental health solution. There's nothing we can do in terms of.
So from a mental health perspective, we can have the conversation about what type of evaluation would take place that would preclude what type of diagnosis would be required to preclude somebody from their Second Amendment right to own a firearm, even though they've actually never committed a crime. That's the question. That's the question we have to address. Where's that line? So somebody who has anxiety, are we going to prevent them from owning a gun?
Right.
Somebody who has transient depression, are we going to prevent them from owning a gun because they get depressed sometimes? Where's that line? And so that's where things start getting excessively complicated and incredibly subjective. Because which doctors are going to make this decision? Right?
Right.
Well, one doctor who's like, I mean, people who have anxiety or borderline depression or the case may be, they're not violent people. And then you have another doctor who is on the payroll of some big timer who's incredibly anti-gun and says, nope, I need you to find that anybody who has anxiety won't be allowed to have a firearm. But then the whole mental health spectrum is so broad and so complicated that you're not going to get anything as definitive as anybody who has anxiety or depression can't own guns. You're not going to get that. It has to be action-based. Or potentially action-based. If you're in the process of, say, like you can be charged with attempted murder because you took substantial steps to go and murder somebody. You may not have been able to do it, but you took substantial steps to do it. So therefore, we can charge you with attempted murder. Now, somebody, for instance, there have been numerous stories where people have said they've written, I'm going to kill these people. They have lists of names they're going to do. They've acquired firearms. They've shown behavior that says that they're willing to do these things. You can take a substantial step enough to say you are a potential mass shooter, and you can be charged with that. We have laws to deal with that. So I don't understand why people don't understand the reality of that. It's not as simple as saying, well, everyone just needs to have a mental health evaluation, because where's the standard?
Right, it is subjective. Like
It's
someone can
incredibly
decide
subjective.
if you like certain movies, if you listen to certain
Something's wrong with
music, you play video
exactly.
games.
And that puts the power in the hands of the government, who have already demonstrated really don't want us to have guns to begin with. And that's the problem.
And then there's this thing that when people want to have a solution, then also all of a sudden it becomes political.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't become political in that there's necessarily like some sort of an interest to get the people unarmed as much as there is to come up with at least a paper solution that makes people satisfied that their politicians are doing the
something.
work.
Yeah, and I agree with that because and that's another thing that doesn't get done very well is putting. And I hate boxes, but for the sake of making the necessary distinctions of the people having the conversations, right? You have the politicians like they really don't want anyone to have guns. They're there. Then you have people who just hate guns, don't want to be a part of that. There are people who really just want solutions, right? They're like, look, people are dying. We need to do something. This seems like the easiest thing to do because I think it'll work. There are a lot of people like that. Like their motivation, everything about it is it's positive, it's good. They have the same desire that people in the gun community have to figure out a way to save lives. But at a certain point, we do have to understand, we have to confront reality. 400 million guns in this country. We have over 300 million people in this country. Just those numbers alone, they're going to be substantially more crazy people who haven't done anything crazy than other places. People always want to compare us to the UK. So the UK as a whole is about the size of New York. So naturally, you're just going to have more people willing to do crazy stuff like that because we have so many people from different backgrounds, and it's not and just so diverse in terms of upbringing, you name it. So we're going to be more exposed to people who are willing to do things like that. So as a result of that, we need to empower the people who aren't like that to be able to stop it when it arises. And you don't do that by making people defenseless. It just doesn't work that way.
So what you're offering is a pragmatic solution to deal with the very real problem that we have here. Not looking at it in terms of like a romantic version of how we're going to take away all the bad guns and all the bad violence is going to stop. You're looking at it in terms of like what are the actual facts, what are we actually dealing with, and what is the only actionable solution.
Yeah, because if you ban AR-15s, or let's say in some cases, and Joe's actually said he wanted to ban semi-automatic weapons, cool. But it means nothing when the guy shows up to my house to kick in my door, has one.
All you need is a double-barrel shotgun. You go outside and shoot one off into the air, and what was I talking about? There's 100 billion people with guns, and over 500% of them are from jail or something.
And I mean, but Joe's also a FUD. Like he just has a very antiquated way of looking at
That's a funny thing, the FUD. People don't even know what that means. I know what it means. Elmer FUD. Like that's how people talk about people that hunt that use bolt-action rifles. People like you, real gun enthusiasts like yourself.
Like, okay,
they
guy.
always, they call him Elmer FUDs.
Yeah, but that's why he's always equating everything to the idea of hunting.
Yeah,
because it's its only perspective. The Second Amendment has nothing to do with hunting. Absolutely nothing to do with hunting.
Yeah,
but he needs to process it through that lens because that's the only way he's been in politics his entire life.
Yeah.
He's been surrounded by protection his entire life. So
that's the thing, right? They all want protection. They all want armed guards, which is wild. The people that are anti-gun also want armed guards, which is fucking wild.
Here's the crazy thing. We say we want AR-15s to protect ourselves and protect our life, right? The people who are protecting Joe Biden are protecting his life. Yeah. And they also have AR-15s. Yeah. So how can you then turn around and look at me and say, I don't know why you need an AR-15 to protect your life? You have 9 dudes around you with the goddamn same gun that you're telling me I shouldn't have to protect my life. Fuck you. I'm sorry.
And on that, let's wrap it up. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you coming here. Coleon Noir on Instagram. What's your website? The Pew Life?
Shop.MrColeonNoir.com is where I have all like my 2A, Pro 2A merch, and MrColeonNoir.com is like blog and so
YouTube.
Forth. YouTube, MrColeonNoir.com.
All right. Thank you.
No, Mr. Coleon.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Megan.
Hi.
What's happening? Good to see you.
Good to see you also.
What's crack-a-lackin'?
Well,
America.
Are you ready to get wasted?
Yeah, you and this fuck. You and this fucking vile beverage that you bring.
I brought Lord. I was like, Joe. I was gonna actually be mad when he
So
sees
explain
what
to
I
people
brought.
what this is.
Okay, I brought Raicilla. Joe Rogan, this man right here, he talks about Raicilla.
I talk about it. You gave it to me, and
all the time.
I serve
you
it to
never
people.
stop bitching about Raicilla.
Well, I give it to people, and every time I give it to people, they're like, "Jesus." Ooh.
I don't know.
It's one of the rare alcohols that we've had in studio that we haven't burned through.
Yeah, and I noticed you didn't give it to Snoop. The squandered opportunity. I was like, you're like, yeah, you don't want that. And I was like,
Snoop wants that.
Maybe he does.
I can't take a chance with Snoop.
Okay, so Raicilla is moonshine from the state of Jalisco, which is where I live in Mexico. And it's similar to mezcal, so it comes from the agave plant. And that is the end of my explanation, because after that I am confused.
I don't know why you like it.
I don't know why either. Like, I'm not like, I don't love most booze. Like,
really?
I love drinking, but like, I love whiskey. I love scotch. I love Raicilla.
So
I
you
don't
like strong stuff.
I don't like tequila. I don't like vodka.
Yeah.
I don't like rum.
Yeah, you're a strong drinker. Well, obviously, if you like Raicilla, you're a strong drinker. You like stuff you feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can't explain it. Like, I can't explain why I don't like tequila, but I like Raicilla, which everybody else hates. Okay, thank you.
Explain shit.
You're like, Megan, just do
you. Live your life,
you do
you like
you,
what
girl.
you like. Yeah, exactly.
So, okay, so what I brought, this is actual moonshine. It didn't come in this bottle. My friend put it in this bottle for me, but she actually bought it from on the top of a mountain in Yelapa from a guy. I've tried it.
So it's okay?
No.
No?
It's not gonna kill you. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, does it kill you?
No. No,
Doesn't
it's
kill
good.
you?
I mean, they've been making this stuff for centuries.
So they put in that bottle. Did you put
they
the
sell
label
it out
on?
of 2-liter Coke bottles.
I feel like that's the one we should try.
This came out of a 2-liter like Coke
Okay.
bottle.
We
Yeah,
should
we have
definitely
to try
that
it.
one. That's the
I
one.
wanna I want to look at your face.
Okay.
Are we putting it in mugs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not? I mean, fuck it. This is not formal.
No,
Just
we're not.
Put it in these coffee mugs
here.
because I'm probably gonna pour coffee in it later and just go. Ugh.
Dude, you're gonna hate this. I promise.
Okay.
And then after, I'm gonna give you some that you might actually like, and if you don't like it, then I give up on you forever.
Oh no. I'm a whiskey guy.
Then we're not
I
friends
like whiskey.
anymore. I love whiskey too.
Buffalo Trace.
Always.
That's my kind of shit.
Okay.
Cheers, my friend.
Cheers.
Always
Nice
good
to see you again.
Very good to see you.
Okay.
Boy, dude.
I just got rice all over my face. That's what happens when you drink out of mugs. You
tastes like it came from a fucking Coke bottle.
Do you like it at all? Like I don't know. I kind of like it. Well,
I obviously.
You're like, I mean, let me tell you. Like,
well, Megan, you're a strong cup of coffee as a human, you know? And it makes sense that you would like a strong beverage.
Okay,
I
thank
get
you.
It. Yeah.
That actually makes sense. I appreciate that.
Makes sense. Yeah. You know. It fits you.
This is like, it's either 47 or 48 proof. And the way that they test the proof,
they ain't testing shit,
is by, she showed me a video, my friend showed me a video, and the guy who was making it put it in this little thing and then blew bubbles with a straw, and then he looks at the bubbles, like he looks at the size of the bubbles and sees like how fast they pop, and that's how you know.
Oh, super accurate. Is he snake charm as well? Like, what the fuck?
This one I bought from the bar across the street from my house because I really loved. I was like, this is so good.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find it anywhere. Like I couldn't buy it anywhere. So just
is that
bought
a
it off of
popular
them.
beverage with Mexicans, or is it a popular beverage with the expats?
More like Mexicans. Like for example,
this is beautiful.
Yeah, this one is beautiful.
I love the little.
This one actually to me tastes more like a mezcal. Do you like mezcal?
Yeah, I do.
Like this one is smokier. So you might like this one, but I also like the bottle a lot.
I like how the bottle comes with that little necklace.
Yeah, you
Pretty
can
cool.
wear that if you want.
No, it's not my style. But it is Pride Month. It would fit for Pride Month.
Perfect.
There you
Yeah,
go.
you can represent your LGBTQ allies or whatever.
Leprechauns.
Or leprechauns. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, like. I mean, Mexicans, this kind of stuff, they only sell to locals. Like, they don't sell this in stores. They sell it to the locals who live in that area. So, yeah, Mexicans like it. I mean, some Mexicans. Most people that I know think I'm a crazy person also. Like, in Mexico, they're like, you're the only person who buys this, Megan. Like, you burn through all of our raicilla and nobody else buys raicilla.
Is that mostly what you drink down there?
Yeah. Like, I drink red wine with dinner or at
me
home, but if I go out, I drink raicilla.
Can you get that? Have you ever tried to get a bar in the States? Like, have you ever gone to Austin and asked for raicilla?
No. I don't think they would know what that is.
Maybe.
Maybe I'll try.
Try it tonight. Give it a shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to not get too wasted tonight because I have an event tomorrow.
Oh, what's your event?
It's called Women Leaving the Left.
Wow.
It's a panel of women, females, adult human females. And it's at the Austin Central Library on West Cesar Chavez. Did I say that right? Yeah, 710. And it's basically I've been writing a lot lately about, sorry, I'm just like kind of launch into my spiel or whatever. I've been writing a lot lately about like my political transformation, I suppose you could call it. I mean, I was super left-wing for my whole life. Like from when I was a kid, I grew up in like a Marxist household. Mm-hmm. So I was like a socialist and a feminist my whole life until maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, I started feeling like I wasn't super into the labels anymore, and definitely started feeling, becoming very critical of the left, and not just the way the left had treated me, which has been abhorrent, but ideologically, I think that there's problems. It's not, it's
like what
not,
specifically bothers you?
Well, I mean, I guess, so part of the thing that happened was that I realized that attaching yourself to any movement and any ideology limits critical thought and independent thought.
Yes.
You get trapped into this box, and the people that you're allied with in these movements also trap you into that box.
Right.
And I am a writer, and that's, I'm a thinker, like I want to learn, I want to know, and I want the freedom to change my mind about things. I want the freedom to explore new ideas, and I want the freedom to talk to, I also do podcasts, and I want to be able to, part of the reason I do it is because it's interesting. Like, it's a great way to learn. I'm sure you know that, right? Like,
yeah, sure.
I've learned so much just from the opportunity to talk to so many different kinds of people and ask them questions about things that I don't know about.
It's an amazing resource.
It's amazing.
Running a podcast and being able to have conversations with people, it's changed who I am. I mean, if you go back 12 years ago to when I started the podcast, what I know and the way I talk and the way I think about things, it's very different.
Yeah.
Hey, Canada. Have you ever gotten undressed only to realize you were in front of an open window? How did that make you feel? Exposed? Vulnerable? Well, going online without using ExpressVPN is like being naked in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. That's because your internet provider can see and record everything you do online. Your internet provider like AT&T or Verizon can see every website you visit. And in some countries, governments can force them to turn your browsing activity into them without a warrant. But it's not just internet providers. If you're using Wi-Fi at work, at a hotel, Airbnb, or even at home, the owners of that Wi-Fi can also see everything you're up to. Imagine all those people getting a list of everything you've ever clicked on. Kind of worse than being naked in front of a window, isn't it? That's why when I go online, I like ExpressVPN running in the background. Guys, I've been saying this for years. I've talked about ExpressVPN on my show and even on my buddy Tim Dillon's show. If you use the internet in any shape or form, you need to start using ExpressVPN. The app is so easy to use. You just tap on one button and all of my traffic gets sent through a secure encrypted server. ExpressVPN is like tinted windows on my internet connection. I can see out, but no one can see in. So make sure you secure your online activity today with the VPN that I trust to keep me private. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan today. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. And you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
Yeah. And I'm sure that played like a large role in my changing my mind about all sorts of things.
Right.
Because you're exposed to new ideas and different perspectives and people who come from different backgrounds. And I mean, I just feel like so many people on the left and so many people in feminism are siloed. And that is probably true about the right to a certain extent. It's just that I'm much less familiar with the right because I've never been involved with the right before.
Right.
But I feel like on the left and in feminism, they're around people who only agree with them, who only see things their way, and they refuse to speak to anybody
yes.
who doesn't see things their way, which exacerbates the problem. And I didn't want that. I felt intellectually bored also. Like, I was like, okay, I feel like I'm just repeating myself now. So I'm not even thinking critically about what I'm saying. I already know the analysis. I already know the mantra. I know what my response is supposed to be. I know what words I'm supposed to plug in.
Right.
Patriarchy, capitalism.
Yeah.
Intersectionality. Although I never got fully into that nonsense. But, and I really, like, I really have been treated very badly by the left and by feminists. And
when you say that, though, don't you think it's just specific people that are attached to an ideology? It's not like people that are left-wing people have treated you badly. It's a very specific kind of people that decide that you are venturing away from the ideological boundaries.
It's partly that, but I think that is connected to left-wing politics and left-wing ideology. At least now. Maybe that wasn't true in the 70s.
But left-wing thoughts, right? This is the thing that I have a problem with all this stuff. It's like, I'm very open-minded and very liberal when it comes to gay rights, women's rights, civil rights, all, even things that I'm still on the fence about now, like universal basic income. Boy, I was all in until the pandemic, and then watching the way people behaved when they got a hold of a lot of unemployment and the money from the government, the COVID relief money, and they didn't want to work anymore. Mm-hmm. I was like, ooh, I mean, I know it's not a lot of people, it's not like all the people react in this exact same way, but I have friends that own businesses and they couldn't get people to work for them. Like, I have a friend who owns a restaurant, and he couldn't get a bartender. Like, the bartender would only work for $20 an hour, or for 20 hours a week, so that he could get unemployment. And he was like, what the fuck, man? Like,
yeah, I mean, but I think that's partly, yeah, that's true.
Do you know what I mean? It's like,
but I think that's partly like baked into left-wing ideology nowadays, because there's this like opposition to, independence. There's an opposition to trying to better yourself as an individual person. There's an opposition to individualism, because you're supposed to blame the system.
Yeah.
You're supposed to blame capitalism, racism, patriarchy, and then all the myriad of phobias, transphobia, fat phobia. And so the solution is not to change you. It's not your fault. It's their fault, because they're phobic, or the system's trying to keep you down. So I think that, like, not wanting to work anymore is like, well, like, why should I? I don't have to. Like, they don't realize that it's good for your mental health to work. Like, you're not it's not good for your mental health to sit around in your apartment on Netflix or on Zoom or on social media or on dating apps or looking at porn all day.
Well, the thing is, it's like, it's not good to not be self-sustaining, is my thought. I think there's an issue. I think for many people, you get unemployment and you use that unemployment to try to find another job and to sustain yourself, and it's great. But for some people, there is a general human tendency to, when you're offered a break, to take that break. When you're offered money to do nothing, and you'll do nothing. Mm-hmm. I think my thoughts about universal basic income were, and this is what I liked about it, I liked the idea of giving a person an opportunity where, like, we pay for so many things. We just sent $40 billion to Ukraine, right? Why can't we figure out a way to give people enough money to sustain themselves so that they could actually pursue their interests and do what they want to do? And I think that would make for a stronger world, a stronger economy, a stronger community of people, and happier, healthier people. That was my thought. But then when I saw how people reacted with the government money from COVID relief and from unemployment, I was thinking, man, I don't know. There's a lot of people that aren't going to react the right way. And what they're going to do is they're going to take an easy way out, and they're going to lay around. And that sucks. Like, if you give people an opportunity to be lazy, unfortunately, a lot of people are going to be lazy. And the problem is, if you oppose that relief, then people will say you're cruel and, you're not looking out for the working people. And it's like, that's not, first of all, I hate those fucking categories, like working people. God damn it, everybody's working. Shut the fuck up. It's not a working people issue. We're all working. Everyone's doing something, right? Or you're not. And if you're not, that is the problem. The problem is when people don't want to do anything, because that is a general instinct that people have towards laziness. And the problem, I think, with whether it's universal basic income or any other social safety nets, which I very much support for the most part, is that some people, it's not everybody, but some people have a tendency to just be fucking lazy.
Yes. And again, this is attached to, I think, leftist ideology, because I think what I've realized of late is that leftist ideology is about idealism. Like, it's like, we want to create this world and this is the way the world should be. But in reality, that world doesn't exist and people don't work like that.
Right.
Like, what they want. And I'm saying this as somebody who believed these things. Like, people have, like, people get really mad at me, but people are mad at me all the time. Nothing new. But, you know, people, when I start criticizing the left, people get angry at me. First of all, because people, I think, like to categorize people and box them in. And when they start moving outside of the box, they get angry and confused and frustrated. And so they'll just want to write you off or hate you or call me right wing or whatever. But, you know, I was a leftist and I thought like these people and I thought that it was right. And the reason that I was a leftist is because I care about people. It's not because I'm an evil communist. Like, the right is very bad at writing people off too. It's like, all these communists. It's like, these people don't even really know what communism is. I'm sure they've never read Marx for the most part. But, you know, I didn't want people to be poor. I didn't want people to not have housing and food and access to healthcare and education. I wanted things to be more equal and just. That's why I was a leftist. But the solution was an idea. You know, like, if we create this kind of society, then we'll all live in happy communities and everybody will work and nobody will slack off and, like, there'll be no exploitation and, like, rape will disappear and oppression will disappear. And that's not what happens in the real world. That's not what's happened in places that have implemented communist regimes.
No.
So, you know, I don't think that it's good to base a movement on idealism and ideas that are not rooted in material reality.
Do you think, I mean, the argument is always that socialism has never been implemented correctly. This sort of utopian idea of what a real, genuine, compassionate socialist community could look like, that's never really been done correctly. But do you think it's a human nature issue? Do you think it's like the idea of socialism is great on a surface level if you're thinking about people that work hard and that want everyone else to do well and they want to all contribute? Like, I think you could have a socialist community of very driven, disciplined people where they share things. Like, we have some socialist things, right? Like the fire department is an excellent example of socialism, because we pay in to this thing that supports these people who put out fires, and nobody complains about it. It's a normal thing. It's something that we contribute to. It's like a fund, and that fund puts out fires, and it puts out fires, you know, based on your tax dollars that you put into it. And you don't want a society where if you don't have money, they don't put the fire out, right? But some people would argue that that's where it ends. Like, you shouldn't have that and extend that to education. You shouldn't have that and extend that to healthcare. I think that's where socialism could work. I think, and I don't mean socialism like across the board. I mean socialist ideas. I think the idea of a universal healthcare system where everyone is covered and you never have to worry about anything like bankrupting you because you broke a leg or you hurt your back, like that you're taken care of, and that we all contribute to that. And again, if we can give $40 billion to Ukraine, why the fuck can't we do that? And we can do that. That's totally possible. The education system, the idea that you have to be in debt. I was reading a story the other day about this woman who's $250,000 in debt from student loans, and she took out $150,000. So over the course of the interest that's accumulated, she's got $100,000 more in interest. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Dude.
And you can't get rid of that.
It's fucked. Tell me about it. Like, I mean, I support public health care still. Like, I do think that it is imperative that people have access to healthcare. And I think the healthcare system in America is horrible because I think the aspect of it that's horrible is that people can go into insane amounts of debt because they got sick or hurt. Like, that's not okay to me. It's not okay. And the same, student loan debt, you're right. Like, you get an amount of debt that you can't afford to pay off with the job that you've gotten from going to university. And then they're charging you all this interest, so it makes it doubly impossible to pay it off, and it's like a trap. I mean,
and you can't get out of it.
No,
like you can't
declare
even
bankruptcy on it
crazy.
anymore. You used to be able to.
Yeah, you could sell some horrible medication that kills people, get sued for it, lose all your money, go bankrupt, and you're good. It'll absolve you of your debts. But that's one of the rare forms of debt that you cannot escape. Which is crazy because you're giving it to 18-year-olds. You have an 18-year-old doesn't have a fully formed brain.
I want the money. But also, like, I couldn't afford to go to school full time. I could not. I was like, for my whole life until I was able to, make a living off of what I'm doing now, which took a lot of work and me working for free for many, many years. I had like 3 jobs all through university. Like, I was always working full time. And you're trying to complete a degree, and they make that impossible too. You can't complete a degree part-time. At least I couldn't in Canada because I couldn't take classes I couldn't finish a degree only by taking night classes. It's impossible. So eventually you have to quit your job and you have to go into debt. Like, people who are critical of students who rack up a ton of student loan debt and can't pay it off, don't seem to understand. They're like, why don't you get a summer job and save money over the summer? And I was like, I don't live at my parents' house. Like, when I was 18, my parents moved to the States. I have to pay rent. Like, my parents aren't paying for my life for me. I don't have any money to save. Sometimes I don't have enough money to get on the bus and I have to walk to work. This is when I was 19, 20. Like, I was broke most of my life. Like, no, I wasn't poor. Like, I don't want to be like, woe is me. Like, I always had a house and, something to fall back on. Like, I was never going to be homeless. It wasn't like I couldn't eat. But there was no saving money. Like, I did not have thousands of dollars to pay tuition. I had to take out student loan debt. I had no choice.
Right. Do you think that there's a certain amount of struggle like that is not just good for you, but necessary in order to steel your discipline and create a person who can overcome adversity? Like, if everything is handed to you, this is the argument that the right will use, right? That if you make things too easy, if you give people free education, if you give people free health care, that they're going to become soft, and we need a resilient, tough country that works hard, and the way you get people to work hard is you force them to, because that's the only way that people are going to do it.
I think it's true in some ways. I mean, I think that struggle is imperative and important. I think that you need pain to experience and understand pleasure. I think if there's just everything is easy for you, I think you get really depressed. Like, you need to work hard, and you have to know what it means to suffer and feel pain and to be bad at things and to get better at things.
Yeah.
I know I don't need to tell you this, but I mean, what I experienced was useful to me in the long term, I think, because I understand, I understand real life. Mm-hmm. I understand why people go into debt. I understand how hard it is for people who are poor and working class to get out of that. What a lot of people on the right don't understand is that class still is a real thing in North America. It's not as overt or as visible or as extreme as it is in third world countries. But it's still real. I mean, if you are born poor and working class, it's not that it's impossible to get out of it. You can, and lots of people do, and that's incredible. But you're challenged in so many different ways, mentally and in terms of systemic barriers, being able to get a degree, for example, and having the kind of credit that you need to take out loans to, buy property, get a house, so on and so forth. But there's like a mental barrier that I experienced because I thought I'm working class. I'm always going to be working class. I don't understand money. I don't understand capitalism. I think this is partly to do with my politics also, I'll say that. Like, I don't know how to make money. I don't know how to save money. I don't have like business sense. And I limited myself in that way. Because I just thought, I was like, I'm never going to be able to own property. Like, I'm never going to be able to afford to buy a house. So whatever. Like, so I'm just going to work at, making $50,000 a year and pay my rent. And that's the end of that. Like, and I think that people who come from money see money as an option. It's accessible to them. So I think that they might work harder to make more money and to, invest and to save and to...
Well, they also have examples of people who've done it, so they can see it. They could see it happening. Mm-hmm. And they see a path, too. If you have an uncle that started a business and became successful, you go, I see how to do it.
I mean, and I knew when I was a kid, I knew when I was a teenager, and this is still true now, that a lot of people who own houses and properties, that's because they had family money. Yeah. Their parents put their down payment down for them. So if you don't have that, I don't have that. So I was like, how am I, like, what, I'm going to save up $30,000, like, for a down payment?
Yeah, the term working class, one of the things that bugs me about it is it's like, it's one of those, like, things that gets used often as a cheap political ploy. Like, we're here for the working class.
Yeah.
And then people, you need to support the working class. There's this... That's what drives me nuts about it, because it's this weird sort of categorization of people, because it does classify people in almost an inescapable little tomb. You're the working class. You're part of the working class. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, are you talking about people that are struggling to pay their bills? Yeah, well, that's the majority of people. That's the majority of people. And oftentimes, what we consider not the working class, people are such knuckleheads that if they make $400,000 a year, they spend $399. And they become the working class. They have a lot of other stuff that they have to pay for.
You just called me a knucklehead.
Is that you?
I mean, I didn't make that much money, but I'm like, oh shit, there's money in my bank account.
Yeah.
Like,
but you know what I'm saying? It's like the thing about the idea of the working class is that people are struggling. And I totally get that. I totally understand that, and I do think that we need to protect those people. That's why I'm in favor of universal basic health care. Of universal health care, and that's why I'm in favor of social safety nets. That's why I'm in favor of, community programs and making things more accessible to people. And definitely I'm in favor of at least reducing the burden of the cost of education in a massive way. Maybe lift the barrier to an entry to education, make it harder to get in terms of like the output that you have to put forward. Make it difficult to get in, but make it so that when you get in, once you're in there, there's going to be community colleges that you can go to. There's going to be places you can go to if you're not going to be able to make it to a university. But the idea that you should be $150,000 in debt and that it's $200,000 after years and years of interest accumulating is crazy. And you can't get out of it, that's crazy. That's a sick industry. Mm-hmm. It's a sick industry, and it captures so many fucking people. It really does.
It's crippling. Yeah, and I totally agree with you. I support all of those things, too.
So it makes you a lefty. So you're a lefty. See what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I think
what is the left?
It's part of this, again, is that I don't want to categorize myself as anything.
Right.
Because then you get stuck in these boxes, and it's like, well, you're a leftist, so you have to support Black Lives Matter.
Right.
You're a leftist, so you have to believe women. You're a leftist, so you have to, want to open the borders. You want to abolish the police.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. That's what I don't want. And I don't want to be trapped in any category or ideology. I support practical ways to help people. So if these policies work to help people, then I support them. If there's different policies that are categorized as right-wing that help people, that are better, that are more effective, then I'll support those policies. That's what I mean. And also, what the left has become is totally different than what the left used to be. I don't believe that the left supports the working class or cares about the working class. I think that the left is caught up in, I think that the left consists of middle and upper class people who don't know any poor people, who don't know any marginalized people, who don't know working class people, who don't know, they're advocating for people as these groups and categories that exist in their head. And I say this because I'm from Vancouver. I lived in Vancouver my entire life, and Vancouver is a very left-wing place. All of my friends were left-wing. I didn't have a single right-wing friend. I didn't know any right-wing people. I barely even knew any religious people. I knew a whole bunch of people who were like me.
Do you have right-wing friends now?
Yeah, I think so. I've met basically since I was kicked off Twitter. That was a blessing in disguise in some ways.
For people who don't know you, we should just give for people who didn't listen to the other episode. I met Megan because I was outraged, and I brought it up your case in the conversation with Jack Dorsey. I brought it up multiple times in the podcast because you were kicked off Twitter for life for saying a man can never be a woman, which is madness.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Men aren't women, is what I said.
Yeah.
Apparently, men are allowed to say that. Matt Walsh is allowed to say that. I'm not allowed to say that.
What do you mean?
After I got kicked off of Twitter, I saw right-wing men on Twitter saying the same things that I've said. Then they weren't kicked off of Twitter. And I think that's because...
Were you in a conversation with a trans person when you said that?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know who was in the conversation. It was part of a thread. And it wasn't like I was saying to somebody, you're not a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It was in response to a tweet that was sort of confusing and me saying, but men aren't women though.
What was do you remember what
I don't remember what the context is, to be honest.
So you
But it was that, 'cause there was 3 tweets, but also I believe that Twitter was going after me specifically because I was speaking critically about gender identity ideology, and because I was asking these kinds of questions that I don't think that it was specifically because of these tweets. I think they took those tweets as an excuse, and I think they were trying to get rid of me, and then they're like, okay, that's hateful.
And when
that's
you say
hateful.
they, it's probably just some moderator. It's probably someone who has a subjective opinion about what you say and whether or not you should say it. And that's a problem generally that a lot of people have with the censorship that's on social media, Twitter in particular. One of the weird things that's happening now with Elon Musk buying Twitter or attempting to buy Twitter, they've done something different. And one of the things they've done different is I gained, now it's 900,000 followers in the month or so.
What?
Yes.
I mean, a lot of people really like you, so maybe 900,000 more people were like, I decided I love Joe Rogan.
I think I was in a box. I think I was
Well,
restricted
Megyn Kelly
in some
said
way.
the same thing. Did you hear her say that?
She said she gained a lot?
She gained a ton. Like 100,000 or I don't remember the number, but
Something's
a
going
lot.
on.
Like it was really noticeable, and so she was like, she's like, I'm pretty sure Twitter was,
Shadow ban.
messing around with my account.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's something was going on. I mean, I'm just guessing. The other option could be their bots, that I've gained 900,000 bots. But it's like every time I look, it's like another 100,000. It's crazy. It grows faster than anything. And Instagram is the opposite. Instagram seems to have hit the brakes on me. Like somewhere around 6 months ago, something happened. And it seems like it's slowed down growth a lot. I don't check it too much, so I might be wrong. I might be, maybe it's something they've done with their algorithm where they prefer videos over photographs now, which I think they do.
They're trying to go more video, I believe. I read that.
That's where the viral effect really takes place. And I see it with my kids with TikTok. I have one daughter who's a heavy TikToker.
Oh, yeah.
She's always doing dances with
Never
her
been on
friends.
TikTok. I don't really understand how it works.
You're not 14.
That's true.
But little girls, they get together and they do dances, and they like to memorize dances and sync it to music, and then they're watching all these other people TikToking and doing and it's like TikTok just hits you with video after video after video, and they just get you hooked. You open that app up and it's like you're already like, movement, things are happening, and this is what they're trying to do, I believe, with Instagram.
I think so too, and I've read that. I don't get it because I hate watching videos on Instagram and I hate watching videos on my phone in general. Like if I'm gonna, because I'm an old person, I guess. Like I'm like, if I want to watch a video, I want to look at a big screen. Like I'll watch stuff on my laptop, but I don't like reading stuff. I don't like using my phone. I don't even like texting on my phone, to be honest. Like I text on my laptop. But I mean, I sort of think that Instagram messes with me a little bit too. They refuse to verify my account. I've tried like 5 times.
How many followers do you have?
14,000. No, sorry. Is that right?
What's the number that you think you could go check?
Who cares?
You could
I don't
check.
want to pretend like I like don't give a shit because I do give a shit, but not that big of a shit.
Is there a number that you have to reach before they'll verify you?
Oh, I went up to 14.3K today.
Wow.
From 2.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But I just felt like my posts were getting less traction all of a sudden, and they were no different than what I'd been posting before.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Like, that could just be coincidental.
Mm-hmm.
But I know some people have definitely been fucked with. And, you know, wasn't there a football player who complained a lot about it, Jamie, and then eventually he got let out of Instagram jail?
Why does he need he's a football player. Like, what does he need an Instagram account? I need an Instagram account because it's how I make a living.
Well, he does too. That's how you get sponsors. When you're a football player, you have to get sponsorships.
If you have lots of followers.
Yeah,
okay,
the more
fine. I'm sorry, football player. Like sports.
Well, you think about it. I mean, if you have a large following like a Tom Brady, I mean, God, how many sponsors does he have?
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, that's an amazing way to make
like,
income.
You don't need an Instagram account to throw a ball.
You need it for Gatorade and Nike and
okay.
all the car sponsors and all kinds of different things. When those guys have a large following, that's very valuable, which is really an interesting thing. It's like, what is social media for? I mean, are you using it for as a business, or are you using it to be social? Are you just having fun and, you know, expressing yourself, or are you using it to maximize your brand, air quotes?
I mean, I don't brand. I swear to God, I don't. I'm obviously a very authentic person.
I believe you.
I have to use social media for work because I work for myself. So it's the only way I can get what I produce out into the world. And that's how I make an income almost solely through individual donations. Like, so people who send me donations through my website, or they sign up to my Patreon, or they pay for a subscription on Substack, which I haven't put anything behind a paywall, so people can just choose to pay or not. So I just appreciate it if people pay because that's how I make an income. But like, there's no institution. There's
it's
no
kind of pure. It's very pure in a way.
But I would not really, I don't think I would have a public Instagram account if I hadn't been, I didn't start a public Instagram account until I was kicked off of Twitter. Right. Like, I have to do that. I don't love spending a bunch of time on social media.
Did you enjoy Twitter, though, when you were on it? Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know why everybody complains about Twitter all the time, because I really like Twitter.
Have you tried to get back on? Because I know some people that were banned before, they tried to get back on. They got back on.
I appealed twice since...
Recently?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So, since Elon Musk announced that he was going to buy Twitter, we'll see if that actually goes through or not.
They just gave in to one of his demands.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they just released. See if you can find what the article says, but essentially, he said unless they give him access to data, so he can find out how many of his accounts are fake.
Right.
Because his take on it was like, if you were going to buy something and you were buying it under the assumption that here it goes. Twitter set to turn bot data over to Musk. All right, so this says that Twitter's board is reportedly set to pull an about-face offering Elon Musk internal data on hundreds of millions of tweets as advised for the billionaire to complete his acquisition of the social media company. Twitter set to turn over information to Musk, capturing more than 500 million tweets. The device the post came from, and other information about the account holders. The Washington Post reported Wednesday, citing an unnamed person familiar with the matter. Such a move would help respond to Musk's repeated demands for more information about the composition of Twitter's user base and the extent of its problem with bots. Musk has challenged Twitter's claims that just 5% of its accounts are bots, calling the way the company calculates fake accounts very suspicious in a May tweet. So, I'm really interested to see how this plays out, because he is what he would describe as a free speech absolutist, and I think that is something that people are reluctant to agree is a good thing because they're worried about the negative aspects of free speech. You know, they're worried about assholes and and trolls and all that stuff.
Toughen up, man. Toughen up. And I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I was calling myself a free speech absolutist for a while, and then I interviewed Michael Solina, who's with the Founders Fund, and he organized Hereticon, which was a conference that I went to in Miami in January that was like amazing. It was basically like a wrong think conference.
Was it good?
It was amazing.
Yeah?
It was awesome.
Do you smoke cigars?
No.
You want one?
No.
Okay.
I'll choke. I want more
All right.
raicilla though.
Okay.
I smoked cigarettes from the time I was 13 until 21.
You got your raicillas right next to you.
Well, I want to open a different one because I want you to try this one. Will you try some more or no?
It's nasty.
Dude, this one is good. I swear to God. Okay, listen. If you don't like this one, well, I already said I'd give up on you if you don't like this one. Look at how beautiful the label is in any case. It's a nice bottle.
It's
in the
real
label.
pretty poison.
Okay, well, I'm going to have more.
Go ahead.
I love the smell of cigars, and I've always wished that I could, but I don't know how to not inhale, so I choke. Like, because I treat it like a cigarette.
You smoke cigarettes?
Well, I quit when I was 21, so
Oh,
and
so
I
you
think
treat-
and I hate cigarettes now, but I quit when I was 21, which was good timing because that was like around the same time when all the bars started not letting you smoke inside. I used to like go to the bar and drink beer and smoke cigarettes.
The good
inside
old
the
days.
bar.
I used to like comedy
Can
clubs
you
to be smoking.
imagine? Ew.
Now? Yeah. it's
In
nasty.
Mexico, like in Sayulita, where I live, you can smoke anywhere you want. And I take it because I love Sayulita and I love freedom. And I love Mexico and I love that there's no rules. But when I leave the bar and I wake up the next day coughing, my hair stinks, my
Yeah.
clothes stink.
Yeah.
Like
You're probably catching a buzz though, even though you're
probably
coughing.
so many people
Yeah.
smoke there. It's crazy. And coming from somewhere like Vancouver, that's like a super healthy place, so nobody see it smells so good. Like I really like it, but I can't do it.
I get it.
And you're not gonna peer pressure me into
I'm not even
this.
trying.
No, I'm joking.
Notice I haven't tried.
That was a joke.
I know.
Aren't you a comedian?
Yeah, I went along with it. Didn't you see?
Yeah.
I went
okay.
along with your joke.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
They used to be able to smoke in Dallas, like up until like fairly recently, because I remember the Addison Improv, which is a club I love. It's a suburb of Dallas. They had smoking shows, and I want to say it was in the 2000s. I don't know when they stopped doing it.
Interesting. Like, okay, well, actually, no, because sorry, I should speak into the microphone. I know about this. I know
That's
how
the
mics
raicilla.
work. Yeah. Well, I've had like the last podcast that I did with you, I saw online a ton of people being like, Megan got drunk. And I'm like, dude, I had 2 drinks. Do you know how many do you know how much raicilla I drink? Like if I go out to like party, like I'm going out, I drink like, I don't know, like 11 or 12 shots of raicilla. Like 2 drinks.
Did you drink 11 or 12
Dude,
shots
I can drink
of raicilla?
so much raicilla. It's crazy. I don't even know how. This is like once a week. This is not. I mean, maybe that sounds like I'm like it's not every day. Like
12 shots.
And I go through it really I go through it real fast. Sometimes I have to switch to whiskey so that I slow down because I can't drink whiskey as fast as I can drink raicilla. But
that doesn't make any sense either.
No,
You're
it
an
doesn't make
odd
none
lady.
of it makes sense to me. But so I think in Vancouver, so when I was 21, that would have been like 2001, and that was around the same time. I think I'm really bad at math. Like they were cutting out smoking in bars probably around 99, 2000, around that time.
Right.
And before that, there were still restaurants and cafes with smoking sections, which was no different from the other section. And you could go to bars and clubs and smoke. I would always come home with like cigarette burns on my fingers and holes in my mesh tank tops. And
I remember that in restaurants, cigarette sections, smoking sections of restaurants.
And it's just not that chair, but that chair.
Yeah, and not ventilation that's set up to like really filter things out very
No.
well either. Like Vegas is set up pretty well. Vegas, you can still smoke indoors, can't you?
This is real smooth.
Yeah? James
Joe.
says yes.
I really think you should try it
Fuck out
whenever
here
you're
with
ready.
your poison. This is real smooth. She
It
says.
is.
She's such a crackhead.
Please believe me. It is. Like this, I was like, yeah.
Oh my God, Megan, it's not smooth. It's nasty.
This one is not smooth. That one is.
Well, you fucked up. Should have started me off with a good one.
There's still time. We'll get there.
I'm a proponent of you having the ability to do whatever you want. The problem is like the people that work there. If you're smoking and like that, there's so many cases of people that are waiters or waitresses in a bar and they get cancer from lungs and they don't smoke.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
I can't imagine having to work in those bars and clubs or work on airplanes when everybody's smoking on the airplane.
That's the craziest thing. You're in a fucking I'm tube in the
not
sky.
old enough for that,
And that
but
was
that's
like
strange.
What year did that stop? I want to say that stopped in the 90s, right?
Really? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of when I was first on a plane. I don't know.
I think Dice Clay used to have a bit
Maybe
about
earlier than that. Probably. So they were still doing it in the 80s, you think?
It had to be late 80s because I think Dice had a bit about it in like 89 or 90. You're in a fucking tube.
Yeah.
He had this whole bit about like a section. He's like, we're breathing the same fucking air.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like it. And I think that it is unfair to impose that on employees who like have to be there.
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is the people that work. It's a workplace environment safety issue. But if you have a social club that doesn't have employees, like there's places that set up places as social clubs so that they can get around certain rules.
Okay, because it's like a private space,
right. Like cigar bars. Cigar bars have that kind of setup,
or like hookah lounges. Is that similar? I've never.
Interesting.
I've never tried a
hookah.
I'm like,
it's good.
Hookah?
It's good.
What's the point? I don't get it.
You get a head rush. Wild tobacco head rush.
Like a head rush, like nausea.
Woo.
That's what, if I try to smoke a cigarette now, because every once in a while, in general, I find it gross, but every once in a while I'll be like, there'll be a cigarette smell that appeals to me for some reason. It probably smells like my Du Maurier ultralight king size that I used to smoke when I was 17. And I'm like, I want to try a cigarette. And then I'm like, oh, that was fucking disgusting. And
Really?
now my mouth tastes like an ashtray. And it makes me feel ill. Like, I was lucky about quitting smoking because when I started smoking less, the cigarette started making me feel sick. So if I would have a cigarette, I would feel sick. Like, it was not hard. I wasn't like, oh, Lord, I love smoking cigarettes so much. I think I just smoked cigarettes because I was like a teenager and I was nervous
cool.
and wanted to fit in. Yeah.
Right, yeah. It's interesting that you could down 11 shots of Ricea and that doesn't make you feel ill. And a cigarette will make you feel ill.
I sip the shots. I'm not like doing...
Yeah, but you're fucking 11 of them. They have to get down eventually.
I am a very...
You're robust.
Strong... I come from robust Irish stock. Like,
that's what it is. It's the Irish stock.
Totally.
Yeah, it has to be.
I mean, it's a really great skill. I appreciate it. I would be so sad if I had like 2 shots of Ricea and was like, woo, gotta go to bed.
Well, it's weird how it is genetic, in that some people of certain ancestry, they don't have a historical, there's not like a lot of history of their ancestors drinking alcohol, and they struggle with it. Whereas Irish people generally, but there are a lot of Irish alcoholics, but they can put it down better for whatever reason.
Yeah. I mean, you also have to know how to drink. Like, I don't do shots. Like, I wouldn't go to the bar and do a tequila shot because I don't want to get wasted and black out. Like, I want to keep going until 5 a.m. So you gotta...
What is the appeal of drinking to you? Like, what is that thing?
This is an interesting question, and I've thought about this a lot. And I'm not sure. I have. I think about it all the time because I don't love drugs.
Do you like pot?
No.
Not at all?
Nope. I don't like it. I tried for many years to smoke weed, and it's not for me. It makes me... I don't like the feeling of being high. I'm sorry. I know that's a strange thing.
We've had this conversation 3 times today. You don't have to like what I like.
Like, this is the kind of podcast where you come on and you agree with everything I say, or you're out and you're never coming back.
What is it about? Is it the paranoia?
I feel paranoid. I can't socialize. Like, I get super self-conscious. So if I smoke weed, I have to like stay home and lie on the couch and watch TV and eat candy, and that's not what I want to do in my life. Like, I want to be out and socializing, or I want to be productive. I want to be able to work, and I can't do any of those things. Like, and I don't like the not knowing when it's going to end. Like, I don't like mushrooms, because I'm like, okay, this was fun for 5 minutes, and now I feel weird, and I don't have any control over this. Like, I think I want to be in control.
A control thing, yeah.
Like, I also, like, I don't like MDMA, because it's just, I'm like, now I feel, it makes me, it doesn't do what it does to a lot of other people. Like, it makes me feel antisocial, and like I want to go like sit in a corner and then wait for it to be done. I think I like drinking because it's social. Like, I like going out with my friends and like, you know, laughing and being stupid and talking about stupid things and doing karaoke and like getting loose and wild and
yeah.
And I work a lot. Like, I think people think I'm on vacation all the time because I moved to a vacation town, and probably I post a lot of vacation-y looking photos. But I work, you know, 5 or 6 days a week. Like, I work until 2 a.m. Like, if I'm working, I wake up at noon, mind you. But it's not that bad.
The grind continues as the alarm goes off and people are eating lunch.
It's almost dark.
Is this because you're up late writing?
Yeah, like I work until 2 a.m. and then you're wired because you've been working. So then I like watch
I do my
a
best
show.
writing at night.
Oh, yeah, I write at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And then I'll like try to unwind, so I'll like watch a show. So I end up getting to bed at like 3, 4 a.m. if I'm working.
Which makes sense. You wake up at noon.
Yeah, like, and I need 8 or 9 hours of sleep. I honestly do. Like, if I get less than that, I feel like shit. My brain doesn't work. My job is brain related. Like, I have to be able to function. I eat badly. Like, I don't want to work out. Like, if I'm tired, my day is fucked.
Yeah. Most people eat badly if they don't get sleep. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, like it's like you crave junk
Bad
food. Like you crave sugar and like white bread.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's just it's bad all
There's
around.
some sort of a reason for that. They've isolated some reason for why people make poor decisions with food when they're tired.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there is because it's always been like that for me.
Oh,
like I remember like when I had an office job, you know, and I had to be at work at 8 a.m. or whatever, I would spend the whole day drinking like sugar coffees, and then I'd want like a cookie, and I'd buy like some pastry thing at the cafe. Like it's I mean, I guess it's your body trying to keep you up. Like, and I don't really eat that stuff very often now.
Kind of kills your judgment too. There's something about it. It's like it kills your ability to make good decisions.
Yeah, I feel like office life is like so unhealthy. I think it works for some people. For me, it was like it made me super depressed. I felt tired all the time. I ate badly, and like I would get to Friday and be so done that I'd be like, go party, and then you party all weekend, and you get to Sunday night and you're depressed, and you have to go back to work again.
Well, here's the thing that people are pushing back against a lot is the idea of doing remote office work. Like there's a lot of people that feel like they're more productive at home, and then there's a lot of other people who feel like their employees need to be in the office because that's the only way they can keep track of their, you know, whether or not they're being effective or whether or not they're actually working. One of the things we found out during the pandemic is how many guys jerk off while they're on Zoom calls. How many
Why are men so stupid? Honestly, sorry.
They're addicted.
That's like they're addicted to jerking off.
Yeah, they're addicted.
Is
to
it
porn.
that they're looking at porn?
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah, I think it's they're also when
like I'm like, why are you getting horny on a Zoom call?
Yeah, it's not even horny. It's like addict behavior. That's what that is. Like if you're a disciplined person and you're working, you should be working, right? You're working, you're on a Zoom call. But I think that whatever work is so fucking boring, or so, they're not really connected to it. So like, I'm just gonna mute my camera over here and whack one off real quick, and maybe they think it's exciting to be able to jerk
like
off
it's
while other people are talking.
Behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like secret and the bad and the shame, and it's all wrapped up in that.
Yeah, there's something to that. But I mean, like a lot of people got busted,
and they keep doing it. I mean, guys watch porn at the library, like at the public library, and like on the plane. Which, if I weren't, you know, a libertarian now, I'm sort of joking, I don't identify as libertarian, I would say that should be illegal. Like, it's like, you can't watch porn in public.
Have you seen people watch porn on a plane? Really?
No, but I've seen other people see other people watch porn. I've seen it on the internet, okay?
A friend of mine opened his laptop.
I would be so upset if I saw a man watching porn on the, like, I don't know what I would do.
It's not legal, right? What are the laws at 30,000 feet? Does that count?
I assumed it was legal.
What are the laws up there in the sky?
Can you?
You know,
like,
we have
it's
different
not.
laws?
I don't know if it's illegal to watch porn at the library because men do it.
I don't think that's legal.
They might kick them out because they like be like, you're gross, or if they
Obscenity
tried to like whip out their genitals. Their gender neutral genitals.
But you know how there's like different laws if you're out in the middle of the ocean?
Okay.
Is there different laws in space?
I don't know the answer to this question.
Right? Like, I wonder if the laws are exactly the same when you're at 30,000 feet.
That's a good question, because where are you still in?
Right.
Like, are
still
you
in
in America or are you in the ocean? Like, if you're over the ocean.
Right. What is that? What
maybe
laws
it's
apply?
up to the business. Like, maybe it's according to, like, American Airlines gets to decide whether or not you're allowed to watch porn on the plane. Oh.
Here it is. Although some systems of national law still adhere to the view that ships and aircraft are part of the territory of the state, the nationality of which they possess, this is merely a crude metaphor. In international law, a distinction has been made between three types of state jurisdiction: territorial jurisdiction over national territory and all persons and things therein, quasi-territorial jurisdiction over national ships and aircraft and all persons and things thereon, and personal jurisdiction over all other nationals and all persons under a state's protection as well as their property. In case of conflict, territorial jurisdiction overrides quasi-territorial jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction, while quasi-territorial jurisdiction overrides personal jurisdiction. Okay, so there's like tiers. Okay. Territorial jurisdiction over national territory. So, but that does mean that in cases of conflict, that territorial jurisdiction overrides it. So that means that if you are over the United States of America, that is territorial jurisdiction because it's territorial. So like when you're in the ocean, that makes sense. It's nobody's, which is really kind of interesting, right? It's like, this episode is brought to you by Manscaped. We are well into 2024, so be honest. How are those resolutions going, kids? If you're falling off, I know something that might help, at least when it comes to taking better care of yourself, and that's Manscaped's new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. It's every man's cheat code to look good, feel good, and turn the page on confidence this year. Whatever you're going for, whether you want a trim or that clean-shaven look, this trimmer has you covered. It's like having a personal stylist at your fingertips. And if you really want to go the extra mile, check out Manscaped Performance Package 5.0. It has the lawnmower, along with an ear and nose trimmer, and some essential aftercare products. They even throw in a couple of free gifts, Manscaped's Boxers 2.0, and the Shed 2.0 toiletry bag. Embrace a new you and definitely embrace a new trimmer courtesy of Manscaped. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code ROGAN at manscaped.com. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG, vitamin D3 and K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. It's like we allow people to own everything, but you can't own the ocean. But
yeah,
you
I mean, technically, you're not allowed to own a beach in Canada anyway. Is that true in the U.S. too? It is, right? Is it? But you can buy up all the property close to the beach and then like build like a fence so that people can't get through. But you can't my parents live on a small Gulf island, and I went to in BC and on these islands you can go to beaches and there's nobody else there. It's awesome and it's like super beautiful. Forests are beautiful, mountains are beautiful, blah blah blah. But I went to this one beach and there's a path down to the beach. And it says no trespassing private property, but it's like, well, it's a beach. I'm going to go to the beach. And so we're down at the beach, and the chick who owns the property comes down and is like, you're not allowed, you're allowed to come to the beach via a boat, but you're not allowed to walk down her path to the beach. So she's essentially created a private beach. She's like, how did you get here? Like, you guys aren't allowed to walk through this place. And we're like, oh, no, we're just going to swim back.
Yeah, it's weird. People don't own the beach, but you do own everything above high tide. You can own above high tide. That's how it is in Malibu. So I have a friend who has a place in Malibu, and he was telling me that his sons were surfing, and they were in this area, and this guy didn't know that they were his sons. So the guy comes out and starts screaming and yelling at them. They get the fuck off the beach. And, he got mad at the guy, and then, there's this conflict, and the guy realized, oh, you live here. Okay, these are your sons. But you're not allowed to yell at people to surf. Because they were laughing and surfing in front of this guy's house. So he thought because he spent $10 million on this house, he should be able to tell people you can't surf in front of my house. But there's been cases in Malibu where they hire private security. So, I think it's called Billionaires Beach, like Carbon Beach. So these people that have all this money buy these houses, and then they hire private security to kick people off the beach. But they can't. You're not allowed to. So then there's lawsuits where people sue the people who kicked them off the beach. And I don't know how they resolved that. But I know it's ongoing, and technically the people that are the beachgoers are correct. Mm-hmm. You can't keep people off the beach. It's everybody's.
Yeah, it's just the getting there part that is technically illegal. But of course, these people do feel entitled, and they're like, "This is my private beach. Like, what are you doing on my private beach?"
Listen, if you want to buy a fucking place, and you want to buy a place that's on the water, that is what comes with the territory.
Yeah,
people
it's the ocean.
Camp out right in front of your
people
fucking
can
house.
do whatever they want with the ocean. Like, you don't get to own that.
The problem is if you have a bedroom and you like to keep your windows open so you could hear the waves crash, and then you have people right below you. And they're fucking partying, playing shitty music, and
too bad, bro. That's what you get for being rich.
Wow. Listen,
I'm joking.
I
hope to be rich someday.
What is this, Jamie?
I just picked that beach, Billionaire Beach.
Is that Carbon Beach?
Yeah.
See, that's beautiful, but I think where the people aren't allowed to go is wherever high tide is. So I think high tide is like right up to there. So when that area, like walking on the beach, anybody can go there. They can go there, they can play, they can fuck around. But I think above that, it's supposed to be theirs. The person who's in front of the beach, which is like still kind of fucked.
This is so strange looking to me because I've not seen, like, this isn't a thing in BC where the houses on the beach are just stacked up like townhouses. Like,
they're right next to each other.
If you have a place on the beach, like on the island, it's going to be like in the forest and like you have acreage and.
Well, Malibu's a weird spot like that because there's so much money. And these people are so rich, and they're stuffed right next to each other. It's real weird.
It seems unpleasant to me.
I rented a house there once because my kitchen was getting redone, and it wasn't bad because you don't notice that people are there because it's so loud. You hear it's whoosh, whoosh. You hear the water crashing against the rocks and everything all day long, and it really is beautiful. Like in the morning, I would eat breakfast. We were only there for a couple of months, but I would eat breakfast in the morning, and the way we were at on this place that had like a deck, and the water was almost under the deck. So when you sit there eating breakfast, it's like you're on the water. I was like, oh, this is nice.
That does sound nice.
It's nice.
Like, this is terrible.
Nice. Oh, it's so nice.
I would never want this.
To be able to, but that to me it's a very specific thing. Like the kind of like what I like. I like to be like almost in the water. Almost in the water is beautiful. It's because I got to look out. I was seeing like dolphins. I was watching like seagulls swim around and shit and fly overhead. I'm like, this is nice.
Being near the ocean is the best. I mean, where did you grow up?
Well, I grew up all over the place. I was born in New Jersey, but I only lived there till I was 7. I lived in San Francisco from 7 to 11. And then I lived in Florida from 11 to 13, and then I lived in Boston for the rest of the time.
Like, I was born in Vancouver and grew up in Vancouver, so I was always near the beach. We did a lot of camping. I always swam. Like, I would bike to Kids Pool every day all summer, which is right on the ocean. And now, like, the idea of I live in a beach town now. I would never live somewhere, or I think I would feel almost like depressed living somewhere where there was no ocean, or I would feel trapped. Like it's almost like a claustrophobic feeling. Like, and lakes don't cut it. It can't just be a body of water. It has to be the ocean that I can see and access.
That's what you like?
And I don't even go in the ocean.
Why?
Well, in Sayulita, I mean, I did in Vancouver. Like, I have been in the ocean, but it's not like in Sayulita. I don't go to the beach in Sayulita.
No?
Partly because I'm inside my house until it gets dark. But like, I don't want to, I'm not like a lie out in the sun kind of person. I'm pale.
Yeah.
I have a spray tan right now, so that's why I'm looking so. I
Even with
probably
your spray
look almost
tan,
like a normal human being.
You're many degrees lighter than me, even with your spray tan.
I know. That's part of the joke. But I'm
That's
not going
that
to go
Irish.
lie out in the
Yeah.
sun because I'm just going to get like
Cooked.
skin damage and sweat. And I can't, like, I work in the day. Like I was saying before, like I work a lot. Like if I wake up, I'm working until 2 a.m.
Right.
every day except for Thursdays because that's karaoke night. But and the
Go
ocean.
see you do karaoke.
I'm not very good, but I really like it.
I think that's part of the fun of karaoke is sucking at it.
I mean, it's not fun if everybody's good.
Right.
You're supposed to be bad and like you yell.
It's
like,
kind of sad when they are good.
well, yeah, it's sad if people take it seriously. Is what's
Yeah.
sad.
It's sad if they take it seriously.
Like if you're good, but you just happen to be good and you're still kind of joking around, you're not taking yourself seriously, fine. But if you take it really seriously, I think that's
it's like
embarrassing
an
and depressing.
untapped potential thing.
You're like, this is my skill in life.
Yeah.
Like, well, everybody else here is just here to have fun and like scream into the microphone with their friends.
I mean, it doesn't have to be sad. Let me expand on that. It's just sad if that's your moment. You know what's sad? Unrealized dreams. That's what's sad. If you really wanted to be a musician and karaoke is the place where you get to flex your muscles, like, but then you go back to the factory in the morning, that's sad.
Yeah, or you wanted to be a pop star.
Yeah.
Like you wanted to be famous.
Yeah.
And it's sad because you're behaving as though you think that you're more talented than you actually are. And I'm not sure if deep down inside you believe it, but you kind of project that. Like, you're like, I take this really seriously because I'm very good at it and I'm very talented and I can't make a joke about this because that would like hurt my ego.
I don't even know if it's a talent thing with music. I know so many talented people now living in Austin. Austin is an amazing place to go see live music. It's really fucking cool. There's so much live music here. But what's stunning is you go to these bars and there's like 15 people in, and you see this person on stage and they're fucking amazing. And you're like,
But it's the same thing with comedy? Like there's so many amazing comedians who like never really made it. Right?
Sort of. Comedy today is more accessible. Like comedians make it now more than ever before. Talented people, which is great. They get on YouTube and they put a video up on YouTube, like their own personal thing, and they'll get hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views.
And do you make money off of that?
Well, it's not just that. It's an advertisement for people to come see you in the clubs. That's really what it is. Like all comedy specials are just to let everybody know, hey, this guy's good. You know, hey, look, she's doing it. This is it. You can watch her do this video and then see her when she's at the local club or the local theater. That's what it is. And that's more accessible now than ever before because the barrier for entry is not as steep. In that you don't need cooperation. Like a musician needs a band. You know, unless you're acoustic and you just have a guitar, that's a hard grind too, right?
Yeah.
But if you are a comedian, you just need a comedy club, and there's so many comedy clubs, and everybody's working. You know, there's a lot of working comedians now.
Like, but what does it mean to make it as a comedian? Like, what would is that your full-time job?
Yeah, full-time job, and to be able to sell out a club.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when we think of I had this conversation with these guys that opened for me the other day. I was telling them, I'm like, you've gone over the hump. The hardest part is being funny. I go, then it's all about continuing to work and continuing to write and continuing to get better and continuing to write new material, and then getting aligned with a group of other comedians that can help. Because that's a big thing in comedy is people take you on the road with you. Like I take these guys on the road with me and I introduce them to the world. Like if people come to see me, you're going to come to see me, but you're also going to get to see Tony Hinchcliffe. You're also going to get to see Hans Kim. You're going to get to see Joey Diaz. And through that, you know, these guys have developed careers. So now they can go on the road. You know, like Tony sells out like big ass comedy clubs and theaters, and he kills it when he goes on the road. And it's because he did all the right things, and you know he's a perfect example. Like Tony self-produced his own special and then sold it to Netflix. He paid for it, did the whole thing.
Didn't that happen to Chris?
DiStefano?
Yeah, I really like him.
Yeah, he's great.
Like
yeah,
he just did
podcast.
his own, and then Netflix bought it.
And Netflix bought it. Ari Shaffir did the same thing. He made his own special. Netflix bought it, and a lot of people do that. That's it's easier. I don't think it's easier to be a great comedian. But
no, that would
would
be so hard.
It's easier to, if you are a great comedian, it's easier to make a living. I have friends that are great musicians that are fucking just above poverty.
Yeah, totally. I mean, there's lots of people who are great musicians and they have to keep their day job and they do it in their free time for fun, essentially.
You have to bring people with you. You have to have musicians, have to have fucking sound guys. You have to have a drummer and the guitar player and people that carry your stuff, roadies and the trucks for all your shit. And
yeah, but I think, with musicians and music, it's like being good. Like people aren't going to like your music just because you're good. Like just because you're really talented, just because you're a really good musician, people aren't necessarily going to want to listen to it. And that's evidenced by the fact that so many people listen to like garbage crap music.
Right, but isn't that just human taste? Like people,
or no taste. When
I was younger, I used to think that way. I used to think that people who didn't like what I like, or were idiots, and people who like things that I hated were morons.
Oh, did you grow out of that?
Yeah, I grew out of that.
Okay, we'll see how I do.
I have, as I've gotten older, I've looked for less conflict in life at every given opportunity. I just try to find less conflict. And one of the best ways is to not care what other people like. Like as long as they like I'm not into mumble rap, but I have friends who love mumble rap. They like to smoke weed and listen to mumble rap. I'm like, okay. I used to be like, what the fuck are you listening to? I don't understand a word this guy's saying. But now I'm like, okay.
Okay. I understand that some people like different things than me.
Yeah.
But I think when it comes to music, like there's some people who I think genuinely just aren't really into music, which offends me because I'm really into music and I love music. And people who I feel like there's some people who just turn it on and it's noise and they're like, this is the popular thing, I'm just going to listen to it. That's what I mean by no taste. It's not like people who are like, I don't have anything against country. It's not what I listen to in my spare time, but I totally understand and respect why people like country music. And there's some that I like. No, there's some that I like. But
do you like Sturgill Simpson?
I don't know who that is.
Say yes.
You know what, dude? I was watching your podcast the other day, and you didn't know who Wilco was.
I didn't.
That's weird.
Why is it weird?
Like, I know.
I know who it is now.
Wilco's been around for a long time.
Well,
They're
Bert
really
had to
well
tell
known
me
band.
what a great story though. How
Yeah,
Bert
beautiful.
was listening to
That was a beautiful
listening
story.
to that music on headphones, riding a bike next to wild horses, and crying because he was so happy because it was such an amazing moment because the song was playing. I think he was buzzed too. He's always drunk. He's probably drunk. I can
Seems
just
that way.
assume. I'm worried about him.
Are you really?
His face looks like a cherry. I was watching.
Is he listening right now?
I hope so. I was watching Two Bears, One Cave the other day, and Bert was on with Tom, and Tom looks like a fucking athlete. He's like lost all this weight. He's fit. He works out twice a day now, and Bert has assumed all of Tom's bad habits and ramped his up as well.
Why do you think that is? I mean, if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to talk specifically about him, but like,
About
why
Bert?
do you people who sort of, who fall into alcoholism or not taking care of themselves, and maybe they did at some point and then they just stopped, because I say that like I'm thinking of people that I know in my head. I don't know Bert, so I'm not talking about him, but like people who are, it's like you were sort of okay and now you're like a daily, like you get drunk every day.
I don't know. Well, Bert likes to party.
Well, I love to
could say
party,
that.
and that's never like, and
It's a different kind
I
of partying.
genuinely like I love drinking. I love to party, but I'm super organized about it. Like I'm super I work all these days, and then I can go out Thursday night, and I kind of try to like fuck off a bit on the weekends, just because otherwise I would work all the time. So I try to like not check my emails and not go on social media and stuff like that. But I still do. I often will end up working sometimes on like Sunday night or Friday night or something like that. But like, I don't want to be drunk every day. I love drinking. I love to party, but I do not want to be drunk or fucked up every day.
Well, Bert works a lot. The thing about Bert is you can't say partying is fucking up his career because it's done the opposite. Like, partying has united him with other partiers who come to see him.
But doesn't he feel like shit when he wakes up in the morning?
I would imagine he doesn't feel good, but he does a lot of IVs. He does a lot of like vitamin IVs. And,
Okay.
you know, apparently he told me we were hanging out the other day. He got his liver done. He got his blood work done. His liver's okay. I'm like,
Okay, good.
That's great to hear. I'm worried about him. I'm genuinely worried about him because he's almost 50 and he goes hard. And, you know, he's very overweight. And he decided that when his tour was over, he was going to slow way down. And he's going to get in shape. So he documented it on Instagram. He documented the size of his gut, size of his chest, the size, like his weight. He put all that stuff down, and he's going to show measured improvement. Because I think he's off, at the end of this month, he's off for 3 months. So for 3 whole months, he's just going to exercise and try to eat right. And
I feel like it would be really hard to stay in shape and eat healthy if you were on the road all the time. You can probably speak to this, but like even when I used to, before COVID, I was traveling probably once a month for work, like to go to a talk or something. And it ends up being a week. And then like I can't, if I'm traveling for work, I'm not working out. I'm not exercising. I'm eating on the plane. I'm buying a sandwich at Starbucks. Like I can't, like I have to be home to maintain like a healthy lifestyle, healthy for me. But you know, like I work out 4 days a week with a trainer, and I work really hard, not out of self-motivation. I'm not self-motivated at all. That's why I have a trainer. My trainer is excellent. His name is Chris at Quilombo and Sayulita. He's so awesome. I was telling you about him earlier. Like he's not only, I mean, he was a really good boxer. He trained with Canelo. He's like a really good at jiu-jitsu. He competes, but he's also he's really into training. Like he loves it. He loves teaching people things. Like he loves to like see people improve. And if I don't, like I go to training because he'll be disappointed if I don't show up. Like, and he pushes me really hard, harder than I would ever push myself. If I was partying, I wouldn't go. Like that's the other thing is if I'm out getting wasted, I'm not gonna be able to get any work done the next day, and I'm not gonna exercise, and I'm gonna eat bad. Like it really fucks up your life.
How are you doing 11 shots?
I take Fridays off. It's because I have it planned. So Thursday night, I'm being serious. Thursday night is karaoke night. It's my favorite night of the week. It's like run by my friend Zach.
You do it every Thursday?
Every single Thursday. And that bar is across the street from my house. I can't not go. I'd be sitting inside my house listening and be like, oh, there's my friend singing Pearl Jam. So I may as well just go, but I also love it. But that one day a week, the bar stays open until 5 a.m. instead of 2 a.m. for karaoke night. So I am up until 5, 6 a.m. every single Thursday. So Fridays, I don't work out. I don't plan work stuff. Like, I don't schedule interviews. I plan to be in bed until 5 p.m.
This is really interesting because you've kind of cultivated this very idyllic life there. It's very romantic. Like, you're a writer, you're up late at night, you're drinking all the time. Like, there's something about drinking and writing that seem to go hand in hand. You know, like some of my favorite writers were drunks.
I agree with you, but I don't drink if I'm writing.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Like, if I'm working, I'm not, like, I'll have a glass of wine. Like, I have a glass of wine every night or 2 glasses of wine every night, but I don't get, like, drunk. But I love my life. It's amazing. Like, I really wish I made more money because, like, I don't have any, like, savings and I don't own anything. But it's, like, all my friends in BC are depressed.
Well, you're a really good writer, you know, and I think it's a matter of time before you do make more money. But maybe it's just also the way you're doing it is kind of interesting, too, with the Patreon or the Substack and that kind of setup. That's a very honest way to live, though. You know, people are only paying you for what they like. And it's their choice, their decision, you know?
Totally. Like, anybody can just donate money to me if they support my work. And they do. And I find that really, like, kind of amazing and generous because I don't know if I do that. Like, it's
a great relationship.
Yeah. And I mean, and it's liberating for me. I just do what I want to do. Like, I write about what I want to write about. I think about what's important to me. I talk to people I find interesting.
Tell people what your Substack is, so just so they can find you.
It's called The Same Drugs, but I think it's just Megan Murphy, like, at Substack or whatever. Okay. Megan with an H. And it's pretty new, but I writing is what I want to do. I don't have enough time to write as much as I want to write because I spend so much time on the podcasts and the video stuff and just doing admin work and blah, blah, blah.
Do you think that there's something about drinking that formulates ideas in my head that don't seem to want to be there without drinking? Like, there's times with drinking, like, bumps you or shoves you into an area of thought where you're laughing about something that maybe you wouldn't have laughed about. Or you have and you, like, for conversation. It's like one of the greatest things for conversation. When you're out with some friends and you're drinking whiskey and you're like 2 drinks in and everyone's laughing, and then someone just goes, "Why is this a thing?" And then it's like, I know that's coming from his mind. I know it's all coming from our minds, but there's a part of your mind that opens up when you're drinking.
Yep. I mean, I think, I feel like you can make certain connections or observations about social things as well when you're drinking. But obviously, like, it loosens people up to be more themselves.
Yeah.
They're not as aware of what they're doing. They're not as self-conscious. They're not as protective. You know, they're going to be more open. I love that about, like, I love going to the bar and, like, talking to the person who's sitting next to me.
Right.
I like meeting people at the bar. Like, I would have never done this in Vancouver. In Sayulita, I just go out by myself because, I mean, it's a small community, so I know lots of people, and I know if I go to the bar, I'm probably going to see a friend. But even if I don't, like, I'll just go sit at the bar and, like, the person next to me will start talking to me and they'll be cool and I'll learn something and they'll be interesting. And that's so not the culture. And I would have felt so embarrassed to go to a bar by myself. Like, men did that in Vancouver. Men go sit at bars by themselves. But to be a woman and go sit at a bar by themselves, like,
right.
You're going to feel awkward and stupid and embarrassed. Everyone in Vancouver is so judgy too. And you'll feel like people assume you want to be hit on or you're desperate. You have no friends.
Right.
And it's not, like, I like it. I have friends and I like being by myself. I like going out to eat by myself.
It sounds like you're in a great community.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's
great.
perfect for you.
And people are not, like, people don't care what your politics are. Nobody knew what I did or who I was there for until I did your podcast. And then I couldn't hide it anymore that I was a bigot. But it was really beautiful because I had been so ostracized in Vancouver because of the gender identity stuff. Like, I mean, for people who don't know, because I'm critical of gender identity and I don't think men can become women and I want to protect women's rights and protect kids. people in Vancouver, a lot of people just ghosted me. Some people said, I can't hang out with you anymore. You can't come to my birthday party because my friend hates you because she thinks you're a transphobe. Like, friends of friends who don't know me at all would basically bully my friends into not hanging out with me. And I was so angry. I was a little bit hurt, but more just like, fuck you, you fucking pussy. Like, that is so disrespectful. Like, you don't disagree with me, you don't dislike me, but you're worried about what your friends will think. And so you're like, and they behaved as though I was causing trouble in their lives because they would end up in these arguments with their friends or, in a position where they were being asked to defend me, or being asked to condemn me. And it made things stressful for them, and they blamed me. So they would be like, you're making things really hard for me. And I'm like, I'm not doing anything. But in Sayulita, I did your podcast and I came back and everybody was just like really proud of me. Like, it didn't matter what I said. And a lot of people agreed with me. Maybe some people didn't. And they were like, good for you. That you did a really good job.
One
like,
of the
they're
problems,
so sweet.
Megan, is that people agree with you in silence.
Yeah.
They agree with you in hushed tones and whispers. They'll say it at the water cooler when no one's around. Like, she's got a point about certain things. Like, especially when it comes to like athletic competition. This is one that's dividing the country right now. It's like this thing where someone can decide or identify as a woman and compete against biological women, and it turns out the standards that you have to achieve to do that are different everywhere. Right? It's different with the Olympics. It's different with certain organizations won't accept trans athletes. Certain ones will. Certain ones all you have to do is identify. You don't have to have any proof of what you're doing. And it's just, especially when it comes to like high school sports and college sports, like you are now competing with someone who's trying to get a scholarship. And if someone is an elite athlete, so say if a woman is an elite athlete in a certain sport and she has fucking been grinding it out her whole life, and then some biological male comes along and identifies as a woman, and then a year later is competing against women and has almost supernatural advantages. And this is what we're seeing. And it doesn't make you a bigot to say that. This is what's so fucked up about this whole thing. It's like you can be an open-minded, compassionate person who also sees the truth. And where the rubber hits the road, in my eyes, is when there's clear classifications of male or female. In sports is a great example. There's a clear classification. The men don't compete against the women because they have an advantage. We agree to that from the beginning.
And we've always known that because otherwise these categories wouldn't exist. And women wouldn't have sports if we didn't know that and we didn't decide if women are going to play sports competitively, if women are going to compete, they have to have their own category because they can't compete against men. They'll lose.
Yeah. It's not fair. It's that simple. It's not fair. And I don't know what the solution is. And I don't think it's necessarily that the trans person should have to compete as a man. I don't think that's the answer either. I don't think there's enough trans people for trans people to compete as trans people, like to win a trans division. I don't think that's the solution either. I don't know what the solution is, but I do know that there's rules when it comes to competition. One of the rules is you can't take performance-enhancing drugs, right? Like if you're a person and you want to compete in certain sports, they blood test you. They'll VADA test you. They'll make sure that you're not doing anything. Well, if you're, let's say if you're a female to male transgender person, right? So you're a trans man and you want to be competing with other men. We really don't hear about that, and we're really not upset at that. Like no one's complaining about that happening, right? But if that person did want to complain, here's what they would say. This person has exogenous testosterone that's not derived from human beings. It's derived from wild yams. Okay, so we do a carbon isotope. I think that's what it is. It's a more complicated test. It's not just recognizing the levels of the test. It's recognizing where the testosterone comes from. We have synthetic testosterone in your system. That's absolutely illegal. Well, if you have synthetic estrogen in your system, is that okay? And how much testosterone are you allowed to have? Because there's a guy named Derek. He runs this YouTube show, More Plates, More Dates. And he was going over thresholds because he was talking about that woman, the swimmer from Leah Thomas. And he was going over thresholds. He's like, the thresholds that, like, where in certain sports where they test and they say, okay, you can compete as a woman, are like way higher than most women are normally.
Exactly. I mean, it's so
But you can still compete as a woman.
Yeah.
But if you were a woman and you were on steroids, they wouldn't let you compete.
Yeah.
This is my point. It's like something's off. Like, this is not fair. And it has nothing to do with someone's identity. Like, if it's not
your
like,
identity doesn't matter.
It's also I don't want to change that. I'm going to affect what your name is or what your pronouns are or any of that shit. I don't care. I'm just saying, in this thing, we have to recognize it's not boom, you're a woman, abracadabra. It's not a magic wand. There's some fucking gray area. And if you don't want to admit that, if you want to pretend that doesn't exist, well, now we're in a cult. Now we're ideologically bound to these ideas where you can't even discuss. Like, there's a lot of people I know that are liberal.
You can't discuss reality and you can't tell the truth.
Exactly, but
you can't ask questions even.
Yes, you can't say it. You can't even discuss it.
Okay, the solution is that if you're male, you have to compete in the male category, and if you're female, you have to compete in the female category. There's no other solution. The idea of creating a trans category would be fine in theory, but there's not enough trans people for that to make sense. And my opinion is that if you want to be an athlete, if you want to compete, then you make a decision about whether or not you want to take hormones.
Yeah.
And if you're taking hormones, you can't compete, just like everybody else. Like, you can be trans if you want, but that might take you out of the competition. So you choose what's more important to you. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but there's no other solution. If you're a male, if you've gone through puberty, you have an advantage. Your body is totally different. Like, I just interviewed Taylor Silverman, who is a skateboarder, a female skateboarder, and she lost first place to a so-called trans woman. So a male who is identifying as a woman. And it was a Red Bull contest, and she contacted Red Bull privately. Like, she wasn't trying to make a big show of anything. She's like a wonderful young woman. She's like super articulate, super respectful, super smart. And she's not like making a ton of money off of skateboarding. She's 27 years old. She's not going to be doing this forever. She spoke out because she felt it wasn't fair. And what she was like, this might affect, if I have kids one day, it might affect my daughter. Like, this doesn't really affect me that much. She contacted Red Bull privately and said, hey, this happened. I don't think this is fair. Like, this, I lost out on $2,000. Like, I should have been in first place. A bunch of other stuff. Red Bull totally ignored her. So she posted on social media. She got a ton of traction, a ton of attention, and a ton of support. And it's like, maybe some people think about skateboarding and they're like, well, what advantage does a man have over a woman in skateboarding? But like, your hips move differently, like you're jumping, you're like, I don't skateboard, so I'm not going to explain this as well as somebody who skates. But there are advantages and differences in all sorts of subtle ways, as well as in very obvious ways when we're talking about sports like track, swimming, MMA, like, Jesus Christ, like, you're beating people up.
Well, that's where I came into the conversation.
Yeah.
When that thing was happening, where there was a trans woman who was a male for 30 years, who was only transitioned within the last 2 years and was not telling anybody and saying that it was a medical issue. So she fought 2 different women that were biological females and beat the fuck out of them. And that's when I stepped in. I was like, you're out of your fucking mind. This is crazy. Because I've been around martial arts my whole life. There's a giant difference. There's a giant difference between men and women. The big one is power. The difference is so stark. It's so different. Like, if you got a powerful person, like someone who's a really hard striker, like a Tyron Woodley. If Tyron Woodley transitioned to be female, like, how much are you going to deplete him where it's not the most ruthless execution every time he steps into the cage?
It's disgusting.
Because there's just a different. He's too big for most women. He's 170 pounds. He was one of the best welterweight champions in the UFC. But if someone was like smaller, like 135 pounds, like, there's women that can beat men. Don't make no mistake about it. And we talked about it on the podcast
in the MMA,
recently.
or do you mean like a woman who's skilled could beat a man who's not?
No, women in MMA. Jermaine Durandamy is a multiple-time world kickboxing champion, Muay Thai champion. She was UFC featherweight champion. She's a fucking savage, and she fought a man in a boxing match. And
How big is
flatlined
she?
him.
Like how tall?
She's tall. She's very tall. I believe she's like 5'11" and real long and very wiry and strong. And she's a phenomenal striker.
Okay, so is that like about
You want to see it?
skill?
It's pretty
Yeah,
dope.
totally.
Watch her knock this.
I'm
dude
like,
out.
oh, I'm really into MMA now. I mean,
know
I
you
know
are.
that I don't know what because I text you and I'm like,
okay.
why did this person
Watch
win?
this.
And
This
you're
is
like,
Jermaine. I'm a big fan of her. She's got a lightning bolt right hand. So she's fighting a dude, and the dude is not on her level. Definitely not on her level, but he's still a fucking dude.
She's awesome.
And look, I mean, he hit her with a big fucking shot there.
She's
clubbed her
amazing.
in the break. Dude, she's a demon. You got to watch her fight. She has like one of the most technical stand-up games in all of MMA today. She's really good on her feet. Really good. Look at that right hand. And so this dude is just
she's awesome. Like she's like in there. Like she's
yeah.
she's good.
So watch it here. No. You almost had it. You almost had it to where the KO is. Okay, this is it right here. It goes into this corner. Yeah, that's when they're gonna go to this corner on the left, and that's where the KO happens. But it's really crazy because the guy was hurting her. I mean, he was really like, here it is, 1, 2, 3, and watch this. Watch this perfect right hand, because the dude's swarming on her, right? And as soon as they break free, bam! Dude, I mean, that is fucking picture perfect. That dude got wrecked. I mean, but
Amazing.
but that's the kind of technique
why did she
that
get to
has.
fight a dude? How did this happen?
It's not in America.
Where is
I
it?
believe it's in Holland.
And
They
was
might-
it like
what does it
she
say
was like, I
where it
want to
was?
fight a dude, or how did this?
Yeah, she knew it was good. She just said, "I'll fucking fuck you up, bitch."
Yeah.
And so they had to fight. So she agreed to fight a guy. But that also happened with one of the great women boxers of the 80s and 90s. This woman named Lucia Riker. And Lucia Riker was also a world Muay Thai champion. And she was the most dangerous female boxer for years. And they were always trying to set her up with Christy Martin. Remember Christy Martin, the coal miner's daughter? She was like a famous female boxer.
Did she wrote a book or an autobiography or something like that? Did she
I think you're thinking of the singer. What's that woman's name?
I'm thinking of a singer. No, I'm thinking of a boxer. I just am thinking.
Daughter.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm thinking of.
Is that
okay,
Dolly Parton
anyway,
originally?
clearly I don't know who
from
this person
1980
is.
called
so-
Coal Miner's Daughter.
But isn't there an original song?
Well, I would imagine she's singing. I'm not sure who that is.
I don't want to
Oh, yeah,
double
it's
down
about
on this
Dolly
because
Parton.
it's not what I was thinking of. A boxer who
Yes,
is a
Christy
woman
Martin.
who wrote a book.
So this was my point. They never fought, but everybody always felt like Lucia Riker was the better boxer. Like
Okay.
people that were martial arts enthusiasts and boxers, they thought that Lucia Riker was the woman, the one to beat. So she fought a dude, but she got knocked out. And it's rough because it's the same sort of situation. See if you can find that.
I mean,
Lucia
I feel
Riker
like
gets
these
knocked out by a
kinds
man.
of things would be the things where people are like, well,
Yeah.
I guess women can compete against men, so why are we keeping trans women out? But this is an exception.
She's an outlier of all outliers.
Yeah.
She's I mean, Jermaine Durandamy is a multiple-time world champion. She's elite. Like when I watch her hit the pads, it's like I could just, wow, it's like beautiful. Ta-da, bang, ta-da, bang. Like everything is smooth. When she's moving in, it's like you're watching a fucking executioner.
Amazing.
It's beautiful to watch. But that's an outlier. That's the top of the food chain.
Yeah.
That's literally right here, world champion.
Yeah.
Everybody else is fucked because Lucia Riker was a world champion, and the guy that she fought was not. He was just not. He was okay, but he was no way was he in the level that she was. Look at this, and that's Lucia Riker, and she gets cracked somewhere in there. This is a Muay Thai fight. That's right, and she gets KO'd. And as a woman, she was just one of the. Actually, this dude's a lot better than I give him credit for.
She's so intense.
The dude is a lot better than I give credit for. I'm thinking it's something
Look at her
different
go.
here. I might have confused this. There it is right there. There it is. There it is. And she gets KO'd. That guy's a lot better than I thought he was. You know, I think when I first saw this, I was probably upset that he knocked her out, and I probably disparaged his skill. And
You're
then I looked
like,
at it that way.
he
But,
shouldn't have won. She's
yeah,
better.
But that was a beautiful left hand. I'm definitely, and another one. That was, yeah. I mean, that guy's good. I'm wrong.
What do you think that the guys like? How often does this happen where men and women?
Very rarely.
Yeah,
but
I've never seen it.
That's an example. They probably both weigh the same weight, but the amount of power that guy had, like that left hook.
It's funny because she looks bigger than him. I mean, maybe she's taller.
Well, she's
but
also wearing a t-shirt.
She looks bigger and like tougher than he does. Like he looks tiny, but maybe that's just because you expect men to be bigger and women
This
to be
is
smaller.
shit. grain footage, right? It's not that good. Oh, so he's a Thai as
She
well.
versus he.
Somchai Jaidi. Yeah, it's from New Zealand.
I mean, but people do, like, people who defend, like, trans women being able to compete against women in sport do use these, like, random examples where it's like,
Like Jermaine Durand, yeah.
you know, well, so-and-so is faster, or
Yeah.
so-and-so beat so-and-so. But it's like, that's not common. And to me, like, the sports thing is so great and interesting because it reaches every normal person who was not engaged in the debate around gender identity, which was primarily, for so long, it really was, like, I don't think people knew this, but it was radical feminists. Like, Janice Raymond wrote a book about transgenderism and how it was, like, dangerous to women and women's rights in 1979.
What?
Yes. It's called The
what?
Transsexual Empire.
I didn't know.
And it's a good book. It's interesting.
I didn't know that it was that big of a political issue back then.
And then, like, Gloria Steinem in the late 70s, I think, said something critical about, there was like a tennis player, a male tennis player.
Renee Richards.
They used to call them, okay, I think you're right. I'm
Yeah.
really bad with names, so I apologize. I'm like,
one that
oh yeah, the
transitioned?
coal miner's daughter.
The one that transitioned?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
that was a famous story.
and she was critical. Gloria Steinem was critical of that publicly. You know, she was critical of this idea of transgenderism. Like, she was like, you shouldn't change to fit the gender stereotypes of the world. You should. I'm fully paraphrasing. This is not what she said. She said something critical. She retracted it in later years because she was bullied into it. But, you know, this debate was happening in the late 70s and 80s, and radical feminists were, like, not having it at all. Like, it's only recently that all these so-called feminists started to come around and say trans women are women. And even then, the radical feminists are the ones that have been fighting this for so long. Julie Bindel, who is a UK journalist, wrote an article in 2004 for The Guardian about what happened at Vancouver Rape Relief, which is it's a rape crisis line and a transition house for women escaping domestic abuse. And a trans woman, Kimberly Nixon, came to training for counselors. Like, so counselors who were there at the house, like, working with women who were escaping serious domestic abuse and sexual assault. And the women who were doing the training were like, you know, sorry, you're a man. Only women are allowed to train as counselors here. They only had women employees, volunteers. Only women are allowed in the house. And Kimberly Nixon took them to court, to the Human Rights Tribunal. Vancouver Rape Relief went all the way to the Supreme Court and won. They won the right to determine their own membership. They didn't win, you know, trans women are men. And Julie Bindel wrote about that case in 2004. Like, radical feminists were trying to warn people about what was happening and what was going to happen if we allowed this to go on, and nobody listened. And now it's like almost too late. And, you know, whatever, this is how things go. And nobody listens to radical feminists. This is like a very marginal political movement.
Yeah.
But, like, it's very frustrating to me because now we're seeing, I don't want to categorize people because, you know, I was going to say right-wing men, but I like a lot of right-wing men. There's a lot of right-wing people who are great, a lot of people who really do care about women's rights. But we're seeing some right-wing men, like, showing up online and being like, where are all the feminists on this issue? How come I'm the only person brave enough to say that men aren't women and to speak up? And it's like, dude, we have been trying to be heard. I couldn't get anything published on this. Like, when Bill C-16, Canada's gender identity legislation, showed up, the Liberals were trying to push it through in 2016. I pitched to everywhere to say, these are my concerns with regard specifically to the impact on women's rights. These are the issues I have with this ideology. I think it's regressive. I think it's sexist. I think it's dangerous. Nobody would publish anything. Like, the Canadian media would not have me on. They would not interview me. Every single event that we tried to plan, we'd, you know, get threatened. The venues would pull out. This happened in the UK. This happened in the US. You know, I'm so grateful that I had my own platform and my own website so that I could write about this stuff and so that I could interview women who were doing work on this issue and interview people who are experts. Because otherwise I don't know where I would have said any of this stuff. Like, we finally pushed to host talks, and that forced the media to cover it a bit. But like, I don't know why I started complaining about this, except that it makes me really mad.
That's why. I don't know who I was talking to about this, but the conversation essentially was, this person I was talking to, whoever it was, I forgive them. Forgive me, please. She was saying that the problem becomes a lot of people that are women who have these groups that are dedicated just to women. And then a trans woman will come in these groups and behave like a man and bring like a man's attitude to this thing. And she's like, it's specific and it's not discussed. So it's this thing that happens where they start acting male, for lack of a better term. So like, she was talking about taking over things, running things, like being like very outspoken and aggressive with their opinions about things in almost an intimidating way.
Yeah.
A way like a man does it.
Yeah.
There was a fucking anti-abortion or a pro-choice rally. And this trans woman was screaming with the deepest voice, "Keep your laws out of my pussy."
Oh my God.
It was so wild.
And that's just like domineering behavior. Like,
But they weren't even trying to hide. I mean, it was such a masculine voice.
Well, and I'm like, I don't believe that you believe it. Like those, I'm like, you don't think you're a woman.
But
Give
it
me a
could be a
break. You're
sketch.
just being a bully.
That might be like a Louder with Crowder sketch. We might
Yeah, I
find
mean, a
that
lot of
later.
it seems like satire, and it's hard to tell which is satire and which is real.
It's very hard to tell. That's the problem, is that things are getting blurry.
But I think a lot of men, identify as women or trans women specifically so that they can act like bullies. Not all of them. Some people just want to be themselves, and that's fine. Go be yourself. I don't care. But like, so that you can insert yourself into spaces and conversation and take over. I think that the kind of men who identify as women or trans women who go into women's change rooms or bathrooms, or like there was that guy at the spa in
LA.
I think that they want to make women feel uncomfortable. You know that you're making women feel, you're parading around naked in a change room, in a women's change room, or at like a woman-only spa. You know that you're making people feel uncomfortable, and you're doing it anyway. Like, you're an asshole, and you're a pervert.
Well, you can't say that.
Well,
you can't say that.
Or you'll
you
get
can't have
banned
that
from
opinion.
Twitter.
You're gonna get in trouble. But
sorry, I hope I don't get you
what is
in
this?
trouble.
Unhinged. A hairy armpit individual with green hair chants, "Keep your laws out of my pussy."
Is that it?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I bet there was more of those.
Oh, there's a lot.
That looks like a real woman.
That's I couldn't tell.
That could be a woman that does CrossFit.
All right.
She doesn't look in that good shape, or he.
No, she doesn't. But if she's an overweight woman who does a lot of overhead presses, it's possible that's a woman.
There are some women who look mannish in the MMA,
Mannish.
for example.
Up to a fucking certain
But you can
level.
tell.
Yeah, up to a level. You sit up next to Yoel Romero, you know who's the fucking woman.
I find it hilarious that when trans activists pretend that nobody can tell. Like,
Oh, it's so
oh,
crazy.
well, you've probably had trans women in your bathroom your whole life and you didn't know. And it's like, everybody knows. You know who a man is, you know who a woman is. Like, there's very few that like are sort of ambiguous, but for the most part, it's obvious. And sometimes it's not even, oh, would you like some more racia?
Just last sip, no.
Okay, you're
I'm
not going
good.
to try. Okay,
That's
that's okay.
nasty.
You can try it another time
It's
with Snoop.
nasty.
This is this is actually good. It's good. Anyway.
But the thing is, you can't even have that on the table. When you have an open door, right? You say all you have to do is identify, and then you could be around these people. You must open the door to the possibility the perverts are going to go in there. If you want to pretend that to be trans excludes the possibility of you being a pervert, that's crazy. It's totally possible that someone could say they identify as trans. I'm not saying that people are doing this. I'm saying it's totally possible. This must be considered. And people have been, people have been assaulted. Biological males have gone into females' bathrooms and assaulted them. It's a fucked up individual more than it is indicative of trans people overall.
It's not about trans. I'm not saying like it's about trans people being predators. It's about some
humans,
males,
some male humans
who are predators and use that as a way to get away with it.
There was also something, I forget who told me this too. It might have been Bridget. Autogynephilia.
Mm-hmm. Yes. This
Please.
is when I say pervert or when I say fetishist, like I know it sounds offensive. Like if I'm like, these men are men with fetishes. Like men who, there's research on this, men who transition when they're younger tend to be gay men. I think it's Ray Blanchard that did this research, tend to be gay men. And men who transition when they're older, middle-aged, tend to be heterosexual men with fetishes, with like what might be called cross-dressing fetishes. Like they're turned on by wearing women's clothes and by the idea of wearing women's clothes in public, and by the idea of like passing as a woman. Obviously, none of them pass as women, but that it's a fetish and it's called autogynephilia. And a lot of people have talked about this being part of the reason that transgenderism became mainstream, became part of the LGBTQ activism stuff, and why they attach themselves to this born this way mantra. Like some people are just born trans, and why this idea of trans kids exists. Like some kids are just born in the wrong body. And some babies are assigned male, and in fact, they're girls, because these guys wanted to legitimize their fetishes and their preferred identities. So they had to pretend that it was something innate. They had to push this narrative that it was something innate, that it wasn't just about them, having this fetish for wearing women's
How
clothing.
could you know that, though? How could you know that some people aren't born and they feel like they're in the wrong body? Like some boys who are born and they feel like I'm supposed to be a girl.
Doesn't matter. So you feel like you're supposed to be a girl. You're not your boy. Like, so what? Like, I think that for some people, then it's a mental illness, and we're not allowed to say that. Like, if you're a male,
but is it absolutely a mental illness? Here's the question: if someone is born male, but they feel in every fiber of their being that they're supposed to be a woman, and they're healthy every other way. Is that really mental illness, or is there some wiring that should be male and is female? Some not understood mechanism that makes someone feel like they're a woman or feel like they're a boy.
Okay, so mental condition. Then don't call it mental illness. Call it a mental condition. Like if you're a male and you feel certain that you're actually supposed to be female, you hate your male body parts so much, to such an extent that you cannot live comfortably. You have to get rid of them. And to be clear, go ahead and do that. You're an adult. You have the right to get cosmetic surgeries. I think that surgeons should be more accountable and culpable and like warn people about the dangers and about the fact that they might not be able to orgasm again, or it might be mangled. Like these are real serious, dangerous surgeries. But, that's a mental condition. Just like if you were a man and you believed so strongly, like there's those people that get like, lizard, they get like bone, like what are those implants in their foreheads, and they like.
Have you ever seen the
get
Black
rid of
Alien
their
Project?
noses? Yes.
Have you seen the Black Alien Project? Have you seen him lately, Jamie? He chopped off 2 of his fingers to try to emulate what he believes would be an alien claw. So in one of his hands, he only has 2 fingers, and I think he's going to do it to the other hand too.
What is that?
And now he's also implanted all these beads all over his arm. So he has like a spiral of beads over his arm.
Like what is that?
Look at his right hand.
What is this? Like
he chopped
why
his fucking
would
finger off.
somebody do this?
Look what he's doing to his arm. But he's turning himself into like an alien.
Like this should be like whatever surgeon is doing this to him, I think is unethical.
It's really did he chop off his top finger too, or is he tucking it in? Oh, there it is. Yeah. He's got 2 fingers on one hand. But like, look at this, everything about him.
Do you think this person was traumatized as a child?
Something happened.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? There's photos of him when he was younger before he got all this stuff done, and he's a good-looking guy. It's like what he's doing is like really bizarre.
Lord.
Like he was like gifted by nature with great genetics. Look, he's got his eyeballs tattooed.
Yeah, this is
so
what I was talking about, the
crazy.
nose thing. Like he's like,
Yeah, he's got his nose removed.
Yeah.
He just has an open hole.
Yeah.
Where his nose used to be. It's so crazy. Like that's what he looks like.
and is
What
this
in
because
the
he
fuck?
believes that he's actually an alien,
No,
or
it's
he
like
just
a body modification project? I believe I think he speaks Spanish. Is that what it is? Yeah, he speaks Spanish. So you have to.
I
Translate.
feel like this person must have severe childhood trauma.
Something's up. I mean, they got his ears removed too. Oh, Jesus Christ. That is so crazy.
Okay, but I mean,
That's so goddamn crazy. So those cuts on the side must be where they put those brow implants.
Lord,
Holy fucking
who is
shit.
doing this to this man?
A lot of people, I bet.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing is
Oh,
that
there go. Work by my bro. All right, let's check out your bro.
Ew.
Oh, that guy's got his tongue split. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whoo.
No.
What is that? What is that? I don't even know what bone that is. Is that someone's back? What is that? What are we looking at? What does it say up there? Fresh Works, it says. Genital implants.
No.
Oh, no. No.
Why are we looking?
No. God damn it.
We're
Back up.
looking at a dick this whole time.
Oh, go back. Go back to that.
It says it's a dick.
Oh my God. So you only see the top of the dick. So it's like side dick skin. Look how great. That guy's got a hairy ass dick.
Yeah.
I don't want to pluck those hairs, son. Look at that. I thought that was like his back.
Do you think that he's having sex with people?
I bet that shit's gonna hurt.
I bet there's not that many people. Well, there's probably
They have,
other
like-
weirdos who are like, I want to have sex with an alien.
They have dick butt plugs. It's like a butt plug. That's what it is. He's turning his dick into a butt plug. So it's got all those like humps.
Oh.
That's what it is. It's like beads. You know, people use
So
anal
it's
beads.
for men, not for women.
It's for butts. It might be for
Yeah.
women.
No, women don't like anal sex, and
Forever
this is
wants
a
it.
hill
Is that
that I'm
true?
going to die on. Women don't have a prostate. Like, men and some women are so stupid about this thing because they're like, I like anal sex.
So do you think women are
women
saying,
must like.
What the fuck, man?
There's the bottom of that's
What
like
is
the
happening here?
eyeball.
He's got his eyeballs tattooed, but it looks like
Oh, they're tattooed.
oh my god.
Wild colors.
That is awful.
It looks cool, but that's crazy.
It looks cool for now. What about when you're
This,
90?
I think this qualifies as self-harm. Like, I think it's the same concept, but way more extreme of, like, cutting.
Well, the thing about this one is this doesn't turn back. You can't turn that around.
Nope.
Once you get your eyeballs tattooed, your eyeballs are tattooed forever. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just like people are doing things to themselves, and you know, whoa! Look at that girl! Oh my God! Look at her eyes.
I think a lot of this kind of thing is like trauma, and then it's like attention and wanting to feel special and wanting
Okay, I've seen
some kind of narcissism.
Wait a minute, that guy with the split tongue right there. Hold on, go back. That one right there. What the fuck,
so
man?
gross.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ, that is so.
How do you think these
crazy.
people make a living?
Starbucks, baristas.
They're queer activists. Oh, that was mean.
Woo! Oh God.
Sometimes.
I mean, I'm saying all this while I'm covered in tattoos. My arms are sleeved up. I have a lot
Yeah,
of
but I
tattoos.
feel like tattoos, I mean, that's cross-cultural. Like, people have always done that kind of thing.
I like tattoos. I just don't like
Lots
your
of people
eyeballs
do.
done and fucking bolts put in your head. But so to go back to that, what we're talking about, if someone feels like they've been a girl their whole life,
It doesn't make them actually a girl.
so where should that preclude them from? Sports? Should preclude them from women's bathrooms? Like,
I think it should preclude them from competing against and with women in sport. I don't know. I mean, the bathroom thing's funny because I don't know that they're like, I feel like, like if you're a man, you don't go into women's bathrooms. You don't want to make women feel scared or uncomfortable.
Unless you do. Unless you do. That's what you're trying to do.
I don't think this is such a complicated issue as people are making it out to be. I think everybody knows what bathroom they should go into. Prisons, if you're male, you got to stay in the male prison. You cannot be transferred to the female prison.
But how are you going to get anybody pregnant?
Exactly.
If you don't get transferred
how
to the female
are these women going to have babies?
It's not hilarious. That one biological male got 2 women pregnant.
You're like...
So, like, here's the question. If you're a biological male and say you've transitioned and you want to be identified as a female and go to a female prison if you get arrested, do you have to take estrogen?
No.
So you could just stop taking estrogen?
I don't think you have to do anything. I think you just have to identify as a woman and, like, apply and say, I'm a woman.
What a wacky move. Because you can keep your dick and all your hormones and everything rocking and rolling.
Fully keep your dick.
Just slinging dick all over the cell block.
Well, and in Canada, like, I've talked to women who have been in prison with men, and there are sexual assaults that have gone on in women's prisons perpetrated by men. And obviously,
how long have they
been
allowed them to do that? To go to women's prisons?
I don't know when it started exactly, but at least a few years. And now, obviously, it's getting worse because this has like been further entrenched in the law.
So how did that happen, do you think? Well, this is what's really interesting. It's not just acceptance. It's a celebration and a societal shaming of people who question it and talk about it. Like, this is not a... like, there's people that are shitty people. They don't like people for whatever reason. Whether they don't like gay people, they don't like trans people, they don't like all kinds of people. But I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about, like, just there's a mantra that almost you have to say, like, trans women are women. And you say that. And so if you don't say that and you even discuss it, if you talk about things like, hey, that swimmer was number 462 with the men, and now she's number 1 as a woman. Like, maybe that's not fair. Like, maybe if that was your kid going to that school, you wouldn't think it's fair. People would fucking blow up at you. They'll get mad at you. There's a certain amount of people that feel like this is their chance to show their loyalty to this ideology, and they'll argue it like in a very aggressive way. And it's interesting because, like, how many people are we talking about? Like, how many people is this actually affecting, where the discussion has gone through the entire culture? It's really interesting in that way. Like, so what happened and what rocketed that to the position that it's in now?
I mean, the prison issue specifically, I believe that was just about the Canadian government not wanting to deal with this problem, and they're like, okay, sure, fine.
They're doing
because
it here
in
too,
Canada, the Canadian government will not discuss or acknowledge that this is really happening, nor will the Canadian media. There are women who are ex-inmates who are fighting this, and some, women, radical feminists who are fighting this. But the Canadian government will not engage with them, will not acknowledge. I mean, essentially, they've determined that protecting themselves from controversy, protecting themselves from being, attacked by trans activists or criticized or whatever, they're just going to let this happen. And who cares what the result is for the women in prison who are having to share their cells with men who are impregnating them?
It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they're being completely cowardly and completely unethical.
But it's so weird that that's made its way into law enforcement. Like, that's what's weird to me. And even the military. Like, I've seen, and I've seen a lot of, like, special forces guys and Navy SEALs and some, like, high-level guys that are super upset with this.
What's happening in the military?
Wokeness making its way, and woke language making its way into the military. And they're like, hey, we're in the business. Like, Tim Kennedy said this. He said, we are in the business of killing bad guys. And anything that gets in the way of killing bad guys it's not something we're going to tolerate. Like, they're just not interested. Like, you can't have that get to that level. You have, like, these special forces guys who have to do these insane operations under extreme pressure, very high likelihood of death. And you can't have any bullshit there. You have to have the best trained, most qualified. Everything has to be accurate. Everybody has to form as a unit. You
Yeah.
can't have any bullshit there. And if you've got some ideological bullshit, like you have to say this, we have to have a certain amount of people that are that, and this, like, no, not there. Because that's the place where literal life or death is in the balance.
And you cannot be thinking about that nonsense.
Like, imagine, you know how hard BUDS is for Navy SEALs? It's like one of the most extreme tests that any military organization puts on a member. If you can become a Navy SEAL, you are a highly distinguished human being who can do some things that most people can't do in terms of like your will, your ability to force your way through situations that are extremely difficult and uncomfortable. You can't say with that, we're going to lighten up our expectations because we like to have some trans SEALs. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
it cannot be about inclusivity.
Right. It has to be only a meritocracy. It has to only be the people that can fucking do it.
Yeah.
You know?
What a strange place for like wokeness to be inserted.
It's bizarre that it's discussed in the military, but they have discussed it. They've discussed all kinds of like woke talk. And people are pushing back against it because they're surprised that it was there. I'm like, you guys are the fucking hired killers. You guys are the hired killers of the government. And you're talking woke.
Ridiculous.
You know? But it's so interesting to me how it's accelerated in what Douglas Murray always talks about, that for some reason, when a civilization is near the end, they become obsessed with gender.
Yeah, I mean, it's partly an obsession with gender and then hedonism, I think.
Hedonism.
Like, I think that it's like, I don't like using the word privilege because it's overused and it's used in sort of weird ways to shut down conversation and to silence people and things like that. But I think it's like too much privilege. Like, you don't have enough real problems that you're worrying about people's gender identities. Like, it's so stupid. It's not real life. It's just invented ideology, like academic ideology. I think that it's like, and I think that it's indulging in, again, fetishes. Like, a lot of these, they call themselves trans widows. So women who have had husbands that have decided to transition while they're married. And I've talked to some of these women and their stories are really heartbreaking. You know, and in those cases, their stories are often like these guys start acting really like teenagery and like get super narcissistic and like all of a sudden, you know, they get really superficial. They're into clothes. They want all the attention. But
Kardashians?
often,
Did you just say Kardashian? What did you just say?
No, want all the attention.
Interesting, because
I was like,
that's Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I don't know. My theory about Caitlyn Jenner is like all these chicks are getting all this attention, like, and Caitlyn Jenner, like, I don't know if you did you watch the Kardashians?
A little bit. It was amazing how they would mock him.
When he would always just be like alone in a room upstairs watching TV. They would all be like doing their thing and having fun without him.
Well, you know, ultimately, in the end, it seems like he's happier this way.
He's funny because
she's happier. She's happier this way.
I'll say he, you say she.
Okay. She's, you know, she seems happier, and she is getting a lot of attention. I mean, you want to talk about a titanic shift in attention. I mean, it's a monstrous difference between like pre-transition and now. There's a giant difference. Like all of a sudden, like a center figure in culture.
I mean, and he is also one of those people who, like, he's talked about like trying on his like daughter's clothing. Like, he's an autogynephile also, which is fine. I mean, do whatever. But like, but he is funny because he's like anti-woke.
Yeah.
And he's kind of critical of trans activism.
Well, definitely
like,
critical of transgender athletes in sports and wants to protect children.
Yeah.
It's similar to what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't literally think he's a female. This is how he wants to live his life, and he feels better that way, and fine.
Yeah.
But like he started off trying on women's clothing and being turned on by it, and then would like wear pantyhose under his pants, and you know.
Shh! Don't tell anybody. I'm being naughty.
Exactly.
Here's the thing about wearing pantyhose under your pants. Who the fuck wants to wear pantyhose?
Pantyhose are disgusting.
Right.
Women
Imagine-
don't wear pantyhose. I know.
That's
that
like the
drove me
best
crazy too
argument
when I
for a
read that. I
fetish.
was like, nobody wears pantyhose. Like, kill me to make me wear, like, I don't, like, gross.
Yeah. You don't wear pantyhose unless you're acting out some sort of a weird thing with your significant other where you pretend to be a secretary. You're role playing.
Right.
Can I
That
get you
situation.
something, sir?
I don't know. I've never done that before.
No,
So.
you never role played?
Oh
But you
God,
have
I
karaoke.
would like laugh.
Yeah,
if
that's
I did
part of
that.
the fun.
I can't take myself seriously in that kind of scenario. I'd be like, I feel stupid. I mean, karaoke. Yeah, I'm
But
just
the
like want to
pantyhose
sing
thing is-
Beatles.
That
songs.
is a sign of wanting to be naughty, right? If you're
Yeah.
wearing pantyhose. But isn't it also a sign
It's
of
like the guys who I worked at like a video store in the aughts or whatever, and this guy would come in sometimes at night with a leather motorcycle jacket on, and then like flash, he was wearing lingerie underneath.
Whoa.
It's exhibitionism, fetishism, maybe autogynephilia.
But isn't it also like they connect pantyhose with being a woman, and if you wish you were a woman, maybe that's something you would be attracted to wearing. Like
Yeah, they have all these weird
do you know
stereotypes about
Kristen
women.
Beck
This sounds
used to be a
familiar.
Navy SEAL, transitioned.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. And when Kristen was on the podcast, she actually talked about what that was like when she was first transitioning, and she showed up at work with like big nails on and wearing a dress, and everybody was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And
Like out of the blue.
Yep, out of the blue. She just decided to go for it. And then said, look, I'm the same person, and talks in the same voice. It's really wild, right? But then it's settled down and now is basically dresses, I don't want to say like asexual, but
Like
like
a
a flannel
normal
shirt, which like
person.
a lot of women will wear flannel shirts, jeans, a lot of women wear jeans. Wasn't anything like definitely masculine or feminine about the way.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these men who transition to become women have these weird, super old-fashioned stereotypes about what a woman is and what women dress like. Like, I, in Vancouver, mostly wore giant men's flannel shirts and, like, big men's boots and, like, jeans, or, like, I wear, like, dirty Converse and tube socks almost every day.
Right, so you could be transitioning.
Yeah, maybe I'm a boy. If this was around when I was a kid, like maybe I would have thought I was a boy, because I was like a tomboy. Like I hated pink. I didn't want to wear dresses. I didn't want to do girl things. I wanted to play with He-Man. I like cut my hair short. I wanted to hang out with the boys.
Yeah, that's a problem that people are worried about with children, that children are so malleable, you know, and some people, they don't think you should be worried about it at all. And they think, you know, you should allow people to discuss anything and everything with your child when it comes to gender, when it comes to sexual identity, all those things. Say whatever you want. Sexual orientation. Talk about it with the kids. Talk about it with the kids. And other people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're supposed to be teaching history. You know, and it is a weird thing because children are so malleable.
Well, and also, like, why do teachers feel like they're the ones, or feel entitled to, like, they're the ones who should be educating other people's children about their politics or their ideologies? Like, this is not your
it's
job.
complex. And it's also just as complex if my kid was going to school and there was a hardcore right-wing teacher that was telling them that all gays are evil. I would not want that in my child's head
somebody
either.
was teaching them about like the Virgin Mary, like Immaculate Conception, like, is that okay? Because essentially you're teaching kids your religion. Like, as
Right.
far as I'm concerned, gender identity is like a version of religion. It's just an idea. It's all faith-based. Like, there's no material reality. There's no scientific basis for the idea that a man like you says, I'm a woman. Oh, you're a woman. Like, what does that mean? It means nothing. It's all faith. It's like, well, I believe him. Okay, so it's
Right.
faith-based. This is a religion.
And you have to believe him. It can never be
Right.
someone's having a mental issue.
Yeah, maybe
and
this
gender
person's
dysphoria
struggling.
is even offensive to some people. They don't even like the term gender dysphoria. But that was a legitimate psychological term that they used to classify people that were having this issue.
Right. I mean, now to be trans, you don't have to have so-called gender dysphoria. I sort of think that term's imperfect myself because I sort of feel like it could be argued that everyone has some form of gender dysphoria because, like, say, like, I don't identify wholly with femininity. Like, there's parts of me that are feminine. There's some, like, girl things that I like. And there's lots of aspects of my personality that I think are kind of masculine.
Like what?
I'm not nurturing at all. I don't like babies. I've never, I don't, down with babies. I've never wanted to have kids. I've never desired it. I don't really like, I mean, some kids are cool. I don't mean like, kids have personalities. Like I like some kids, other ones, but I'm not,
Right.
I don't look at a baby and I'm like,
Got it.
I would rather look at a dog. I love dogs. I love dogs. I think I'm kind of aggressive. Like I'm kind of domineering. Like
Really?
I'm very rational. That's like a stereotypically I'm joking. I'm not always very rational. I mean, I'm a Libra, so that was a joke. I think like I don't take care of my boyfriends in any way at all. Like they take like maybe emotionally or like I'm affectionate and I'm loving, but I don't like cook and clean. My boyfriends tend to like take care of me more than the other way around.
Are you a boss bitch?
I'm not very easy.
Isn't that a good thing though? Being a boss bitch is like a good thing.
Lord,
That's what the rappers.
I feel like I'm not like the kind of chick who's like really easygoing in a relationship.
You're a lot of work.
I'm pretty difficult.
Really?
And
you seem to celebrate that.
Well, I can't help it. It's just, I don't think it's always a good thing. It's like, I want to talk everything through. I want everything to be out in the open. If I'm upset about something, I can't not say it. Like you've probably noticed I'm not very good at not saying what I think. And in a relationship that can be challenging.
Right.
Like I feel like a lot of people, I think it's a good thing. I think you should be open and talk about things in a relationship. But I feel like people who are able to maintain really long-term relationships and marriages often, not always, of course, are the kinds of people who don't say everything they think and like don't feel like they need to be like, I didn't like that. Like, what's going on? Like, I want to talk about this. They're
Right.
sort of like let things lie people,
Right.
and I'm not a let things lie person.
Got it. So that's good if you want to be a social commentator because you're not going to bite your tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense because a lot of people don't want to experience the backlash that you've experienced for expressing your opinions on things.
Yep. Yeah, most people don't. I mean, what's interesting about like people go after you a lot. People go after people like me. People go after people who have platforms and share their opinions. And I don't think that I don't know if a lot of people understand that it's like I think it takes a certain personality to do this. Like you have to be able to take a lot of flack, and I think that most people don't do that. And you have to be the kind of person who really, it's very, very, very important to say what you think and to like speak openly and to tell the truth. And I think what I've learned in the past few years and in doing this work is that's not what most people feel. Like a lot of people are content not saying what they think and not being authentic and not being honest. Like that's not a need for them. And for me, it's a need. Like I don't feel like I could function if I wasn't able to like fully be myself.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. Well, people have very specific personality traits that make them more effective at different jobs. And for what you do, it's a perfect personality for that job. But I know what you're saying, in terms of you're not necessarily like all the way feminine, but that's not gender dysphoria. This is such a different thing than someone who really does think they're a man who happens to have a vagina.
I totally agree with you. Like I've never been confused about whether I'm a woman or not. My argument is that the term, because people mess up gender and sex all the time. Like sex, when I'm talking about sex, I'm just talking about biology.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you have a male or a female body. to me, when I'm talking about gender, I'm talking about like sex stereotypes, so masculinity and femininity, and those stereotypes that I was talking about before. Like, women are supposedly like nurturing and delicate and emotional and irrational, and men are, and some of these are true because of evolution, like to a certain extent, there's patterns, but people are not black and white. Men are domineering, violent, rational, aggressive. What else is there? They like to jerk off during Zoom meetings.
Have any women been caught masturbating during
I do
Zoom
not
meetings?
think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
That's what's wild, right?
Why are men more perverted than women?
Testosterone, for
Okay.
sure. Yeah, for sure. I think. I mean, I don't know. I've never been a woman. Not yet.
It has to be.
Not yet, at least.
So, I mean, you never know.
Never know.
It could happen.
But I think it's testosterone. I think it makes, like, if you think about it, it's connected to aggression and sexuality, right? So there's not much in a woman that's connected to being horny, but also to being aggressive. Testosterone is really the only thing that does both of those things.
So do you think that it's like men have like more of an uncontrollable sexual urge?
I would have no idea.
Okay.
I have to guess. It's clearly a spectrum, because there's men that aren't interested in sex at all, and there's men that are horny all the time, and it's the same with women.
That's true. Yeah, I know. I actually get really mad when people talk about like men have a high sexual libido and women have a low sexual libido, and then that plays into this like kind of gatekeeping role that women are supposed to play. Like, women have sexual power because they can choose not to have sex with a man, and it's like women like to have sex too. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to choose to not have sex with a man. I want to have sex with a man. Like, I'm a heterosexual woman. I also desire sex.
Right.
Like,
It's
I don't
not
want to be
like
in this
it's
role
a
where I'm
one-way-
saying no to something
Yeah.
that I actually want to do.
Yeah, but it's not like it's a one-way street. You know?
And and I have friends who've had boyfriends who like didn't feel like having sex almost ever.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah.
It happens. It's like with everything. There's just a lot of variables. And whenever you generalize like that, men want this and women want that, like, what fucking men? What women?
Well, and it's
You
like, do
know?
you talk to people in real life? Because I talk to a lot of people in real life, and
Yeah.
people are diverse. They really are.
They really are. And that's the problem with things like the left and the right, is that when you get into an ideology and you're in a tribe, I'm in the tribe of the left, and so I have to subscribe to all the same things that these people subscribe to. I have to take on all of their notions that I think are ridiculous. I have to say it without any questioning. I have to repeat the mantra.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
And you have to use the exact right language, and the language changes all the time.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
But so the gender thing, I feel like I was trying to finish a thought. Like, so when I'm talking about gender, I'm talking about those stereotypes about men and women.
Right.
That are like really just personality traits often. Some women are more aggressive and less nurturing. Some women are super nurturing and, delicate and emotional or whatever. But so the term gender dysphoria, I think, bothers me just because of that, because it sounds to me then like you're just identifying with these gender stereotypes, which should be fine. Like, you should be able to, identify with whatever personality traits you identify with. You should be able to like whatever clothes you like. Like, if you're a man and you want to wear a dress and you don't feel very masculine, or you don't have a high sex drive, or you don't want to like fight, that's fine. Like, be whoever you want to be. I agree with, like, I think gender dysphoria refers to something different, which is a very, very strong, overwhelming desire to actually be the opposite sex, or, to get rid of your sexed body parts.
What do you think, though, has caused this massive uptick in the public's understanding and discussion of it? Like, when did this become something that's on the front line?
I mean, it's so weird because all of the gender identity legislation was sort of presented and passed around the same time. Like, it seemed like everything happened simultaneously at once in a lot of countries, like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the UK, the US. And I don't know exactly how that went down, but I think those activists, like the trans activists, we're very well organized. I think that part of it, you know, other people have theorized around this, so these are not my ideas coming out of nowhere. But, you know, once gay marriage was won, there wasn't much for these LGBT organizations to do and fight for anymore. So there's no reason for them to get funding. So they latched onto the trans rights thing so that they could continue to exist. People could keep their jobs, you know, so they could continue to get funding. Because I don't know, where do you go with the gay rights fight now in Canada and America? Like, there's not that much to fight for anymore. That's sort of been won.
Right. Marriage is legal. Discrimination is illegal.
Yeah, you can't fire somebody from their job for being gay. And yeah.
Public acceptance is much higher. I have a friend who's gay who thinks that a lot of the transgender movement is homophobic.
It is homophobic.
But it's weird. Like, I mean, like, in what way? He's like, well, if you don't believe in males and females, you don't believe there's a distinction. He was like, then what about gay men? Men who are absolutely attracted to men? Like, are they... What and then if you're telling a lot of them that they're really that these men are actually really females and they should just transition, he's like, I think that there's a homophobia attached to that. And I'm like, okay, why do you think it is?
I mean, I absolutely agree with that, because how can you be same-sex attracted if there's no sex? Like, gay people aren't attracted to gender, they're attracted to sex. Like, males who are gay are attracted to men with male bodies. They're not attracted to women who are dressing like men or acting like men. And same, like, lesbians have made this argument for a long time too, that trans activism, gender identity ideology is homophobic. They're like, no, I'm attracted to women. I love women. I want to have sex with women. I don't want to have sex with a man who claims to be a woman or dresses like a woman. And, you know, lesbians have been super bullied in their own communities over this and over being critical of, like, trans women being welcomed into the lesbian community or being pressured to date trans women. And, you know, Abigail Schreier does a bunch of research on, you know, young girls are transitioning at really high rates now. It used to be that more boys were transitioning. Now it's that more girls are transitioning, and often those girls are lesbians.
Well, I think...
Like, it's not cool to be a lesbian anymore. It's cool to be queer. It's cool to be non-binary. It's cool to be a trans boy.
I think what Abigail's talking about, she's talking about that they happen also in clusters. Mm-hmm. And she thinks that there's some peer pressure involved, and there's I think she calls it a social contagion. Or
yeah, that's right.
That you get praise for wanting to transition or for transitioning. The non-binary thing's the weirdest one, because you could just jump on board.
It's so stupid.
You could just say, I'm non-binary.
Well, anybody's non-binary.
We know this
right?
guy who's non-binary and he fucks all these girls. It's hilarious.
You're like, so you're a heterosexual man then, huh?
He's a hustler. 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 He found the thing. Like, that's how you get in and bang woke chicks.
Ew, I would never want to fuck a non-binary man.
I mean, maybe he's really non-binary. I don't know.
There's no such thing as non-binary. That's not a real concept. What does that mean?
He's not a man. He's not a woman.
That's impossible. Everybody is a man or a woman.
Listen, when he fucks women, he's not doing it as a man. He's doing it as a they.
That is a gender-neutral penis.
He's doing it as a they, and you have some fucking respect.
That is gender-neutral sperm.
It is a wild thing, right? That is also, like, people will get as mad at you as if you fucking hit a baby with a car. Like,
people get real emotional about it, but I mean, I think I don't know why people get so emotional about this trans woman or women thing. Like, I don't know why you, as a random woman, would be like, because women get mad about it, you know, like women have gotten mad at me. Lots of women have gotten mad and been like, trans women are women. You should accept their identity. And I'm like, first of all, this is stupid and doesn't make any sense. But why do you care so much? Like, who are you protecting? What is your investment in this issue? Mm-hmm. And I would tend to think that it's about presenting yourself as and thinking of yourself as a good person. You're very invested in, I'm a good person, I'm a progressive person, I'm accepting, I'm inclusive, I support diversity, equality, all those words, yada, yada, yada. But some of them really do seem like, some of it I think is phony, but some of these people do seem to really get enraged. Like enraged at me if I don't want to use correct pronouns. And it's like, Why? Like, why are you so offended by this?
Well, there's also the fear of being ostracized from the group. If you don't do that, if you don't go along, if you decided that you're a progressive person, you don't go along with all these things, you can get ostracized to the group or from the group.
Oh, totally. I mean,
and it's scary out there on your own, because what else are you going to do? You're going to be a Trump supporter? Because like we've polarized the
God forbid.
I mean, that's what we've polarized the country to, where you are either a progressive or you're a Democrat who tolerates progressives, or you're a person who doesn't like the Republicans. You keep going further and further left. You're like, never Trump, and then a lot of those people, they get lumped into this thing, and you think of them only as the most radical of the people in the group that are the loudest, which is the hardcore left-wing people, the Antifa type people. Whereas on the right, like if you go right, what's the worst thing? Would they go to the Proud Boys or some white supremacist organization? That's what people think of. The January 6 people. That's what people think of. So you're either with the January 6 people or you're with Antifa.
Right.
Like it literally, that's what it is on both sides. When you get to the furthest edges, it's equally crazy. And it's equally crazy in these predictable, adoptable patterns that these people have to subscribe to if they want to be a part of the ideology, whether it's the right ideology or the left ideology. Either you want to throw Molotov cocktails at the State House and call everybody a fascist, or you want to take zip ties to the fucking Capitol building and look for a senator to tie up.
Well,
It's the same fucking person. They just found different ways to port that crazy out into the universe.
Totally. And I mean, and the binary thinking is, I mean, I talked about this a bit earlier, but this is what people are doing to me constantly now that I've been talking about leaving the left or not wanting to identify as left wing. Like, I just want to be an independent.
Just
I'm
a
not
person.
identifying anywhere. And
Yeah.
I don't plan on, I don't want to categorize myself or label myself in any way. I want
So you're
freedom.
far right. How long have you been far right, Megan?
Like, you're sounding like a Trumpist.
Well,
Like,
there's certain shows out there that will just immediately call you far right if you don't agree with the orthodoxy.
yeah. And that's what people have been doing to me. And it drives me crazy. I need to stop getting upset about this, but I can't. Like, I always get very, very upset about being misunderstood. And I know, I mean, you can't control that. People are going to misrepresent you. They're going to misunderstand you, especially if you're like a public
You're
figure.
just a soul whose intentions are good.
Thank you, exactly.
Oh, Lord, please don't let me be
misunderstood.
Yeah, but that's part of your gift, is that you have the courage to talk about things that other people find uncomfortable and say them from an honest perspective. Like, this is what I'm seeing. This is what I don't like. This is what I think. And then also back it up with, like, other people are seeing it too. And this is not, like, this is something that the warning bells were rang. You know?
Yeah.
It's the distinction between males and females is very weird when it plays out in sports and in games and stuff like that. I'm always fascinated by that, because like there's clearly like great women athletes, and like you've got your stories like Jermaine Durand to be knocking out that guy. But where it gets weird is other games that don't involve physical strength. Like one of them is pool. Like
That's interesting, actually, because men are more inclined toward, like, way more men play pool than women.
Yeah.
Are men actually better at pool than women?
Yeah. Oh yeah, a lot better.
I mean, it seems I'm really bad at pool.
No,
I'm quite good at foosball, though.
Okay, well, they're very different things. When we talk about professional billiards,
Yeah.
it's almost like it's not as far apart as like the outlier female kickboxer knocking out the male kickboxer. It's not that far apart, but no women win competitions. Like if they want to enter into an open, like so like say they have women's professional tournaments where women compete against women, and they have open. Everything else is open. So like if there's a U.S. Open, women compete in the U.S. Open. The World Championships, women can compete against the men. They can compete, but they never win.
Okay.
There's women out there that are very good, and they're capable of winning a match. Like the way a pool game is played, like say, depending on what tournament it is, it could be, say, a race to 10. So if we're playing 9-ball, if you pocket the 9 10 times and I pocket it 7 times, you win because you made it to 10 quicker. You won 10 games faster.
Okay.
So a woman can win in a race to 10, but they never win the whole tournament. A man always winds up beating them, which is odd. because it's not a physical strength thing. It's not. There's
Yeah,
nothing.
why would that be? Because that I feel like is wholly skill and precision.
There's women that are very, 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 very good, but they're not as good as the world champion men.
I wonder why that is. There
It
must
is-
be some science behind that.
I think they've tried to narrow it down to an understanding of 3D space that's different for males than it is for women. Maybe that has something to do with testosterone. There's quite a few women that are really good that are lesbians, which is interesting.
Huh.
I don't know what it is, but it's one of those things. It's like, what if someone like identified as a woman, they were an elite professional pool player, and they just started cleaning up in the women's division? You wouldn't really have a good argument that they have an advantage, because it's not a strength advantage, it's not a speed advantage. So what is the advantage?
Well, maybe there is one. I mean, I don't know what it is, but there's some sexed advantage.
The only
seems.
advantage that you would ever have in strength is in the break shot.
Right. But that's not going to win you.
It's not that big of a deal. A lot of people kind of soft break today. They don't break that hard. They want to like make the one ball on the side or make the corner ball, and sometimes it's actually better to not hit it too hard. So, but that would be the only thing that would involve physical strength.
I mean, it seems to me that like there's only a few competitions where men and women can compete against one another sort of on an equal playing field, and one of those I'm told is like shooting, like rifle.
That makes sense, yeah, because
right?
you're basically just aiming and breath control. I would think if the rifle was heavy, that would be an issue, but pistols, and pistols.
I mean, it doesn't seem. I don't know, like what like if men started identifying as women to compete in figure skating, would that like screw over women in figure skating?
That's a good question. More strength in the legs.
But they're not.
More
But are they
explosivity.
judged by how high they jump? They're just judged on doing the things perfectly.
Right, but doesn't the difficulty factor in?
Maybe.
I think it does. Like if they have more leg strength, I would believe they could leap higher and spin more and.
For sure. I mean, that's sort of like the thing with skateboarding too, eh?
Right.
Like it's like they can jump higher and farther, and like they can move faster.
Right. And what specifically do you have to prove if you want to compete as a woman? Do they test you? Do they make sure that you aren't taking testosterone? Do they test you to make sure that you're taking estrogen? Do they check your testosterone levels?
Not in skateboarding.
Well, that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Because if it is a physical thing, which it clearly is, like the best skateboarders are very good athletes.
Yeah.
What they do is incredible. It's hard to do.
Oh, yeah.
So if that's the case, then you would think that you would want to make sure that someone isn't taking performance-enhancing drugs.
I mean, maybe they will at some point. Or maybe if we were talking about at the Olympic level, I don't think that it's come up in skateboarding at the Olympic level. I mean, that's relatively new that they've included.
When did skateboarding get into the Olympics?
I think maybe just like the last Olympics. Like I'm not an expert,
so they definitely
but
test
it
them
was
there. They definitely test them there.
But in regular competition, like it's probably not been that big of an issue so far for them to really have to deal with it. Like Taylor's probably the first person who's ever spoken out about this in skateboarding. Like it's been talked about in other sports, track, swimming, MMA, like weightlifting.
Yeah.
And those ones are easier because they're so obvious. I mean, people are obviously still going along with it anyway, but it's very obvious. Like when you look at, there's like a photo of Leah Thomas at the swim meet, and they're all diving, and he's like 2 feet higher than all the rest of the chicks, and immediately farther along. And he's also just obviously bigger.
Way
he's
bigger.
A tall, big dude.
Who was a really good swimmer as a man, which is nuts.
Yeah, and he transitioned like the rule.
A year ago.
Yeah, exactly. He started doing hormone replacement therapy a year
Now,
ago.
someone told me that Leah is still intact
Probably.
and dates girls.
Probably. I don't know, but most
that true?
most guys who identify as trans women are still intact and date girls. Like that's a horrible surgery to get your dick cut off and inverted. into like a neo vagina that's not supposed to be
Did you
there.
call it
So
a neo-vagina?
that's what they call it, a neo vagina.
That's really what they call it?
Well, that's probably not what trans activists call that, but I think like if you're going to like read a research paper or something like that, that's what they would call it, or surgeons call it a neo vagina. But like it's a hole that wants to keep closing up because it's not supposed to be there. Like it's not. It's hard to maintain. It's gross for reasons that I'll let people imagine. Like, it doesn't function like a vagina. Vaginas are supposed to be there. They operate in a specific way that's conducive to sexual intercourse. Ooh. They are self-cleaning, which is not the case for a surgical hole that's been an inverted penis. Like, the men will, like, grow hair on the inside. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, boy.
Because it's from, like, their ball sack. It's that skin, so...
Oh, Jesus.
And it smells bad. Anyway, and also they're really complicated surgery, and there can be complications really easily, and there's more than once. You have to have a bunch of surgeries to get all this done.
Yeah.
And you might end up
You have to have more than one.
Not being able to have sexual pleasure. The other way around is really horrific, like women who are transitioning to men and want like a fake penis attached. They like take the skin off of your arm.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And that's a bunch of surgeries.
And you don't get a functional penis, do you?
Not really. And sometimes it doesn't take, right? Sometimes your body rejects it and you have to try again a number of times. It's really gross. And then, it's like, then you can't come. Like, what is even the point? What is the point of having a penis if you can't, like, have sexual pleasure and you can't have an orgasm? What does the penis do then?
I don't know, but there was a cover of a magazine that showed this person who had just transitioned and had a big scar on their leg. And had a giant old hog.
Yeah, I read that. What was her name? She was a journalist. Oh God, I can't remember her name. I wrote something about that. She was a journalist, and she'd reported in like war-torn countries and had been traumatized by witnessing some pretty horrible sexual assault. And she had a history of sexual abuse, like she'd been molested as a kid. I think that kind of stuff factors into transition too, especially for women. It's like naturally you want to get rid of your sexualized body if you in your brain are like, well, these men did these things to me when I started developing.
Right.
You want to go back to not being a sexual looking woman. But she decided to be a man, and they did a cover story, and she had this giant, like a giant hole in her thigh kind of thing from where they'd taken the skin and turned it into her fake penis. It's a horrible thing to go through, and I think that these people are often trying to deal with mental problems in physical or superficial ways, and now we live in a culture where a therapist isn't allowed to challenge you. Like if you go to a therapist and you're a young woman and you say, I'm a boy, you have to take an affirmative approach and say, okay, yeah, you're a boy, go get some hormones, like we can give you a mastectomy and a hysterectomy. So they're not being questioned about like anything else that it might be connected to, past trauma.
Are you sure that all therapists behave the same way?
Well, I think therapists are scared. So probably not all therapists, but these therapists don't want to be accused of transphobia and then lose their careers. So I think that most therapists are going along because they could get in a lot of trouble if they don't.
It's because it's so complex because you want people to do what makes them happy. I want people to have the choice, and I don't know how you feel. Like, I don't know how someone feels. When someone says to me that I've always known that I was a woman, I don't have any idea how they feel. So I have to take them at their word.
I mean, what does it mean to feel like a woman? I have no idea what it means like to feel. I don't feel like a woman. I just feel like whatever, like me.
Right, but you are a woman.
Yeah.
See, you are a woman and you feel like you. And it feels like it syncs up. But imagine if you were a man and you felt like you should feel like you. You should felt like you should look like you. You should be like you. Like you like the things that a girl likes. But you feel like somehow or another nature's thrown you a curveball, and you have a male body, but you have a female mind.
Really weird. No, I can't imagine that.
It's got to be real. It's. I think we're dealing with many things. I think we're dealing with legitimate people that are trans people, where I don't want to delegitimize anybody, but when I say by the word legitimate, I mean there's an issue where they genuinely, from the moment they were born, have felt like a girl, and they're confused, and they don't understand why. And everything else is great, and if they transition, they'll be happier. I think those people exist. But I also think all the other things that you said are true, too. The statistics about people who felt like they were trans when they're young and then eventually became gay men, those are very high, right?
And lesbians, yeah, like lesbians, like there's a lot of girls, and I've interviewed these girls
who think they were boys and turn out to be
who
lesbians.
When they're teenagers, like older teenagers, usually are like, I don't feel like I fit in. I feel like I'm not a girl. Like I like other girls, and I don't want to wear girly clothes. And I don't like. I must be a boy. And then they transition, and a couple years down the line, they're like, I'm not a boy. I'm a lesbian.
So there's all these things. So how do you know what's what? How do you know who's getting influenced by culture and society? And one of the things about Kristen Beck is that she grew up in a fucking military town, like in a small town in the middle of nowhere in Texas, and did not have any transgender ideology. So all of the ideas that was pushed on her or that she was indoctrinated, that's all. It doesn't work with her.
Mm-hmm.
So for sure, there are people out there that are experiencing the same thing that Kristen Beck experienced, the same thing other people experience too, where they feel like they're in the wrong body. And then also for sure, there's people like Abigail Schreier is talking about that may be being influenced by the trendiness of it, by the social contagion aspect of it. Like, we have to be able to look at all these possibilities and to say that it's binary. Either you are a woman or you're a man, you recognize yourself as a woman or a man, or that's it. Like and you are a woman. You've always been a woman. Okay, I guess I'm a woman. Like to make it like that and to avoid all nuance and to avoid all these other possibilities, to avoid this term, gender dysphoria, to avoid all of this information about, whether or not this is even effective or if it makes people happy. Like what is going on? You can't, as soon as you can't discuss an issue without being fearful of being attacked by people that don't agree with you, it becomes very problematic because people get scared. They become cowards. And you get people on one side that will virtue signal and they'll claim to fight against you. That she's a piece of shit. I fucking hate her. And
we got to take her down.
Yeah, we got to take her down. And they'll do it to let the tribe know that they're on the right side. And you've also hack political commentators that'll do that. And they're just doing it because they're just dumb and sloppy. And that's how they behave. And they'll find something that they could rally against. And it's good for clicks,
Yeah, I mean, they need a headline.
Yeah, they need something to fight against because they don't really have interesting, nuanced opinions. They have, it's bullshit culture. This hot take culture is it's a wild culture because there's a whole industry of hot take assholes out there, and all they do is live for hot takes. And what they don't understand is people lose all faith in your actual opinions on things when you're just doing these hot takes. Because now I don't know you. I don't know you. I know what you're doing. I know the titles of these outrageous clips. I know you screaming at the camera. I know all this stuff that people do.
Or crying on the camera about all the harassment that you got as a female journalist online before you went and tried to ruin somebody else's life.
Yeah, there's a lot of those too. But I don't know them because they're not honest. And that's why they don't resonate. That's why it doesn't work well.
I mean, that's got to harm those people who are doing it too, because imagine if you were under that kind of pressure to continue to come up with hot takes on a variety of subjects every single day. I don't write about something unless I've thought about it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna just be oh, what's your opinion on this? I'll have some answers for some questions if it's stuff that I've thought about, I think this, I think that. But if it's something I don't know, I'm just gonna be I don't know. I don't know anything about this. I don't have an opinion.
Writing is very different than hot takes because people have I have hot takes on things, on stuff.
What do you think about fat phobia?
Real thing, I think it's bullshit. Listen, I'm a healthy person.
Yeah.
By effort, I work out very hard at it. I've been doing it my whole life. The idea that you have the idea that A person can decide to eat unhealthy, to let their body balloon to morbid obesity, and you don't discuss that. You don't ever bring that up. You don't tell them that. You don't say it's unhealthy.
The doctor's not allowed to tell you that?
Doctor's not. There's even doctors that will lie and cite nonsense and pretend that it's healthy to be fat and there's nothing wrong with it, and actually dieting is unhealthy.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many things that are linked to obesity, so many diseases, so many problems. And
people will say, oh, well, skinny people can be unhealthy too.
it's true.
Yep.
It's totally true.
Yep.
They're right, but not to the same numbers. They're not even close. Not even unless you're talking about anorexics. If you talk about people that are up optimum weight, the amount of, depending upon their diet, of course. I mean, someone could have a terrible diet and you get a bunch of diseases that are connected to that. But obesity is a rough one. That's one of the things we learned during COVID. There was one point in time where 78% of the people who were in the ICU were obese.
It makes me so angry. It makes me so angry that they created all this hysteria around COVID and pretended that anybody could just die of COVID in a second, when we knew full well that it was people who were, it was old people and like fat people, like really unhealthy people. And it's like, shut down the gyms because like people who are unhealthy and fat are dying of this disease. So shut down healthy people's lives and force them to be unhealthy. That's the solution.
Well, I think it was an interesting case because it clearly was more dangerous than anything we've ever experienced before in terms of infectious disease. It's clearly more dangerous than the flu, clearly more dangerous than a lot of things. But you weren't allowed to look at it like you look at those other things.
But everybody
like
wasn't at equal risk.
No, they were not. But a lot of people who you didn't think were at risk got fucked up by it too, which was really interesting because I don't think it's even across the board. Look, I think there's a high probability that fucking thing came from a lab.
Yeah.
And it behaves like something that came from a lab. And that's why it's wild. It's wild because there's people that have, no problem with the flu, and they got fucking wrecked by COVID, like real bad. Lungs scarred, decreased oxygen capacity, decreased cardiovascular output, all that stuff.
I don't know a single person who had like a horrible experience with COVID.
Oh, I do.
I tested positive and I had 0 symptoms.
Well, let me tell you about Khamzat Chimaev, okay?
Okay.
Because Khamzat Chimaev is one of the best fighters in the UFC, one of the best up-and-coming contenders. He was hospitalized multiple times for COVID. He was spitting blood up in his toilet bowl and tried to retire, coughing blood up in the toilet.
Because of COVID?
Because of COVID. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, and he's a fucking elite, top of the food chain assassin. But here's what happened. He didn't give himself the chance to recover. He got COVID, and he tried to train. And he was training while he had COVID, and he fucked himself up.
Yeah.
And he it got stronger. And then he was admitted to the ICU. He almost died. He was admitted to the hospital more than once, on multiple occasions. Because he's just fucking psycho, and he kept training, and he didn't give his body a chance to recover.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I haven't heard these stories. I'm literally talking about people I know in real life. And everybody that I know in real life who got COVID, like, stayed home in bed until they felt better.
My friend Michael Yo got COVID, and he got COVID early on in the pandemic, and he was hospitalized for weeks, and he thought he was going to die. And it was real bad. But I don't know whether or not was healthy at the time. I know he was exhausted. He told me the whole story of how he flew to New York, did press, flew back, drove to Vegas with his family, and then drove back the next day and then tested positive for COVID and then was wrecked. But just doing that alone, that's 6 hours of driving after flying, hanging out with your wife's family, everybody getting together, probably having a couple cocktails, laughing, not getting enough sleep, jet lagged.
Well, that's how you get
day,
real
boom,
sick.
Exactly.
Like, I got a cold that turned into bronchitis and then turned into freaking pneumonia.
Right.
Because I had to travel.
Right.
Like, because
exactly.
I was like way overtired. I couldn't take care of myself. I couldn't get like the vitamins that I needed. I couldn't rest enough. I couldn't get the food that I needed. I had to go on all these planes. I had to work. And I just I couldn't heal. And so it turned into pneumonia.
Exactly. And that is something that happens to people with COVID. So that's what gets the really healthy people. So when they bring that up as an example, it's like the problem is if you are a person that has to fly and has to work late and has to do things where you're not getting enough sleep, then it's fucking dangerous. Because if you're taxed out and that hits you, when it got me, the first day I was like, whoa. I was like, this is fucking strong. I was like, this is interesting because it hits you so quick. I was like, from the moment I was on the plane, I was feeling funky. And then I just thought I was hungover. And then I got back to